not exactly how to tell people what they really faced. Would it make any difference? He asked himself. Would knowing the extent of the danger change their actions? He suspected not. Nonetheless, his conscience would not allow continued silence. Part of him wished he'd stayed behind with Katrin and Pelivor. They would understand this situation better, and might actually be able to do something about it. Still, he couldn't just leave them all ignorant. Even Kenward might change his ambitions if he knew. They might not even believe him. It was a thought that had troubled him throughout his life. He'd learned important things about the return of Istra, things he now knew to be true. For exploring ideas outside the accepted doctrine, the Cathurans had shunned and ridiculed him. This was different, though. People here had seen Mael for themselves. How could they deny it? Walking to where St. John, Kenward, and Strom huddled over rough drawings on coarse papyrus, Brother Vaughn sighed. Nothing in this place was quite what it should be, and he acknowledged how much of his lifestyle he'd taken for granted. Many of civilization's accomplishments had seemed as if they'd always been there. Now he came to see just how magical those comforts really were. In a place such as this, without the materials or craftsmen to shape them, many things that had been a basic part of life on the Godfist were impossible to produce here. Reading Kenward's plans gave a glimpse into the man's twisted genius. His ideas were radical, but when one looked more closely, his designs addressed real problems they all faced. Perhaps discouraging the good captain was not the best thing to do. Brother Vaughn had rarely been so torn. Honor had been the driving force for most of his life, and he wasn't about to change that now. "I need a word with all of you." His statement and tone brought those gathered to attention. "Just us?" St. John asked with concern on his face. "I've a tale to tell you that you're not going to like, but it may change all of our lives." "Durin," St. John said, "please blow the gathering horn." Durin retrieved a polished horn of wood and bone. Those around him pretended not to notice how slowly he stood from bending down. His face spoke of pain and embarrassment, which clearly shamed St. John. Brother Vaughn empathized with each of them. "Could you blow this for me?" Durin asked Strom, who took it without a word. "I'm having a bit of trouble catching my breath." The words upset the young man, but life had been unkind to him. First, he'd taken an assassin's bolt meant for St. John, and now his wounds from the breaking of the keystone were only beginning to mend. "Healing requires more patience than most possess," Brother Vaughn said, "but your strength will return." The younger man made no response, and Strom blew a long note on a gathering horn, sparing him the need. Doing so wasn't actually as easy as it looked, and the early part of the note came out sounding like a wounded duck. After a moment, he found the proper technique. Strom's taking the task from Durin didn't save Durin's breath as he'd hoped, since he choked from laughter. Strom gave him a disapproving look, but then even he laughed and patted the gasping Durin on the back. When the Draken and Dragon clan gathered along the wind channel, he was still red in the face. "Brother Vaughn has information that is important to all of us," St. John said. "I gathered you all to allow him to tell his tale once, but first, I want to thank you for your commitment to everything you do. The work you've all done to help our friend Kenward makes me proud. Thank you." Those gathered returned a muted cheer, somehow knowing not all of what they heard would be praise or good news. Brother Vaughn's hands trembled. "What I'm about to tell you is a story I learned during my childhood within Omahold. It was not part of my formal studies, but a tale told beside the evening fire. If I'm honest, I must admit I never believed. Until recently." His words caused many of those gathered to shift uncomfortably. "Had any of you heard the name Mael prior to the discovery of his prison?" No one answered. "I had," Brother Vaughn continued. "The only time I ever heard the name was in an old tale that tells of 3 sorcerers who achieved the pinnacle of their abilities during the last Istran phase. Their names were Mael, Agresjon, and Myrddin. Individually, these people were dangerous, but when they allied themselves, they threatened the entire world." "Why have we never heard of these men?" Kenward asked.
I believe it is because their names were intentionally forgotten and left out of the histories as a way to punish them for the evil they conspired to do. And they were not all men. Godsland made Myrddin his bride before their imprisonment. How did the ancients imprison the most powerful sorcerers of their day? St. John asked. In a way not so different from what Trindahalis did to your mother, Brother Vaughn said. The less powerful sorcerers were no match for them individually, but they did outnumber the triumvirate, so they built traps. Obviously, just any trap would not do. The ancients built the most elaborate and expensive prisons ever conceived. One you all know well, Dragonhold.
Those gathered knew the truth of his words, and Brother Vaughn could feel the collective anxiety building.
Another prison was constructed using the most valuable object in the entire ancient world, the Noonspire.
Brother Vaughn continued, not wanting to make the people wait longer than needed.
This was said to be a noonstone crystal pulled from the depths of the endless sea. It towered above the people, and in the hands of a powerful sorcerer, could shatter the foundations of the world. The ancients built a fortress around the Noonspire, in the middle of the Jaga, under the pretense of keeping the towering crystal out of the triumvirate's hands.
Mention of the Jaga sent another ripple of discomfort through the assemblage, and Brother Vaughn swallowed. Kenward watched him intently, doing his best to select his words with care.
The less powerful sorcerers expended all their power, skill, and arcana to convert the massive energy source into a prison. The story said any who accessed the Noonspire's magic would become trapped within the black crystal for all time.
Brother Vaughn could not overlook the strangeness of reciting mythology, now believing it was real. It made him wonder how many of the other things he'd written off as fantasies were actually historical fact. As time passed, more and more of the things he thought he knew proved to be false. It was a fairly humiliating experience, but he did his best to be strong for those who needed him. Looking out across a sea of faces, he knew that to be a large number of people.
The story ends when the triumvirate attacks the Jaga hold, defeating the substantial yet intentionally insufficient defenses erected around the Noonspire. Godsland tapped the Noonspire's power first, and was hopelessly snared. Within seconds, they say Myrddin was also pulled bodily into the giant crystal.
You said these were people, Jessup said. But Mael's a dragon, right?
And that is the final part of the story,
Brother Vaughn said.
Seeing his brethren imprisoned within the crystal, and feeling its pull on his very humanity, it said Mael changed physical form on instinct. It goes to show just how powerful these sorcerers were. At the very least, it appears Mael really did turn himself into a dragon, and somehow escaped to Dragonhold.
There's a keystone within the Jaga,
Kenward said, though he looked as if he hadn't meant to say it out loud.
What do you mean?
Brother Vaughn asked.
How else would Mael have gotten into Dragonhold if not through the keystone?
Kenward said.
We all know they also served as portals. Before they were broken, that is.
It's for the best,
Brother Vaughn said.
I'm sure.
Kenward hesitated. His curiosity about the Black Queen had already generated a few tall tales, and Brother Vaughn couldn't blame the good captain for falling silent.
It would stand to reason that Mael could have used the keystones to escape to Dragonhold,
Brother Vaughn said,
only to have the fifth magic sprung on him. You think the fifth magic had been used before?
Strom asked, appearing unconvinced.
It's purely speculation,
Brother Vaughn admitted.
I know I don't have rock-solid facts for you today, but I wanted to tell you what I knew nonetheless. If nothing else, be aware the Noonspire might really exist, and it could have as much or more power to corrupt the world as Mael.
It would explain a great many things,
Kenward said.
Does the Ancient One still live?
Arakan asked. Brother Vaughn held out his palms.
We don't know.
It was the only honest answer he could give.
We must get word to Katrin about this,
Osborne said.
It seems like something she should know.
A prolonged silence followed this statement.
We never did find out if messages could be reliably sent in and out of Dragonhold using the river,
Strom said. Standing near St. John, Kendra visibly tensed, and Brother Vaughn felt compassion. Having the death of another on your hands was not something anyone should have to experience. No one else got the chance to speak. The light in the hold dimmed, and the air pressure shifted, blotting out far more of the entrance than the regal dragons did when coming in for a landing. Kyrian made the opening appear far less generous in size. When he did land, his forward-facing wing flaps buffeted them. Bringing his enormous head in close, he looked at Brother Vaughn and all who had assembled. Then he stared at Strom.
"The message will be delivered," the smith said a moment later. "Kyrian says he has done what he can to help, but now we must complete the work on our own. He says if we need him, I can call for him."
The well-muscled smith still appeared uncomfortable in his communications with the last of the regent dragons. Kyrian was a remarkable beast indeed, Brother Vaughn thought, wishing once again that the species had not been effectively wiped out. Kyrian's lineage would live on in the regal dragons, but Brother Vaughn doubted there would ever be another to match him. With a parting roar, Kyrian spread his wings and let the prevailing wind carry him from the hold. Within moments, he disappeared into the clouds. A light breeze and blue skies dotted with occasional clouds presented ideal conditions for launch. Kenward looked out over the horizon, noting the absence of whitecaps. A good sailor knew the wind might blow in one direction in one place, but in a completely different direction a league away. The wind was, indeed, a fickle mistress. Kenward didn't mind. He'd danced with the air currents many times and had come to enjoy the challenge.
"Some of the things you've done in the past have been ill-advised,"
Fasha said.
"but this might just be more risk than even you can survive."
Kenward nodded.
"I know."
Fasha pursed her lips and nodded in return.
"You should have only those aboard who know the risks and believe in you anyway."
"I can't do it all by myself," Kenward said with a rueful grin. Raising one eyebrow, Fasha put her hands on her hips.
"I'm going with you."
Looking surprised, he said,
"Thank you."
his voice thicker than he'd intended. Fasha took his hand and gave it a squeeze.
"I believe in you."
"Forgive me for eavesdropping,"
Farsi said from not far away where he'd been coiling rope,
"but you ain't leaving without me."
"I dare you to try leaving me behind,"
Bryn said, and Kenward grinned. Gwen cleared her throat.
"And you're going to need someone who knows how to use these thrust tubes."
Kenward braced himself.
"I want all the Draken in the air, flying support,"
Fasha said.
"and no funny business."
The last part was said with a wag of her finger at Voltarius. The dragon had the good sense to appear cowed.
"What are you going to name this brick?"
Fasha asked with a gleam in her eye.
"The Barge of the Skies?"
In truth, her jibe wasn't far from the mark. Kenward had built this ship to transport goods, among other things, between the Godfist and the Firstland. The design had weaknesses, such as being highly indefensible from dragons and other airships. Though his family was the first to create successful airships, experience taught him there would be others soon. Best to prepare now. It was the kind of thinking that had kept him alive this long. Provided these test flights didn't go terribly, the reward should be worth the risk. At least he hoped so.
"Keep it low and slow until you have a feel for how that thing flies. If it flies,"
Fasha said.
"I believe in you, but that thing scares me. And those things on your deck terrify me. Leave them strapped to the deck. How about testing one radical design at a time?"
Kenward grinned. The things on his deck were two roughly bird-shaped single-person aircraft, each its own distinct design. The more attractive of the two Kenward called a howler. Carved from hardwood, it bore a lustrous sheen. Seats and harness were recessed into the body, along with pedals connected to wing flaps. Thrust tubes hung underneath, straddling the sleek body, and a pair of waxed skis. Strom had taken pride in the springs he'd made to connect the skis, and Kenward hoped those who could fly them would have soft landings. Only a thrustmaster could fly a howler, but he firmly believed the talent could be cultivated. Katrin and Gwen had both learned to do it, and so would others. The Comet Storm's power grew still, and would continue for many years to come. The goddess would touch people, and Kenward would find them. Never would he have dared to ask Gwen, but his niece had simply insisted. If the howler fell from his deck with her on it, what was he to do? At the very least, she would test the ship moving under thrust. That alone gave Kenward a thrill. Nothing like this other creation, though, was the one he called a bumblebee. Firmly secured, it waited for him at middeck. This aircraft Kenward would test himself. It wasn't as pretty as the howler, but the bumblebee was an entirely different creature. Made from the lightest materials possible, it resembled something one might find on a shipwreck. Canvas and line connected to a stockweed frame with lightwood joints and subframe. Though crude and limited, it could change the world. Having more nimble aircraft that did not require the use of Istra's power could allow Kenward to protect his fleet, thrustmasters or not. The thought of employing a flightmaster and thrustmaster as his sister did was not altogether unappealing. However, Kenward detested relying solely on skills he did not himself possess. It had been a source of trouble for him over the years. In the end, he had decided it was wise to use Istra's power when possible, and supplement with perhaps more mundane, but equally advanced design and innovation. Benjen burst from the boiler house.
"That's a lot of heat, Kenward. I'm not sure the boiler walls are thick enough to handle that kind of pressure."
"I need the steam and compressed air," Kenward said with a shrug. "It should hold."
Benjen shook his head and turned to his wife.
"Stay away from the boiler house."
He didn't say anything about Gwen. He'd not said a word to his daughter since she insisted on going.
"Perhaps you should test the big ship first," he said after a moment, "and then test the other things on a subsequent voyage once you've worked out any kinks."
It was sound advice he'd already been given, and Kenward acknowledged it. Benjen stepped off the deck as the main windsocks inflated. Smaller, round windsocks, tethered to each corner of the ship, filled quickly, and soon timbers creaked.
"Are you going to name this vessel before she leaves dock?"
Fasha asked.
"I dub this ship the Portly Dragon."
His sister shook her head in disbelief. Kenward grinned, and no one suggested a more fitting name for the blocky ship. If not for the skillfully crafted masthead, one might say the Portly Dragon was ugly, and would have no way to know which end was the bow and which the stern. Kenward had recognized this problem early on, and had port and starboard painted on the decks to make sure there was never any confusion over his orders. He'd also had danger zones clearly marked, such as the area in front of the thrust tubes. Largely unobstructed, the deck was surrounded by ropes attached to iron rings at the corners and along the edges. Boiler house and deck house stood opposite one another for the sake of balance, hugging the outer edges of the ship to keep the center of the deck clear from one end to the other. Black smoke poured from the chimstack, and a loud whistling warned the pressure might indeed be too much.
"Everyone keep clear of the boiler house," Kenward shouted. "Don't all crowd the other side, either. Mind the distribution of weight."
"I told you,"
Benjen said just as the ship left the dry dock's timbers, caught in the breeze, and glided out toward the sea. Dragons filled the air around them, ready to assist if needed. Kenward sincerely hoped their presence proved unnecessary. Still, he was glad they were there. The fires had been stoked and would continue to burn on their own. Kenward did not plan to add more fuel for this flight. A safe cruising altitude was his first goal, immediately followed by testing the Howler and Bumblebee. As excited as he was about the Portly Dragon's maiden flight, the other craft had filled his dreams for weeks, and he couldn't wait to see his vision made real. Not many got the chance to see their ideas through to fruition. This day would change the rest of his life, one way or another. Sitting between the thrust tubes mounted on the rotating platform at the stern, Gwen applied her will, and the Portly Dragon moved faster for a brief time. To Kenward's delight, the ship possessed greater stability than the Serpent had ever achieved. Outfitted as she was, cargo would be limited. On the Godfist, he'd have access to materials for sturdier boilers. After that, his cargo capacity would be 5 times that of the Dragon's wing. The steam-powered propeller with its sharp whistle generated far less thrust than Gwen, but it did move the ship forward. The Portly Dragon could not match the wing's speed or maneuverability, but it could fly under its own power. and that meant something to Kenward. It was for that reason the Bumblebee existed. The Howler required someone with the skills of a thrustmaster, and to a lesser extent, a flightmaster. Kenward hoped the Bumblebee would allow him the same type of freedom he expected the Howler to give Gwen. The anticipation was almost too much for him, but they had agreed not to take off until shallow, rocky waters had been left behind. The Dragon's Wing moved under wind and sail alone, heading for the deeps. Kenward had argued the aircraft would be easier to recover if they crashed in shallow seas, but Benjen insisted deeper water meant less chance of his daughter hitting the bottom. This logic was difficult to ignore, and Kenward paced the deck until they reached dark water. Farsi and Jessup inspected ropes and anchors, checking for any weakness in the ship's construction. Already, Farsi had expressed concern over a number of the cleats where the ropes were secured, but he didn't seem overly alarmed. Kenward pretended not to notice. When the Dragon's Wing and the Portly Dragon reached water deep enough to suit Benjen, Kenward grinned at Gwen and gestured toward the Howler. The girl practically ran to the experimental aircraft and strapped herself in. Walking across the deck, which barely moved under his boots, Kenward felt as if he walked on solid ground. Sinjin on Voltarius and Kendra on Geranda, flying in escort, watching their every move, made this strange experience even more surreal. After one final check, Kenward patted Gwen on the back, reminded her to secure her goggles, and wished her the luck of the gods. The world stood still for Kenward in that moment. Gwen wore a grin to match his own. Waxed skis glided over polished hardwood. Making good on its name, the Howler issued an ear-splitting report. For a moment, Kenward worried the small aircraft wouldn't have enough speed at runway's end, but then Gwen pushed forward the pedals controlling the wing flaps, and the spring-loaded skis left the deck. With runway to spare, the Howler took flight. If the driving force hadn't made it worthy of its namesake, the sound Gwen made riding it would have. Few things rendered Kenward Trell speechless, but seeing the Howler screeching through the air did the job. He stood with his mouth hanging open as Gwen outran the regal dragons flying in support. After a graceful, easy turn, she passed the dragon and gave Kenward an enthusiastic thumbs up. After two more passes, Gwen sent the Howler straight up, a maneuver no airship could replicate. Then the air went silent. Losing speed, the Howler fell over backward and raced back toward the seas below. In a move that made Kenward more proud of Gwen than he'd ever been before, she turned up the thrust. The Portly Dragon and Dragon's Wing swayed as she cleaved the air between them. It was the most the deck had moved under Kenward's feet since they had taken off. Even with the wind and the Howler's report filling the air, Benjen's shouting could be heard coming from the Dragon's Wing. Gwen ignored him for two more passes before making a slower pass over the runway. This was the part Kenward feared most. Taking off from the deck of a moving airship was one thing, but landing on that same deck was something entirely different. They had planned for Gwen to make two practice approaches before deciding to attempt the landing, or to ditch the Howler in the water. Voltarius waited, ready to pluck Gwen from the Howler if she chose to bail out. Much slower on her second approach, Kenward worried it was too slow. If she lost any more momentum, there would be no pulling up. She was already committed by the time Kenward and others tried to wave her off. Nothing anyone could have said would change the situation beyond that moment. Kenward's crazy ideas would be tested here and now. If Gwen got hurt in the process, he'd never forgive himself. He'd probably also spend the rest of his life running from his brother-in-law. Despite having lined the Howler up perfectly with the runway, Gwen did not have time to correct when a sudden gust twisted the Howler sideways. The left ski hit the deck first, the angle sending the aircraft spinning back in the other direction. The second ski touched down, but missed the polished hardwood runway, encountering drag instead as it slid across the much rougher lightwood. Gwen held on as best she could, but was slapped back and forth 3 times before the Howler stabilized, still carrying too much speed. Kenward thought she might have to abandon the landing, but then she did something he had never considered. Reversing the airflow, Gwen used the thrust tubes as brakes. Skidding to a halt mere hand widths from the edge, she raised her hands and cheered in triumph. Vengeance cursing could be heard for some time to come. Chapter 14. What is grotesque to one is art to another. Matteo Derzinger, Mad Prophet. Watching the ancient dragon sleep, Pelivor told himself the mighty beast was truly unconscious, and not just waiting for him to make the wrong move. The giant jaws could engulf him in a single bite, and Pelivor tried his best to keep that image from his mind. Katrin needed him, and the rest of Godsland would suffer if Mael escaped. The energy stored in the massive green crystals was largely dissipated, and his form still vibrated from the release of it.
We're going to have to do that again, aren't we?
Pelivor asked.
In time, the charge will build back up, yes, she said. For now, we've left it far lower than it was when we arrived. Mael had not yet been able to escape, even with that energy at his disposal, so I think we'll have some time. And if he's awake and guarding it when we return, then we knock him back out, Katrin said. Ko is fully charged, and any energy the crystals here impart to Mael will also be available to us.
Pelivor just shook his head and hoped with all his might he didn't have to face Mael again. Something about that dragon was more terrifying than all the rest, but it wasn't just his size. Dragonfire was a part of it, but there was something else. He couldn't quite place it, but it nagged at him, making him feel foolish for not understanding.
So we just leave him here?
Pelivor asked.
What would you do?
Katrin asked softly. There was a dangerous note in her voice. Pelivor could not back away from the truth.
Kill him now. Free his spirit, if not his body. End it.
Looking thoughtful, Katrin was silent for some time.
I don't want to kill him.
There was no explanation, and perhaps none needed. Pelivor knew Katrin well enough to know she didn't like to kill anything, let alone something completely defenseless.
We may come to regret that decision. Then so be it.
Katrin's voice was hard and cold.
I'm sorry,
Pelivor said a moment later.
I don't like killing things either, but it's sometimes necessary. Such a powerful enemy within the hold frightens me. Already he's manipulated us. What's to stop him from doing it again? Now we know what he was doing, and we'll be on the alert. We've reduced his power. Worry no more over this for today. There are things we must do.
Nodding, Pelivor climbed down and joined Katrin at the stone god's feet. The waters continued to rage through his open mouth. Fish and sometimes driftwood and other debris entered the cavern. Much of it continued away, disappearing into the closed channel, carrying the river water deeper into the hold. Always when Pelivor had seen the underground oasis where the river water once again emerges, he'd thought the river entered the hold there. Never would he have guessed that it passed through here first. Those who remained within Dragonhold had done what they could to restore order. Despite none of them knowing the name of the god depicted, the cavern was undoubtedly a holy place. This was part of what bothered Pelivor about the ancient dragons taking up residence there. The dragon's presence desecrated the now scarred and fire-scorched landscape.
Come,
Katrin said, offering him her hand.
Let's go see the state of the shield.
Taking one last glance back, Pelivor caught a flash of color in the river water. Then another and another.
Wait, he said. Look.
At first he thought Katrin might be annoyed with him, but as soon as she saw the apples, she rushed to the water's edge. More and more apples flowed into the pool. Fish devoured many, but others floated by, still whole. Katrin bent down, retrieved one from the water, and took a bite. An instant later, a hay bale stuffed with red leaves appeared with a grayish lump tied onto it. Katrin drew a sharp breath. There was no time to waste. Soon the bale would flow out of the cavern and be lost. Pelivor grabbed Ko from Katrin's hands and dived into the frothing river. She drew a sharp intake of breath as the cat figurine struck the cold water. Driving a wall of air before him, Pelivor gave the predatory fish no chance to find out if he tasted good. Lightning leaped across the water, hissing and popping. The backlash stung Pelivor like a whip, but he was undeterred.
Be careful,
Katrin shouted from shore, looking ready to blast any fish unwise enough to get close. His sudden and dramatic entrance frightened them, and most swam as far from him as they could get. Some prey just wasn't worth the trouble. Grabbing the bail with one hand, Pelivor showed how people taught to swim in the middle of the ocean could do it. However, even with all his training, pulling the waterlogged bail out of the water was a difficult task. Katrin helped him drag it to shore.
"A man with your abilities," Katrin said, shaking her head, "and you dive into the water head first? What were you thinking?"
Pelivor shrugged.
"I just reacted. My other talents take some getting used to."
Katrin nodded in understanding. She stepped closer and inspected the thing lashed to the hay bale. An inescapable smell wrinkled her nose, and she laughed.
"No wonder Sinjin and Kendra hated it so much."
Never before had Sevalon felt so violated and used.
"Cheer up,"
Jarman said.
"I'll take you anywhere you want to go."
The thief walked in silence, his thoughts whirling. Was he even now acting in his own best interest? Was he being manipulated? Not knowing drove him to distraction. Personal freedom had been among the greatest draws of a thief's life, and to lose it without even realizing it was the most frightening thing imaginable. Under normal circumstances, he would have been reluctant to board a ship with Jarman Kite, a man who introduced himself by speaking Sevalon's full name and profession. This alone was unforgivable, yet Sevalon found himself liking the man. It made his teeth hurt. Jarman's ship, the Wolf's Head, bore a masthead to match her name. The carving managed to appear both formidable and wise. Staying on the Godfist was not an option Sevalon wanted to consider, even if he had fulfilled his quest on Katrin's behalf. They would know he'd betrayed them. He didn't want Kendra Volker or Trinda Hollis to get their hands on him either. Jarman's ship was the quickest and easiest way to achieve his first goal. For that reason, his boots continued to carry him closer to shore and the longboats.
"Where will you go?"
Jarman asked, not for the first time. Still, Sevalon let the silence hang between them. He had not decided, and even if he had, he wasn't certain he wanted Jarman to know the truth yet. Old habits died hard. Those very habits had kept him alive this long.
"There's almost always work to be had in Enland Bay,"
Jarman said, specifically not mentioning Sevalon's profession.
"The Cathurans won't let anyone in these days, so don't bother going to any of their strongholds. The inland sea is also not currently safe. Not that it ever was."
Sevalon suspected Jarman was talking just to try to make the thief feel better, perhaps more accepted, but the strangeness of their relationship would not allow him to let down his guard. He kept waiting for the moment Jarman would reveal that he would be thrown in jail and left to rot for the rest of his days. But so far, the man had just treated him with kindness and respect, although with an authoritative air with regard to carrying out Katrin's requests. Silence persisted for the rest of the walk, until they encountered patrols. Seeing them made the thief's innards clench. Even Jarman recoiled when the armed soldiers approached. Katrin was not well loved south of the wall, and claiming allegiance to her could equal a death sentence rather than safe passage. Instead, Jarman passed himself off as a traitor, and, given his rich attire, it was an almost believable tale. But the man's mannerisms and posture spoke of real power.
"Move along. Don't cause us any trouble, and we'll cause you none,"
the burliest among the guards said. No more words were required, and the group moved through Harborton with purpose. When they reached the docks, Jarman once again turned to Sevalon.
"Where will you go?" "As far away from dragons as possible."
"Wise choice," Jarman Kite said with a wry smile.
"Very wise choice." "Alette knew things that weren't revealed to me,"
Katrin sent to Pelivor, Chase, Morif Millie, and a few others who'd gathered to hear what she and Pelivor would do next. The assemblage included most of the people remaining within Dragonhold. Those not present were likely occupied with their tasks. After so many escaped, Dragonhold was short of hands. Pelivor assumed those who remained were loyal to Katrin, but nothing was certain.
"I thought you said she could hide nothing from you,"
Chase said.
"I did,"
Katrin responded.
"That's why I don't think it was Alette who hid it from me." You think Mail did it? Chase asked.
Katrin just shrugged in response.
And now you're going to do the same thing again, not even knowing if the dragon is conscious and ready to manipulate your very thoughts?
Correct, Katrin said.
And I need your help.
Chase walked away, muttering to himself, sometimes waving his arms in the air and ranting.
What's your plan?
Morph asked.
To go to the one place it seems Mail does not want me to go. To the place he made sure Alette did not reveal to me. I will go to the heart of the Jaga. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle, and will not be able to solve it until I know exactly what it is we're facing.
It's a bad idea,
Chase insisted as he walked by, continuing to grumble under his breath afterward.
There are things about Mail I don't understand,
Katrin continued, ignoring her cousin, which clearly infuriated him.
And this is the only way I know to find out.
We can do what you need,
Morph said.
But we'll not be able to sustain it long given the limited numbers within the hold. We're already stretched thin.
There are more than enough supplies to feed those who remain,
Katrin said, accepting excuses from no one.
Prepare enough rations for 21 days. Then there will be plenty of people available to do as I require.
Pelivore noted that Katrin neither asked nor demanded. She simply required. It was a nice trick. One of Miss Maris's helpers left the hall at a run.
21 days?
Chase asked with a raised eyebrow.
No food, no water, for 21 days? An overestimate, Katrin said. I expected to take significantly less than that, but I've learned caution.
Chase crossed his arms.
That's debatable.
There's no other way,
Katrin said. Her tone made it clear the argument was over.
I'll go with you,
Pelivore said.
You and I both know the dangers. You need someone to watch your back.
Katrin gave him an exasperated look.
Last time, you nearly exploded.
Pelivore flushed, remembering his headlong tumble into the heart of darkness. The end of that memory made him even more determined not to let Katrin go alone.
And both of us going will consume the limited power we have twice as fast.
Then you need to just see whatever it is you need to see,
Chase said,
and get back here without dawdling.
Everyone knew the words were out of concern for his cousin, and his point was not ill-made.
I agree,
Morph said.
As do I,
Millie said, crossing her arms. Katrin sighed. Pelivore read the thoughts on her face, and it was clear the irony of being the most powerful person on the planet and not having the ability to win a simple argument was apparent.
Fine. I'm sorry.
Pelivore felt as if that were all he ever said to Katrin.
There are consequences, Katrin said softly. I told you what happened when Alette and I traveled. It was unavoidable and irreversible. Are you certain you wish me to know your every thought and memory? It's more than a little humiliating.
The thought did make Pelivore cringe, and it took him a moment to respond. It was not for his personal purposes he wished to go, but to protect Katrin. That desire hadn't lessened, and the feeling in Pelivore's gut told him he wouldn't be able to stand still until she returned. His only choice was to go with her, so he nodded an affirmative. When word came from the kitchens that rations had been prepared to Katrin's order, the reprimand from Miss Maris was palpable.
The time has come, Katrin said. Let us be done with this.
May you find that which you seek,
Morph intoned, and the ancient axiom had never been quite so appropriate. Millie said a prayer behind them. A bead of sweat grew on Pelivore's forehead. He hoped Katrin didn't notice. The main hall thrummed with discordant energy, and occasional thunder split the air, echoing loudly through the hold. They had been hearing it for some time, but so close to the source, it became overpowering. Katrin walked toward Dragonhold's main entrance, not content to take the word of others. Pelivore was glad. He also wanted to see for himself. His spirit would have to pierce that barrier, and he wanted to understand the state it was in before doing so.
Don't go too close,
Chase warned.
The lightning also strikes inside the hold. We've had 2 people struck already. No sense in adding 2 more to that list.
Pelivore sensed Katrin wanted to heed her cousin's advice, but it was difficult to see from a distance. The closer they drew, the more irritated Chase became.
That's far enough. Don't you see that black spot right in front of where you're standing?
This time Katrin did stop. Pelivore stood on his toes, trying to see the broken spire's base. But all he could see was that it leaned outward, disrupting the energy flow. Swirling vortices danced across the plasma barrier, like tears in the fabric of the prison itself. Through these rifts, clear sky was visible, Istra's energy slipping through the otherwise impermeable barrier in hints and whispers. The ever-shifting surface captivated Pelivore. Having been locked away from the light, any chance to bask in its warmth was more than welcome. When Katrin pulled him away, he left reluctantly. With the stone chairs in place, their polished, metal-streaked surfaces standing out against the monotonous walls of Dragonhold, a different energy filled the viewing chamber. Perhaps the least comfortable seat Pelivore had ever occupied. The stone chair invoked memories of being sore for days after the last time he'd sat in it. The chairs had rested in the slippery eel's hold at the time. Pelivore wondered for a moment why they had not experienced the same melding effect that Katrin and Alette had. There must be something about the design of this specific viewing chamber, he decided. In the next instant, no more time for contemplation remained. The chanting began softly, but almost immediately grew louder. Voices became clearer as their confidence developed, and soon Pelivore floated on the vibrations they provided. When Katrin grabbed his hand, placed it on Ko's back, and kept her hand on top of his, he changed his guess. It was the common power source that bound them. There was no need to tell Katrin. He was naked before her, every thought exposed. His dreams, desires, and failings were hers to know, and he received the same from her. Nothing could have prepared him for the knowledge that flowed between them. Knowing what Katrin knew turned out to be far more responsibility than Pelivore had anticipated. From her memories, he learned the power to enslave, coerce, and even to destroy Godsland itself. For the rest of his days, he would bear knowledge he'd never desired. Katrin had told him there would be consequences. He hadn't fully comprehended. She had known that. The knowledge shamed him. The exchange took place in both directions, and Katrin experienced revelations of her own. The ability to communicate while experiencing each other's lives made the process even more complex.
You were so brave,
Katrin said during what was one of the most deeply buried memories in Pelivore's consciousness. Taken from the woman who'd raised him, he'd managed to leave without crying. A kind family took him in and gave him every opportunity. He would always be grateful to Nora Trell for what she'd done for him. He hadn't known it at the time, but the woman he considered his mother had been dying and had wanted to spare him the pain. The irony was not lost on him. Pelivore suspected tears fell from his physical form, but he really had no way of knowing. Traveling in his astral form made it feel as if he had no body at all. He existed on that plane as a being of energy and light. It was glorious, save it lacked the tactile presence the real world provided. He could not handle objects and manipulate them while exploring them with his sense of touch. Instead, he was left to exert what little force his energetic form could muster. The wind ignored them as well, making travel easy and fast, but he missed the feel of it on his face. Many of the experiences that came to Pelivore were painful and frightening. Katrin's life had taken such a horrific turn. He'd never known such fear. When he experienced their kiss from Katrin's perspective, he was certain his physical face shone bright red. Katrin's own discomfort at sharing the memories flowed through the bond, and Pelivore reminded himself to take heed when Katrin warned him of consequences. This thought made Katrin laugh. Even that was invasive, since he hadn't intentionally shared. It was as strange an experience as Pelivore had ever gone through. Letting Katrin guide them, Pelivore was able to relax and process the mountain of new information entering his mind. Neither had anticipated the hidden benefit of their melding, but it soon became clear Pelivore understood things about Istra's energy Katrin had never gleaned. His was a mind of logic, math, and reason. Katrin was defined far more by her feelings, and seeing things from Pelivore's clinical view changed the way she used Ishtra's gifts, even as they soared over the endless sea. For as much as he had to teach Katrin about using her power to fly, and how to get a sizable result from a limited amount of energy, it was nothing compared to the things Katrin had to teach him. Her time within Dragonhold and the Black Spike had not been wasted, the amount of studying exhausting. So much information filled her head, he wondered if his might explode. Perhaps the use of her power had somehow enhanced her mental capabilities, he thought. When the Jaga came into view, it approached so fast, Pelivor erected wing structures to slow their approach.
"We've no time or energy to waste,"
Katrin scolded across the bond. She was not angry with him. She was just worried they would be unable to accomplish what they had come for, and that both would be at risk. Ko held a finite amount of energy, and neither of them knew how much remained. Perception of time and space were different on this plane. Gliding along silently, Pelivor did his best not to be an obstruction. Neither wanted to find out what would happen if they drained the reserve Ko held. Nothing good could come of it. Thick foliage, crisscrossed with glistening black waterways, raced beneath them at speeds that made the journey even more surreal. When the darkness began creeping into the greenery, turning it to ashen gray, their progress slowed. Their combined anxiety flooded the bond, and both were at their most alert. Even in the astral plane, the air above the black swamp was foul. The energy reeked of wrongness, and nothing could escape the rotting decay. Pervasive, it crept into the pores of Pelivor's soul. Traveling here meant risking everything. He'd known that at the onset. Katrin had warned him, but he'd insisted on coming. Now she had less energy to defend herself because of his insistence. She was angry with him, and he felt guilty. Both knew instantly. She forgave him, though he had more trouble forgiving himself. If he'd known then what he knew now, he would not have come. He would have known Katrin could take care of herself, and his presence distracted her and divided her power. They were fools, all of them. Pelivor experienced Katrin's frustration, as well as her guilt for having such feelings. In a way, it made him feel better. At least he wasn't the only one to have such thoughts. The deeper they moved into the black swamp, the more the scale of the place was apparent. It was not ubiquitous death and decay. It was filled with what might have once been a rich and beautiful landscape. To see such beauty fouled burdened Pelivor's spirit. As they moved closer to the swamp's heart, they soared faster. Pelivor had to wonder for an instant before Katrin's panic registered. She had not increased their speed, and neither had he. Exerting their combined will to slow their progress, both despaired. Still they accelerated, and soon found themselves hurtling toward a black fortress as inviting as death. Like a monument to fear, it was all sharp angles and points, as if made of dragon's teeth. Every part of Pelivor's being wanted to flee, to get away from the madness sucking them in. Inexorably, they were pulled into the black fortress and sent into a downward spiral. Everything that moved in this place was twisted and malformed, the essence of corruption. It made what Mael had done seem a petty thing. This was the work of Agrajan and Myrddin. The thought came neither from Katrin nor Pelivor, though he did vaguely remember the names from his studies. It was clear Katrin had never heard them before. Now they would be forever burned into her consciousness. The sense of these powerful beings was overwhelming, such skill and might undeniable. Katrin and Pelivor were but babes in the presence of masters. Deeper their spirits soared as if spiraling into the darkest depression. Nightmares clawed at them as they passed. Feral dragons in numbers no one would have wanted to believe lived within this massive cavity. Reaching the heart of the seething wrongness brought pain and revulsion. Something endeavored to crush his spirit, and it was close to succeeding. Not even Katrin was immune, as the sorceress trapped within a massive noonstone crystal used her every mistake against her. They showed her all those who had suffered for the sake of her cause. Images of death assaulted them over and over again, picking the memories from their worst nightmares. Pelivor could not allow such treatment and gathered his will, which was promptly used against him. The harder he railed, the more Agrajan and Myrddin pressed their advantage. The two spirits were nearly impossible to distinguish. They had been trapped together for millennia, and Pelivor got the sense they suffered madness similar to that of Enoch and Ain-Geist. The very thought of those names sent Agrajan and Murden into attack mode. The pain was unbearable. "What do you want?" Katrin screamed the question.
"Freedom."
The response was singular, as if of one mind. Pelivor tried once again to resist, but the towering crystal drew them forward, closer and closer to its glossy surface. Shadows waited within, 4 of them. 2 he recognized, and 2 he knew must be Agrajan and Murden. This crystal was a prison just as much as the 5th magic, and within were Alet Kilbor and Trinda Hollis. It appeared the 2 had escaped Dragonhold, only to end up in far worse circumstances, their spirits embattled and their physical forms suspended by the crystal's energy. Eventually, their bodies would decay and die, leaving them trapped inside the crystal spire for eternity, just like the 2 sorcerers. How long the energy would preserve their mortal shrouds remained unclear. Pelivor and Katrin were about to share a similar fate. Though the ancients could find no way out, they could draw others in. A tremendous roar built in intensity, and Pelivor looked back. Racing toward them, following the threads reaching back to their physical forms, came a dragon of fire and lightning. Kyrian blazed, rivaling the sun, and he struck the crystal spire like a hammer on white-hot metal. Sparks and lightning flew, and the noon spire shimmered on impact. The shadows within were knocked askew. Howls of anger and regret followed them back to Dragonhold, where their pale forms waited. Just before their consciousnesses separated, Kyrian delivered Brother Vaughn's message. "Now you tell us," Katrin thought in response. Chapter 15. Light, unlike most things, becomes more powerful when divided. Jamino, sorcerer and artist.
"They're calling us off, sir,"
Bryn said. Indeed, those of Dragonback waved their arms, calling off any more maneuvers. A brisk wind had picked up, and clouds gathered along the horizon. Despite the threat of weather, Kenward walked calmly toward the bumblebee. Even Gwen cast him a sideways glance as he approached the flimsy contraption. "I'm just going to check the lashing," Kenward said, not looking toward Benjen and pretending he couldn't hear any of the things the man said, most of which were unpleasant and somewhat uncomplimentary. The pirate captain did what he did best and chased his dream with unrelenting passion. Climbing into the bumblebee's cockpit, despite all those who now protested, Kenward released the straps and threw open one of the valves. Hissing issued from the back of the bumblebee, and anyone caught in its wash soon fled, though the craft had yet to move. Undeterred, Kenward slid the right-hand lever forward. Increased thrust produced a rhythmic thumping, and the bumblebee started toward the portly dragon's edge. There was no more time for contemplation or design changes. This was the last chance Kenward would get before the weather came in. Patience had never been one of his strong points, nor was taking orders from others.
"At least let the dragons get below you before you fire that projectile,"
Gwen said. Her words made good sense, and he held his breath a bit longer before releasing the brake. At that point, he could no longer hear Benjen, though the looks on the dragon riders' faces showed disapproval. As soon as he eased off the brake, the bumblebee leaped forward, but lacked the speed Kenward needed. He'd foreseen this, and he reached for the pull release. Had he been wiser, he would have realized that reaching forward was far more difficult when being pressed back into your seat. Crossing the last distance remaining between the bumblebee and clear skies, Kenward grasped and pulled the release. Twin water jets escaped the tanks, propelled by highly compressed air. The burst lasted a brief moment, but it launched the aircraft higher. The bumblebee lurched sideways, leaving the deck at a bad angle. Immediately sent into a long, exaggerated spiral, there was no time for thought. Fidgeting with gadgets and valves while hurtling through the air was more difficult than expected, but he had designed this aircraft, and using that knowledge, he leveled off the flight. The thumping lowered in frequency the longer he flew, limiting the amount of time he could remain in the air. No matter the current limitations, Kenward flew on his own without Istra. It was a start, a very good start. People could say what they would, but Kenward Trell would always be the first man to fly solo without the use of Istra's power or a dragon. Worried shouts from the portly dragon changed to shouts of encouragement as Kenward brought the bumblebee higher. Lining up for a landing on the dragon's deck also proved more difficult than anticipated. Windstocks and the ropes attaching them were far greater obstacles than he'd imagined. After bringing the bumblebee around and realizing just how small the target was, he reconsidered, knowing what waited if he missed his mark. Ditching the bumblebee was far from the most attractive option. However, it might cause the least bodily harm provided one of those dragons was close enough to catch him. Casting wildly about, Kenward spotted St. John and Voltarius, and he wondered if Aldrak was truly on his side. It was something he had always wondered about dragons in general. Riding Voltarius had only reinforced those concerns. Squeezing his eyes shut, he hoped, once again, the dragon could not read his thoughts. The thumping within his aircraft grew softer and less frequent, only a small amount of compressed air remaining. The winds around them grew still, and for a single moment in time, the bumblebee aligned with the portly dragon's deck. Even his trajectory was correct. Subtle corrections were all he needed to land the bumblebee. With trembling hands, Kenward eased back on the right-hand valve, making certain not to touch the one on the left. Even with the wind in his favor, the aircraft struck the deck hard, pitching to one side, digging the wing into the deck, and spinning the aircraft sharply. With a bleeding lip, and a somewhat battered backside, Kenward climbed from the bumblebee, arms raised high in victory. While these had been only trials, they proved his creations were the most innovative and functional aircraft seen in eons. The glory of this victory was marred by those who now flew in close, demanding they return to shore.
"You're never going to hear the end of this,"
Gwen said.
"I know,"
Kenward said with a grin.
"and I'll never let them forget just who was first to sail the skies."
Walking down the smooth, cobbled streets along New Moon Bay, amid the shops with glass windows and ornate doors, Nora Trell was no more at home than in the slums. Here, one was less likely to get a knife in the ribs since this area was heavily patrolled by guards. The solution was, in its own way, the problem. As a trader, Nora did her best to understand the laws and customs wherever she worked. Ever present were those who wanted a share of any trade passing through their ports. Whether through tariffs, docking permits, blackmail, or downright theft, the land-bound would take their cut. It had always rankled. These people got fat off her hard work, which left less to divide among the crew. This treachery had real economic impacts, and the Trells had been known for finding creative ways to circumvent such things. There were, no doubt, people looking for her, Kenward, and Fasha. She had no desire to grant them an audience. Already she'd been seen. Though Kenward and Fasha kept low profiles, their faces known to only a certain few, Nora had been the public face of the Trell family for years. Best to do what needed doing and quickly move on. She turned a corner and walked along a twisting side street, this one clean and quiet, almost quaint. Between two shops displaying lamps and other glassware, she descended a flight of steps. At the bottom, a plain door with much of the wood visible through chips of green paint waited. Just looking at it made Nora's stomach hurt, as if she might go in and never come out. After double-checking the note from her informant, she opened the door. A tinkling bell announced her entrance, but Nora didn't see anyone inside. Feeling self-conscious, like a stowaway on an unknown ship, she broke into a sweat. Along a collection of tables, each a different height and length than the others, rested a haphazard collection of oddities. Much of it was flawed glass art, seconds not meeting the standards of the shops above. While some of it truly was interesting, Nora had come here for one thing alone. Walking along the cloth-draped tables, she wondered if she had found the correct place, the object she sought nowhere to be seen.
"Can I help you?"
An old woman's voice barked. Nora jumped.
Most folks don't just sneak in here and poke around, you know. Most folks announce themselves."
Trying not to look at the bell on the door, Nora did her best to keep her composure.
"Sorry,"
was all she said.
"you must have come here for something. Folks don't just wander in here for no reason." "I have a son,"
Nora said, deeply hoping this woman might one day find herself on the deck of the Trader's Wind. They would have a very different conversation.
"He likes pretty things."
The shopkeeper nodded knowingly. Nora had come up with the ruse, but regretted giving the woman any more reason to look down on her. It wasn't something she was skilled at dealing with. Did the land-bound have no manners at all?
"Lots of pretty things for those with the coin to pay."
This woman was determined to get under her skin, but Nora knew better than to rush. What this woman thought of her wasn't important, as long as her purchase drew no unwanted attention.
"These are pretty,"
Nora said, pointing to the glass figurines of sea creatures with metallic tips on the fins.
"And expensive."
While considering whether to have her contact burn this place down when she was done, Nora did her best not to lash out.
"They look fragile. He sometimes breaks things."
With another knowing look, the shopkeeper appeared offended at the very notion of something she sold getting broken.
"Perhaps wooden toys would be better. There's a shop down the street."
"No," Nora said, as nicely as she could.
"Glass. Do you have any marbles?"
Now the woman's eyes narrowed.
"If you came for marbles, why didn't you just say so in the first place?"
In spite of her apparent suspicion, the shopkeeper pulled a cloth-covered tray from behind the tables. She twitched the cloth away, revealing marbles of varying size and quality, reflecting the meager light.
"I like this one,"
Nora said, grabbing a large, poorly made marble. The look the shopkeeper gave her said she had known Nora would go for the cheap ones.
"And this one,"
she said, pointing to a much nicer, clear marble with a well-crafted flower inside. Nora truly did like the marble, and wondered how the glassmiths got the flowers in there.
"Expensive,"
the woman said.
"Even with the flaw?"
Nora asked, letting a bit of her irritation show.
"There's an air bubble right on that pedal. If you want perfection, go upstairs."
"I also like this one," Nora said, trying to keep the excitement from her voice. Clearly of better quality than the others, this marble was half clear, half filled with a swirling metallic vortex, and backed with colored metallic glass in a geometric pattern that shimmered in the light.
"You have expensive taste. That one is old and rare."
"I thank you," Nora said.
"Nevertheless, how much for the 3?
The woman reappraised her, and, after a brief whistle, said,
7 silvers.
5.
7,
the woman said.
6. 7,
the shopkeeper said again. Feeling as if she'd played the game enough, Nora fingered her purse and produced 7 silvers without looking. She would have paid 100 times that without a second thought, which made her smile inside. Again, suspicion filled the shopkeeper's eyes.
"How did you know to come here?"
she asked while wrapping the marbles in coarse linen, specifically not meeting Nora's gaze.
"I asked a man at the docks,"
Nora said, knowing the reaction she would get. The shopkeeper made a gesture as if to ward off evil spirits. To the landbound, especially those along New Moon Bay, the docks were where the lowest among them worked and dwelt. There, anyone could make a little coin without anyone asking too many questions. The woman just handed Nora the linen-wrapped marbles bound in string, and made it clear it was time for her to leave. Leaving the shop behind, Nora waited until she was well away before grinning openly, one step closer to her family's future. As ever, things still needed doing, and she walked with a determined stride.
"You do realize that if you had crashed that thing into the sea, no one would have known how to fly the portly dragon back, right?"
Kendra stood on her toes, so she could stare Kenward level in the eye while berating him.
"I would not have sailed with a crew that doesn't know their business,"
Kenward said.
"They've flown my ships plenty of times when I was otherwise occupied."
A few brave enough to risk Kendra's wrath nodded at that.
"If you had listened to what every person flying air support for you was screaming, then you'd have known strong winds were coming,"
Kendra continued, her face flushed. The good captain took the verbal lashing without much complaint. He must know she was right. The flight back had been harrowing, and getting the portly dragon back into dry dock had come dangerously close to crushing St. John and Voltarius.
"I kept my test flight brief,"
he said. Kendra leaned closer.
"And the winds would have caught up with us either way."
St. John dropped his face into his hands. Surely, Kenward knew he should stop, but it just wasn't in his nature.
"I promise I'll take you out for a ride, once I get a couple of wrinkles worked out."
With her eyes closed and looking as if she might explode, Kendra turned and stormed away in every sense of the word.
"Why do you do these things to me?"
St. John asked, exasperated.
"You know I have to live with her, right?"
Kenward's grin never faded.
"I know. Sorry. She's just too easy, and she makes it so much fun." "Fun for you,"
St. John said.
"You get to leave and fly off in whatever those things are. I have to stay here and pay for your insolence. I'd offer you the life of a pirate, my friend, but I know it wouldn't suit you. Look at it this way. At least you have dragons."
St. John shook his head and smiled.
"You do have a point. Though I have to ask, what's in this for you? Why are you doing this?" "You know that little lady I just riled up?" Kenward asked with a wry grin. "The one you will go home to? I want those who have such a thing to keep it, and those who don't to find it."
St. John nodded, knowing Kenward wished some things to remain unspoken.
"And you should thank me for irritating your wife." "Why should I do that?"
St. John asked.
"Because I've given her someone else to be mad at other than you. You're welcome."
St. John shook his head again. Kenward had a way of disarming those who were angry with him, all perhaps save Kendra, and Nora, and Fasha. St. John reconsidered Kenward's abilities. With the portly dragon secured, and everything upon the flight deck lashed down, the dragon and the crew of the Dragon's Wing returned to their own work. Kenward was left to grin at his crew and figure out what his next move would be. St. John climbed atop Voltarius, strapped himself in, and returned to Windhold to face his wife's wrath. He did have to admit, though, that Kenward would take the brunt of Kendra's anger, and in some small way, that might take the pressure off him. Still, St. John considered the possibility there might be times his wife was happy and did not want to throttle him. The truth was that life was hard and their circumstances more than a little grim.
"What do you think we should do?"
St. John asked Kendra upon seeing her. The words left his lips before he fully considered them, and he almost instantly regretted the question. Looking up from the saddlebag she was unpacking, Kendra glared.
"I say we kill Kenward."
These had not been the words he expected, and he gaped in response.
"He's been trying to kill himself for years, but doesn't quite seem to have the right stuff. I'm starting to think we should help him out before he gets one of us killed."
St. John wanted to say Voltarius had had everything under control, but he knew better.
"And if he doesn't kill us, he'll just bleed us of resources making his contraptions." "They did fly,"
St. John said, before his good sense kicked in. No words emerged from Kendra's lips. Her expression said all there was to say.
"Kenward is an unsolvable puzzle,"
St. John said.
"They're all unsolvable. That's the problem. We've a dozen puzzles with half the pieces all mixed together and the other half missing. At the moment, I'm not certain we can manage not to starve."
Their reserves would last through the winter, but he understood Kendra's point nonetheless. They were powerless, and no matter what they decided, it was unlikely it would make a difference.
"Some things we can do,"
he said, shaking off the darkness.
"For one thing, we can send a small armed force back to the Godfist and see if we can establish communication through the barrier."
"I've been thinking about that," Kendra said.
"I think we could establish visual contact using smoke." "From where? In the Pinnock Valley?"
St. John asked, and she nodded.
"I suppose that could work. Most of the valley is within the barrier, but there were a few sizable clearings outside as well. Not sure how we could do much beyond getting their attention, though. Kenward and your mom know the signal language. Do you think my mom will remember what little she once knew?" "Perhaps not, but Miss Maris is from a family of pirates, don't forget."
St. John had not forgotten, but it also had not occurred to him that she might be fluent in the signal language.
So we have a plan and a backup plan. Good.
Almost, Kendra said. St. John nearly dropped his face into his hands again, but he knew that annoyed Kendra, and now was not the time. Kenward doesn't want to go back to the Godfist.
Oh?
Kenward wants to invade the Jaga. Unable to formulate a response to that statement, St. John just waited for Kendra to go on, and tried not to appear as dumbfounded as he was. The mental image of Kenward flying the portly dragon into the black swamp didn't help. You can't have missed the connection between Kenward and Alette, Kendra said, finally getting to her point. Kenward thinks Alette is back within the Jaga, and he's going to go there and save her from the darkness.
He told you this?
St. John asked, now fully incredulous in spite of his efforts. Not in so many words, no, but his actions tell the tale of his heart. The portly dragon is obviously nothing but a platform for war.
To hear him tell it, the portly dragon is the barge of the sky, an extension of his family's rich history and trade.
And you believe that?
Yes,
St. John said.
He's my friend, and I believe him when he tells me why he's building the craziest aircraft the world might ever know.
Doubt crept in.
See?
Kendra said, reading his face.
We can't let him go alone. Wait, what?
St. John shook his head as if making sure his brain hadn't developed a rattle. Kendra sighed. Clearly, she began, looking at St. John as if he were daft, Kenward built the Howler and the Bumblebee to protect the slower and less nimble portly dragon, and those craft are not suited for carrying weapons into combat. Despite his training in military matters, St. John could never manage to think like someone with a soldiering background. Though Kendra had never officially served on a fighting force, her mother had taught her well, for good or ill. Some of those lessons had taught her what to do. Others taught her what not to do. The latter were far more powerful lessons, reinforced with pain.
And you think the Draken are better suited?
St. John asked, not wanting the answer. Vastly, she said. The glass lances are proof of weapons used against dragons while the dragonback.
No one knows how to make those, and they would be of limited use against just about any other foe.
Kendra nodded, silent. St. John didn't know what to think. Such things rarely happened. I don't know what to do, she finally admitted. It was tempting to make a sarcastic remark, but St. John could not blame his wife in the least. He also had absolutely no idea of how best to proceed. Within the makeshift forge, sweat ran into Osborne's eyes and burned. Both his hands were occupied, helping his friend work hot metal, at least to the best of his ability. Osborne was accustomed to the heat, though he preferred working hot glass, but their current forge lacked the shielding that had always insulated him from the fire's raw power. Working hand-built bellows while holding a pair of crude tongs, Osborne wished for better gloves. His hands were desensitized to heat after years of working with glass, but even he could feel when he was being burned. While there were others, perhaps more capable and better suited physically to do this job, Strom needed all the experience he could get. The working conditions compromised everything he did, and both knew the stakes.
You really think we should be doing this?
Osborne asked again. Strom responded by repeatedly hammering red-hot metal. White-hot was what they really wanted, but sometimes bright orange was the best they could accomplish. Working metal at lower temperatures was more difficult and compromised the product's integrity, but it was at times the best they could do. Osborne worried most about the pressure tanks and the valves associated with them, or the lack thereof. When working with steam, it didn't take long for one to realize the need for pressure release, but Kenward insisted they had neither the time nor the resources. He was right, but in truth, they had neither the time nor the resources to build experimental airships.
Some of the things we've done in the past have been ill-advised, Osborne continued, but this pushes the limits.
Strom stopped hammering for a moment, put down his tool, placed his hands on his hips, and stared at Osborne. Still working the bellows, Osborne went silent. Strom took the opportunity to stare at him a little bit longer, just to make certain he'd made his point, before he once again picked up his hammer. Using the extra energy from not talking, Osborne concentrated on getting the metal white hot. Despite the freedom and power of flight, it was sometimes nice to get where you were going on your own 2 feet. This was the case for St. John, who had left Balterius in Durin's care. He felt bad about asking his friend to work while he was still healing, but having something useful to do might reinforce his sense of purpose. He could not change the harm that came to his friends and those he loved, and St. John let the physical exertion exorcise some of his worries. Not far away, the portly dragon waited in dry dock. The ship had grown since St. John had last seen it. Tar bladders the size of the deckhouse had been wrapped in sailcloth. Nearby, Kenward's crew worked to remove the inner sections from lengths of stockweed, providing slender, unobstructed cylinders.
"What's all this?"
St. John asked when he reached the place where Kenward worked, huddled over plans scribbled in charcoal on fresh-cut planks. When the pirate wiped away his most recent drawing upon hearing St. John's voice, it was no coincidence.
"Making a few adjustments,"
Kenward said, not looking up. Taking it all in, St. John decided his wife was either a complete genius or entirely delusional. The same could be said for Kenward Trell, and he wondered, not for the first time, about the company he kept.
"We're not far from finished," Kenward continued. "I am sorry about using so many of your resources, but I vow to come back laden with tools and implements of all varieties. I may even find a way to get your smith an anvil, heavy as the devils are."
"Where will you go first?"
St. John asked, trying his best to be subtle. If Kendra had been there, she'd have rolled her eyes at his lack of tact.
"Wherever the wind takes me is probably the only honest answer I can give, unless you've a spare thrustmaster or 3.
"Not today,"
St. John said. Kenward sighed.
"I didn't think so. I'm going to have to figure out that part eventually. At sea, one can drop anchor and ride out a contrary wind. It's not so easy from the air. We've rope and sail, and we know how to use them, but I must confess they can't do what a single thrustmaster can. But no worries, we're a crafty lot. I've more ideas to test, and you never know what we'll come up with."
Increasingly grateful for Balterius, even if dragonflight had its own drawbacks, St. John tried not to think about the complexities of flying airships.
"Still, it might take me a while to return,"
Kenward said. The words were said without emotion, and St. John wasn't certain what to read into them. His wife's suspicions had him looking for alternate meaning in everything. It was maddening.
"Are you going to invade the Jaga and try to save Alette?"
St. John finally asked, unable to keep up the subtle game. It took Kenward a moment to respond.
"I suppose, if that's where the wind takes me."
"We'll go with you,"
St. John said before Kenward could utter another word.
"Now, they'll not harm me. I've been invited."
Invited. The word rarely carried such sinister connotation, and St. John was afraid to ask by whom. Kenward considered his offer for a moment.
"You would do that for me?"
St. John nodded.
"It would likely be a one-way trip for some of us,"
Kenward said.
"though I'm sure the crew would return you should anything ever happen to me."
"Was it Alette who invited you?"
St. John asked, primarily because his wife would ask him that question, and for once he wanted to have the answer. Unfortunately, Kenward shrugged in response. St. John tried to think of something else to say when his eyes landed on a growing pile of coconuts.
"What are all those for?"
"Water storage,"
Kenward said, and it was clear to St. John he would get no more information that day. Once the man started giving 1- and 2-word answers, the dismissal was obvious.
"Is there anything else you need?"
St. John asked, despite the fact that he'd probably already given too much.
"A couple of flight masters and a handful of thrustmasters, if you can scare them up."
Chapter 16. Some ships are propelled solely by their crew's will. Fasha Hawk, sailor. Pelibor would not approve, but what he really needed were a few more days to rest. Katrin had a great deal more experience with astral travel, and even she felt the weariness, as if her soul were in tatters. Walking through darkened halls, like a thief skulking in the night, she couldn't help but feel bad for leaving him behind. Some things needed doing, no matter what anyone else thought. She knew Pelivor's feelings. Now she knew almost everything he did. Their lives and memories diverged once their energies had been torn apart, but the cores of their beings were known to one another. The deeper Katrin moved into the hold, the more Male's presence could be sensed. Not knowing if he was conscious or not, she moved in silent trepidation. Though glossy and slick in her mind, Ko was streaked with white. The meager energy stream penetrating the barrier had not been enough to fully recharge the dragon ore carving. There was a chance she could draw energy from the giant green crystals, but they should also be mostly depleted. This would be a dangerous encounter. She had wisdom enough to recognize those with greater knowledge and skill than she. The most powerful individuals of the last Istran phase might also prove to be the most dangerous of this age. Like a child alone in a thunderstorm, Katrin felt small, powerless, and afraid. Male was awake. Even knowing this, Katrin remained undeterred. Her life had ceased to be the important factor long ago. Most of what she did was for the benefit of others. Sinjin and his wife were chief among those, and even that made Katrin feel selfish. The entire world relied on what she did to save them, and all she could think about was her own debts. It proved just how small and self-centered she really was. Knowing Male played with her feelings and tampered with her thoughts did not prevent them from stinging and hitting home. It came as no surprise to see Male wrapped around the ancient god's head, back in the place worn smooth over time. He watched her enter with distrust glittering in his eyes, and she couldn't help but notice the way he reacted when she pointed Ko in his direction. No matter how powerful he may be, he knew the sting of the carving and wisely backed away.
"You're a fool for coming here."
Katrin made no statement in response, but merely nodded her head, Ko never leaving her hand.
"Why did you not kill me?"
His eyes glittered with rage, but a semblance of humanity remained even after all these years.
"Because, in you, I see myself,"
Katrin said. These words hung in the air for a long time before anyone moved or spoke. Katrin could feel him tinkering with her memories, playing with her motivations, and trying to get her to fall back under his influence. But the knowing prevented any of it from being subtle enough for the skillful sorcerer to apply.
"I need pity from no one."
"It is not pity. I feel for you, Ancient One. It is empathy. You, Agrajan, and Murden were the most powerful people of your time. You were feared and misunderstood, no matter what your motivations were. This I understand better than anyone else alive."
The ancient dragon shifted.
"I've been to the Noonspire."
"You think I'm unaware of this? There's nothing you can hide from me."
Perhaps most would have taken the dragon's word, but Katrin had seen the surprise when she mentioned the Noonspire, no matter how much the old sorcerer had endeavored to hide his reaction. The sheer size of his visage made even the slightest emotion visible.
"Your friends will die. My colleagues will make sure their souls never escape the prison that has held them for so long."
The dragon's harsh words echoed painfully. Katrin knew he referred to Alet and Trinda, and while she would not consider them friends, they were better allies than this dragon was proving to be. Katrin had come here seeking help and knowledge in the hopes she and Male would find common ground, but now she felt like the very fool he said her to be. As if reading her thoughts, Male chose that instant to launch his attack. What had seemed a leisurely posture soon proved to be an aggressive position of power. Lightning and fire rained down from on high, and the true glory of Male's might was apparent. He must have known this time would come, a time when Katrin would be unprotected, when Pelivor would be left behind. Patience this sorcerer had in abundance. Thousands of years he'd waited to exact his revenge, his perspective far longer reaching than hers might ever be. In spite of the defensive structures she erected, Katrin was not immune to his attacks. Reaching deep into Ko for what reserves he held, she endured the pain, despite knowing her wounds were not purely physical. Using emotional anguish, the dragon mage carved deep rifts into Katrin's psyche. The Herald of Istra knew power as well, though, and had not come unprepared. Ignoring the sting of Mael's attack and the smoke rising from her clothing, Katrin launched a potent attack of her own. Leveling Ko at the fearsome dragon, she used the carving's strength to exploit what she hoped was a weakness. Inanimate, Ko had no thoughts or feelings to manipulate. Born from Katrin's imagination, he could not easily be corrupted and used against her. Only if Mael could possess the carving itself could he claim its power, much as the Rakkus had done years before.
I do not wish to destroy you.
Then you truly are a fool. I'd very much like to rid the world of you, especially now that you've damaged the shield without having the decency to destroy the blasted thing. The vibration makes my teeth hurt, and I blame you.
When the echoes of his anger had settled, Katrin let the silence hang between them, sensing a deeper undercurrent. Mael needed her, no matter what he said, and for more than just destroying the shield. This was not something the dragon wished to be true or wanted to admit, but Katrin would use it to her advantage. What if I were to help you escape? Dark, menacing laughter occasionally reverberated within the cavern. Katrin doubted anyone in the hold still slept. Pelivor would be on his way, and Katrin would soon have to explain herself. Coming here had been a mistake. The ancient sorcerer lacked much of the humanity he'd once borne, and did not even respond to simple empathy. Katrin had underestimated what 3,000 years in a prison could do to a soul. "I've brought you a gift," Katrin said, ignoring the hatred being projected at her, understanding, at least to some extent, that the people of the last age had created this monster. If not for her friends and family, and those who cared for her, Katrin might have suffered a similar fate. For those reasons she refused to give up on Mael, insisting some vestiges of humanity must remain. Otherwise, her own future looked grim indeed. Mael appeared dubious Katrin would have any gift worthy of his attention. The Herald of Istra knew something of what sorcerers found valuable. Moldy old tomes were unappreciated by some, but the right books in the right hands, or perhaps claws, were magic. When Katrin placed the tomes on the grassy landscape, not far from where black scars still tore through the soil, it was clear they piqued Mael's interest. A normal dragon may not have seen the book's value, but Katrin knew he could read without ever turning a page. She and Pelivor had left little power within the green stones, but there was enough to afford him that.
Your kindness may one day be your downfall, but I must nonetheless thank you.
"We need not be enemies,"
Katrin said.
"Perhaps there are ways we can help one another."
These words clearly made Mael uncomfortable, and he shifted in the lap of the mighty stone god, his tail sending spray from the waterfall onto the plain below.
I've known allies before. They betrayed me.
It was some time before the dragon spoke again, but then the expression on his visage softened.
You've shown me kindness, Katrin Volker. I'll not forget this. Do not think this makes us friends. If you wish to save the Child Queen and the Black Queen, you must move quickly. This information I impart to you in return for the gift you brought me. Those trapped within the Noonspire seek new bodies, since their old mortal trappings have long since turned to dust. Those new vessels must be prepared in order to receive such vast knowledge and powerful souls. So you do have some time, but not much.
"Sadly, I'm as much trapped here as you are."
Katrin's words were sincere, but they brought a strange smile to the dragon's eyes. She waited, silent, hoping to understand the nature of his smirk.
There is another way.
Katrin wasn't certain if she detected humor, kindness, or lies. Her life would likely depend on which it actually was. As if to show his power, Mael placed the idea deep within Katrin's mind, without ever uttering the words. It was unsettling at best, but at least Katrin Volker had the information she'd come for. May the gods forgive what she did next. When Pelivor awoke, his head ached. With parched lips, he looked for something to drink and found a pitcher of cool water waiting on the nightstand next to him. Not far away, on the bed where he had expected to see Katrin resting, were clean, smooth sheets. Almost immediately, he began to curse. He loved Katrin, and knew her now better than anyone else in the world, save perhaps Alette Kilgore. She must be doing something of which he would not approve.
"You'll want to sip this," Miss Maris said. "The hunger may be overwhelming, but drinking this too fast is sure to give you a headache. Do yourself a favor and learn from Katrin's mistakes."
These words did little to still Pelivor's anxiety.
"Where has she gone?"
Miss Maris simply shook her head and walked from the room, leaving Pelivor alone with his melancholy thoughts. Then the thunder started. He'd guessed Katrin had gone to see the dragon, but now no doubt remained. Few others within the hold could create such thunder, and this was not the result of a natural or even supernatural storm. This was the result of his friend going off on her own, unprotected, into the realm of an ancient dragon sorcerer with unknown powers. The words that left his lips were not fit for ears. He got out of bed too quickly and stumbled against the nightstand, knocking the pitcher over with a clatter of metal against wood. Miss Maris came rushing back into the room at the sound.
"Oh, no," she said. "I won't have you running off and risking yourself just because Katrin does foolish things. We need you, something I think the two of you often forget." "I cannot let her face the dragon alone," Pelivor said. "I'm sorry."
When deep laughter reverberated through the hold, making it clear Mael was awake and still had access to power, Pelivor could no longer be restrained. Miss Maris shook her head in disappointment, but did not bar his path. The laughter unnerved her as well, and even if she were angry with Katrin, they were friends. No one wished ill on those they cared for. With his head aching, and his body failing to react with the alacrity he would have desired, Pelivor did his best to make his way back to the dragon's chamber with as much speed as possible. There was no way to cover such distances quickly, at least no natural way. Pelivor realized this in an instant and used his Flightmaster experience to full advantage. Applying his will, he sent himself hurtling through the halls at breakneck speed. If he misjudged, the results could be fatal, since hard stone flew past in a blur. Practically flying down the main hall, he soon saw Katrin walking toward him, solemn but determined. No words were needed to tell him what she'd done, no explanation required. Instead, Pelivor simply slowed and allowed his feet to once again touch cold stone. His knees trembling from the exertion, he faced his friend with fear in his heart.
"There's another way out," Katrin said. "We must go." "Wait, he told you this?"
Nodding, she tried to pull Pelivor back toward the main keep. It was an extremely difficult thing, knowing her mind up until a certain point, then having no way to know what Katrin thought going forward. He could guess, based on the sum of her experiences, but had no way to predict what she would do next. She always had his best interests at heart. That he knew. For this reason alone, he allowed her to pull him back the way he had come.
"What else did he tell you?"
Pelivor asked. For a while longer, Katrin walked in silence. Pelivor knew she was choosing her words.
"He said Agrijan and Myrddin wanted to use Alette and Trinda's bodies, since they lost their physical forms long ago."
These words darkened Pelivor's soul, and he began to see why Katrin would want to go to save them. The things she didn't say terrified him.
"We must first scout the way," Katrin said. "We take no one else. No one is to know where we've gone. The way is not safe, and I don't want their blood on my hands as well. So you're just going to leave Miss Maris and all the others without any information, and let them wonder what happened to us? I don't like it any better than you, but I've no better ideas." "I really don't like it," he said.
Nodding, Katrin accepted it.
"I need my pack. I have one prepared for you as well."
Pelivor raised an eyebrow.
"I had a feeling and stashed them not far away."
Much of the way they walked was a common thoroughfare, a major hall leading back to areas of the keep that had been inhabited for much longer. The stump of an old torch still resting in the sconce was just what he'd been searching for.
"A moment,"
he said. Katrin stopped, turned, and waited without much patience. Pelivore leaped up to the sconce and grabbed the butt of the old torch. Using the blackened charcoal, he scratched a crude message onto the floor. He didn't get much more than their initials and the words, "Will return," written on the stones of the roadway, before the rest of the torch completely disintegrated. It would have to be enough. Soon Katrin turned from the main thoroughfare, going out of her way to avoid contact with anyone else. Most of the tunnels they now strode were seldom used. It was a good thing. Katrin's pack reeked of that dreadful blanket. When they arrived in a circular chamber, its floor divided into symmetrical tiles, each bearing a pictograph, Pelivore's stomach grew cold. This chamber had been used successfully to turn on the water within the hold, and also to travel to the mountaintop, a trip that would currently be suicidal by Pelivore's estimation. Though each time had recovered utility from the long past, both had come with a price, and Pelivore wondered what this would cost them. Katrin gave Pelivore no chance to second-guess. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him onto a tile bearing a series of rectangles, each surrounded by 4 circles. Not quite ready, and pulled off balance, he took a hesitant step and stumbled into her, forcing her back as his foot hit the tile she occupied. A low grinding noise followed after she inadvertently depressed the wrong tile, this one having 3 thick vertical bars intersected by a wavy horizontal line. Having no idea what this represented, Pelivore closed his eyes and held his breath. Nothing else happened.
"Sorry,"
he said.
"It wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have pulled you like that. I don't know what I was thinking."
Both silently acknowledged their luck. Katrin joined him, then smiled, shrugged, and exerted greater force on the stone tile upon which they stood. At first, it only wiggled, but then Pelivore took her hand and synchronized their movements. Without warning, the tile dropped, leaving both waving their arms, trying to keep their balance. The movement started slowly, almost imperceptibly, but increased until soon they were falling at a rate that had Pelivore's insides tingling. Katrin's grip on his hand tightened. After plunging into unknown depths, the circular stone floor slowed, pressing up into their boots. From her pocket, Katrin pulled a Herald globe and used code to give it an extra charge. It revealed a foreign landscape, unlike anything else within Dragonhold. Above were sweeping lines, right angles, and stonework straight from the hands of masters. Below, the stone resembled the work of giants armed with enormous hammers. Even the smallest facet in the stone face was taller than Katrin and Pelivore standing on top of one another. A strange sound filled the hall. Not hesitating, Katrin stepped onto the rough-hewn black stone. Pelivore followed with trepidation.
"What is this place?"
4 cylindrical rails lined the halls. 2 were suspended from either wall, one dominated the center of the floor, and another hung from the ceiling. Whistling and a rush of air were all the warning they received before a projectile of metal, wood, leather, and glass soared through the room.
"What was that?"
Pelivore asked. Katrin walked to a series of black metal levers set into the wall.
"That was our ride. You're not planning to get into one of those things, are you?" Pelivore asked. "There's no other way," Katrin said. "I've no idea exactly how far we need to travel, or if we'll use up the precious little energy Ko has stored. So far beneath the land, the air is completely devoid of Istra's power. I know you can feel it. We must conserve. And as you can also see, the mine cars travel in ways we would never be able to accomplish."
Pelivore sighed and watched Katrin. The way she operated this foreign device's controls, as if she knew them, made him suspect Mael had imparted this information, and more, which worried him. Despite his concerns, the minecar slowed and stopped right in front of them. Katrin immediately climbed aboard, but Pelivore took a few more moments to inspect the car, to make sure there was nothing that had rotted over the ages. It was a testament to the ancients' construction skills that any of this worked at all. Albeit under a patina of age, the minecar was in near pristine condition, making Pelivore wonder what other marvels the ancients had accomplished. The minecar itself was remarkable. Palabor would have expected something suitable for carrying ore, but this car was designed to transport people rather than cargo. 2 seats, side by side, filled the bottom of the car. A series of controls near the front bore indecipherable labels, and a glowing amber lamp shed light on what lay ahead. Palabor cleared dust and grime from the lens, allowing them to see more.
"Let's go,"
Katrin said. Having inspected the car to the best of his ability, and really having no way to address any of the things he found questionable, Palabor resigned himself and climbed aboard.
"If I'm right," Katrin said, "we're just taking a short service loop to pick up speed. And if you're wrong?"
Katrin shrugged.
"Hold on."
There was no more time for misgivings. Sliding the controls forward, Katrin sent the car gliding along the rails. The metal structure supporting them bore a glossy sheen. Palabor did not know how long the cars had been running. It was possible they had operated continuously over the eons, but it seemed far more likely that recent events within Dragonhold had reactivated them. No matter how long it had been, using the cars was far from safe. The speed alone was dizzying. Halls barely wide enough to allow for the car and rails led to a steep downward slope. Soon they dived through an expansive cavern with many rails suspended from cables. The cylindrical shafts, supported by metal structures, rarely intersected. Where they did, the rails appeared designed to allow the car to switch tracks. Rather than coming together at right angles, the tracks merged smoothly, then separated with equal grace. Dust and detritus of ages coated some rails. Upon seeing those, Palabor made the mistake of looking down. There, at the bottom of a deep pit, Katrin's overbright herald globe shone on dented and destroyed cars, launched from no longer complete spans. Certain his screams could be heard all the way back in the main hold, Palabor watched in despair as they crossed over broken tracks and launched into an upward arc. When the tracks continued, he tried to catch his breath. Shiny rails indicated the track was whole the entire way around, but Palabor could not be certain. When the controls and the circular shaft reappeared, he knew Katrin had been right. Still, that did nothing to ease his anxiety, since he'd seen no place appropriate for them to disembark. The pitch of his screams rose even higher when Katrin threw one of the levers forward. A loud clang reverberated through the halls, setting Palabor's teeth on edge. A junction raced toward them, smooth and clean on one side, dusty and unused on the other. The smooth side would get them nowhere. Despite the graceful appearance of the transition, the car slammed left and vibrated over disused rails. Still whisking along the track, the minecar sent dust, grime, and refuse of ages flying. Bits of wood that may have once supported the tunnels and rusted metal hung in the shaft before them. It was everything Katrin and Palabor could do to keep their heads down and avoid decapitation. "Get ready to jump," Katrin shouted. Had she given Palabor the opportunity to protest, he would have, but life was moving at high speed, and there would be consequences. He was certain. There was no way to know just how much longer their ride would last until Katrin drew a sharp breath. She stood and leaped, grabbing his shirt collar as she went. Unable to stand in time, Palabor was yanked bodily from the car by Katrin's grip alone, and he thought she might have broken his collarbone. Screaming, the two landed on a pile of unforgiving rock. This was, however, far preferable to the fate of their minecar. Palabor now had a full view, and he was thankful for Katrin's quick reflexes. If only she hadn't gotten them into this in the first place. A short distance ahead of the doomed minecar, the tracks ended in a pile of rocks where the tunnel had long ago collapsed. Whistling and screaming, the car collided with the rocks at near full speed, sending sparks and a thunderous boom into the air. Palabor would have despaired if not for delicate beams of sunlight piercing the darkness. Chapter 17. Beware the dreamers, for they know not their own weakness, and are therefore not limited by it. Osborne Meccano, Glassblower.
"He's going to need a thrustmaster, sir."
Benjamin Hawk smiled at the young man who had grown up before his eyes. Jessup Tillerman was a man of his word, and Benjamin truly had no hold over him. Nonetheless, Jessup asked permission to join Kenward Trell's crew. Doing so would endanger the young man's life, but who was he to say no?
Are you sure that's what you want?
I always said I was going to be an adventurer,
Jessup said, his grin contagious.
Indeed you did, my boy. Indeed you did. I must admit, you've perhaps not chosen the safest career path,
Benjen said, getting a chuckle from Jessup.
but I'll support you in whatever you decide.
Thank you, sir.
But don't think I'm going to tell my wife on your behalf, or that I'm going to tell her this was my idea. That, my friend, is on you.
The young man blanched, proving he had good sense, in spite of his choice of ship.
Yes, sir.
Benjen chuckled and patted the boy on the shoulder. Something seemed to be irritating his eyes. He kept rubbing at them, but would admit nothing. Jessup cast him a sideways glance, but also remained silent. Gwen and Fasha stood nearby, talking, which would make the conversation even more difficult for Jessup, but that was not his problem. If this boy thought he could survive the portly dragon, then he would have to brave Benjen's wife and daughter first. Of course, it could be said that taking advice on women from Benjen Hawk was a bad idea, and once again the two people he thought he knew best surprised him. There were no stern words or reprimands. Instead, tears of joy and sorrow mixed on his shoulders. Jessup Tillerman was a brave man. It went neither unnoticed nor unrewarded.
Come on, young man,
Benjen said after the girls had finished falling all over Jessup.
grab your things and let's go talk to your new captain.
The portly dragon sat in dry dock, looking much like the barge she was designed after. Kenward Trell watched them approach with a crooked smirk.
Permission to come aboard, sir,
Jessup said. Kenward grinned like a fool at the sight of the bag slung across the young man's shoulder.
I would never have asked you to come.
Benjen nodded in acknowledgement of his statement, knowing it was partly intended for him. Out of respect, Kenward Trell had not sought anyone from the dragon's wing. The good captain could scarcely contain his enthusiasm.
Having a thrustmaster aboard, even a novice, will greatly increase our chances of success.
Benjen wore a sad smile.
Take good care of him. The boy's been getting under my feet for so long, he's like family.
Jessup flushed and could not meet his eyes.
He is just as fine and strong a young man as I've ever seen,
Kenward said, coming to the aid of the boy's ego.
I'm certain we'll get along very well.
I'll say one last thing, Kenward.
I don't expect Martik would take kindly to you putting his only-born son in the drink.
And with those words, Benjen released responsibility for one he considered his own. It was a difficult parting, and he worried about Jessup's future and safety, but he'd done everything in his power to train the boy, as had Martik, Fasha, Gwen, and others. There was nothing more they could do. Before Benjen left the portly dragon's deck, he couldn't help but notice tanks attached to the sides of the Howler and Bumblebee, not to mention the long stockweed sections he'd seen them hollowing out, which were now connected to those very tanks. Shaking his head, Benjen Hawk stepped back onto dry land, silently wishing those aboard luck. A crowd gathered to see the portly dragon off on its true maiden voyage. With air and sea trials behind, leaks had been fixed, adjustments made, and provisions loaded. The strange ship left the ground slowly. Daylight streamed between the ship and the dry dock footings for a mere instant before it came slamming back down. Twice more they bounced, black smoke and steam billowing from the boiler house. Gusting winds pulled at the windsocks. Even when the airship cleared the dry dock, one corner dragged along the sand, sending the ship twisting onto the wind. But then the portly dragon found its wings and flew. Balterius and Garanda soared in close, their riders latching onto ropes attached to the ship's corners to lend stability.
Thrust, Jessup,
Kenward shouted as the rocks drifted closer.
We need more thrust.
Jessup straightened his back and applied the full force of his will. A charge built up until lightning pulsed within the thrust tubes. Despite the disconcerting sight, the portly dragon moved through the air, howling as she went. An escort of regal dragons stayed nearby, just in case. Replacing Pelivor hadn't been easy. His departure had truly left a hole in Nora Trell's crew. Not that she would ever admit it to him. In every way she wished him well, and a sad part of her admitted she'd never found his match. Emmon was a capable boy. He just lacked spark. It was a pity. He'd come from a trusted family who'd long sought to share in the trader's wind. The boy did everything asked of him without complaint, but he had not the will to learn on his own. It had been the primary thing that had set Pelivore apart. The spark burned brightly in that one. Emin would serve as first mate in Pelivore's lingering shadow. It would suffice. There were other purposes, however, for which her needs were very different. The young man was far more at home on land, and Nora was getting a better sense of him as a result. Part of her wanted to keep him ignorant in the event he jumped ship. Another part knew no one would ever believe him. In the end, she decided to see how he handled a small amount of knowledge. The first insight was that Nora feared stairs. More than 2 or 3 steps seemed like asking for trouble. Going up was perhaps not as bad under the right conditions, but coming down would allow the boy to see. Letting others see her weaknesses wasn't something Nora was accustomed to doing, but she thought there might be a thing or two she could learn from that fool son of hers. Not that she would ever admit it to him. The boy convinced his crew to take the most incredible risks, and they obeyed not out of fear or even simple respect. His crew believed in him. It was a remarkable feat considering what he asked of them. When they reached the stair, Emin looked confused, clearly sensing Nora's unease. The boy certainly could read her.
Go up a couple steps and wait.
Showing his better sense, Emin nodded and did as he was told. Reaching out with his hand, he put his arm where she could grab it if needed. What the boy lacked in spark, he made up for in the oddest ways. Perhaps, over time, others would fight to get out of his shadow. Pelivore had been young and ignorant once too, and no doubt innocent. Nora reminded herself to judge the boy fairly. It just wasn't always easy. An orange glow emanated from heavily occluded glass windows. A fire burned within. Struggling with the old, stubborn lock, Emin quickly became frustrated. He must have wanted to be inside as much on her behalf as his, since the stairs seemed to bother him not at all. Nora remained calm and closed her eyes, waiting for the sound of the door opening.
I thought I heard someone out here scrabbling,
Gregoric of Dorne said.
Come in, come in.
Hearing the man's voice instantly put Nora at ease, though she most certainly did not look down. The line of Dorne had long been a vital trade partner for the Trells, and once inside, his house was no longer terrifying, at least on the first floor. Winding stairs led to upper chambers Nora remembered as a child, but no longer cared to see.
How's Fasha?
Gregoric asked, as he always did. Nora smiled.
How's Kenward?
He asked with a wry grin, as he always did. Nora shook her head.
What are you going to do with that boy?
She shrugged. Emin watched the exchange with a mixture of awe and confusion.
What are you up to?
She grinned.
You don't really think I'm going to tell you, now do you?
It would be nice. I have to tell their families something.
I told you,
Nora said.
I'm interviewing potential candidates to be my new first mate.
After choking, Emin tried to be very small, if not invisible.
So you did,
Gregoric said.
And yet, you had some pretty specific criteria that raise reasonable questions.
Does it raise the question of the first mate's potential share?
It does,
the man conceded. Nora nodded, as if this were enough explanation.
Come in here, girl,
Gregoric said.
I know you're listening.
When a girl of perhaps 19 summers emerged from the next room, dressed in sturdy traveling pants and a snug wool top, Nora thought she might lose Emin. Smacking him on the back of the head, she said,
Stop gaping. You look like a fish.
This is Gret. Gret, this is Nora, and that's Emin. But then, you already knew that, didn't you?
The girl flushed and averted her eyes. Emin looked as if he might defend her.
Sit still,
Nora whispered in his ear. Turning deep red, his ears looked as if they were on fire.
Hello, Gret. I'm Captain Trell. You may call me Captain Trell.
Yes, ma'am, the girl said. Nora gave her a look she saved for the truly daft.
Yes, Captain Trell. You sure about this one?
Nora asked Gregoric. Now the girl flushed as deeply as Emin, just as she'd intended.
Emmon, take Gret outside. We'll meet you in the street.
He held out his arm and escorted Gret outside.
You're a devious, evil woman, manipulating them already.
I have to start at some point,
Nora said with a grin.
The boy hasn't a chance, but I gave him an edge. Maybe it'll make him feel like he's got a shot. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Gregoric just shook his head.
Shall I help you down the stairs, my lady?
Nora accepted with a nod. Asking for help was difficult. Gregoric of Dorne was an old friend, and that made it perhaps a little easier. He was wise enough never to use it against her, except perhaps by living in a place surrounded by lethal staircases. By the time they reached the streets, it was clear Emmon and Gret were uncomfortable.
Come on, you two, Nora said. We need to go find some place out in the open.
What kind of place?
Gregoric asked.
Some place where there's nothing anyone might miss if it falls down.
Her old friend shook his head and laughed.
Go that way,
he said, pointing toward the bay. Emmon and Gret exchanged a glance. She quickly looked away as if annoyed.
Let's go, Nora said. Now, you two hold hands.
All three looked at her as if she were perhaps the cruelest person of all, and Nora Trell laughed.
Just kidding.
And people wonder where your son gets it,
Gregoric said. Nora just made a gesture some might consider rude, and headed inland, ignoring his advice and her yearning for the sea. With Istra's energy caressing his skin, Pelivor reveled in the feeling, the pain of his bruised collarbone the only distraction.
How'd you know? Mael did not tell me. He showed me,
Katrin said. The thought of the old sorcerer in Katrin's mind gave Pelivor the crawls, and he dared not think what else the dragon had showed his friend. He knew why she held her silence. He wanted answers nonetheless. The Forsaken blanket smelled even worse when exposed to sunlight, which didn't help. Katrin wore it over her shoulders, letting it block out most, but not all of Istra's light. When a dragon appeared on the horizon and steadily grew larger, Pelivor was not surprised. Katrin's calm demeanor confirmed his suspicion. Kyrian would come for them. Riding a regent dragon with the Herald of Istra was not something many people got to do in their lives, and Pelivor couldn't help but take note of the interesting and challenging times in which he lived. Dropping from the sky and slamming into the ground with thunderous force, his hide crisscrossed with scars, Kyrian presented an imposing figure. Clear eyes spoke of intelligence, and they focused on Katrin and Pelivor. It was the kind of thing one might never get used to. After a trumpeting call, Kyrian extended his wing and allowed them to climb aboard his back, where a leather saddle awaited.
Double-check your straps,
Katrin said. Pelivor had done little else since getting strapped in. Despite knowing he could easily float to the ground using Istra's power, he had no interest in flying loose in the middle of a dragon fight. Given where they were going, a warm welcome was unlikely.
You don't have to go, you know.
I know, Pelivor said.
You'll just have to forgive me for coming anyway.
Katrin smiled. It was such a wonderful thing. Pelivor lamented its rarity. Kyrian launched himself into the air without warning, and Pelivor held on with white knuckles. In spite of all the time he had spent on airships, and his skills as a flight master, there was nothing that compared to the powerful thrusts of a dragon's wings. Leaving the God Fist was bittersweet, knowing those who stayed within Dragonhold to serve them were now left behind. It was not without purpose, but he felt empty, hollow, and sad. Katrin felt much the same. Both were driven to save them all, even though both knew it was beyond them. The way was rarely clear, nor the path easy. Using their combined knowledge and skills, Katrin, Pelivor, and Kyrian raced through the skies at speeds never before seen. Roiling mists erupted behind as the dragon showed off, dragging his claws along the water and leaving rainbows in the air. Once again, they were free. What Emmon lacked in spark, Gret made up for in fire and spark. It was plain to see. Even Emmon seemed to sense it. He gave the girl as wide a berth as Nora would allow. Neither of these two was accustomed to life on a ship, and they would be made uncomfortable many times to come.
"Build a fire, Emming,"
Nora said. The boy looked at her as if he would ask an inane question, but then thought better of it. She supposed he thought it was a test, which was good since it was. Gret risked making eye contact and shook her head.
"He's a good kid,"
Nora said when Emmon was out of earshot gathering wood. Gret just grunted in response.
"Didn't you say we needed a clear area?"
"I did."
After looking around, Gret glanced back to Nora with a somewhat sarcastic question in her eyes.
"Yes, this spot will do nicely, but not yet. We've other business to attend to first. Chances are we'll want to leave in a hurry when we're done."
Gret rolled her eyes, which pleased Nora. She needed to test the girl's temper in a controlled environment. Selecting someone with the wrong temperament could be disastrous. When Emmon returned, he carried a few pieces of dead wood, some dried leaves, and a couple of rocks. It really didn't look all that promising, but Nora wasn't giving up on him yet. To his credit, the boy started with some dry wood fiber he'd pulled from somewhere, and he placed small sticks and leaves around it, leaving the larger pieces of wood off to one side. Given the dampness in the air, he had a difficult road ahead, but he seemed determined, which was a good sign. In many ways, this was more a test of character than fire-making skills. Nora fingered the tinderbox in her pocket while Emmon smacked two rocks together, trying to generate enough spark to ignite the fibers. Gret rolled her eyes. Still, Emmon tried. Harder and harder he smacked the stones together, occasionally sending small sparks where he needed them, but not enough to catch. His face reddening from the effort and the embarrassment, he smacked harder and pinched his thumb. Clearly in pain, the boy did not stop, now determined to not let his ego be so crushed, in spite of the tears that ran down his cheeks. Even Gret seemed to take pity on the boy. Staring at the shavings, she looked as if her thoughts were far away. Nora watched closely, her test working even more brilliantly than even she'd intended. A spark flew, landing on the fibers and glowing orange for just an instant. Looking as if it would wink out, just as the others did, it nonetheless held on, Gret's eyes never leaving it. Smoke, first just a trickle, then more, leaked from around the now growing glow. Emmon blew softly, and the orange glow winked out for a moment before coming back even brighter. Soon he was adding larger and larger pieces to the fire.
"Well done,"
Nora said. Gret nodded just the slightest bit. Emmon went into the woods, presumably to gather more wood and perhaps to compose himself. There would come a time for kindness between them, but she also needed to harden him some. He was too fragile. Experiences such as these would give him practice and pride. No matter what folks said about her offspring, Nora Trell had not raised soft children. Yet somehow fostering other people's soft children was her lot in life. At least she'd had practice, she thought with a sigh.
"Are we waiting for something?"
Gret asked. Her voice was respectful, which was the only reason Nora answered.
"Yes."
No more words were said, which was just how Nora wanted it. Soon these two would know their places and would be better prepared to fit on her ship. What might seem callous or cruel was for a reason and toward their ultimate benefit as well as her own. Frequently looking over his shoulder, Emmon returned with a small armload of twigs. From within the forest came a deep melody, almost indistinguishable at first, but growing clearer and louder over time. Nora smiled. She hadn't been certain her friend would come, and hearing his voice did her good.
"Greetings, land friend,"
said a deep voice. Emmon looked ready to flee, while Gret took on a defensive posture. The girl had potential.
"Greetings, friend Veterbas."
"Always you must come back to land,"
the burly man said. He was tall and round, but none of his girth was fat. There were few men Nora would wager could defeat the druid in a fair fight, if there even was such a thing. She doubted it.
"You claim to be a creature of the sea, and yet here you are again."
Knowing he enjoyed this part very much, she let the man have his fun. What he said contained a grain of truth. Never could she completely sever her ties with land.
But it's the trees you need, I suspect, and not dear old Vetterboss. Do I see it true?
You do, Nora said, knowing argument would only prolong the process. Better to let the man think himself correct and get on with it.
I fail to understand how you can need more wood for ships, Nora Trell. How many ships does one person need?
It doesn't help that my fool son keeps sinking them or leaving them on top of mountains.
The druid whistled at this.
To sink a ship seems an easy thing. To leave one on a mountain is a special kind of lunacy.
Thank the gods I have but one son.
So I have,
Vetterboss said.
So I have.
I need to know where I can find certain kinds of trees, but all in the same place.
Vetterboss looked thoughtful as she listed a half-dozen species.
You are not one to ask easy questions, Nora Trell. Why do you want to know this?
I have need of the wood.
To quote my old friend Barabbas, trees are the noblest of creatures, for they provide us so much without complaint. But while the trees might not complain, I will. If you take too much, the land and animals suffer.
We'll replant whatever we take.
The druid grunted, as if he'd heard it all before.
The land will suffer more if we do not face the storm.
At this, Vetterboss nodded.
So it is. I do not take this lightly, Nora Trell. You must do as you say and care for the land. Do not simply plant again what you've taken. Nourish the land with your very being. Commune with it, and thank it for the gifts you so desire.
It will be so.
Even with that said, the druid hesitated, but then he seemed to see the truth. Darkness was coming, one way or another, and perhaps the land could be spared. Perhaps this offering would appease the gods. Though his thoughts appeared to be written on his face, his words surprised her.
Perhaps Kenward could be encouraged to take up some profession that requires less wood.
Perhaps he and Emin could build fires together,
Gret said with a wicked grin. Though the notion seemed to disturb Vetterboss deeply, Nora Trell laughed. This girl had fire and spark to spare. Chapter 18. Sacrifice is the highest form of honor. The Pauper King. The sea called to Nora Trell, but land-bound work remained. Her last stop, at least, was back along the shoreline. Consoled by the sea's scent on the air, she grinned, thinking about the night before. Gregoric had chosen well. Gret did, indeed, have talent to spare. Having had some of the ancient stories verified, Nora could move with greater confidence. It was one thing to read about power in an ancient text, and quite another to see someone with a healthy dose of spark producing a breathtaking result. Neither Gret nor Emin had spoken since. Nora understood. Gret was confused and worried, but did not want it to show. Emin most likely feared for his life. Nora couldn't blame him either. She could have warned him, but where would have been the fun in that? The sunset reflected from the windows of a shop, making it harder to see the man inside. He worked with a small, round-tipped hammer. Nora waved as they approached. His straggly beard moved as he smiled, and his eyes behind the metal-rimmed goggles twinkled. He always saw her coming.
"I didn't know it was my lucky day,"
Ebram said.
"My favorite customer just shows up like the wind. I suspect you'll float out just the same."
Hello, Ebram. I am once again in need of your services.
"Did your boy put another one on the bottom?"
No, and to be fair, he left the last one on a mountain top.
"I can't help with that, unless said mountain is underwater."
Sadly, not.
"That boy of yours is a piece of work, he is."
You can say that,
Nora said. Ebram nodded.
I did, however, lose something dear to me.
He looked as if he wanted to ask what, but showed restraint. This was why Nora trusted him. That, and he was the cleverest man she knew. He also happened to know a lot about diving.
I roped it at 300 knots.
300?
Ebram's eyes bulged.
Outrageous!
What's the deepest you can go now?
175.
What's limiting you?
Now, it seemed, she had his attention. Nora knew the man well enough. Once he saw where she was going, his mind took over. He could see the possibilities. Even the most brilliant people sometimes need a little inspiration and motivation.
Air is the problem,
he said, his eyes going distant.
We need a more powerful pump.
And what's it going to take to build said pump?
Time? Gold?
I'll give you one of the two,
Nora said, laying gold on the counter. He seemed to be doing the math in his head.
I need it now,
she said, doubling the gold. This made the math much easier.
It's going to be big,
he said, scratching down notes.
I can do big. How long, realistically?
60 days if I put off everything else.
Too long,
Nora said.
I need it in 14 days.
Ebram's eyes bulged again.
Can't be done.
Why not?
Ebram looked at her as if she were daft. It was not something most people dared to do.
Just getting that much metal hot and then cool down again takes time.
Then don't make it out of metal.
That statement confounded the man, but then his mind was fully engaged. He began sketching a spoked wheel.
We can make much of the structure from wood, but it won't last.
If we paint the wood, it'll last a year,
Nora said. Ebram nodded.
Yes, with proper maintenance.
And that will give you a year to build one out of metal.
Blinking twice, Ebram stopped.
That could work, but it's going to be expensive. I'm going to need help from people with real talent. These things aren't easy, you know. People don't just dive to the bottom of the sea to recover...
He raised his eyebrows and waited.
Something precious to me.
Nora added another stack of gold coins.
In 14 days,
he said, grinning.
We go diving, eh?
14 days.
Soon she would be ready to sail. When they left the shop behind, Nora turned to Emin and Gret.
He's a genius, but sometimes you have to do the thinking for him.
While not a swift ship, the portly dragon could sail without wind. Given time and practice, Jessup Tillerman might one day be just as effective a thrustmaster as Gwen. Though he possessed some ability as flight master, it was tenuous at best, and he was glad this ship did not require it. Thunderheads, dark green and occasionally lit from within, were still reason for concern. The ship had not been designed to fly through storms. Kenward stood at the clearly labeled stern. Some had laughed, but he knew better. His ship had no broadside. With the exception of the masthead, there was really no such thing as a bow or stern. He continued to use them because that was what his crew understood. Such terms no longer fully applied to the ships in his mind, his imagination capable of so much more than the technology at his disposal. Construction techniques had already improved, and he himself learned from knowledge the ancients left behind. But there was much still to learn. Lessons at sea rarely came without pain.
Some of the cleats are coming loose, sir,
Bryn said. Having already fetched the tool they made for that task alone, Farsi made it clear he agreed. Bryn stomped on the deck, allowing Farsi to find the place where he stood from below decks. There the exposed bolt and nut would be located. Driving bolts through the massive timbers that made up the portly dragon's deck had been a tremendous amount of work at the time, but the strength of these attachment points was paramount. Not long after, Farsi could be heard from below, albeit muffled and faint.
Excellent work,
Kenward said.
Call for me if you find any other trouble.
Walking toward the thrust tubes, Kenward avoided the parts of the deck painted with warnings, keeping to the space between the tubes, where the air was calm and smooth.
How are you feeling, my boy? I'm fine, sir, Jessup said. I'm just feeling a little hungry. Maybe if Grub could bring me something to eat. Now, the portly dragon does not require thrust to stay in the air. When you're tired, when you are hungry, when you thirst, you may stop and satisfy your needs unless I tell you otherwise. There will be times I'll ask you to provide thrust until such time as we no longer need it. There will come a time I'll ask from you more than you have to give,
Be ready. We'll face the wind soon enough, and I'll want a refreshed thrustmaster when that time arrives. All I ask is that you use great care when you cease. When Katrin did it best, she reduced the thrust over time."
"Yes, sir,"
Jessup said, easing out of the thrust, allowing the portly dragon to slow gradually.
"Well done,"
Kenward said, and the rest of the crew hooted their approval. Jessup walked to the deckhouse with a lopsided smile on his face. Kenward Trell was determined to make the boy the adventurer he'd always wanted to be. He was well on his way.
"How are those cleats coming?"
"We still got a few more to cinch up, sir,"
Bryn said.
"but Farsi says some of the bolts are cracking."
"Move those lines to spare cleats," Kenward said. "Then bring the cracked bolts to the forge. We'll see about reinforcing them."
One advantage of steam-based travel was always having fires burning. Kenward had planned for this eventuality. All he had to do was reinforce the undersized bolts, one at a time, before any snapped. It was risky, but no one complained. Those aboard knew what they had taken on, and they trusted him. The last bit was the hardest to believe.
"And while he's down there, tell him to make sure there aren't any gaping holes in the hull."
Putting the ship to sea for repairs wasn't Kenward's first choice, but it never hurt to be safe. His mother would laugh. After scouting the seas and weather conditions, St. John and Kendra returned with concern on their faces.
"Permission to board."
Despite the fact that Kenward had already told St. John and Kendra they could land on his deck whenever they wanted, he shouted in return,
"Permission granted."
Having landed the Bumblebee on the decks of the Portly Dragon, Kenward marveled at the ease with which Balterius and Garanda gained the decks. No sooner did they land than did St. John and Kendra remove their straps and march toward him, their faces sour. Dragons flanked the boiler house, lying down to rest. Kenward wasn't sure if this was to shield their riders in the event the boilers failed, or if the dragons just liked keeping warm. Either way, Kenward particularly liked the look of dragons on deck, rather than just as the masthead. Still, they could be unreliable creatures, and he hoped they behaved. It seemed unlikely.
"Bad weather coming,"
St. John said.
"How's the ship holding up?"
"We haven't found any gaping holes in the hull, sir,"
Bryn said from nearby with a grin.
"She's doing just fine. Just fine,"
Kenward said.
"How many people did you say those dragons can carry?"
The Trader's Wind was a purpose-built ship, rarely called to do anything but what she was specifically designed to do. On this day, though, the crew would witness a spectacle. While the Wind was far from the ideal exploration ship, she did have a few advantages. Her cranes and pulleys were built to lift massive cargo, and her decks, large enough to hold both an enormous pump and the barge that would soon support it. Getting the barge into the water was an impressive but simple enough affair. Getting the pump oriented properly, lowered onto the barge and secured, proved a more difficult and dangerous endeavor. Nora held her breath as the divers struggled against the waves while trying to tighten the straps. Two men used long poles to push the barge away from the ship, since it was naturally drawn toward the Trader's Wind. Once the top and bottom straps had been secured, the crew took their places on the barge. On deck waited a suit of metal and oiled leather, with a helmet that looked a lot like a cookpot, with a hose coming out of it. Carefully, the suit was secured to the hoist and readied for lowering to the barge.
"Are you going to tell us what we're looking for yet? Is it a shipwreck? Lost treasure? What is it?"
Ebram asked. He had insisted on coming to fix any problems that might occur with his experimental pump. It was a beauty, painted black and gold, looking like a machine of the new age. Nora grinned.
"You are sworn to secrecy."
Ebram nodded in acceptance as the loading crane lifted his pressurized dive suit from the deck. Nora reached in her pocket and pulled out a black crystal.
"This is what we're after."
Ebram reached out his hand and grabbed the stone. Nora reluctantly let go. It was among her most precious possessions.
"I don't get it. I've seen prettier crystals than that, and darned easier to get."
Nora said nothing. She hated watching from above rather than from the barge itself. She felt disconnected from the operation, but had learned to get used to such things. The climb was simply more than she could handle. She could have ridden the crane down, but as she was always so quick to point out to Kenward, that would create a risk not worth taking. If the crane malfunctioned, she would be in serious trouble. No, the deck was better, just frustrating and nerve-wracking. She wanted to yell to them to triple-check the air supply before the suit dipped beneath water. Weighted down as it was, the suit sank like a stone, leaving a trail of air bubbles behind it. From her vantage, the suit disappeared almost immediately. All she could do was wait while those aboard the barge took turns using their full body weight to turn the massive wooden wheel that drove the oversized air pump. It was a graceful and stressful ballet the crew performed, lining up to jump onto the spokes at just the right time, then riding the spoke down. Before it reached the bottom, the crewmen needed to jump off or be pulled through the framework that held the wheel and pump assembly in place. Nora was proud of their brave efforts, but she worried for them. This would all have been difficult enough on dry land, but compensating for the motion of the barge and pushing off the hull of the trader's wind made for an unsettling spectacle. Always when she needed them, her crew was there, and she prayed for their continued safety.
"I just don't get it,"
Ebram said, scratching his head.
"Show him,"
Nora said to Gret, knowing he would never let it go. Again, with reluctance, she handed the Noonstone crystal to the young woman. Nora could not blame Ebram. She, too, had been unconvinced until Gret managed to test the ancient technique. Now she understood, and soon so would he.
"Come with me,"
Gret said.
"This is most safely done inside. Captain Trell would not be happy if I lost her crystal."
Thoroughly intrigued, Ebram followed the young woman to the forward deckhouse. He watched in silent fascination as Gret produced a wooden cylinder and some string. When Gret suspended the crystal within the wooden tube and ran her hand over it, the man's eyes went wide. Soon he, too, came to see the truth.
"They're coming back up,"
someone shouted. Nora beat the rest to the door, but they quickly matched her pace. None was rude enough to leave her behind, and they instead walked at an awkwardly slow pace. Air bubbles erupted from the sea nearby. Watching that spot, they waited. Silence hung heavily while they waited to see movement, to know the larger pump had truly provided enough air, even at such depths. When the diver brought his hands up, the people cheered. They cheered even louder when the sizable crystal he carried was pulled onto the barge. Nora Trell smiled. Gret, Emin, and Ebram all seemed to realize what this larger crystal might be capable of.
"Now I get it,"
Ebram said. Wind tickled Onan's beard. He was free, but he was not.
"We're going to have to fly around it."
Jerregard ignored him, flying ever closer to the darkness and fog that shrouded the land Onan called his home. Only when he turned to look out to sea did he once again see nature as it should be. Darkness had consumed the great swamp. For as long as he had known this place, the Jaga had been dangerous and, in places, dark and twisted. But this was different. Now the darkness was pervasive. It leached into the land and permeated everything. Once pristine shorelines now dripped with ooze that stained the sands. The tier within which Onan sat tilted backwards as Jerregard put them into an upward spiral, sending them higher and higher, using the unnatural thermals emanating from the fetid land below. The hot air stank, and Onan wished they had flown around the Jaga, just as he had asked the dragon to do. Never had Jerregard been a particularly obedient dragon, but in this instance it could be deadly. When they reached the altitude where the smell finally dissipated, Onan found himself short of breath. Cursing age and a stubborn dragon, Onan looked down.
"By the gods,"
he said, without meaning to. His stubborn dragon had brought them high over the Jaga, high enough to see the central feature, a place that had clearly been hidden for centuries, if not thousands of years. It was an impossible place. Onan knew that it had always been. He remembered it from his flights over the Jaga and how it had made him feel. That feeling still existed, only now it was magnified many times over. No longer did marsh water and soil obstruct his view to the source of that feeling. From deep within the land rose an unholy spire, inky black, yet filled with murky shadow that moved and writhed along its glossy surface. The mighty monolith dominated the land. Through some unknown force, it repelled the water in the mud and the black slog, and held it at a distance. Onin of the Old Guard had dug holes within the Jaga and seen them fill with water immediately. And here rose what looked like an entire city ringing the ancient crystal. It emerged from the mire, sprung from some nightmare eons old. He could feel the evil of it, the wrongness, the corruption. It nearly made him retch. And yet there was beauty to it. The architecture, though dark and foreboding, contained amazing symmetry and precision. How could anyone construct such a place? Power was the answer, Onin knew. Lightning danced along the walls of the cavern from the crystalline megalith to the suspended water, soil, and roots of the Jaga. It was like seeing a cross-section of the greatest known wilderness on Godsland at full scale. Architecture and twisted swamp life were almost indistinguishable. The mighty cylindrical fortress surrounding the Noonspire seethed with life, as if the fortress breathed. Continuing to take them closer, albeit going no lower, Jerregard kept ignoring Onin's input.
One of these days, I'm gonna find a big enough hammer to knock some sense into this dragon.
If Jerregard heard him, he gave no indication. When finally they were directly above the giant crystal, Onin looked down into his worst nightmare. What he had thought was simply architecture was something entirely different. Feral dragons of all sizes lined the gaping chasm surrounding the Noonspire. The entire structure and complex writhed. Through the gaps, the true architecture was visible, and symmetry did exist, but much of the darkness came from its inhabitants. Never had Onin seen so many dragons. Warnings he'd given those within the heights rang in his mind. There was no joy in being right. He deeply wished he'd been wrong. No matter what he wished, the danger he'd warned of was before his eyes, and even greater than he'd imagined. Lightning flashed along the top of the spire, and Onin looked into the uppermost facets. Within, he saw the dark forms of two women, a man, and a small child. Feeling his heart tighten, the old warrior knew remorse and despair. Somehow he could feel how desperately they wanted to be free from that prison, those who had been there since the last age of power, and those who had just arrived. Lightning leaped upward then, racing toward them, striking Jerregard's leg and underbelly. Finally, the stubborn verdant dragon realized it was time to go. Turning on a wingtip and using their altitude to gain speed, the verdant dragon took advantage of the nimbleness so many of his kind lacked. Thankful that everything in his tier was secured, or at least most everything, Onin did his best to dodge the rest. Wind tore at them as Jerregard continued to gain speed. The farther away from the spike they got, the lower they went. Onin watched the black swamp attentively. If there were enough feral dragons to fill that chasm, then there would be more. Dense fog obscured his view of the Midlands, and when the heights appeared, this sight was similarly obfuscated. It was not unusual or unheard of for the heights to be surrounded in clouds, but this time those clouds were filled with smoke and fire. Deep within Dragonhold, within the lap of a forgotten god, a dragon came as close to a smile as its physiology would allow. Male was most pleased. Book 9. The Seventh Magic. Chapter 1. Writing can influence the world long after we've departed. Enoch Geist, the first one. Deep within Dragonhold, signs of recent battle marred a once beautiful cavern. The dragon sorcerer male rested on the lap of a god whose name even he did not know. The herald of Istra had done him real harm, and part of him wanted to rest. While basking in the meager energy algamite crystals gathered, and soaking in amber sunlight tempted him, it would not move him toward his goal. The time had come for Male to act. Not all things had gone as he'd planned, but in the end, everything went his way. No sorcerer controlled every outcome. Knowing how to use uncontrollable events to your fullest advantage was the trick. Even the slightest movements brought echoes of pain. He had something extra special planned for the Herald, no matter how useful she'd proven. Few who had ever hurt him lived. Katrin Volker was historically insignificant, and deserved no more of his thoughts. His plans overshadowed all other motives. Even that infernal damaged shield making his head and teeth ache could not keep Male still. One last time, he looked around the cavern. Fractured but not destroyed, the keystone lay broken. It was for the best, he knew, but after thousands of years, the ancient sorcerer found the strangeness unnerving. With a single reckless action, the Black Queen had damaged two of the great magics of the last age, thus weakening all the rest. He'd been a part of creating the keystones and other magics. All of them were inherently connected, even those developed in isolation. Ain's machine was built under the Black Spike, surrounded by deep water, a work of genius tainted by madness. They had called it the sixth magic. No matter its power, it was flawed and unclean from the beginning. Male's last accomplishment was supposed to elevate the magics above the stain of Ain's madness. It was not to be. With ferocity, he banished the memory. The change he'd wished for had come, invigorating but terrifying. Each of his favorite sleeping spots called to him. The herds he'd tended for so long, and even the fish he'd cultivated into fat, juicy morsels, all enticed him to stay. Here, nothing threatened. He was comfortable. Outside, he would be exposed. This thought reinforced his plans. Vulnerability outside the hold meant not truly being safe within. In spite of his previous thought, he had to admit even novices, such as Katrin Volker, posed a threat. With education and experience, she might best them all. Without it, she might destroy the world. Though Male would never reveal the extent and nature of the barrier between himself and Istra's energy to anyone, it existed. The thought of Katrin Volker in but a few years' time, constantly awash in energy, made even him shiver. Had not the need been great, she would already be dead. No matter how dangerous, she'd served him well. With nothing more than a nudge and a missed step, she'd made this moment far easier. He hadn't been looking forward to gnawing his way through the underwater stone grate blocking his escape. With his enemy's help, he was another step closer to achieving his goals. Before slipping into the roiling waters at the waterfall's base, Male ate a final meal of his favorites. The remaining fish did their best to escape and hide. Away from the fall, the subterranean river grew still. Only a pair of draconian eyes remained visible. With what might have been a tearful blink, the sorcerer Male closed his eyes and submerged. Had Martik Tillerman ever seen the mighty wheel within Dragonhold from this angle, he would never have started the machine. Male had always known this. He'd shown Trinda and the others just enough to get them to do as he needed. Vaughn of the Elzics and the rest had been fools to think they could contain him in this prison, especially since no one stood guard. None had been a match for him, and neither was their construction. His former allies remained trapped within the Noonspire, which gave evidence of how close they had come to succeeding. Male grinned at the memory. He had at least escaped that fate. Here, too, stood a Noonstone crystal of respectable size. Though no match for the Noonspire, it was more than adequate. Rushing water and a giant flywheel drove a massive stone cylinder and gears nearly as tall as the mountain. Though few had ever seen such mastery, Male laughed. They had been such children. Within the gears moved amalgamite crystals similar to those the stone god held. A pang of loss surprised him. He suppressed it. This entire mechanism formed interplay, moving amalgamite crystals through intersecting orbits around the Noonstone core. Should those orbits ever falter? Again, Mael laughed. Had this machine not existed, he would have struggled to absorb enough energy to escape cold stone. This deep within the land, energy was scarce, even during the Istran noon. In their attempts to make sure he never escaped, the fools had given him the exact thing he needed. They probably should have warned their descendants. After relishing his victory a moment longer, the mighty dragon turned, sending his tail crashing into the stone cylinder. The first strike sent vibrations through the hold. The second, deeper in pitch. The third hit brought about all Katrin, Martik, and Trinda's fears. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. They had also not known the mighty cylinder and flywheel served multiple purposes. While initially used to start the fifth magic moving, their secondary purpose was equally important. Once the crystals obtained orbital velocity, the reaction would drive the crystals faster. A spinning granite shaft, reinforced with metal, connected the orbital mechanism to the giant stone wheel. The massive weight regulated speed and prevented the reaction from escalating beyond control. With a final strike of his tail, Mael smashed the link into catastrophic failure. Even the mighty dragon's thick hide felt the sting of stone and metal fragments erupting from the mechanism. Bone-shattering vibrations followed, and the huge stone cylinder bucked a single time before digging in. A mighty chasm grew with deafening resonance. It felt as if the god fist had been torn in two. A rain of rock sent Mael looking for cover. More rock fell as he retreated, shielding his eyes with his tail. Blinding light and heat raged from the accelerating reaction, intensifying with every passing instant. The fools. Mael dived back into the river. Rocks rained into the water as well, but at least it dampened the reverberations. The damaged shield's constant buzzing grew in volume and pitch. Even beneath the water, his head felt as if it might explode. Perhaps a few more days to recuperate might not have been so bad, the ancient sorcerer thought. An impossible note cut even into the water, just before everything stopped and went dark. For an instant, Dragonhold fell silent. Not for the first time, Miss Maris asked herself what she was doing. All the changes in her world and life had come with far greater responsibility than simple innkeeper, and rarely was there time to take stock, literally or figuratively. Many a sleepless night had been spent inventorying supplies, but now the need was less. Fewer people remained within the hold, and no one to suddenly demand 2 weeks' rations prepared on an instant's notice, or to leave her behind, locked within a prison set to explode in the future with nothing more than "we'll be back" to go by. She chuckled at that. Katrin was her friend and co-conspirator, and, in many ways, her leader, but she was infuriating at times. Still, Miss Maris would do it all again. None of that eased the impending sense of doom. No matter how well concealed her worry, Martik must have sensed it. Getting all the rest worked up would do her no good at all.
I have no idea what to do now, Martik said. I probably should have gone to the Firstland. Clearly, Katrin and Pelivor didn't need my help. Probably doesn't change now a hair. Not one hair.
Martik just grunted.
Don't come around here talking to me about probably this or should have that, Miss Maris continued. What are you going to do now? That's what I want to know.
Again, Martik grunted his response.
You sound just like my grandfather.
He was a grumpy old codger, she said, and Martik laughed.
What will you do?
He asked a moment later. It took even longer for her to respond.
Maintain order. When they return, Dragonhold will be ready and operational. That's what I aim to do.
Deep, foreboding laughter traveled through the hold, sounding far closer and louder than it had in the past. No less terrified now, Miss Maris reconsidered her words. Martik was dumbstruck. Then the thumping started, each jolt more frightening than the last. Dragonhold trembled and shook, and it sounded as if the hold were being torn to pieces. Stone rained around them, knocking Miss Maris down. She came to her senses while being dragged from the kitchens.
"I can walk,"
she gasped, hoping he would stop dragging her. Already her shoulder and hips ached. The keep settled, but Martek pulled her up and toward the great hall.
"Thank the gods. I thought we might lose you. I'll survive."
After a few steps, she added,
"I think."
Mael's laughter rang through the hold once again, and both moved with increased urgency. Others flooded into the halls as well, looking for guidance or information. No one said a word, but moved to assist Miss Maris and Martek toward the great hall. She hadn't even noticed his limp until after Bradley helped him. Heat on her back warned of more trouble. Even the great hearth did not radiate with such intensity. Ever-increasing brightness urged them on. Others gathered near the main entrance, and it was there the group ran. Visible beyond the shattered gates, the plasma barrier brightened and flared. Now constant, relentless lightning left the smell of burned stone in the air. Cowering in pools of overlapping light, Miss Maris and the others shielded their eyes and waited. With a suddenness that stole her breath, everything stopped. Darkness was immediate, the last echoes of thunder dwindling. The keep was still, and no one dared breathe. The barrier was gone. No one knew for how long, but already people struggled with a life-or-death decision. Stay or go.
"Go!"
Miss Maris screamed.
"Escape the hold!"
For an instant, everyone turned and looked at her instead, effectively locking her in.
"The evil one is loose! Move!"
No one asked any more. An orderly but high-speed evacuation made Miss Maris proud. Chase arrived during the commotion and directed those around him. She told herself they were prepared, that they had trained and lived through worse. She was wrong. Dragonhold erupted like a volcano of light and smoke. The initial blast left no one standing. Ash and dust spouted from every orifice in the hold, blinding them even more effectively than the light or darkness had before.
"Crawl to the entrance,"
Chase commanded through his coughing fit.
"Hold cloth over your mouth and eyes."
Unable to hold a cloth over her mouth and crawl at the same time, Miss Maris held her breath and moved what she thought was toward the gates. Strong hands grabbed her. On the remains of the stair, the air was clear enough to see Chase, breathing hard. Already Martek searched for a safe way down. Miss Maris just stood, coughed, and rubbed her eyes. More people trickled out, for which she was grateful, but a towering cloud filled with lightning reached into the sky like the finger of doom. Fire and ash rained on those below, slowly crushing all hope. Then Miss Maris saw something that would haunt her dreams. Amid soot and ash, gleaming gold undulated. In the light of 100 comets, lightning-encased glistening scales, pulsing with rhythmic movement. When Mael burst from the cloud, released from a prison that had held him for ages, he shone like a second sun. For the first time since he'd become a dragon, his scales bathed in comet light, shining gold and revealing his true nature. Here was a dragon like no other. Nothing stood in his way. In his triumph, Mael swooped over them, his deep baritone laughter echoing within the Pinnock Valley. They were free of the fifth magic, but at what cost? It had been a long time since Nat Dersinger had stood in the sacred chamber. The journeys alone took a toll on his body, with the visions he feared. Each took something from him until he'd begun to feel hollow. Shh! Nina's sharp hiss brought him out of his ruminations and back to their journey. Concern softened the disapproval. Grabbing his hand, she guided him away from a paper hornet nest. She felt guilty, and when Nat was selfish about it, he allowed her partial blame. They had come on her instincts. He would just as soon have stayed within the village and lived the rest of his life without another vision. He'd done his part. Now he just wanted the world to leave him alone. Few people on Godsland could understand how he felt, Katrin Volker among them. When he was feeling cranky, he lumped a hefty portion of blame on her shoulders, even knowing she'd wanted no more to do with it than he had. Being pulled through the jungle reinforced the feeling they were but pawns in a game they scarcely understood. Through the canopy the viewing spire appeared. They were close. The jungle did not allow the spire to be seen from many places. Even after all these years, Nat couldn't find the place on his own. This didn't worry him much, since he really didn't want to go there. While he dragged his feet in the jungle, he did not do the same once they had started climbing. The stair provided no cover. Wind and sand scoured the skin from their bones, and he climbed with all the speed he could muster. It mattered little. Such a long climb, like penance, required he put in the time. Reaching the top brought little joy, save respite from the wind. Rubbing his hands against the persistent stinging sand, Nat waited for the familiar feelings to engulf him, to remove him from this reality and show him a twisted future. Always his visions had proven true, yet distorted or misunderstood. That was part of what made him hate the premonitions so much. What good were they if he couldn't even fully understand them until after the events they portended took place? It was either a curse or a completely useless gift. Distant thunder interrupted his mental tirade. Nina gasped, and Nat turned. In the early evening sky appeared a cloud-like column, glowing from within. Based on the direction, it came from the Godfist. None of the usual feelings accompanied this vision, though he did feel himself drawn and held, staring toward a bright light emerging from the cloud. Faster it came, and brighter it grew. Nat's sense of time left him. A gleaming dragon bore down on the spire, holding his attention. Nina screamed, and Mael laughed. His name and identity suddenly known to Nat. Information flooded his mind, showing him the future through the dragon mage's eyes. Previous visions had never been so terrifying. As Nat Derzinger collapsed into Nina's arms, Mael breathed a fountain of fire. Chapter 2. Those in pain are most vulnerable to the darkness. Thundergar Reams. Fires dotted the landscape. Though the cloud forest was too wet to burn, the trees below had no such advantage. Smoke and ash choked those high above. A hazy pall hung over everything. The heights were under siege, something he'd never imagined possible. Still, an army of men painted black with mud camped in the foothills. They did not scale the mountains or brave the cloud forest to batter themselves upon painted cliffs. Clever and devious, they used fire at the base of the mountain to fight those above. Despite verdant dragons and their crews, fires continued to grow, setting fires being far easier than putting them out. Still, verdant dragons dumped huge mouthfuls of seawater on the fires, which made for an even greater spectacle. Smoke and embers posed a problem, but greater dangers ascended on the thermals. Balloons of woven reeds carried vials of flaming pitch and floated up in waves, threatening even well-secured areas. The cloud forest, too, slowly fell victim to pitch-fueled fires. More recently, the balloons contained unpredictable explosive devices. Some detonated with spectacular effect long before reaching the heights. Others sprinkled the cloud forest with glowing embers. But some reached their intended destination. Not far from Onin, a flaming balloon and its cargo landed, smoldering. Nearby dragon grooms worked to calm their frightened charge. Onin moved. The weapon now sparkled and hissed, but he was too slow. Jerregard swung his giant head in front of Onin. Before he could shout a warning, Jerregard used his mouth to fling the weapon from the hold. It didn't get very far before it exploded, and Jerregard shied away, crying out in shock and pain. A flash of heat and the shock wave were all Onin felt, for which he was grateful. Jerregard nudged him, and Onin patted the great oaf's head. He appeared uninjured, though darkness marred one side of his face. The dragon alongside them finally stopped prancing, but the whites of his eyes still showed. Onin empathized with his grooms. It would be a dangerous day. Frightened animals can be deadly. Dragons even more so. As he walked toward the inner chambers and the hall of the council, Onan knew it would be a dangerous day for them all. Most of the guard already waited within, and the expressions greeting Onan crossed a wide spectrum. Some afforded him the respect earned through a life of service, but many viewed him as an unwanted relic from a past best not discussed. He reminded them their society was not as honorable as they liked to believe. Here existed greed and pride like anywhere else, and that stung their egos. This Onan found ironic.
"I've been an ugly old man most of my life," he said in way of greeting. "I doubt I'll get any prettier."
Chuckles faded to silence. Some had the courage to glare at him. He did not care.
"Rise and greet your Lord Chancellor,"
Sensi said with an unenthusiastic flourish. His expression shared a joke with those in the room, while his voice remained serious. Onan still chuckled when the Lord Chancellor entered. Their eyes met, getting them off to a bad start, and he shook his head. When would he learn?
"This is a military meeting,"
the Lord Chancellor began without preface.
"Those not part of the current guard are dismissed."
Knowing his rights, Onan remained. An uncomfortable silence held.
"Must I have you removed?"
the Lord Chancellor said.
"You may try,"
Onan said.
"Is that a threat?"
Onan shrugged.
"Anyone who violates my rights will encounter resistance."
"So it is a threat,"
the Lord Chancellor said, his voice higher in pitch.
"Only if you plan to violate my rights."
Cold silence followed. The Lord Chancellor seemed to be gauging his own standing in the room. Powerful he may be, but the guard was sworn to protect the people and their rights. If the Lord Chancellor issued orders contradicting that oath, loyalty would be tested. Revolutions had started over less, of which Onan was acutely aware.
"Fine, stay,"
the Lord Chancellor said, red in the face.
"But do not cross me."
Onan nodded, knowing he walked a fine line. Experience had made this abundantly clear, but his sense of self-preservation wasn't what it used to be.
"We need to stop hiding up here and get into the fight."
Those words stirred the guard, as Onan had known they would. With a single statement, he'd shifted opinion in his favor. Much of what he knew he kept hidden, sure they would not believe. Someone else must also see what he'd seen.
"The dragons and the new guard are our most precious resources,"
the Chancellor said.
"We cannot risk them."
Pandering to the guard and insulting Onan in a single statement showed the Lord Chancellor did not come to this battle unarmed. Onan considered his options and decided to keep his mouth shut. Awkward and overlong, the silence unnerved all those present.
"The pharaohs are concentrated at the center of the Jaga,"
Jordik of Kern said. He was a good man, Onan knew.
"If we stay along the coastline, we should be able to avoid the pharaohs and the weather."
The stormy season would be as much a danger as the pharaohs.
"I've sent word to the Midlands, apprising them of our needs,"
the Lord Chancellor said.
"If they wish continued trade and prosperity, they will comply."
Onan shook his head, the disappointment in the room obvious. The Lord Chancellor did not deal with the Midlands on a regular basis. To him, they were but a faraway land to be called on when in need, and good for little else. The guard knew otherwise, one and all, old and new. The Midlands fed the heights in exchange for precious metal. In times of war, the cost of food increased. The cost of some metals increased dramatically, and others decreased. Iron was more valuable than gold for the making of weapons, and platinum fed no starving children. In this instance, the people of the heights were in no place to ask favors. Among their few applicable assets, dragons might be their only hope.
"I wish to fly a scouting mission along the coast,"
Jordik said. It was a risky move.
"I can take iron and copper and trade for grain." "Even a single dragon is too much to risk,"
the Lord Chancellor said.
"Then I'll go,"
Onan said. Jordik glared at him. Onan almost felt bad.
"That's a risk I can accept,"
the Lord Chancellor said with a smile.
Any chance you could scout the center of the swamp while you're at it?
Already have.
This statement brought silence.
Not on purpose, mind you. My dragon just doesn't steer all that well.
This brought laughter from almost the entire guard, even Jordik.
It would probably be best if you sent Jordik of Kern with me, to make sure I don't get lost. After all, my little dragon can't carry much.
Useless,
the Lord Chancellor said.
Fine, go.
Onin turned to Jordik and winked. The younger man shook his head and smiled. Following a path Emin widened before her, Nora Trell walked and grumbled. It wasn't the boy who raised her ire. He was doing quite nicely. Holding a branch aside, he let her pass and raced around to get back ahead of her and clear the trail as best he could. Why would anyone choose to live this far out in the wilderness? She knew the answer was partly to keep people like her from asking favors. It didn't make the walk pass any more quickly. When at last they reached a well-made fence with rolling green pasture beyond, they had found Madra's farm. Emin ducked down to climb through the fence. "Wait," Nora said, backing up. The boy looked confused, but did as he was told and took a step back. For another moment they stood in silence. Then came a loud snort from not far away. Trees and brush blocked the view, but something was coming. Emin backed away farther when a bull charged, its sharp horns long enough to reach through the fence and kill. "How'd you know?" Emin asked. "Never go into a field without checking, boy. And I've been here before. Madra's known for saying, 'Who needs guard dogs when you've got bulls?' Madra's known for saying a lot of things. Now what do we do?" "Yell, Madra, as loud as you can." The boy shrugged and managed an impressive effort. Moments later, dressed in chaps and cursing, came Madra. "What kind of idiot just goes around shouting in the woods? Do they even consider that I might have a horse standing over me?" "It's Nora Trell," Emin shouted after a nod from Nora. "Oh, that kind of idiot. I should have known. Could you corral your dog, please?" Nora asked. Madra made a rude gesture, but grabbed a metal bucket from nearby. A good shake and the bucket made a rattling sound. The bull turned immediately and ran toward the fence where Madra stood, looking as if it might impale her. But instead it slowed and gently grabbed the ear of corn Madra held. With her other hand she yanked on a rope that pulled the gate shut, corralling the bull off from the rest of the field. "How'd she do that?" Emin asked, not moving toward the fence, his skin pale. "If you always feed them in the corral and rarely close the gate, you don't even have to work at it. And now we can safely cross the field." "Are you sure?" "Well, you did make Madra angry with all that yelling you did." The boy gave her a wry but unappreciative look. "What do you want?" Madra asked when they reached the barn. She had her knees bent and a colt's hind leg resting between hers, and she finished crimping the nails of a loose shoe. Nora just waited for her to give them her attention. "That'll have to do until the farrier comes back. Turn him back out on the hill, Shelby." After pulling up a wooden chair with a leather seat and wheels, Madra looked them over and chuckled. "You must want something, Nora Trell. Otherwise you wouldn't have gotten off your pretty ship and trudged through all those trees and bugs and snakes. You did tell the boy about the snakes, didn't you? Boiling things look just like branches, but one bite and it's all over." The size of Emin's eyes nearly made Nora laugh. But why spoil the joke? "I need your help," Madra snorted. "I need food. You walked all the way here for some food. Rather a lot of it, actually." Madra's eyes narrowed. "You have an army to feed?" The silence hung. "I had an army once. Dreadful things. Noisy, and they smell terrible. They're like children. Speaking of children, Shelby." "Yes?" "Nora here needs rather a lot of food. You know what that means, don't you?" "No." "It means I'm going to need a drink. Fetch my metal flask, will you?" Shelby did as she asked. "Don't ask about his brother while he's standing here," Madra said when her son walked away.
Those two have been fighting again. Idiots. At least I did not raise boring children. I'll drink to that, Nora said. Twice.
Emmon pretended not to hear.
So, where exactly do you need all this food? West of here,
Nora replied. When Shelby returned, Madra took a deep pull before handing the flask to Nora.
West of here, you say? Well, there's not a whole lot west of here, now is there? Won't be sending wagons that way, that's for certain. How much can the boy carry?
With a laugh, Nora pushed Emmon toward the door.
Why don't you go play with the bull? Watch the pointy bits,
Madra said as he rushed out. After he was gone, she asked,
You think that one's going to make it? He's a little doe-eyed, don't you think? He'll live, Nora said. Not sure how much of that living he'll do on my ship, but I doubt I'll have to throw him overboard. So, you want supplies by barge, I assume? That would be best. I'll need multiple shipments over time.
Nora did not shrink under Madra's glare. There was a reason she'd trudged through the forsaken wilderness to seek out Madra. Others could get what she needed, but not maintain secrecy. Few people had the courage to ask Madra many questions.
You never ask for anything easy. What fun would that be?
Leaving the heights involved far less activity for Onan and Jerregard than Jordik and his dragon, Tanaketh. Among the largest verdant dragons, Tanaketh was young and proud. Most verdants were supported by a guard and 10 grooms. Jordik commanded a full 13 grooms to deal with the dragon. Tanaketh's size and disposition made him both a greater asset to the heights and a greater threat to those in power. Getting them away from the heights was the first priority, and they left with as much haste as possible before anyone changed their minds. While he would have liked some time to confer with Jordik, there were ears everywhere. Even once they were in the air, shouting sensitive information between them would be unwise. Jordik's request for wing transfer still came as something of a surprise. The practice had been frowned upon in Onan's day, and was all but outlawed. Still, Onan had done it himself in the past, and he believed the talent should be maintained, even if not often used. In battle, such skills could mean the difference between life and death. Patting his dragon on the neck, he said,
"All right, old boy, behave yourself for once."
Jerregard grunted in response.
"Just keep straight and level."
Tanaketh flew in close, overlapping Jerregard's wing with his own. Though crowded by the larger dragon's wingtip, Onan dared not insult the giant oaf. Jordik walked Tanaketh's wing with confidence, but stepped down onto Jerregard's hesitantly. Tanaketh wheeled away almost immediately. The change in air pressure pulled Jerregard's wing upward, causing Jordik to stumble. When Jordik wormed his way into the small tier, Onan smiled. He liked this young man more and more. Wing walking took guts.
"Why'd you do it?"
Jordik asked almost immediately.
"Do what?"
Onan asked, just to be contrary.
"You know, offer to go with me, or in my stead, depending on how you look at it."
Onan shrugged.
"Our Lord Chancellor may have some strong points, but dealing with the Midlands is not among them. Diplomacy in general seems to be a problem."
Jordik smiled at this statement. Such conversations were unusual. They had been trained to take orders, not ask questions. Onan had always had difficulty with that. In Jordik, he saw himself.
"We can't just ask them to send us all their resources when they are surely also preparing for war,"
Jordik said.
Onan nodded. "That is the reason."
Is it the only reason?
"I don't like smoke."
That made Jordik laugh.
"I think we need to reinforce relations with the Midlands,"
he said after a moment, his voice once again serious.
"They have things we need, and we have things they need. When we work together, like during the Jaga War, we are all stronger."
"I agree,"
Onan said.
"The problem is that the Lord Chancellor understands neither our strengths nor our weaknesses. He views the Midlands as a threat to his absolute power."
"But you know that's not the case,"
Jordik said with passion.
"I do. but I'm probably not the person you want to quote to get his chancellorship's approval."
"Not even Sensi can convince him of this," Jordik said.
Onin had his own issues with Sensi, but at least the men had tried.
"So how do you plan to fix this?" Jordik asked.
Again, Onin shrugged.
"At least we're not breathing in smoke."
Jerrigard trumpeted his agreement.
"They say you're crazy."
Onin nodded.
"I say it's hard to tell the difference between bravery and lunacy," Jordik continued. "You're a good man, Onin of the Old Guard, even if you don't want to admit it."
"You too are a good man, Jordik of Kern. Though, I must admit, I've been trying to think of what I'll say to your parents if you don't survive the wing walk back."
Jordik took the hint and summoned Tanaketh. The big dragon moved in fast, once again crowding Onin with his wingtip, flaunting his size. Jerrigard must not have taken kindly to this. As soon as Jordik grabbed Tanaketh's wing, Jerrigard dived, leaving Jordik hanging.
"He was a brave kid,"
Onin ruminated out loud, Jordik's cursing in the background as he pulled himself up.
"A little slow, but a good kid."
Alette Kilbor knew nothing. She shared memories with the most powerful person on the planet, along with her own life experience, but nothing prepared her for this. Slipping through the keystones had been risky once she'd cracked them, but had seemed safer than remaining in the cavern with Mael. Knowing she had destroyed his way out, she doubted he would have ever shown her any mercy. Seeing the Jaga through the fractured keystone, she'd thought fate smiled upon her. In actuality, it was about to stand on her neck. She had walked into a trap, not knowing the danger she faced. And Trinda Hollis, thinking to capitalize on Alette's good fortune, rushed headlong into the very same trap. The Black Queen almost felt bad about that. The Child Queen had been manipulated along with the rest, and Alette's animosity toward her waned. Even without the knowledge of Mael's influence, Alette and Trinda faced a common foe. Both were trapped, and working together might be their only chance of escape. Both had been separated from their physical forms, which rested not far away within an altar, presumably constructed for that purpose. Energy flowed to those bodies, sustaining them in their suspended state. Within the Noonspire, Alette and Trinda were mere shades of their physical forms, their spirits reflecting how they perceived themselves. Wearing a perpetual frown, Trinda clearly felt guilty for what she had done. Alette's spirit looked much as she had aboard her father's ship. It was there her identity had formed, and that self she clung to. Their captors seemed not to care. Both Alette and Trinda had learned not to attract Agrijan and Murden's attention. Almost indistinguishable, they often resembled a single spirit, but sometimes they disagreed, and the two grew more recognizable and distinct. Alette could only imagine what ages in a prison such as this would do to a person. She tried not to wonder. Thinking too much might raise their ire. When their captors did pay attention, it was to dominate them and crush their spirits. The ancient magic users were extremely skilled, and Alette hoped never to experience it again. Too many times, she knew, and she would cease to exist. This was their true goal. Once their spirits had been subdued, Agrijan and Murden could inhabit Alette's and Trinda's physical forms and finally escape their prison. That would, of course, leave Alette's and Trinda's spirits in their place. That thought alone kept Alette fighting to maintain her identity. Even when the sorcerer and sorceress ignored them, their thoughts radiated through the crystal. They had seen Mael through the keystone and blamed him for their imprisonment. He had betrayed them. He had helped build this forsaken prison and lured them into it. He would have gotten away with it, if not for their quick thinking and teamwork. These thoughts ran in circles, reinforcing each other and creating a predictable pattern. During a rare moment when Agrijan and Murden were transfixed on something in the outside world, something flying high above them, Alette reached out to Trinda and held her hand. Even if only in spirit, the contact was reassuring. Though they had never been friends, Alette was glad Trinda was there. She understood much of what Alette had been through, and at least she wasn't alone. Whenever she came close to losing herself, She leaned on the child queen, and Trinda leaned on her. It was a small thing, but in circumstances such as these, small things could make all the difference. Across their bond, Trinda sent a mere whisper of thought.
Together, we will survive.
It was enough for Let to know she had at least one ally in this world. Sleeping upon a broken spire, mostly submerged in cool water, Mael enjoyed his freedom. After so long, he'd forgotten the sheer variety of things to see, smell, eat, and drink. Never would anyone take it from him again. That thought niggled at him, preventing him from enjoying his newfound freedom. It wouldn't last. They were still out there. They did not want him to be free. Waiting for eons could have made him act in overenthusiastic haste, but he had learned true patience. Thus far, he'd used little more than gentle nudges to move the puzzle pieces into place. A smile crept over him as he remembered when the humans rediscovered the keystones. After so much silence, their inane conversations had been the most interesting thing in the world. Of course, the humans had no way to know how susceptible they were to persuasion when using the keystones. Just a little nudge in the right direction, here and there, was all it had taken. It was a good thing, since power had been available in such minute quantities. He'd been agonizing over pulling every last bit of energy from the air beneath a mountain, and now he soaked in sun and comet light. The potent combination left him giddy. Saltbark trees provided an excellent restorative. He'd eaten 3 trees whole before the effects kicked in. Now he floated above a natural energy flow. Though cracked, the keystones remained powerful. It was a reminder. Eventually, Agrijan and Murden would have access to enough power to escape their prison. He'd done his best to keep them occupied, but their interference had already cost him. If he'd not had secondary, tertiary, and quaternary plans, he might have remained trapped. Surely his former colleagues had plans of their own. Now he had an advantage, just as he always had. He'd always been just a little bit better than the other two. That was why she had married Agrijan, and not him. No one had ever said it, but he knew. He'd always known. No matter how close they had been at times, he could not forgive betrayal. Memories of their last days had played in his mind ever since. The others had remained true until the very last moment, when the Noonspire trap was sprung. Weaker and slower, Agrijan and Murden had fallen almost instantly. There had been no time to save them. He'd barely saved himself. Had they not turned on him then, he would have broken free. Trapped and realizing they had lost everything, they became jealous and made certain he did not get away. Without them to offset his power, he would have been unstoppable. He would have been... That thought had run through his mind so many times it ignited familiar fury. His colleagues, his friends, had latched on to his very humanity and would not let go. Jealous, they had exacted one last vile act of revenge against him. Even then they had been lesser beings, their combined effort not enough to ensnare his spirit. Still, they took something from him. Fully assuming dragon form cost him his humanity. He'd long since forgotten what that meant or why it was important. He was, after all, a dragon. Without another thought, he flew toward the Noonspire. Chapter 3. To put the well-being of another above your own is the highest form of existence. Mother Gwendolen, Cathuran Monk. Kenward Trell paced the deck.
Wherever bolts aren't holding, I want the joints wound in rope and torqued. Is that clear? Yes, sir,
His crew responded. With such a large ship and so many bolts to reinforce, the work took time. Eventually, Farsi emerged from below decks.
Good thinking, sir. The ropes are doing a better job than the bolts were.
Kenward wasn't certain he liked the word were.
You fixed the bolts, right?
Grinning, Farsi held up a leather bucket filled with cracked and bent metal. Kenward swallowed. He'd intended the ropes to be a temporary fix to reinforce the bolts. Now he flew a ship held together with string. His mother and sister would be so proud.
The thing is, sir, the ropes provide a sturdy connection, but also allow for some flex. The bolts would just break again and damage the beams. This is better.
It had been Kenward's idea, but he still wasn't so sure.
Repair the bolts anyway,
Kenward said. Farsi never stopped grinning, which unnerved the good captain as few things did.
How much rope do we have left?
He asked as an afterthought.
Enough to build another ship,
Farsi said.
I'll get you a damage and status report, sir.
Kenward nodded. Farsi frequently managed to stay one step ahead. When the Jaga coast came into view, Kenward had second thoughts about everything. This place no longer followed the natural order. For miles, the waters along the coast were fouled. What should be white sands and blue water were covered in noxious brown and black ooze. A child of both land and sea, Kenward was repulsed. Beyond that waited a pervasive sense of doom. Alette was trapped within a pit of pure evil. He spared a thought for Trinda as well. Whatever he did for Alette, he also did for the child queen. It was enough. Sinjin and Kendra guided their dragons back toward deck. They had been flying ahead, but no longer. Scouting inland would have been pointless, since the Jaga threatened from the very start.
You're a good man, Kenward Trell,
Kendra said, coming to his side.
You've a noble heart, and she knows how you feel. Dying is a poor way to prove your love.
Reasoned, convincing words delivered in a measured tone. Kenward listened without looking at her, his tears falling to the deck.
I can do nothing to save her. I'm weak, helpless, and impotent at the very moment I so wish to be strong. I can fix so many things, but I can't fix this.
There is no dishonor in turning back, Kendra said. Kenward nodded and turned to his skeleton crew. Those he trusted most, and who trusted him, stood at the rails, watching madness approach.
If you plan to see the morning, get off the portly dragon now. The last favor I will ask of my dragon-riding friends is that they fly you all to safety.
Dragons stood ready to transport the crew, but no one stepped forward. Kenward swallowed hard. It was one thing to sacrifice himself, entirely another to take his crew and friends, his family, down with him. Kenward Trell faced an impossible decision, feeling as if he were being physically torn apart. Jessup Tillerman moved to his place between the thrust tubes. The rest returned to their work. They knew what they faced, and they stood ready to do their jobs. Proud of his crew, he would not dishonor their bravery.
Sinjin, Kendra,
Kenward said.
You may take your leave. The portly dragon sets sail for the Noonspire with all haste.
You're just going to fly in there and save her? Kendra asked.
The dragon will get me close, and I'll take the bumblebee in the rest of the way. If all goes well, we'll leave with one more than we came with.
Kendra shook her head. The time for persuasion had passed.
Travel well, my friend. May we meet again on the other side.
Sinjin and Kendra said their final goodbyes and climbed back atop their dragons. Running to the part of the deck marked stern, he looked out to see two verdant dragons coming fast, one significantly smaller than the other. Kenward felt relief on recognizing Jerigard. Still, the larger dragon approaching at such high speed intimidated. Roaring as it passed, the mighty beast left the air roiling, which shook the portly dragon, her rope-bound joints screaming in protest. The two regal dragons took flight. Kenward watched the large verdant dragon as it executed a wide turn, hoping to be recognized as friends. Onan's voice could soon be heard bellowing the words,
"Turn back! If you wish to live, turn back now!"
Kenward really didn't need another reminder, but he appreciated the effort nonetheless. He couldn't say he hadn't been warned.
"The heart of the Jaga is lousy with pharaohs,"
Onan said as Jerigard flew circles around the portly dragon.
"And the Noonspire presents a far greater danger. We must join together if we're to defeat this darkness."
Kenward knew the wisdom of his words.
"Leave them!"
came shouting from a tier atop the second verdant dragon. The sheer size of the beast made it terrifying, its bellowed displeasure no more reassuring.
"You've warned them. Now let's move on. You've seen. There's no more time.
Evil threatens us all, Onan said after a brief pause. I must go. I must do my duty. Be well, Onan of the Old Guard, Kenward yelled with a wave. Jessup, take us into the darkness.
The problem with living remote enough to keep away the fools is that you occasionally have to come out. Even knowing the shortest route to a serviceable wagon and team of horses, Madra of Far Rossing was already tired.
We're not hauling all this stuff ourselves, right?
Shelby asked while hooking up both horses.
Of course not. But if you happen to be negotiating for large quantities of food, you might as well fill your own wagon on the cheap.
Shelby laughed.
Knowing you, they'll pay us to fill the wagon.
He turned serious then.
Do you remember the last time we filled the wagon? Oh, I remember. Do you think we could negotiate for some help unloading?
Shelby asked, looking hopeful.
And by unloading, I assume you mean carrying it all the way to the root cellar?
Shelby nodded.
We'll see,
Madra said as only a mother could.
It's not like Medrin will be there to help.
Both quieted as they turned along the wagon trail leading to Mackie's place.
Oh, look, Madra has come, and she's brought her wagon,
Mackie shouted from the barn doorway. Young Jarn peeked from the hayloft.
And 2 horses, Pa,
Jarn added.
You are a little predictable,
Shelby said with a laugh.
A wise boy is a quiet boy,
Madra said. Shelby laughed again. He was most certainly her son.
What do you need a wagon load of today?
Mackie asked, grinning.
She probably needs it real bad, Pa, real bad. Not a wise boy to be seen,
Shelby muttered. Madra ignored them and walked into the barn. Mackie followed. Shelby stayed outside to play ball with Jarn.
What have you got that's for sale?
Madra asked.
All of it is for sale, or at least enough to fill that wagon of yours. What if I needed to fill that wagon many times over?
Madra asked while thumbing through bushel baskets of dried corn.
Many, many times. How much for all of it, including what comes out of the smokehouse? All of it. Well, what are you feeding, an army? Yes, that's it. I'm building another army of the infirm to save us all. Do you want to join?
Mackie just shook his head and scribbled a number on vellum with charcoal. Madra grabbed them and wrote some figures of her own. Mackie's eyes bulged.
I can't do that. It's just too much. With enough gold,
Madra said.
You can do just about anything. I need you to do this for me. I'd have to buy from others in the surrounding areas,
Mackie said.
And that would create a shortage, which would make the price... Yes, I'll do it. What do I tell people?
Madra shrugged and added an additional stack of coins to her deposit.
Tell them whatever you want. Tell them your crop failed or your cows are extra hungry this year. I don't care. Just don't tell them it's from me.
Mackie nodded slowly, looking half lost in thought. Shelby came through the door smiling.
Oh, that reminds me,
Madra said.
I'm going to need some things loaded onto my wagon.
It wasn't until they were loaded and halfway down the rutted drive before Shelby said,
I noticed you left some room in the wagon. Are we going to see our young baker friend? We are.
Dancing in his seat while he drove, Shelby urged the horses just a little faster.
Don't beat me to death on the way there, boy.
The dilapidated condition of the trails out this way gave evidence to how seldom they were used. Even these made Madra feel exposed, and she was glad when the aroma of baking bread was all she could smell. Another small farm, this one far more accessible than the last, came into view. A mud-brick farmhouse backed up to 2 grain bins, chicken coops, pasture, and fields beyond. 2 other wagons, each single horse, were tied beneath the trees. Madra waited.
You're killing me,
Shelby said.
Can you not smell that? How can you just sit here and wait patiently? We could go in and have a pastry while we wait for every other person with a nose gets theirs.
Madra grinned and waited. It didn't take all that long before the 2 local farmers headed back towards civilized lands, as they called them.
They're gone,
Shelby said.
Come on.
Waiting a little longer, just for spite, Madra then urged the horses out of the trees and along the smoother trail leading up to the Timmit's place. Smoke poured from all 3 chimneys. She would always think of Old Man Timmit, though his son had been the heart of the farm for many years. A small bell announced their entrance, the tinkling sound not quite sweet.
Greetings, Miss Madra. Greetings to you, Timmit, son of Timmit. I see you've brought your wagon,
Timmit said while peering out the window. Shelby chuckled.
Feed my boy before he starves,
Madra said.
I want one of those and 2 of those,
Shelby said before Timmit could respond. The baker put the pastries on a wooden paddle and slid them into the closest brick oven.
How is business?
Madra asked.
Slow,
Timmit said.
Rumors of war in the east, talk of dragons attacking villages. People don't want to leave their homes. Well, that's good,
Madra said, and Timmit looked confused.
I'm going to need everything you can sell me.
What?
Are you building another army? I've decided to remarry,
Madra said.
I can't have all my suitors starving while they wait their turn.
Timmit was flummoxed.
Here's what I need,
Madra said, handing him a strip of parchment. Timmit's eyes went even wider.
I can't do that. I'd have to turn away all my other customers. Are your other customers here?
Madra asked, the coins in her hand making a clinking sound.
Did your other customers pull you from your mama and smack your bottom? But do you want me to put you back where I found you?
No, ma'am, Timmit said. Madra put coins in the young man's hand.
Do you want anything else?
She asked Shelby, who nodded and pointed, his mouth still full.
About my wagon,
Madra said. The portly dragon flew without joy. Beneath them passed a landscape reeking of death and wrongness. Soon the entire Jaga would be a rotting quagmire. Along the edges of the corruption, where lush greenery could still be seen, gathered the animals. Trees bent low, laden with creatures never meant to live so close together. The lack of feral dragons brought no comfort. Kenward suspected a multitude gathered around the heart of this madness. There, too, he would find the most complex and fascinating creature he'd ever known. Alette Kilbore was the one thing Kenward Trell wanted most, but could not have. He knew unrequited love. He'd known the sting of rejection, but this was different. She felt the same for him. He was certain. He'd seen it in her eyes. Someone or something else had stood in their way and kept them apart. It infuriated him and gnawed at his soul. When the noon spire appeared on the horizon, Kenward quailed. Nothing he'd imagined prepared him for the scale of what had been buried under the swamp. The noon spire sank beneath ground level to dizzying depths. The land around it had been thrust away, a wall of plasma and fire holding the soil, rock, water, and everything else out. Rock formations with symmetry and order formed an intricate architecture protruding through the plasma barrier. A ripple passed through the column, making it breathe. Feral dragons clinging to the structure moved like a single organism. In the spire's light, they basked.
How could she survive here amid such evil?
Kenward asked himself. He'd come here to save her from whatever influence this place had, but it was not simply the place. He could feel it now. There would be no negotiations. They were already at war.
"Stoke the fires!"
he shouted.
"Full thrust!"
The massive noon spire facets reached out to them, pulling them closer. Within the crystal, shadowy occupants could be seen. Madness, hatred, and impatience waited there. Kenward saw fear and worry and guilt, but also love. Which feelings came from which figures, Kenward could not know for certain, but he could guess.
"Go away!"
A voice boomed in Kenward's mind, knocking him from his feet. Farsi ran toward him, but Kenward could not hear his friend's words.
"Come closer,"
another said in a calm but commanding voice. Farsi pulled Kenward back to his feet, his mouth moving, but no intelligible words coming out.
Go now, Kenward, or surely you will lose me.
This thought came with a vision of Alat. He smelled her hair and felt her gentle touch. He had to go. They had to get away that instant. Her voice pounding within his mind made everything clear. Holding up 2 fingers, he called for thrust. The portly dragon lumbered through turbulence, lightning clawing the air beneath them. Pumping his fist, Kenward called for more fuel on the fire. Farsi and Bryn appeared worried. Jessup Tilleman looked panic-stricken. The young man held out his hands to his sides to indicate his efforts weren't working. Kenward already knew. Too slowly did they drift, some force pulling them back despite the thrust. Kenward held on as the portly dragon listed heavily.
Prep the Howler and Bumblebee! Fire!
Farsi yelled.
Abandon ship!
Kenward shouted.
The portly dragon is going in!
Lightning reached the ship, then crackled along the lowest corner, the ropes now smoking. Orange flames gushed from the boiler house, and steam rushed out with a deafening squeal. Coconuts rolled into the heat. Kenward had almost forgotten about them amid the chaos, but now could think of little else. Running toward the smoldering coconut, that was filled with something an ancient book claimed more powerful than the fire snakes brothers Gustad and Milo had rediscovered, Kenward hoped to buy his crew time. Before he reached it, sparks flew from the mud-sealed opening. Spinning and leaping, it rolled from the deck and fell, moments later exploding with a thunderous boom. Sparks and smoke blasted the ship from below. Like a single, massive creature, feral dragons attacked.
Go, now!
Kenward cried. The deck's pitch increased, making the Bumblebee difficult to reach. Farsi had orders to meet him there. Bryn and Jessup would take the Howler. Though he'd never flown the experimental aircraft, Kenward was confident Jessup would figure it out. He was a thrustmaster, the most important skill required. Gwen had taken to it almost instinctively. No one had expected to come out of this alive, and the odds hadn't improved. Feral dragons filled the skies around them, but did not attack. Dangerously close to the megalithic crystal, the portly dragon was free of ferals. As if protecting against something, they blotted out the night sky, making escape on the smaller aircraft unlikely. When Kenward reached the Bumblebee, Farsi was already there. Jessup crossed the pitching deck between him and the Howler. Bryn still shoveled coal into the fires.
Bryn!
Kenward shouted. The young man ignored him.
Bryn!
He screamed, knowing it would soon be too late. Finally, Bryn acknowledged him, tossed down his shovel, and ran toward the Howler. Jessup strapped himself in. Kenward watched with detached horror. This couldn't be happening. Surely he would wake soon, and it would all be over. No such luck. With jarring impact, the portly dragon struck the noon spire. Squealing in protest, the ship ponderously spun, the gaping chasm ready to consume them. Lightning assaulted the rigging, and Kenward knew time had run out. Farsi patted him on the shoulder, signaling he was ready, and Kenward slammed the pressure release forward. Nothing happened. A brief inspection revealed part of the controls had come loose. Blasted connecting rods. The Howler preparing to take off made him turn his head. Bryn wasn't on board, and the Howler was still secured. Sprawled on the deck, Bryn moved, but not fast enough. With the deck pitched, Jessup had been unable to release the straps.
Hurry, Bryn!
Jessup shouted.
Hurry!
Time ran out. Jamming the connecting rod back onto the shaft, Kenward hoped it would hold. Gradually, he opened the air tank. After 3 forceful thumps, the Bumblebee came up to song and launched across the deck at an upward angle. Looking left one last time before leaving the deck, he saw Bryn release the Howler. It immediately got away from him and slid into the abyss. Staring up from the doomed portly dragon, Bryn saluted. Kenward Trell's heart broke. Onan of the Old Guard was a practical man, not prone to flights of fancy. Emotional acts were a good way to end up dead. Still, he couldn't help but wonder his friends' fates. He'd warned the fools to leave, and they ignored him. All the worry was their fault, and he cursed them for it. Soon he, too, was driven to reckless action. Flying Jerregard closer, Onan stepped out onto the wing, an especially daring move considering what he'd done to Jordik the last time. Tanakith behaved and let Onan pull himself up. Events such as this emphasized how different Jerregard was. Full-sized verdant dragons possessed undeniable majesty, but Jerregard had proven far more versatile and self-sufficient than his lumbering brethren. It wasn't the length of the walk that made Onan think these beasts had grown too large, though it didn't help matters. The wind threatened to throw him into open air, and he had no desire to test Tanakith's loyalty. Jerregard stayed nearby. Onan had long thought the verdants would be bred into extinction. For many lifetimes, dragons had been mated to produce ever larger offspring, but there was a practical limit. The current generation was dangerously close by his estimation. He would have continued his mental rant, but was glad instead to enter Jordik's tier. The younger man grinned at him.
Not as much fun as you'd think, is it?
Onan grunted in response.
You must want something,
Jordik said, his eyes twinkling with mirth.
Surely you didn't come over here just to grunt at me.
Again, Onan grunted.
Okay, maybe you did. We need to talk,
Onan finally said. Jordik had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 4. The world moves forward. If you resist change, you fall behind. Brother Vaughn, Cathuran monk. Chaos reigned, ground and sky looking much alike. Disoriented, Kenward struggled to control the bumblebee. Even with the improvements made to the design, this aircraft's primary flaw was the ability to fly for only a short time. He wasn't even certain how long. It would become apparent soon enough. Jessup passed them on the howler, looking absolutely terrified. His speed remarkable, even Ferals left him room to pass. Kenward and Bryn approached much more slowly, and the mystical portal through which Jessup had gone just as suddenly closed. Between them and freedom flew a wall of teeth and claws. In that moment, though, the portly dragon broke over the noon spire. Sharp cracks reverberated and echoed. A small blast ignited the explosives-filled coconuts and started a chain reaction. The resulting blast sent sparks, steam, and chunks of metal into the air, overwhelming the bumblebee and the dragons above. Kenward was grateful for the straps holding him in. Farsi screamed. Struggling with the controls, Kenward righted the aircraft just as they burst from the smoke and ash. Blackened with soot, coughing and smoking, they escaped the Jaga's heart. Feral dragons would not be so easily evaded. 3 barred their path. The howler's call was all the warning they got before Jessup thrust through the dragons, sending them in all directions. It wouldn't be enough, but Kenward appreciated the effort. Jessup Tillerman was an adventurer indeed. Tales would be told and songs sung, provided someone survived. Breaking free, Kenward knew the victory would be short-lived. The bumblebee lacked the howler's speed. The longer they flew, the less frequently the thumps came. Soon he might regret being strapped in. Without thrust to provide lift, it would fly like a rock.
"We're going to have to bail out,"
Kenward shouted to Farsi, who already loosened his straps. Kenward might have said more, but a shimmering orb racing toward them blinded him with its brilliance. What had at first seemed a deadly weapon ready to incinerate them was actually a regent dragon bearing 2 riders. Katrin rode at the front, Ko held before her, both shining like fire. That same power washed over Pelivor and Kyrian, as if they were made of lightning. Focused on the ferals, Katrin paid them no mind, but Pelivor met Kenward's eyes. The skilled flight master then did something Kenward would never quite understand. Somehow, across the distance between them, Pelivor forced air back into the bumblebee's holding tanks, and the thumping grew faster than ever. With Farsi holding on, Kenward aimed for the coast. A quick getaway and a safe landing were the best he could hope for. For those lost or still in the fight, he shed a tear. Even with the extra compressed air Pelivor provided, the bumblebee would not get them all the way to the coast. Knowing they would likely nosedive into the vile, twisted marsh if he let the compressed air completely run out, Kenward searched for a place to land. Nothing looked safe. They could either touch down in black water crawling with snakes and other predators, or make an abrupt stop amid the trees and vines. They hadn't seen or heard from Jessup, which worried Kenward as much as anything. That and Bryn's fate. Few things had ever pained him as much as leaving the young man behind. Bryn's death would forever be on Kenward's conscience, and that made it heavy indeed. No amount of tears would change reality, and Kenward concentrated on saving Farsi. That, at least, he might actually achieve. A trumpeting bellow announced company. Kenward sighed in relief on seeing Onan and Jerregard approaching with Jordik and Tanaketh not far behind. The larger dragon's size alone would ward off all but the most determined foes, but they were still a ways off. He hoped the compressed air would last. Changing tactics, he climbed ever higher, aiming for the dragon. The vital thumping inexorably slowed. Eventually, the small craft would go no higher. Kenward used the altitude to gain speed and raced toward Onan and Jerregard. Onan yelled, "We'll circle back and get underneath you." While Kenward would have complied, fate removed the choice from his hands when the bumblebee quite suddenly went silent. Their trajectory would have taken them well over Onan's head, but the sudden loss of thrust caused them to drop. Onan screamed as the bumblebee nosed into his flight path. Jerregard's last-second evasive maneuver kept the bumblebee from crashing into the front of the tier. Instead, the out-of-control projectile wedged itself into the tier's side, the bumblebee almost touching Onan's backside. He looked back and shook his head. "You people really do know how to make an entrance. Whoa!" he shouted as soon as he turned to watch where they were going. Kenward turned as well. The skies above the noon spire blazed with reflected light and sheets of what might be heat lightning. The air writhed with dragons, most dark and shadowy, but one shone like the brightest comet, glittering light surrounding him. Those aboard Kyrian cast out chains of fire, but the feral dragons came in overwhelming numbers. Seeing just how many dragons followed them, Kenward's courage fled. Though far from secure where he was, Kenward remained frozen in place, unable to climb into the damaged tier in mid-flight. Jerregard's sudden movements threatened to dislodge the aircraft and send it tumbling to the swamp below. As the bumblebee came loose, Onan grabbed the aircraft with a gnarled hand, grunting from the effort. The rest of the ride would haunt Kenward's nightmares. Feral dragons flew in close, but did not attack. Instead, they herded Jerregard back toward the noon spire. Onan did what he could to fight it, but too many ferals surrounded them. Tanaketh cried out, but was soon cut off from Jerregard. Once Katrin saw them driven back in that direction, her attacks intensified in pitch and scale. Over and over she struck down feral dragons, only to have more take their place. Nearly overwhelmed, Pelivor guarded her back, wielding light like a whip. In near silence, ferals harrying them, Jerregard glided back to the noon spire. Kenward didn't know what they wanted with him, Farsi, Onan, and Jerregard, but his imagination created horrific visions of mad sorcerers trapping them all within the towering crystal prison. More likely, they were meant as a distraction or a price to be paid. When Kyrian dived straight toward the spire, feral dragons blocking his path, Katrin stole Kenward's breath. Lighting up from within, she released the straps and dived from atop Kyrian. The dragon pulled up, Pelivor still fighting from his back, but then a blinding flash emanated from the spire. The blast wave nearly knocked the bumblebee loose. Onan's grip kept them in place, but his white knuckles made no promises. Seeing Jessup and the Howler fall from the portly dragon put Bryn's heart in his throat. He'd sacrificed his life to see the young man saved, and it looked as if he'd failed. Screaming and the howl of thrust proved him wrong a moment later as Jessup sailed past, moving up and out of the chasm. Part of him wanted Jessup to come back for him, but it would do no good. The portly dragon imploded upon the noon spire. Pulling himself along the coarse deck, trying to get as far from the boiler house as possible, Bryn feared he simply delayed the inevitable. It might be far less painful and agonizing to jump into the gap and fall to his death, but life had a tenacious grip, and he wasn't ready to give up. When the boiler house blew, he feared he'd made a mistake. Getting behind a collapsing windsock, Bryn avoided the fiery blast. The next detonation split the ship into pieces and rattled the world. His ears ringing and his eyes watering, Bryn fell. His descent ended as abruptly as it began. When his senses returned, he found himself resting on a mostly deflated windsock stretched between two wooden planks. One end rested on the architecture of the outer column. The other end hissed and popped from contact with the noonspire itself. Even with his thoughts clouded, Bryn knew his situation was deadly. Whispers emerged, growing louder and more insistent.
Come closer. Yes, closer.
Bryn closed his eyes, hoping they would go away. They did not. He could feel the energy emanating from the crystal and reaching out toward him. It pulled at his spirit, tugging his soul.
A mere morsel, this one,
the first voice said. It was impossible for Bryn to tell male from female. He didn't suppose it mattered.
A tasty morsel.
Bryn didn't care for being described as tasty. His head pounded as the energy continued to assault him, steadily leaching the life from him. He hadn't realized how much closer he'd gotten to the noonspire, and Bryn pulled himself away with great effort.
A will this one has. A tasty will.
I am not tasty, Bryn shouted, holding his hands over his ears. The voices laughed loudly in his mind, proving he was helpless before them, and could do nothing to keep them out. He should just give up and let them take control. It would be so much easier. No more decisions, no more heartbreak. His reflection gleamed in the noonspire, and Bryn realized he'd moved closer without intending to. Pushing himself backward, he tried to get away, but the energy clung more tightly now, as if tiny hooks dug more and more deeply into his very spirit.
The struggle makes it more painful. The struggle makes it tastier.
Screaming, Bryn pulled himself forcefully away. It felt as if his body moved, but his soul remained, snared by Agrajahn and Murden, their names seared into his memory. His insignificance amusing, they dominated him. Claimed by numbness, Bryn was lost. A terrible roar split the air. He barely noticed. Wind buffeted him, almost throwing him from the canvas. The ends contacting the noonspire glowed orange, and flames licked the edges. Soon Bryn's perch would fail, and he likely wouldn't know the difference. The fight seemed far away now. It was none of his concern. He'd done his part and made a noble sacrifice. He was satisfied and could now let go. Sensation returned in an overwhelming rush. Agrajahn and Murden released their draining grip as a new threat arrived. Not quite understanding, Bryn saw Katrin Volker descending, glowing like a goddess, her translucent hair flowing around her and taking on the color of the surrounding light. She did not come to him, as he expected. Instead, she slammed into the noonspire with percussive force. Blinding light and another blast dulled his senses, and it barely registered when Kyrian reached in and grabbed him with mighty claws. Atop Kyrian's back, Pelivor fought as if the world's fate rested on his shoulders. As Bryn's senses returned, he supposed it did. From within the crystal came a command so forceful, every living creature not already trapped complied. Go! In the moment the howler slipped from the portly dragon's deck, Jessup Tillerman realized the value of a quiet life on the farm, of playing in the fields and racing back to a simple cabin when the rains come. Always when he'd had it, he had wanted more. Seldom had he simply enjoyed what he had. Now all of it was lost. The adventure he'd always craved was now likely to end his life. Suddenly, it didn't seem worth it. The thoughts flashed across his consciousness even as his limbs moved. Though trembling from fear and adrenaline, he gripped the controls and exerted his will, thrust tubes howling. After tumbling, the aircraft pointed straight into a sky filled with dragons. Jessup could no longer see how close the ground was, but much of the noon spire towered over him. Gradually the howler slowed before changing direction, the force of his will finding purchase. Bryn cried out from where he clung to remains of the portly dragon. If Jessup could have, he would have landed and brought Bryn aboard, but it was impossible. The best he might be able to do is distract the ferals and buy him some time. It didn't feel like it would be enough, but it was better than doing nothing. To do it, though, he needed speed. Still climbing, he presented an easy, slow-moving target. When dragons closed in, there was no more time to consider. He turned the howler on its wingtip and dived toward wild madness and flames, reaching out from the dragon's remains. Without warning, explosions rocked the stonework surrounding the giant crystal. Sparks and debris pelted, stinging and burning as the howler picked up speed and raced by. When next he climbed, he did so with speed no dragon could match, and a report that made the air tremble. Ferals blocked his escape, gathering tightly together before him. Below there was not enough room to maneuver, and he might soon find himself overwhelmed. He just needed a bit of clear sky to make a good run at them. Claws, teeth, scales, and wings were all he could see, and he issued his best battle cry. Applying all his strength, he sent the howler hurtling toward the ferals with even greater speed. Perhaps the dragons had thought he would flinch, but instead they cleared a path for him at the last instant. Jessup Tillerman hooted and hollered after breaking free, allowing himself an instant of jubilation before executing a wide turn. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his goggles pressed back into the flesh around his eyes, his cheeks rippling from the wind resistance. His escape had taught him something important. Ferals have a healthy sense of self-preservation. Either they were in control, or whoever controlled them did not do so with absolute authority. Jessup had seen what that looked like. His survival would depend on proving this hypothesis. It was foolish and risky, and exactly what Kenward Trell would do. That last part worried him most. With his turn complete, the chaos around the Noonspire was fully apparent. What he saw couldn't be real, yet it did not dissolve away like the remnants of dreams. It persisted. Second and third thoughts would not be put aside as he approached. Part of his plan depended on the ferals seeing him coming and moving out of his way. The skies ahead were filled with dragons, but all were now facing the other direction, intent on something he could not see. Now his battle cry sounded weak and shrill. The dragons ahead did not react, as if completely oblivious to his existence. In the next instant, the skies were afire, lightning spider-webbed reaching out and promising a deadly embrace. The air stank of fear and smoke. Through gaps in the ferals, Jessup saw beings of light astride a pulsating dragon. Those gaps just as suddenly closed, and though Jessup pulled up, it was too late. Ferals did not hear him until the last instant, and those that fled obstructed his flight path. His battle cry now a scream, Jessup flew into the malevolence. Dodging from side to side as best he could, Jessup could not avoid them all. In an instant, the howler's wingtip struck a feral in the abdomen, sending him spinning out of control. Not knowing if his aircraft was whole, and near to passing out from the forces applied, Jessup did his best to maintain control. If he lost consciousness, he lost everything. Then came an undeniable command, one so powerful it pulled him from the edge and urged him away. With the fog cleared from his mind, he flew. St. John Volker had never felt so useless. He'd had almost no impact on the events at the Noonspire. He and Kendra hadn't even gotten close to the giant crystal, and he'd had no chance at all of saving his mother. He saw what she did. It had been her choice. It was very like his mother to sacrifice herself to save the people who would miss her most. He cursed her at that moment, but only because it hurt. Life had done everything it could to come between them, and he might never see her again. The Noonspire had imprisoned the powerful for thousands of years, and he had no reason to believe his mother would be any different. Beside him, Kendra brooded. She hadn't said a word in hours. It was her way, and he gave her the time and space to think. When she needed him, she'd tell him. Of that he had no doubt. Voltarius flew without input. As long as they moved away from the Jaga and toward open sea, St. John would not protest. He'd lost sight of the others and hoped to be reunited with them soon. They needed a plan, some way to save his mother. He spared a thought for Alette and Trinda, but it was his mother who really mattered. It was a selfish thought, but he did not feel guilty for having it. Not far from the shoreline, they saw a familiar silhouette. Kyrian flew to greet them, Pelivore on his back, and something, or rather someone, clutched in his claws.
"I didn't know,"
Pelivore said when they got closer.
"That wasn't at all what we had planned."
"It's her way," St. John said. Those simple words seemed to impale Pelivore. He said nothing in response.
"Do not blame yourself. It's not what she wants. It's not what I want." "It hurts."
Pelivore had tears in his eyes.
"I know,"
St. John said.
"I know."
A long silence hung in the air.
"Who?"
Kendra asked, pointing at Kyrian's claws.
"Bryn,"
Pelivore said. The fact that he said no more spoke volumes. "Have you seen anyone else?"
"They went east,"
Pelivore said.
"Thank you,"
St. John said.
"We'll go meet up with them."
Kyrian interrupted them, roaring at Voltarius and Garanda. Both roared back in unison. Before St. John could say another word, Voltarius turned back toward the firstland. Garanda did the same, and little could be heard over his wife's cursing. The only thing soothing St. John's guilt over leaving the others behind was that Kyrian flew in the direction Pelivore said they had gone. All he could do was hope they survived. Along a rocky shoreline east of the Midlands Plateau, Jerregard landed. Jordik circled above, his dragon Tanakith unable to land in such a place. For Onin, this confirmed his feelings about the Verdants, and his thoughts wandered. What kind of dragon could not land anywhere it liked? He cursed fools who thought of nothing but the gold lining their coffers. Kenward cleared his throat, and Onin remembered his guests. Destroying a man's tiare while he's trying to help you is not the best way to engender good relations. Onin released his grip on the bumblebee. Loud creaking preceded several thuds. Onin assumed his passengers had disembarked. Jerregard seemed to find this all quite amusing. He'd caught Kenward and Farsi on his wing and stared at Onin as if to rub in spoiling the old man's fun.
"I guess you'd better get up here and help me fix this,"
Onin said. Kenward stood on the sands, rubbing his hindside.
"Maybe I should walk from here."
Wouldn't recommend it. Mids don't like climbers.
"If we help you fix it to the best of our abilities, will you leave us here with no hard feelings?"
Kenward asked. After thinking a while, Onin nodded.
"Should we look for stockweed and ropeweed before climbing back up?"
That's the smartest thing I've heard you say,
Onin said, and he tossed down a long knife. Moments later, Kenward perked up. The howler was coming, growing louder over time. Soon Jessup Tillerman appeared along the horizon. It didn't take him long to spot them. Not far from shore, he slowed, apparently trying to find shallow water to land in. A moment later, Kenward ran for the waves. He wasn't sure if Jessup had misjudged his speed or was hit by a downdraft, but the result was an unpleasant spectacle. The howler struck the water and dug in, slowing dramatically. The tail pitched forward, snapping the howler in half. Thrown clear, Jessup continued for a short distance before hitting the water face first. Waves crashed over his stunned form, and Kenward pulled him to shore. After a coughing fit, Jessup said,
"I'm so sorry."
Don't worry about it, kid. You did your best.
"Bryn,"
Jessup said, looking haunted.
I know. Sometimes all you can do is live harder to honor those who never got the chance.
Another trumpeting call split the air, and Kyrian appeared, Pelivore on his back. Coming in fast, he sent sand into the air as he flapped his wings hard. Rather than landing, he hovered mere inches above the sand and released his claws. Bryn's still form rolled out. Flying backward a short distance, Kyrian landed. Jerregard and Tanaketh roared in greeting. Kenward left Jessup's side to check on Bryn. Though his clothes were burned and torn, and his skin was soot-covered, he did at least appear to be moving.
"Say nothing,"
he said when Kenward reached his side.
"I've got the goddess of all headaches."
They were the sweetest words Kenward had ever heard. Jessup should have stayed where he was, but he could not.
"I'm so sorry,"
he whispered to Bryn.
"You did exactly what you should have done. Otherwise, Kyrian would have had to save us both."
Kenward wasn't certain how much Kyrian understood, but he roared in response. Given Kenward's recent experiences with dragons, he had to rethink his preconceptions. It seemed certain they would soon prove him wrong once again. They were good at that.
"We need to get back,"
Jordik called from above.
"Go,"
Onin said. It wasn't the first time.
"You started this,"
Jordik said.
"If you're not there when I return, the council won't hear my report. Don't let them destroy our homeland because you gave them an out."
Onin finally nodded.
"I'll take you all where you want to go after we've met with the Midlands and reported back to the council. It will take time. I am sorry."
The tier was far from repaired, but Onin had cleared most of the pointy bits. Kenward and Farsi helped Bryn and Jessup aboard before climbing up themselves. Soon they flew alongside Tanaketh. Kyrian joined them in the air, and Pelivor waved farewell. The last of the Regent dragons, though, had other plans. Flying up next to Jerregard, Kyrian synchronized their flight. A distant look came over his eyes, and Kenward wondered at the ways of dragons. Moments later, he trumpeted and winged away. Jerregard turned out to sea, far off course from heading to the Midlands. Tanaketh roared in displeasure. Kyrian went next to him. The massive verdant dragon dwarfed Kyrian, yet he calmed under the Regent dragon's influence. When the two parted, the verdant dragon continued toward the Midlands. With Pelivor on his back, Kyrian turned and headed, presumably, wherever it was he wanted to go. Kenward wished his old friend luck. Chapter 5. The secret to hope is that it can exist without reason. Mother Gwendolen, Cthurin Monk. Seeing Windhold was bittersweet. While St. John longed to live a peaceful life with his family and people, he could do nothing but worry about his mother. Kyrian had sent him home. The thought nagged at him. Kendra remained silent, as she had for much of the journey. Even the dragons were subdued. Upon their entrance, Windhold fell silent.
"Things have not gone well,"
St. John said, not wanting to keep the people in suspense.
"Keep doing what you've been doing, and you will help us all greatly. I thank you."
No one pressed for more information, though questions waited in Durin's eyes. His friend moved a bit more fluidly than when he'd left, and that gave him some small measure of peace. When the dragons had been cared for, Kendra joined St. John and Durin. Strom marched across the wind channel, a pillar of strength amid a perpetual storm. His hair flew out sideways, and his clothes flapped in the wind, but his gait was unerring. Osborne and Brother Vaughn followed, looking concerned.
"I need a word with you,"
Strom said by way of greeting. St. John just nodded and waited.
"Is it true?"
he asked softly.
"Is your mother trapped within the Noonspire?"
Sadly, St. John nodded again. Strom could not control his reaction, though he did somehow refrain from cursing.
"I saw it all. I dreamed it all. Give that dragon a hand, and he'll take your arm."
One's dreams were very personal things, much like one's thoughts. Having either encroached on seemed a deep violation of privacy. St. John could understand why Strom was so unnerved. Kyrian had invaded his unconscious thoughts in addition to his conscious thoughts. What frightened St. John most was that other dragons and sorcerers possessed similar abilities. No one could know how many Mael had influenced and manipulated over the years. Archmaster Belegra's machinations had been clumsy, brute force enslavement in comparison. With real power and knowledge, coercion is a subtle art far more difficult to detect.
"I don't like it,"
Strom said.
"but I have a message for you. Tomorrow we leave for the Godfist. St. John shook his head in surprise. Wait, what? Who? Why? Kendra interjected. Holding up a hand, Strom sighed and took a deep breath. Kyrian. At least I hope it was Kyrian. Says we need to go to the Godfist and retrieve the sword he demanded I make for your mother, the one she lost. A note of bitterness accompanied that statement. Still, St. John knew Strom was just upset and not really angry over a weapon lost in battle. Katrin had always said the sword served its purpose well. Now he had to wonder. Kyrian sent us back here, St. John said. He spoke to our dragons. It seems likely he also communicated with you. Strom appeared unconvinced. Can't you just make another? Kendra asked. Strom looked as if he might throw her from Windhold for asking such a question. Do you have any idea what it took to make that sword? He asked, his voice several octaves higher than usual. It took every tool and technology available. Trying to make another here would take me years, if I could do it at all. I was just asking, Kendra said, her face as close to pouty as her pride would allow. It was enough. I'm sorry, Strom said. It's just... No one had to ask. All of them had plenty to be upset about. Being angry with each other would help none of them. So, you're saying you know where the sword is? I was hoping you would know, Strom said. All I have to go on is a vision of the oasis in the Argas desert where Katrin struck the well. St. John had been there once. The notion his mother had created such a place from only dry sand was unfathomable. So much of what his family did seemed impossible, but he'd somehow grown accustomed to it. Do you think the tribes have it? Strom shrugged. Seems as good a place to start as any. If not, perhaps they could help us search for it. Right before the vision of the oasis, I saw Katrin strike a feral with a glass lance. The sword formed the handle, and that was jerked from her hand. That's all I know, except that Osborne and I are going with you. Why? Kendra asked, knowing more passengers would add time to the trip. We were there, Strom said, his face cold and hard. We witnessed the striking of the oasis. This will not have been forgotten. St. John visited the place as a boy, for certain, but you have never been there, correct? Kendra nodded, though it was clear she did not wish to do so. Strom spoke no more. Gather the people, St. John said. Everyone deserves to know why we must once again leave them. Soaring above the snow-capped peaks, Kenward looked at Bryn and Farsi before shaking his head and turning to Onan. Are you sure you're dragging head Kyrian correctly? Onan grunted. I could see New Moon Bay, or maybe Droshka Stone, but we're headed the wrong way. There are ports along the inland sea, but few friendly to people like us. Shrugging, Onan otherwise ignored him, just as he'd done for most of the trip. We're heading in the general direction of Madra's place, and even Wolfhold, Farsi added. Kenward had no desire to go to either place. He was a child of both land and sea, but he preferred his visits to land be as brief as possible, and he could think of no reason Kyrian would send him there. Jarman Kite was a capable sailor in his own right, and Madra was an old lady. He had a twinge of guilt at that thought, but it was true nonetheless. Jerregard had stayed at high altitudes to avoid the mountain peaks, but as they soared over the forests of Astor, he sped lower. These lands were mostly uninhabited, but woodsmen cried out as they passed overhead. Try as he might, Onan could get the dragon to go no higher. Well within bow and ballista range, they moved over farmsteads reaching outward from central towns like spokes. Now many saw them coming, and chaos played out below. Most had never seen a dragon of such girth, and fewer still had encountered dragons that meant them no harm. Now you'll have the whole place in a panic, Onan scolded Jerregard, but the dragon continued to ignore him. The more I fly with dragons, Kenward said, the more I like airships. Maybe you should stop crashing them into things. That silenced Kenward for a time. Inland from the farmsteads were areas more densely populated. Cities and towns dominated the landscape, and here defenses would be more prevalent. Only surprise allowed them safe passage over heavily armored battlements and ramparts. Before anyone thought to attack, they were beyond weapon range. It was a slim defense, and Kenward continued to wish the verdant dragon would take them higher.
At times, he dipped below the rooflines and soared between buildings. Architecture rushed by in a dizzying blur that left Kenward queasy. A single miscalculation or lapse in judgment would send them all crashing to the cobblestones below. Alarms rang and signal fires ignited. Jerregard bellowed a challenge to all who would listen. In the distance, a shoreline loomed. A wraith in the mists, Adderhold appeared from the fog, already intimidating. From what Kenward had heard, a mercenary held the place and had declared himself king. So far, no one had seen fit to argue the point. Kenward deeply hoped the dragons hadn't plotted to drop him there. This troubled him most. For the bulk of his life, he'd worried about what other people plotted. Now he worried what the dragons were up to. So much of what they did made no sense at all.
The inland sea,
Farsi whispered. He did not say Adderhold, but Kenward knew he was thinking it. Arrows and ballista bolts flew as Jerregard approached, making no effort to hide. From the snake-like structure came thunder and fire, but the dragon was ready. Using his agility and uncanny judgment, he dodged the projectiles. Dark ships leaked from beneath the serpent fortress, filling the waters around the keep. The place was well defended, by Kenward's estimation. All the more reason to avoid the inland sea. Winds buffeted them over the most unpredictable waters known, the air no more stable. Turbulence shook the compromised tier terribly at times, their makeshift repairs insufficient for such punishment. Whenever the damage and shoddy fixes caused problems, Onin grumbled about where idiots landed their insane creations. Kenward made sure the older man never saw him grin. He had no desire to swim the inland sea.
"Where are you taking us?"
Kenward shouted when land was lost from view on all sides. Few ships dared these waters, and he doubted anyone heard. He hadn't expected an answer, but the mighty verdant dragon issued a reverberating roar. Kenward decided it might be best if he kept his mouth shut. Reds and purples shaded the skies by the time the inland sea's western shores came into view. Here existed wild lands, uncivilized since the Jean Wars. Beyond that, the Westland, a place fouled by ancient weapons. Few ventured there after the detonation of the statue of Terhillion. Tales of a devastated and corrupted land kept most fools away. Beyond the Westland waited unfriendly seas. Besides a few patches of uninhabited islands, little was to be found there. Still, the thought of being dropped off along the western coastline, especially the southwestern coast, was not all that unappealing. This would have reassured, had not Jerregard begun to slow, a thin column of smoke from a narrow clearing the only sign of habitation for miles. Towering ridgelines blocked the view beyond as they moved lower. When Jerregard landed in the clearing, a bad feeling churned in Kenward's gut. No water visible for miles, this kind of place terrified him. What had this dragon done? Walking toward the lone cabin, as if in a dream, his thoughts whirled. The door opened before he reached the threshold, and there stood his mother, Nora Trell, captain of the Trader's Wind, the most profitable trade ship ever to sail.
"Mother!"
he shouted, running forward.
"Get inside, fool boy."
Kenward found the inside far better appointed than the exterior. Then his eyes landed on his sister Fasha.
"What the—"
he began involuntarily. Hard, stoic faces surrounded the table. Grub cooked over a black metal stove. Emmon, the one Kenward called the new kid, stood in a corner looking uncomfortable.
"Sit,"
his mother said. Kenward immediately slid a rough-hewn wooden chair from the table and sat, staring.
"Your sister keeps me informed of your antics."
This conversation was not going to go well. So much for reunions.
"Your actions reflect on the rest of the family, my son. We make our living from our name. This is not to be taken lightly."
Though he'd heard the words before, Kenward had to contain his frustration. If circumstances had been different, his flying ships could have been a huge success. Instead, he was being lectured about the family name. The looks Fasha gave him didn't help. After staring her down for an appropriate interval, he stuck his tongue out. His mother saw it.
"Pay attention to me for once, fool boy." "Sorry, Mum. I know what a disappointment I must be."
His mother had healed well, and was a good bit quicker than when he'd seen her last. Before the words had left his mouth, she stepped up and smacked him on the back of the head.
"You'll be the death of me."
Fasha stuck her tongue out. Nora massaged her temples.
"This is why I cannot leave the Trader's Wind to either of you."
And there was the heart of the matter. For years, Kenward and Fasha competed for the right to inherit the greatest trading ship the world had ever known. The thought had always made him a little sick. Where was the adventure in buying and selling? If he were truly honest with himself, he'd done much to make sure his mother would never leave him the ship, though some of the things he'd done for fun probably had the same effect. The look on Fasha's face was worth the trip.
"Don't gape, girl,"
Nora said.
"You look like a fish."
Kenward had never really expected to inherit. He just enjoyed making his sister work for it. She was the far more practical of the two, and a darn fine sailor. Not that he'd admit it out loud.
"Since there is no one to inherit, I've decided not to retire. I'd rather die on my ship knowing she's well cared for."
Kenward smiled in spite of himself. She'd probably outlive them all.
"If I left the ship to you," she continued, turning to Fasha, "you'd rather be off flying that giant canoe your husband carved out of a tree, and just think how jealous your brother would be."
Kenward laughed. Nora glared at him.
"And if I left the mightiest trade ship in the world to you, my dear son, you'd probably dock her on top of a mountain, and then your sister would kill you. Can't have that."
Fasha nodded, glaring at Kenward.
"So now what?"
Kenward asked, when no one else would speak.
"You go die on your deck, Fasha gets to play house in a big canoe, and I get left to rot in the woods?" "Something like that,"
Nora said. Grubb winked at him, and Kenward found himself confused.
"This is the way I see it, Kenward. If I leave you alone, you'll build terrible airships that fly just long enough to crash into something."
Onan, who had otherwise been silent, could not contain his laughter. Nora stared him back into silence.
"If I put you on the Trader's Wind, you'll find a way to sink us. If I put you on the Dragon's Wing, your sister will kill you. You leave me little choice, my son."
It was all true, but Kenward couldn't help it. He was who he was, and nothing could change that.
"If the Trells build airships," Nora continued, "then we're going to build the best airships the world has ever seen. Is that clear?"
The smile finally came to his mother's eyes, and his sister threw salted fish at him, just like old times.
"I can't have just one of the greatest airships. I'll need at least two, and I'll need a captain for each. Think I'll have trouble finding any?" "No, ma'am,"
Kenward said, tears in his eyes. Never before had his family so deeply believed in his vision. He had no illusions that building airships in partnership with his mother and sister would be a drama-free experience. But he also knew their tenacity, attention to detail, and just pure desire to make him do things better would improve the end result.
"So why have you brought me out here in the middle of a tainted land?"
Kenward asked.
"There are no sailable waters within many miles from here." "Fool boy, if you're building airships, what do you need water for?" "Drinking, mostly,"
Fasha said.
"And washing."
Kenward made a face at her.
"What do you need to build airships?"
Nora asked, as if speaking to a slow child.
"Lightwood. For certain applications, yes, but not an entire ship unless you're desperate."
Kenward took offense on behalf of the Serpent. The fact that the ship no longer existed kept his mouth shut. No sense providing an easy target. It was among the first things one learned as part of this family.
"Balsa, spruce, cedar, lightwood, and shakewood, combined with a ready supply of ropeweed," Nora said. "Now that would be how you build airships. A correct tool exists for every job, and a correct material for every purpose. Remember, sailing is the fun part. Building the ships that make the sailing fun is the hard part."
Kenward knew the truth of her words. He'd yet to build a proper airship, but he'd not yet had the materials needed.
"Good luck finding all those things in one place."
Nora Trell smiled. Behind the small cabin, across a narrow ravine with a moss and mushroom-covered bridge of hewn logs, Fasha led Kenward toward the place his mother said had everything he needed. Occasional echoes filled the valley, much of it obscured by a noisy creek filled with a series of waterfalls. The smell of fires came to his nostrils as the wind blew toward the cabin where his mother and the others waited. While she could have made the climb with them, her time was far better spent caring for Farsi and Bryn. At least, that was what she said. Scrabbling up a ravine to the ridgetop, Fasha stood triumphant. Barely a step behind her, Kenward stumbled when he saw what lay beyond. A vast lowland plain made the perfect staging area and dry dock, already partially constructed. Shipbuilders, carpenters, smiths, and foresters, numbering in the hundreds, made the landscape move. These people knew what they were doing.
"You've seen the future, my brother,"
Fasha said.
"We've seen what you can do on your own. Now let's see what you can do with the full force of the Trell family behind you."
Few times in his life had his sister rendered him speechless, but this time she utterly succeeded. The dragon's wing, resting in a dry dock that took up just a fraction of the size of the entire operation, helped Kenward understand the scale at which his mother and sister were thinking. Surely they were just as crazy as he. They had simply hidden it better.
"They're going to be huge,"
he said. Fasha grinned.
"How long have you known?" "Mom and I have been working on this for a while," Fasha admitted. "We didn't always know it would be airships we'd be building, but it did seem likely since the eel and the dragon's wing had both flown when they had not been designed to do so. Purpose-built flying ships were the likely evolution, which you've proven in your own spectacular fashion." "Thanks, sis." "Don't thank me. I'm just going to use this opportunity to kick your tail with all things equal. No excuses. Fair's fair. Deal?"
"You're on," Kenward said, grinning back.
"What are the stakes?" "Knowing you, our lives."
Kenward barked a laugh.
"First, though, I think you'd be wise to fix Onan's tiare."
His sister made good sense, but while he had her alone, he had to ask one more question.
"Have you seen any walnuts?"
Suspicious, she replied.
"No. Why? What do you need walnuts for?"
"Nothing," Kenward said.
"I just like walnuts."
"Uh-huh," Fasha said, walking back toward the cabin.
"Have you seen any bats?"
Fasha turned and regarded him with one of those looks.
"What are you up to?"
"Oh, nothing." Chapter 6. To see the power and majesty of creation, look to the skies. To experience that same power and majesty, look inside. Katrin Volker, Herald of Istra. Many gathered to see Sinjin, Kendra, Strom, and Osborne off. Most did not want them to leave, but understood nonetheless. Doran's hands trembled when loading extra water skins and rations into the saddlebags, but already he'd grown stronger. Still, Sinjin hated leaving him behind, especially when so much work needed to be done. Matters of survival had fallen by the wayside. There would come a point he'd have to make extremely difficult decisions. Arakan and Michaela approached. They would be in charge of the Draken in his and Kendra's absence, the strength he could not be for his people. Both deserved to be Aldraken more than he, but that choice had been left to Valterius. Sinjin often wondered if the dragon had made a mistake. Sometimes he thought Aldrak might wonder as well. Arakan checked Strom's straps, where he was secured behind Kendra, and Michaela checked Osborne's. Arakan leaped down from Garanda and slapped her on the hindquarters. The regal dragon swatted at him before leaping into the wind. Just before Michaela jumped down, she whispered in Sinjin's ear,
"Don't go. They'll kill you."
He barely heard the rest of her words as Valterius chose to follow Garanda, before Michaela was on the ground. She held on long enough to deliver her cryptic message, "It's not you they want," before leaping to safety. An instant later, the dragons and their riders hurtled through open air. Valterius trimmed his wings and dived, gaining tremendous speed before chasing after Garanda. The people within Windhold watched, knowing the dragon riders to go to the Godfist. But both dragons turned sharply, heading back inland.
"Where are we going?"
Kendra screamed as they flew through all too familiar valleys.
"I wish I—"
Within the otherwise pristine forest, something dark and twisted moved, cutting his words short. Silently, St. John directed Kendra's attention until she, too, saw it. Ash-painted warriors and demons approached land they had so easily taken years before. Windhold was defenseless against them, as it had always been. So much time lost, and now it had run out. Osborne's grip on St. John's shoulders tightened, physically turning him to see giants emerge from an adjoining valley. They were easy to spot as the lumbering brutes howled their displeasure. Reaching down, the twisted, oversized creatures grabbed massive river stones and hurled them at the approaching dragons. Osborne screamed as one of the mighty stones whizzed past with a rush of stinging wind and sand. Dipping low, Voltarius slipped between two giants. Each swung at them as they passed, both just a little too late. Carried by their momentum, they struck each other instead and bellowed in rage. More corrupt forces poured from ships moored along the northwestern coast. Sails crowded the horizon, all coming from a direction not easily visible from within Windhold. The valley ahead appeared pristine. These armies were just arriving, not yet ready for full-scale attack.
"What are we going to do?"
Kendra shouted.
"I don't know,"
St. John yelled in response. A sheer face loomed ahead. Tenacious bushes and trees reached out, ready to claw anything that came too close. Saddles creaked from downward force. Looking over his shoulder, St. John could see one of the giants coming after them, a river stone in each gnarled, twisted hand. The higher they flew, the slower their ascent. Proving giants weren't stupid, the massive beast waited. Carefully timing the attacks, its aim was true. Voltarius's last-second evasive moves were all that saved them from certain annihilation, turning a direct hit into a glancing blow, though enough to shake them nonetheless.
"Are you hurt?"
St. John shouted back to Osborne. No response came. At their peak, Voltarius turned, providing a clear view of the keystone and the green crystals surrounding it. All the entryways were clear. No rock littered the area around the keystone, and rubble previously blocking the entrances was gone. Soon they raced back down the rock face toward the enraged giant. Beyond, archers formed ranks. They were in trouble. When red lightning erupted from huddled figures in dark robes, the world exploded. Turning, they avoided direct hits, but St. John felt the sting of even a graze. Voltarius roared from pain of his own. The valiant regal dragon soared upward, aiming his claws for the giant's eyes. The mighty beast raked the air, massive, filthy hands more like claws swatting at them. With a roar, the giant bent down and grabbed an angular chunk of granite from the valley floor. Clumps of grass and a tree still clung to it. Diving and gaining speed, Voltarius raced toward the dark-robed figures. Twice their attacks scraped the regals, but for the most part, the dragons avoided the streams of noxious energy. Their passengers flailed, jerked back and forth with dizzying suddenness. While giants had proven they weren't stupid, neither were they brilliant. Hurling the massive granite boulder with all its might, the giant launched a devastating projectile, just where Voltarius wanted. Anticipating the attack, the dragons dodged. The mass of granite raced beneath, plowing into the valley floor with land-ripping force. The dark-robed sorcerers were no more. Arrows and rocks filled the air in volleys, threatening to take them down, but the dragons knew this land better than anyone else alive. Circling back, they raced toward Windhold. St. John expected them to land, expected to orchestrate the evacuation. The speed at which they approached, though, made it clear there would be no stopping.
"We're under attack!"
he screamed as they passed stunned faces. Dragons roared and shouts filled the hold.
"Make for the keystone and the peaks! Something's opened them up!"
In the next instant, they soared through open air, racing toward an approaching fleet. Having skilled artisans at his disposal made almost everything easier for Kenward Trell. Not since the Slippery Eel had he played the role of wealthy shipbuilder. His past 2 ships had been built from sweat and tears. These new ships would be built from that rare combination of the best materials and pride. A well-made, well-maintained, skillfully sailed ship could span generations. The Trader's Wind was such an example. Recent discoveries rendered the ship largely obsolete, but not entirely. Kenward tried not to get ahead of himself. His ships would have their time. For the moment, he was content to scale the ridgeline separating his mother's cabin from the main worksite. Onan had been more patient than Kenward would have expected. In some ways, the man had been downright pleasant. Even skilled artisans needed time to produce quality work, and Onan had said there was no sense repairing his tiare, if not to fix it correctly. This meant disassembling undamaged parts to be replicated for the side someone had flown the bumblebee into. Kenward had been thinking hard on how to improve the design. The parts were heavy, but Bryn, Farsi, and Fasha helped. Onan was content to let them do all the work, which Kenward grudgingly supposed was only right. He'd expected the older man to come see the worksite, but Onan had said he'd seen plenty when he flew over. The walk got easier as they went, though the carved parts seemed to get heavier over time. Wood smoke from the cabin mixed with spices and cook smoke, and the smell kept them moving. After staging the new and old parts for reassembly, Kenward was the first to the door. He was about to ask what smelled so good, but no one noticed him enter. Onan and Nora laughed so hard they had tears in their eyes. Grubb fidgeted.
"And then she poured the potatoes on his lap,"
Nora said after a few deep breaths. Reddened and breathing hard, Onan held his ribs.
"Enough!"
he gasped.
"No more! You're killing me!"
"Are you two all right?"
Kenward finally asked.
"Shut up and eat,"
his mother said, which set them both to laughing again. Shrugging, Kenward moved to where Grubb cooked.
"What smells so good?"
His old friend shoved a plate full of all Kenward's favorites into his hands.
"Shut up and eat."
You didn't have to tell Kenward twice, but it didn't hurt. Onan giggled like a little boy, and Nora wiped her eyes. Fasha and the others were no fools. They grabbed plates for themselves and did as Kenward had been told.
"Are you going to let us in on the joke?"
Fasha asked when her plate was clean.
"Now."
"No,"
Nora and Onan said at the same time, and this set them giggling again.
"That tiare isn't going to reassemble itself, you know,"
Farsi said when done eating. When walking past the stove, he added,
"I thank you as always, friend Grubb."
Kenward took the hint, finished the last of his food, and followed Farsi to the door. Bryn came with them. Fasha stayed behind.
"What do you suppose was going on in there?"
Kenward asked when they were well clear of the cabin. Farsi looked at him as if he were daft.
"Well, I know the whole men and women thing and the flirting, but really? Do you think? Onan and my mum?"
Bryn remained silent.
"Don't look at me,"
Farsi said.
"I just see what I see, and I know what I know." "And what do you know?"
Kenward asked, already knowing the punchline.
"I know how to tie knots." "That you do. That you do."
The joke was Farsi's way of telling Kenward to shut his mouth and do what needed doing. Onan's tiare was a remarkable bit of construction, and Kenward had never intended to crash into it. It just worked out that way. Seeing it restored was satisfying. Jerregard watched from nearby, his look disapproving. Kenward wasn't looking forward to getting the heavy structure back on the towering dragon.
"We're going to need a hoist,"
Farsi said, as if reading Kenward's thoughts, something that appeared far too easy for the good captain's comfort.
"That's what the dragon is accustomed to, and that's the safest way I know." "I'll get the forestry crew to come set us up one,"
Kenward said, ready to walk away from the final reconstruction.
"Really? You're not even going to help us finish this thing?" "Time's a-wasting, my friend," Kenward said as he walked away. "Things need doing."
Michaela had warned St. John not to come. Though he didn't fully comprehend Argast legends and beliefs, he knew they expected the herald to come for the sword. He could hardly believe ancient prophecies had predicted she would lose her sword over the desert. Prophecies were funny creatures, though. Michaela had described the sword as the dragon's tooth, a mighty weapon that would come to the Argast from the sky. St. John hadn't heard anything about a sword in that, but Michaela had seemed convinced. He could do little more than pray she and the others escaped to the Keystone Caverns. There, at least, they had a chance to defend themselves. Now he wished he had listened to her words. His homeland covered in dark, gritty ash looked foreign, and the Argast were hardly welcoming. Voltarius and Garanda had thick hides, but even they were vulnerable to the rows of spears surrounding them.
"Leave the dragons, and you walk away,"
said a man in full headgear.
No,
St. John said before anyone else could act or speak. His wife shot him a heated glare, but remained silent.
surrender the dragon's tooth, and you walk away. What are you doing?
Osborne asked from behind him. St. John made no response. He knew what he was doing. He was Aldraken. These people knew it. If he came from a stance of weakness, he and his friends would be dead. Instead, he played his role as tribal leader.
I was here,
Strom said, and St. John bit his tongue. He had hoped everyone would be smart and remain silent. He'd been wrong.
You pledged loyalty to the Herald of Istra. This is her son. We swore no oath of fealty to the Herald of Istra's son, the tribesmen said. Any who take what is hers are thieves, and will be treated as such. We've seen the Golden Dragon. The Master of Lies has escaped.
Those words sent a chill through St. John. Evidence of a dark future was mounting, and he liked it not one bit. He needed the sword, and knew only one way to get it.
I am Aldraken, he said, and I claim the right of challenge.
These words sent a ripple through the spears. St. John hoped the words invoked a less prevalent prophecy as Michaela believed. She'd said it was dangerous, but hadn't been able to tell him how or why. He wished Voltarius had given her more time to speak. The tribesman who had spoken for the Arghast flexed his tanned, oiled muscles.
I accept your challenge.
St. John swallowed, wondering what he had just done. A scouting patrol returned, telling Durin and the others what they already knew. They were under attack. Black sails crowded the horizon, and dark storm clouds roiled overhead, filled with unnatural lightning that never stopped. The darkness had come for them. He hoped Voltarius and Garanda would bring back St. John, Kendra, and the others. They were far better suited to lead. What did he know about battle?
If they're right, we can fall back to the Keystone Caverns,
Brother Vaughn said as he approached. Durin continued helping Michaela and Arakon saddle Greca and Arthurian.
Do you think we can get everyone out of here in time?
No,
Durin said.
Pray I'm wrong.
Brother Vaughn did just that.
I need to know what the situation is up there,
Durin continued, leading in spite of himself.
Mount up.
Brother Vaughn looked up in surprise.
Mount up,
Durin said again.
And bring your herald globe.
Tapping his pocket, Brother Vaughn accepted Arakon's hand, and the powerful man practically pulled him into the saddle. With straps barely secured, Arthurian leaped into the air, Greca right behind. There was no time to waste, and the dragons also knew it. The stubborn beasts sometimes appeared to communicate quite well. It was a puzzle that had kept Durin up more than a few nights. If he lived through this, the memories of their flight would also haunt his dreams. The approaching armies no longer made any attempts at surprise, spreading across the land, making them more difficult to attack from the air. It was among the few advantages they had. Given enough time, the Keystone Caverns might provide even greater advantage. Based on the numbers pouring from ships and marring the landscape, they would need all they could get. Giants waited in the valley, howling in rage on seeing the dragons. Durin hadn't expected to engage the enemy directly at all, let alone so soon. He'd gone from the normalcy of his daily business to a life-or-death battle in far too short a time. Reconciling what he saw proved difficult. Boulders, each one the size of a house, hurled at them hardly looked real. A rain of arrows pushed them higher, and a boulder slammed into the cliff face. Rock fragments pelted them, sparks thick in the air. Arthurian flew to the other side of the valley, giving Greca room to maneuver. Both dragons used every trick to gain speed, racing up and down valley walls, elusive and unpredictable, while at the same time gaining momentum. The sheer face loomed ahead far too soon, and it didn't feel like they were moving fast enough to gain the peaks. Massive stones whizzed past far too close to hitting their marks. Every evasive action slowed them, and the high valley remained out of reach. At the top of their arc, the dragons folded their wings and dropped. A barrage of stones hit the spot where they had been a moment before, showering them in fragments. Frustrated by so many missed attacks, the giant rose to its full height. The massive beast effectively blocked the valley floor. Speed was not on the giant's side, and he moved too soon, giving the dragons time to avoid him by racing up opposite valley walls. One more turn, and they would have the speed they so desperately needed. The giant, quicker than he'd made himself appear, waited for them when they returned. The sudden appearance of other dragon riders distracted the mighty giant. Spears and rocks hurled from a dragonback caused the monster to swat and duck away. The draken had disobeyed his orders and likely saved his life. This time they approached the cliff wall with more speed. Hurtling skyward, Durin couldn't help but cry out. Only Brother Vaughn's screams beside him made him feel any better. They cleared the peaks and swiftly descended upon the thermals. The valley nestled among the peaks appeared in far better order than when Durin had seen it last. Crystals knocked askew during the breaking of the keystones stood almost straight, and all the debris had been cleared from the entranceways, leaving them as they must have been so long ago.
"What in the world happened here?"
Brother Vaughn asked. Durin shrugged. Chapter 7. If others define your self-worth, they'll always be better than you. Sinjin Volker, Aldraken.
You've served me well, Nat Derzinger.
Mael's voice purred in Nat's mind.
Do not fear me. I am most pleased.
Nina's nails dug into Nat's flesh, and he knew this was as much reality as vision. Never before had his second sight overlaid the real world. Always it had supplanted it. Now, though, Mael was at his full power, basking in Istra's light, and able to apply his art with subtle mastery. Not since the last age had such sorcery been known to Godsland. The Herald of Istra was a child playing with toys compared to Mael, and Nat quailed. For all her faults and flaws, Katrin was his friend. Those thoughts angered Mael. Nat's vision turned red. Through this bond, bits of the sorcerer were revealed. He did not hate Katrin, but was jealous. Such steadfast loyalty she commanded, despite being so much less powerful. Nat pretended not to notice these things. Through mortal eyes, he gazed on a figure part man, part dragon. At this point mostly dragon, but man he'd once been. Never could all traces of humanity be cast aside. This, too, was instinctively understood.
You must come willingly if you are to be useful. Trust me, and history will be thick with your name.
Having a choice in this matter was incomprehensible. How could his desires matter to one so magnificent? No longer did he wonder if the dragon heard his thoughts.
This form has advantages, but it also has limitations. Together, we are more powerful. I have prepared you for this task. I raised you to be strong.
Raised him. The word struck a nerve. Matteo Derzinger had raised him, in his own way. Truly Nat had resented his father and the madness most perceived him to have. How much had Mael been responsible for? How many tragedies in his life could be traced back to a meddling dragon trapped within Dragonhold? Thinking of the glass viper that took his beloved Juliet from him, Nat's spirit broke. Nothing had ever hurt him more, and he'd been searching for someone to blame ever since. He'd vented anger at those partially responsible, but mostly at himself. Now he knew the true source of that most vile evil.
I've asked a great deal from you, and will now ask even more. You must forgive me for introducing challenges into your life.
"Challenges?"
Nat screamed. Nina trembled behind him, her tears soaking his back.
"You killed my true love and drove my father mad. What could you be but a monster?"
He expected anger, resentment, rage, but none came. Instead, he received understanding.
I've asked much.
Memories returned to Nat, filled with revelations. Now he saw lines of manipulation, gentle nudges influencing his decisions. It had been Mael, too, who'd led him to Nina, who had proven his father's words, who had provided absolution when everything else was lost. Nat sobbed.
You must come willingly, if you are to fulfill your destiny, Nat Derzinger. What will you do?
I don't know.
Nina wrapped her arms around him, squeezing him hard, as if she knew he must choose between her and the dragon. And the dragon was winning.
What will you do?
When no answer came, Mael released the towering spire and soared away, disappearing over the sea. Using the light of his herald globe, Brother Vaughn led the way. Durin followed. Arakan and Michaela flanked them, ready to defend if needed. Wind howled, trespassing on the silence, but not touching the eerily still valley. Deep fissures bifurcated the keystone, making it look like glass beneath a hammer blow, but no longer did the fissures issue smoke and fire. Like scar tissue from an old wound, smooth stone filled the cracks. It was not the same, but it was whole, much like Durin.
We already explored that one,
Brother Vaughn said, pointing. Arakan scouted the area, searching the land for clues as to what had happened, and whether or not it was safe for the Draken to bring the Dragon Clan here. They had no time to waste, and Brother Vaughn wanted to do as little exploring as possible. While strange, the place appeared safe to him, far safer than anyone would be within Windhold. In spite of his impatience, he knew Arakan and Michaela did not want to make the situation even worse. Skilled trackers, they understood things he did not. He let them do as they felt necessary. Someone had done them a tremendous service by clearing out the obstructions. The caverns themselves were defensible from within, apparently designed with that in mind. The entranceways were not much larger than regal dragons needed. As long as no one waited within the caverns, Brother Vaughn was confident they would be better off here, though nowhere was truly safe.
Look at this,
Arakan said a moment later, waving for the others to join him. He pointed to a wide trail in the moss leading to one of the caverns. Brother Vaughn wondered how he had missed it.
What would make a mark like that?
He asked. It looked like a trail made by a giant snake, or perhaps a dragon's tail, but he hoped someone would prove him wrong. They could be walking into a trap. A sharp intake of breath caused him to look toward Michaela, who'd worked her way in front of the rest. Glittering in the light of his herald globe, waited sights that simultaneously invoked primal fear and a glimmer of hope. The trail continued across the dusty cavern floor, snaking its way toward a central pedestal, which sat empty. The trail went no farther, and it did not turn or double back. It simply ended before the empty pedestal. The rest of the cavern was an altogether different story. Rows upon rows of weapons and armor stood meticulous and orderly. Glittering staves waited in purpose-built racks, and colorful glass spheres filled with magnificent designs rested on slender stands. Edging forward like a thief, Brother Vaughn pulled one from its resting place. Like a comet trapped in glass, it swirled in an endless vortex, somehow looking impossibly deep.
Go,
Durin said, his tone firm.
Bring our people here.
Michaela hefted a staff that gleamed even in meager light. Texture and contrast illuminated masterful construction, like silver and copper intricately melded together. Atop the staff rested a glass sphere, not unlike the one Brother Vaughn held, but with a ghostly design he couldn't quite make out. Arakan went straight to the most plentiful weapon, something akin to a crossbow with an icy blue crystal embedded in the stock.
We'll be back,
Michaela said. Brother Vaughn watched them go with hope and trepidation. Could they possibly get the Dragon Clan evacuated in time? Would these weapons even work? Were they even weapons? Did they require the hands of the gifted? So many questions ran through Brother Vaughn's mind. Durin took a more direct approach and took one of the crossbow-like weapons. If these proved potent, they could better arm the Draken. Michaela's choice of staff might reveal what other, perhaps more powerful weapons they possessed. Durin pointed the crossbow at the nearby rock and pulled the trigger.
Be careful with that,
Brother Vaughn said. But nothing happened. It wasn't a good sign.
I think the trigger's broken on this one,
Durin said.
It's like it didn't even try to fire.
Reaching down, he picked up another, inadvertently pointing it at Brother Vaughn.
Watch where you aim that thing.
Turning back towards Stone, Durin tried a second weapon to no effect. No bolts or other projectiles were present, and Brother Vaughn's guts tightened. Walking back to Sunlight, Durin brushed the dust from the bluish-white crystal, which made a slight click. A faint glow grew stronger, and the crystal pulsed with life. Short bursts of thunder echoed through the valley, and Durin ran to a nearby rock formation. The young man tried to climb up and was visibly deflated when he failed. It was something he could have done easily before his injuries. Brother Vaughn rushed to his side and gave him a boost.
By the gods!
If not for his own physical limitations, Brother Vaughn would have climbed up to join the young man.
Tell me what you see. Ericon and Michaela are trying to clear a path for the Draken. They're bringing the Dragon Clan, or at least a bunch of people. Oh, wow. What?
Brother Vaughn asked, frustrated and tempted to make the climb himself in spite of the risks. He had to know what was going on.
Wait.
A click was followed by a high-pitched thump. Durin stumbled backward, almost falling on top of Brother Vaughn. Stepping back, the monk looked into the sphere he held. Terrified, he decided it would be better if someone with more power and experience tested it. With great care, he moved back into the cavern and returned it to the cradle that had held it for so long. It glowed brighter than all the rest. In his attempt at being careful, he slipped and nearly knocked the too-tall stand over. Who would place dangerous objects in such unstable places? The ancients continued to mystify him. They possessed such mastery, yet did things that made absolutely no sense. After seeing what the bow's kick did to Durin, Brother Vaughn searched for another option. The young man had been right about one thing. They could provide effective cover from this vantage.
Giants!
Durin shouted, his weapon firing over and over with mere breaths in between. It seemed an impossible thing, but he was thankful for it nonetheless. No time to think about the empty pedestal. That mystery would have to wait. The monk continued his scan, searching for a weapon more suitable to a man his size and age. In a corner behind the full-sized bows rested a few smaller ones. Grabbing the closest, Brother Vaughn hefted the weapon. It felt good in his hand. As a man who had taken vows of peace and honor, it frightened him when a tool of death brought joy and comfort, but this one did. Running back to the sunlight, he searched for a place from which he could gain a better view. Finally, Durin put down his weapon long enough to pull Brother Vaughn up. A moment later, he stood, staring down at chaos. His bow clicked, trigger extended and ready. Before he fired at approaching giants, Durin stayed his hand. Try as he might, Brother Vaughn could not locate the Draken until they suddenly filled the air around him. Some just barely cleared the stones.
Get out of the way!
Michaela shouted. Durin went to his knees and lay flat, as did Brother Vaughn. Wings and claws pelted them, scrabbling at the stones around them. But then it was over. The Dragon Clan dismounted with trembling knees. Some went straight to the ground and kissed the soil. Others ran immediately into the cavern on Arakon's command. Considering the chaos they had flown through, it was an impressive feat. As soon as the passengers dismounted, Draken leaped back into the air. Brother Vaughn flattened himself against the stone, but it was unnecessary. In tight spirals, Draken rode the air above the keystone. Whether an effect of the geography or some trick of the ancients, some magic remained.
Don't shoot the Draken,
Durin said. The urge to fire on the enemy was difficult to resist, which worried Brother Vaughn. Knowing he fought for the light had to be enough. When the Draken reached the bottom of their arc and began racing along the valley floor, Brother Vaughn aimed at anything behind them. Such an amazing vantage the ancients had capitalized on. He could fire into the enemy with almost complete impunity. From below, a dark figure cast red lightning, but it fizzled before reaching the mountaintops. The smell of ozone was heavy in the air until gusting wind threatened to toss Brother Vaughn from the dizzying height. Another blast hit, and the world went 3 shades darker. It was then he knew he was in real trouble. Shouts rose up around him as others found themselves under similar assault. Rolling onto his back, a feral dragon's fierce visage bearing down on him, he pulled the trigger. The initial blast cast the dragon backward, but it shook off the pain and regarded Brother Vaughn as one might a troublesome bug. Under the dragon's gaze, the weapon took far too long to recharge. He was powerless, insignificant, and about to die. A slight click momentarily banished dragon fear. With a simple squeeze, he fired. Knocked backward by the close-range attack that struck above the dragon's eyes, the giant beast tumbled head over tail. Shaking off the deadly lethargy, Brother Vaughn moved. More dragons would come. Approaching footsteps brought a glimmer of hope. Somehow, amid the dragon wind and the armies below, he heard many soft clicks. The draken opened fire. He and Durin found themselves in a bad place, and they stood back to back, weapons at the ready. Standing together and remaining still meant the draken could fire with greater confidence. This, Brother Vaughn told himself repeatedly, as the dragon he'd shot in the head turned to regard him. It wore something akin to a smile. Durin fired first, his aim true. Brother Vaughn tried to still trembling hands. Squinting, he held his breath and didn't have to search long to find a target. Still, he hesitated. Missing when firing at an enemy within their defenses could mean killing their own. Draken fired into the air, stemming the incoming flow of feral dragons. As if realizing they would soon lose Durin and Brother Vaughn, they turned their fire on those who'd landed. The world lit up, leaving them shading their eyes. Leaping into the air, the dragon lashed out with its tail, sending both tumbling. Though a single shot may have only stunned the dragon, repeated hits proved lethal. Draken continued concentrating fire on the large dragon, and he fell into the valley below, taking out troops gathering at the cliff's base. It took Brother Vaughn a moment to regain his feet, but then he half ran to where Durin lay. It was all the speed he could muster. Durin pushed himself up, and Brother Vaughn hoisted him to his feet. Putting the young man's arm over his shoulder, the monk did his best to take advantage of the brief lull to get them behind the dragon line. Focused and organized, they stood as if they had been trained for this very task. Brother Vaughn was glad they were on his side.
"I just need to know one thing,"
Durin said as they gained the cavern.
"What's that? How did we not see that coming?"
The monk gave no answer. Armed with weapons from a forgotten age, draken were a deadly wind. None could withstand their speed and agility. Fire rained from the skies. As Brother Vaughn had suspected, more potent and powerful weapons existed in smaller numbers. No one had yet dared to test the glass spheres. If anything like herald globes, they could perhaps be used as thrown weapons, but Brother Vaughn expected their use was something completely different, the designs far too artful to be thrown at an enemy. Staves proved an early favorite, but functioned in the hands of only some. A young man tried 3 different rods before one responded to his mental commands. Others found none. Durin did his best to coordinate the chaos. The Dragon Clan worked to arm and train new arrivals. The Keystone Cavern soon bristled with deadly weapons in the hands of willing, if inexperienced, wielders.
"How many more trips will it take?"
Durin asked Ericon before they took off once again. His muscles gleamed with sweat and his breathing was rapid, but the Draken shrugged.
"There's fighting in the hold. I do not know how many will remain."
With those words, they leaped back onto the thermals. Reality poignantly clear, Brother Vaughn felt useless. Others were far more capable of handling the bows, and he handed his to a young woman desperate to defend her people. Walking back to the mystical comet orb, he grasped it firmly and removed it from its stand. After walking outside, he studied it in the light, trying to unlock its secrets. Information existed in the design, if only he understood it. The swirling vortex within reminded him of comets and Ishtra's power. The metallic pattern on the back looked mechanical yet smooth and sleek. Some mixture of art and machine was all he could gather. With light streaming through his fingers and growing brighter, Brother Vaughn held it high and hoped he proved brave rather than foolish. Feral dragons fell upon them like a rain of death. The Draken were unable to land with so many ferals attacking, and the Regals were at their most vulnerable while they carried loads of passengers, giving them less opportunity to make evasive maneuvers. Brother Vaughn stood, exposed at the Keystone center, his hand held high. Members of the Dragon Clan watched from the cavern entrances, each group covering part of the sky. For this purpose, the entrances were ideal. They seemed to recognize what he did and gave him an unspoken acknowledgement. His eyes squeezed closed. Brother Vaughn engaged his will, knowing feral dragons descended. With all his might, he thrust upward, focusing his energy on the task. A ferocious roar resulted. Opening his eyes, he looked up to a wavering column of air that erupted from his outstretched fist. Feral dragons were cast away, folding like moths in a thunderstorm. A cheer rang out from the dragon clan, and Draken arrived moments later, able to unload another precious load of passengers.
"One more trip,"
Ericon said between gulping breaths. Brother Vaughn worried the warrior and dragon alike might die from the effort. Flying in battle, especially when evading attacks, was far from a passive operation. Synchronizing movements with their mounts and dodging attacks used every muscle in their bodies. Firing his weapon occupied his hands, leaving him to grip the saddle with his thighs. The remaining Drak and Draken pushed beyond their physical limits. Others had lacked the strength. Fewer dragons returned from each trip.
"I hope some remain,"
Ericon said as the Draken took flight, making a final desperate attempt to help their clanmates. Proud to be among them, Brother Vaughn considered the source of his newfound strength, and once again marveled at the ancient's skills. Chapter 8. Fires of war forge our greatest achievements. Kendra Ironfist, Draken.
Larisarlatarenfall.
The name sounded unfamiliar, in spite of being a shortened version of her own. The Dryad had longed for companionship, but not like this. "You have me at a disadvantage," she said, despite seeing the shadows the creature cast across the seaport.
"You know who I am, and you know why I'm here. But you are correct about the disadvantage. That I'll grant you."
"There is nothing for you here. Go in peace."
"Shall it be in peace or in pieces?"
The Dryad gulped, wanting to slide back into her tree and wait for the ancient dragon to leave. Though far younger than he, Katrin had given her the Dryad's gift. Her brethren's combined knowledge provided history and perspective, things she would have otherwise lacked in her solitary existence. Katrin had been good to her, even if unable to be the person Larissa Rella Tarenfall truly needed. She'd done her best. The Dryad owed her very existence to Katrin, who had carried her spirit in seed form to the Black Spike, and planting the tree beside the Well of Sight so she might watch over the world. In the long years Katrin hid within the tower, she and Kyrian had been the Dryad's only other contact with the world.
"She left something in your care, I believe. If you wish me to leave in peace, give me what I've come for."
"It's not here," the Dryad said, her hands never leaving tree bark. The ancient sorcerer crept closer and eyed her from around the corner.
"What a pretty tree."
The word sent a chill through Larissa Rella Tarenfall, and she caressed the bark, unsure what she would do if anything happened to any of it. The thought made her want to cry, but Katrin had told her to be strong. It was an impossible thing to ask of someone, to be strong when one is all alone. She was always alone. No one loved her. The thoughts hammered her consciousness, and she barely found the strength to dip her fingers into the viewing well. Wind rushed into the Black Spike through every orifice, threatening to implode the towering architecture. Sand and debris pummeled Mail as wind rushed into the small space, creating immense pressure. "Do you want to die under a pile of rock?" the Dryad asked, her voice betraying no fear. She had prepared for this. She'd known the ancient sorcerer might be more than she could handle, and she had but a single failsafe.
"You're not the first to try,"
Mail sneered.
"But there is no need. I can smell the truth. Who has taken that which is mine?"
Larissa Relatarenfall tried not to think of Kyrian and Pelivor, but the image leaped into her mind unbidden, at least unbidden by her will.
Thank you.
Exaggerated sweetness made the Dryad's skin crawl.
Tell me one more thing, and I'll truly leave you in peace.
Somehow covering the space between them in less time than she would have thought possible, Mael reared back and towered above her.
Do you think I don't remember?
Larissa Relatarenfall tried not to faint.
I helped make the great magics of the last age, you fool, and they will likely be the greatest magics of this age as well. Who is there to match my skill? No one not currently trapped within one of those magics.
I don't want any trouble. That made the dragon laugh, and Larissa Relatarenfall thrust her fist into the viewing well. The waters at the seaport rushed higher, forcing Mael physically away from the well.
You think to use my creation against me?
The dragon chuckled, a deep drumming sound, but then his eyes narrowed.
Enough of this.
Fire seared the air and left the Dryad smoking. Sap bubbled and hissed, leaves smoldered. Again he attacked, and leaves caught fire. Screaming, Larissa Relatarenfall plunged both hands into the well and used the device itself as a weapon, contrary to its design and nature. It was like grabbing a red-hot log from the center of a campfire, as likely to injure the wielder as the target.
No!
Mael shrieked, but it was too late. Charged liquid rushed out and pinned the ancient dragon. Struggling against its caustic grip, Mael screamed his anger and sent bluish-orange flames from his nostrils. Again, Larissa Relatarenfall and her tree were seared, her defenses useless. Debilitating pain ended her attack. Involuntarily, she relented. Mael sank down against the far cavern wall.
You've made this far more difficult and painful than needed. But I don't suppose I blame you.
The dragon moved to the well, looking into metallic waters that so clearly showed the world outside.
I just need to see a couple things.
Behind her tree, the Dryad cowered, letting the dragon do as he would. She had failed Katrin. She had failed herself. Surely the world would pay for her mistakes. Dipping his claw into the metallic water, Mael controlled the well with familiar skill, but the Dryad felt he desecrated the place before her eyes. Still, she watched to see what was so important. When the Jaga came into view, she recoiled from such perversion of nature.
They thought it was necessary. They said this was a small price to contain those who could rend the world.
She knew what was there. Katrin had watched the place, forcing the Dryad to see things she wished she'd never seen. That would not make them exist any less. The well showed the skies above the noon spire, a thick knot of comets coming in for a close pass. Someday, those comets would come too close, but this was not the day. They would come just close enough. If he knew his colleagues, they would take advantage of the first opportunity. His thoughts rang through the cavern as if he shouted, but his jaws never moved. The true scale and majesty of the noon spire and the massive construction surrounding it were soon apparent.
Isn't she beautiful?
Larissa Relatarenfall could not have disagreed more. It was cold and foul and ugly in most every way, in spite of symmetry and impeccable craftsmanship. Fewer dragons clung to it now, revealing more ancient stonework. Nothing to rival it had been built since.
They called her the seventh magic.
Beneath the light of comets shining brightly in the midday sun, the noon spire rotated. Every dragon within took flight, scattering across the winds. A cloud of dust and spray followed. Terrific noise projected from the viewing well, which swelled the sorcerer with pride. Then the architecture began to shift. What had looked like mere building blocks showed their true nature. Cogs within a massive machine. Water and vegetation spewed from the chasm, which pulsed and glowed, still preventing the land from collapsing inward. Colossal weights on massive cables dropped into the abyss. The land bucked twice before the noon spire began to rise. Like a harbinger of the end of days, the monolithic crystal thrust into the full light. Stone frameworks continued to churn and settle into place, just as the ancients had set them 3,000 years before. No one then would believe the audacity of sacrificing the world's most powerful artifact to imprison the mighty. It had fooled them all back then, but would not do so now. Mael knew exactly what he faced, and seeing the noon spire rise from the depths, exposed to the full light, he'd been right to prepare for war. It was a matter of time. Still, it would keep Katrin occupied. That alone made all he'd done worthwhile. The Dryad trembled, but could not look away. The world was changing, and she was witness. Mael cast her a sideways glance before shifting the view. The cloud forests burned, immersing the heights in cinders and soot, while armies camped where food was plentiful, especially since the fires forced game downward. In the Midlands, towering war machines rolled toward cliffs previously thought impossible to scale. No one from this age would have dared imagine siege engines large enough to take the Midlands cliffs, but Mael had seen it all before. He knew this strategy as well as they did. The world relied on alliances. Attack any one nation, and allies rush in. This approach required a great deal of setup and timing. One had to build up massive forces and materials without tipping off enemies, then attack all one's enemies at once. Concentrate your might on the weakest enemy, and your empire will soon grow. Agrajah and Myrddin had been busy, but so had Mael. When he shifted his view to include the Firstland, he laughed out loud. Larissa Relataranfal huddled behind her tree, praying he would go away. Thief, they called him. St. John hated the name, but accepted the insult. Now was not the time. Better he prepare to fight for his life. Following the Argast riders, they flew.
"There must be another way,"
Osborne said from behind.
"No, I have to do this." "What would you have me do?"
"Stay with Voltarius and Garanda," St. John said. "I don't know where we're going, but we may need to make a quick escape." Leaving the dragon seemed like foolishness, but he'd given his word, and he knew what that meant, especially to the Argast.
"And you think leaving me with them will make some sort of difference?"
"Well," St. John said,
"At least you can warn anyone foolish enough to try and take them. I'm sure having Strom there will also be a deterrent." "So you're just going to let that guy beat the tar out of you in front of your wife?"
Osborne asked. Caught off guard, St. John almost laughed. What else was he supposed to do? The trail of horses stopped near a dark patch in the sand. Voltarius landed fast and hard, as if to show the Argast just how tough he really was. Garanda followed suit. It made for a bone-jarring landing, but St. John couldn't blame them. A great many Argast spears pointed in their direction. A single escort waited. St. John had rights as the challenger, and the Argast were a strict people, even when it worked to their disadvantage. Some sort of mystical portal waited beyond.
"Stay here with the dragons. Kendra and I will go in and get the sword."
"Are you kidding?" Strom said.
"No way." "None of you have to go,"
St. John said, not even looking at his wife. There was no need to ask. He already knew where she stood on the matter.
"Try to keep me away."
The smith crossed his arms.
"You're not leaving me here alone,"
Osborne said, and went to stand by Strom. So St. John, his wife beside him, and his mother's good friends following in their wake, walked away from Voltarius, hoping the dragons could take care of themselves. It did not escape him that he was likely in far greater danger. Perhaps he should worry about his own survival. Square corners and runic inscriptions marked the entranceway. Sand covered the rest. St. John could not imagine how such a structure could exist amid massive dunes and not be entirely filled with sand. But here, at the threshold, they were asked to remove their shoes. He expected them to ask for his weapons as well, but they did not. The Argast were a strange people, he thought. Swords were just fine, but where do you think you're going with those shoes? In the middle of the desert. Madness. Within awaited an even more unlikely place. Lush carpets colorfully depicting Argast history decorated walls and floors. Deeper within, paintings adorned the stones themselves, faded and chipped, but still beautiful. The air itself spoke of age, mysticism, and power, making St. John's arm hair stand on end. Ahead awaited a chamber one could only describe as an arena. Here, under the sands, hid a small field. Though St. John had no idea what games were usually played there, the sight of the tribal leader waiting for him made it clear what would happen today. The man's size was perhaps the only thing St. John could hope to exploit. Smaller and quicker, he could perhaps outlast a larger man. Kendra grunted behind him. St. John looked back and noticed she and the others were kept from staying with him. No one else was allowed to follow, and his friends had little choice but to sit on the stone benches with the crowd. A small bubble surrounded them as none chose to sit close to them. They were on shaky ground. This had the potential to be a very bad day. Duty to his mother was all that kept him from running away. Everything Uncle Chase had taught him became jumbled in his mind. He hoped for muscle memory from all his sparring time. It was a thin hope. An older man waited along with St. John's opponent. He raised his hand and asked, "Will you fight?" The question surprised St. John, since he had issued the challenge. Still, he answered to satisfy protocol.
"Yes, I will fight."
The crowd erupted. The older man raised his hand again and turned to the tribal leader, whose muscles flexed.
"Will you fight?"
"No," the big man said. An even louder roar filled the arena, the acoustics somehow amplifying the sound, making it seem as if thousands were present. "I use my right to a champion." The hooting and celebration in the crowd indicated they all knew something he did not. "Sarjak of the Scorpion clan, will you fight?" The area exploded with activity. Skirmishes broke out in the crowd, bets were made, and more than one person fainted. St. John had a very bad feeling. Cheers followed a young man emerging from the crowd. Shoulder-length black braids and coarse facial hair were signs of manhood, but he was smaller in stature than most Argast. St. John wondered if it was a joke, but his spear and graceful gait said otherwise. His weapon was scaled down from what most Argast warriors used, but the way Sarjak of the Scorpion clan carried it made it appear just as deadly. Standing beside the older man, Sarjak waited, grinning. It was a tactic St. John's uncle had taught him. Intimidate the enemy by showing no fear. He'd always had a hard time pulling it off. This occasion was no exception. The tribal leader tossed a rigid wooden spear at his feet and left the field, sitting not far from Kendra. She slid closer, obviously making him uncomfortable. The older man looked both men in the eye. Then, throwing his hands in the air and walking away, he said,
"Kill each other."
The arena fell silent, and Sarjak continued to grin. St. John held his ground, pivoting to follow the smaller man's movements. Intimidation was an effective tactic, and Sarjak was well trained. His movements cat-like, he stalked St. John. Leaping high, his legs carved precise lines. Kicking the air didn't impress St. John, but did show how nimble and skilled his opponent was. Still, the man had already expended a great deal of energy without landing a blow. Though armed with an inferior spear, St. John was not untrained, and had advantages of his own, though he suspected the use of Ishtra's power during such a fight would incite greater violence. Still, he wasn't against using his gifts to save his own life. Pivoting again, he watched the diminutive warrior prepare to do another of his flips. St. John was trying to decide if this was his opportunity to strike when Sarjak of the Scorpion clan launched a surprise attack. What had seemed the setup to a harmless move was actually a devastating strike. As he thrust his spear into St. John's side, bringing pain and warmth, Sarjak grinned. This was when most fighters made mistakes. He could almost hear his uncle coaching from the past.
Don't rush in to soothe your pride. Wait till you've got the advantage, then strike. Pride is a dead man's weapon.
He hadn't always understood or appreciated the words, but they saved him from a quick death. Though small, Sarjak was a potent enemy. Pivot and feint. St. John tried to elicit some response. He hadn't wanted to hurt this man, but blood soaked his pant leg. He wouldn't last much longer. Sarjak could let him bleed to death. Again, St. John made a sloppy attempt at provoking an ill-timed attack out of Sarjak, and again the man held back. Each pivot and turn, St. John's movements got a little sloppier, dizziness driving him to one knee. As he picked himself up, the crowd booed. "Thief," they chanted, which raised his ire, but he didn't let it get to him. He just needed Sarjak to move a little closer. Louder the crowd grew, and Sarjak turned his attention away for just an instant. St. John was already moving when Strom opened his shirt, revealing the amber figurine. Without a word, the smith caused the statuette to shine brightly, further distracting Sarjak. It was all the break he needed to land a blow across the Arghast's warrior's knees. Exerting his will, the mundane spear struck with more force than the swing alone would have imparted, which sent the small man tumbling over backward, clutching his knee in pain. Circling, St. John looked for an opening, knowing the show of weakness could be false, but Sarjak struggled to stand. Still, St. John suspected a farce. When he stepped in for a feint, Sarjak sent the presumably injured leg soaring towards St. John's unprotected face. Perhaps it was all the years of living with Kendra, but St. John knew how to dodge. He managed to get his face clear and take a swing at the exposed knee. Sarjak's scream gave evidence the knee truly was injured. With no more tricks and dizziness starting to set in, St. John pushed harder than he should have. Suddenly seeing a keystone previously blocked from view distracted him. Sarjak's bare foot landed on his jaw. The crowd launched to their feet and shook the foundation with their shouts. Strom and Kendra tried to reach him. Trying to sneak around where no one was looking, Osborne also came. They would not be fast enough. Though no taller than Gwen Hawk, Sarjak of the Scorpion clan held his spear poised for a deadly strike. The forests of Astor might be the worst place on Godsland as far as Nat Dersinger was concerned. It would all likely be over soon, his fate already determined. A waxing gibbous moon hid among the comets. Not so long ago, the dead god's periodic lights had set the meter for life. Now, though, every night was brighter than the closest, fullest moon he'd ever known. They said the dead god had been closer once, looming larger in the skies and pulling the tides to extremes. Now, though, one had to search for the moon amid Ishtra's brilliance. Could he even be certain the moon was not yet full? The light played tricks with his eyes. He could not afford to be fooled this time. Snow capped the mountains in the distance, and the peaks shone like burnished copper. Within those peaks rested Omahold, perhaps the oldest fortification on the Greatland. Using the contours of converging mountain ranges, the ancients had constructed a safe haven within the most formidable natural defenses possible. Nature had assisted greatly, but it did not come without a price. Weaknesses of which few were aware, and fewer still were mindful of, had existed since before the rise of civilization. Again, Nat shivered at the thought. Any time he followed in Katrin's footsteps, even in reverse, Nat worried. She was a bright flame. Getting too close meant risking the burn. Even she and Brother Vaughn had not known about the items Nat had been sent to retrieve. No one born in the past 1,000 years knew, until now. Excitement vied with worry. The dragon had treated him kindly as well as unkindly, but there was something more in this for Nat, who'd been ostracized for warning of these very events. Now he had the opportunity to be a part of those events as they unfolded, and to uncover knowledge once lost. Common thought was that the ancients had left them gifts to help them along when Ishtra finally returned. In actuality, the ancients had left gifts for them and hidden them well. Growing familiarity provided glimpses into Mael's feelings and motivations. It was both terrifying and oddly comforting. He made himself think of other things, knowing the dragon was likely nearby, watching him and reading his thoughts. When a steaming pool backed up to a rock face appeared ahead, he knew a long night waited. The Druids watched these forests closely, and a fire was a sure way to draw their attention. Nat had no problem with Druids. They were generally kind folks so long as you didn't abuse the land. But in these parts, Druids and the Cthulhans were tightly aligned. Nat also had no problems with Cthulhans, except that he was about to rob them. He hoped, without their ever knowing. Nat backed off from the pool, looking for a sheltered place to spend a night. Not much presented itself. This was not the kind of place anyone would want to stay for long. Sun-bleached bones lined the shores of the pool, a clear warning that obviously some ignored at their own peril. Knowing he was one, Nat quailed. Though still safe on land, the thought of soon entering the water and possibly being eaten by daggerfish prevented him from getting any restful sleep. His dreams were of teeth and red water. When a full day passed, clouds blew in with the sunset. No matter how bright or full, the moon could not be seen. As a fisherman, he'd used the cycles of the moon his entire life, but this one time he worried he was wrong, that he had somehow miscalculated. Never before had his knowledge of the dead god's cycles been an actual matter of life and death. The clouds also prevented him from keeping accurate time, and he thumbed his sand clock, trying to decide what to do. If he entered the water too soon, before the moon was high, he would be almost certainly eaten going in. If he waited too long, he would either become trapped inside Omahold or be eaten on his way out. He suppressed thoughts of surrendering to the Cthulhans. Visions of Mael clawing his way into the hold made him quail. A rabbit skin was his only assurance. His legs shaking, Nat wrapped the skin around a rock and tossed it into the mist-covered water. Though it bobbed and floated, the skin remained otherwise unmolested. Nat said a prayer that the fish weren't just good at recognizing living prey. Stripping down to naught but a loincloth, he stood by the pool and shivered from more than just the cold. He picked up a small waxed bundle and an amber figurine. Not understanding how the figurine worked, he hoped the light would last long enough. If everything went as planned, he would be in and out in a single night. But it was an audacious plan. Unable to stand the thought of waiting too long, Nat slowly walked into the water, risking only toes at first. With every step he was more vulnerable, and would have a more difficult time escaping. When he ducked his head under the water, he was beyond hope if daggerfish attacked. Small forms brushed up against him in groups, feeling like loose stones that danced through the water. If not for holding his breath, he would have cried out. What had he done to offend fate? He asked himself while swimming through the blackness, and still feeling stone overhead. It was then he questioned if he'd found the right pool, or even the right tunnel leading from the pool. Panicking, he scrabbled harder, knowing it was too late to go back the way he'd come. When at last he broke the surface, he coughed and sputtered, trying to regain his breath. The sounds echoed through the ancient mines beneath Omahold. Quickly Nat emerged, dried himself as best he could, and donned the leather slippers he'd wrapped in a waxed pack. Feeling cold and vulnerable, he trembled on his legs. In no way was Nat Derzinger made for stealth. Running through darkened halls, racing against the sand clock, and wearing nothing but a loincloth and slippers, he could not have felt more like a fool. The dragon had better be right. Chapter 9. The creative mind accelerates over time. Osborne Meccano, Glassblower. Stop! The booming voice echoed from nowhere. Sarjak of the Scorpion clan hesitated. His posture resembled his clan's namesake, his spear like the arachnid's tail, its tip ready to lash out with speed and force. Strom wanted to go to Sinjin to stop the fight before Katrin's son was dead, but tribesmen stood ready to prevent just that. His figurine would no longer be much use. Fingering the spider stone, Strom knew another way, one which terrified him. Katrin's voice, though twisted and distorted, drew Strom's gaze toward a stone groove at the back of the arena and away from Sarjak's spear. Previously obscured from view, the stone grove cleared as the Argast moved away from the keystone with haste. Looking again, Strom cursed himself for being unobservant. Signs of recent damage marred the area. Flickering amber light danced around the keystone. Pain filled Katrin Volker's visage when she appeared above the circular artifact, as if she, too, were fractured and torn.
"Give my son the sword,"
Katrin Shade said. Dark shadows danced around her, laughing and encroaching on her spirit. Lightning split the air above the keystone, and Katrin recoiled.
"Mom!"
St. John yelled, no longer under threat from Sarjak's spear. The Argast warrior who'd been so close to ending St. John's life now rushed toward the keystone. Katrin, still trapped within the noon spire and under attack, lashed out with ropes of fire before her image flickered and faded away.
"For the Herald!"
Sarjak of the Scorpion clan yelled as he leaped into the shattered portal. His high-pitched scream ended abruptly as the keystone fell dark and silent. Sarjak was gone. The men blocking Strom moved. The mood shifted. It had been clear all along this was a sacred, holy place. Katrin's appearance was a significant event, and it seemed to have triggered some new belief. While Strom detested prophecies, they did on occasion come in handy. Reaching St. John's side, he was grateful for this instance. He examined the wound, which was still bleeding rapidly. The young man was already weakened. Kendra reached him a moment later, tearing strips from her garments and applying pressure to stem the blood flow.
"Get the sword,"
she said to Strom in a low growl,
"and let us get out of here."
The smith just nodded and searched for the man who'd challenged St. John in the first place. It was an impossible task. The man had been wearing headgear, and only minor variations in his garb gave any indication of his identity. Strom remembered his physical form well, but these were a lean, muscular people, so he didn't stand out. It didn't help that no one wanted to face them. Most formed an orderly line, leaving the building in subdued silence. Strom was not far from losing his temper and demanding they all stop what they were doing and take the desert apart if that was what it took to get Katrin's boiling sword. An older man approached. Strom recognized him as the man who'd given the order to start the fight.
"Please accept our humble apologies,"
the man began. Strom grunted.
"I've sent for water, clean bandages, and herbs for the Herald's son."
"Where's the sword?" Strom asked with a command in his tone. The Argast respected strength, and he knew that, but he'd also had about all he could stand of the tribesmen. Perhaps the Draken and Dragon clan were more flexible in their beliefs, due to the changes they had seen in their own lives, but for whatever reason, the Argast on the Godfist were more steadfast. When honest, Strom had to admit the fact that their prophecies kept coming true probably had something to do with it. Still, a big part of him believed prophecies fulfilled themselves. Would Katrin have had to come through the keystone if the Argast had not believed she needed to in order to fulfill their role? It wasn't a question that would be answered any time soon.
"I have sent for the sword."
"Where is it?" Strom repeated. The older man hesitated, and Strom leaned closer.
"A sacred place,"
he said.
"Take us there, now." "I cannot," the man said. "I have sent the fastest horses."
"We have dragons."
"About that."
Not waiting to hear what the man said, Strom marched toward the entrance. Though the Argast had been true to their word, and white-robed figures worked to clean and dress St. John's wound, anger continued to build within the smith. Burning like a forge under full bellows, his rage grew.
"Out of my way!"
he barked at the last of those seeking to make an orderly exit. The line parted before him, and he knew he must resemble a charging bull. It was something he'd worked on over the years, which sometimes proved useful. When he reached the sands above, he wondered again how they managed to keep sand from filling the entrance place and hiding it beneath the dunes forever, but the question was soon driven from his mind. The dragons were truly gone. Cursing, Strom turned back toward the arena like a gathering thunderhead. The older man met him at the entranceway. "What's your name?" Strom asked, no warmth in his voice.
Thane.
"What happened to our dragons, Thane?"
"I don't know,"
the man said. Strom growled.
"I am told they simply flew away."
The big smith wanted to be angry with Thane, to blame all this on him. But he could not. For all he knew, the dragons had abandoned them of their own volition. It wouldn't be the first time.
"We're sorry for how you've been treated."
Thane apologized again.
"This is twice,"
Strom said, looking Thane directly in the eye.
"If I ever come back here again, you all had better be nice. Is that clear?"
Thane nodded. Moving back inside, Strom pushed through the crowd, which again parted before him. St. John was on his feet, his abdomen wrapped in clean dressing.
"How are you feeling?"
Strom asked, sounding like a completely different person.
"I've been better, but I'm not dead. Thanks."
Strom grinned at him. Thane said nothing, but nodded in understanding and silent apology. Kendra was about to say something sarcastic when a shout from the entranceway drew everyone's attention.
"Dragons!"
someone shouted.
"Out of our way!"
Strom barked as they practically carried St. John from the arena. When they reached open air, Strom almost turned around and rushed back in. Feral dragons approached, though were still some distance away. Even closer, though, were Voltarius and Garanda, each bearing a heavy load. Both worked hard to maintain their altitude. Beneath them, their loads flailed and writhed, making the task more difficult. When Strom realized the dragons carried horses, each with a rider still in the saddle, he prepared himself for more trouble. This was not the kind of thing the Arghast took lightly. The horses did arrive with far greater speed than they would have achieved without help, and with ferals on the way, every instant mattered. Voltarius bugled in triumph when he set the horse and rider gently before St. John, like a hunting dog delivering a fat duck. The rider teetered in his saddle, his horse sidestepping and wheeling, the whites of his eyes visible in his panic. Bearing a bundle wrapped in blankets, he presented it on trembling knees. Taking his arm from around Kendra's shoulders, St. John accepted the cloth-wrapped sword with a wince. Pulling back the oiled cloth revealed Strom's masterpiece. Though he'd never wanted to create death machines, the smith had to admit this sword was beautiful and unique. Unlike single-bladed swords that were the pinnacle of technology developed over hundreds of years, everything about this sword was superior and advanced. Strong but brittle metals mixed with softer, malleable metals were apparent in acid-etched lines along the blade. Wisp-like joins fused hardened metal that formed the cutting edges. Even while he'd been forging the sword, Strom had not understood. Now, looking at it with fresh eyes, he still did not completely understand all the reasons for the things he'd done. It had all come from Kyrian, the knowledge a specter he'd chased for all his days. Garanda placed the other horse and rider as gently as she could on the ground, then whined at Kendra, looking back toward the ferals. There was no time for words. Strom helped St. John and Osborne mount Voltarius and get strapped in. St. John looked better already. Pain was clear on the younger man's face, but it was accompanied by unquestionable determination that made Strom proud. Kendra reached down a hand, and Strom used the leverage to gain the saddle. Garanda decided he could finish strapping in from mid-air. It was not a decision he appreciated until he looked back to see just how close the ferals had gotten. Far too close indeed. Reaching deep into his pocket, he fingered the spider stone, praying he would not need to use it. Making their way back to the dry docks and staging fields, Kenward Trell had to admire his mother's foresight and wisdom. Everywhere he looked in these hills, he found raw materials. Though primarily made of wood and specific types of wood for different purposes, metal was a critical component in shipbuilding. The craftsmen his mother had assembled needed ore, and finding it locally would be far cheaper than shipping it in. His family earned their living through trade, and needed to continue doing so if they wanted to finance such an elaborate construction operation. His mother had never been one for half measures. She hid things from him still. just as he withheld information from her. Most of the time, the arrangement suited them. Jessup Tillerman walked alongside Kenward in silence. It was good to see the boy getting his strength back. 3 plates a day wasn't hurting matters. His mother had planned ahead, and they were perhaps too well-stocked. Kenward had stolen a peek at the latest inventories, and there was far more than needed. Perishable items troubled him most. His mother was not one to waste food. Such things gnawed at his curiosity. "How are you feeling?" he asked Jessup.
"Better. I appreciate everyone who's cared for me and fed me, but I don't want to be a burden. I can go back to work whenever you need."
"Funny you should say that,"
Kenward said. Jessup showed surprise, as if he'd expected Kenward to say no, to tell him it was still too soon.
"I know you've still got healing ahead, but maybe a brief thrust test on the stinger would help loosen you up."
Jessup grinned back.
"It couldn't hurt."
"Well, not as long as my mother and sister don't find out."
It was a long walk back to where the new aircraft prototype was still being sanded to remove rough edges. What Kenward had learned from the Howler and the Bumblebee, he had applied to the Stinger. It was not a perfect aircraft, but it was a step closer to realizing his vision. Walking past the massive construction that was the Kraken's ghost, Kenward felt familiar chills. This experience was without a doubt the best thing his mother had ever done for him. Though he drove her to distraction at times, he knew she did what she thought was best for them all. Knowing she thought chasing his crazy visions and dreams was best for the entire family brought a heavy mist to his eyes.
"Do you think she'll fly, sir?"
Jessup asked before realizing just what he'd said.
"I mean, it's just, she's so big. It's difficult to imagine."
With a knot in his gut, Kenward knew this worry well. It was one thing to fly the Serpent, completely another to fly a ship many times larger. Lessons recently learned should make a ship like the Kraken's ghost possible. No matter what doubts remained, it also felt good to pay tribute to his very first ship, one he'd sunk long ago. Finally, he was ready to redeem himself. Not far away rested the foundation of a similar yet very different ship. Sleek and smooth, the Vengeful Shark resembled its namesake in many ways, all the pointy bits hidden away until needed. The Kraken's ghost, a sprawling, multi-limbed ship promising death from every angle, also resembled its namesake. The lines of the Kraken's ghost were shorter, but no less graceful. Craftsmen, drafters, and architects struggled to enact his vision of incorporating the Kraken form into the ship's functionality, rather than as mere decoration. He'd built ships hastily in the past, but this one he intended to hand down someday. This was a generational ship, like the Trader's Wind, and Kenward understood the significance. This was his family's future, a thought that never drifted far from his mind or his sister's. Having airships to guard and supplement the traditional fleet made perfect sense, which was most likely why his mother was so driven to see it happen. Still, these ships might never actually fly. It was an epic gamble. They could have built one ship at a time and tested before launching into full-scale construction of 2 massive ships, but his mother had some other agenda. Though she would not say why, she levied more gold toward this project than Kenward knew the family possessed. It was a sickening amount, and it tested his courage. When the Stinger came into view, Jessup whistled. He hadn't been near an aircraft since his crash, and Kenward wasn't certain how the young man would react. He turned to Jessup and said,
"Well, it's like my mother always told me. If you fall off the horse, what the heck were you doing on land?"
With a laugh that ended in a cough, Jessup closed the remaining distance between him and the Stinger. While similar to the Howler, the proportions were different. No air tanks or firing tubes were visible. These elements had been cleverly incorporated into the main body, along with munitions storage. The Stinger was ready to earn its name. This craft had more in common with the Vengeful Shark than the Kraken's ghost. Long, sleek lines contoured smooth surfaces. The men working on the Stinger stopped when Kenward and Jessup approached.
"We're almost done, sir. We just need to fine-tune the thrust tubes."
"And that's why we're here,"
Kenward said.
"Let us get her strapped down tight, sir, and then we can safely test."
These men had been talking to his mother and his sister.
"No need,"
Kenward said.
"Jessup has excellent control. Not to mention he's still a little weak. No need to waste time.
The craftsmen looked as if they might protest, but Kenward just gave Jessup a boost into the pilot's seat. Then he climbed up behind the younger man. The seat fit him well and had far fewer straps to worry over. With a couple of buckles cinched tight, he was ready to fly.
How's it feel?
He asked Jessup, who just kept running his hands over the wood.
Fine, sir, just fine. Do you think you can give the thrust tubes a little test? Not too much now, mind you.
The workman backed away from the aircraft when Jessup nodded, even if without much enthusiasm. Nothing happened at first, and Kenward feared the boy might have lost his nerve, or perhaps even his access to Istra's powers. He was just wondering if that were even possible when a low-pitched growl emerged from the thrust tubes. Tuned to specific harmonics, these thrust tubes represented the height of engineering and design. Ancient knowledge combined with tenacity and ingenuity made the impossible possible once again.
How's it feel?
Kenward asked again, a wide grin on his face. Jessup turned back with a twinkle in his eye.
It feels real good, sir. Do you want me to give it a little more?
No,
the lead engineer shouted. Jessup pretended not to hear. Kenward shrugged. Eventually this series of events would have to be explained, and he didn't want it said that it was his decision. He liked Jessup, but didn't feel the slightest bit bad putting this one on the young man.
Those women find enough reasons to irritate me,
he thought. Besides, it was good training for the boy. Sawdust and wood chips filled the air behind them, along with shouts from those caught in the wash. Jessup gave people time to move out from in front and behind before he truly applied himself. With trembling knees, Kenward hoped this didn't end like Jessup's last flight. Part of his reason for coming along was to show the boy he believed in him, but he had other reasons as well. Seeing the Kraken's ghost and the vengeful shark from above would give him additional perspective he needed. It would also help settle some things he'd been trying to reason out. Once everyone had given them a wide berth, Jessup fully applied his will. The Stinger's report, deeper than the Howler's, bore a resonant note like the striking of a harmonious chord. The engineer's shouts were drowned out. Vibrations in the wood structure ceased as Jessup found a sweet spot. Gliding forward along the dry dock's rails, the Stinger moved faster. Jessup pulled back on the flaps and shouted for joy when they gained the air.
"You've got no skids!"
someone shouted. He'd overlooked the missing landing gear. Normally, he would have searched for a soft place to land, but that hadn't worked out well last time. Jessup looked back. Based on his grin, it was unlikely he'd heard the warning. No sense telling him now. Better to have a look around first. Kenward pointed up. The higher they flew, the clearer the picture became. Workers below were like insects crawling over giant turtles, and the true scale became apparent. Looking at these enormous ships knotted his guts. Who could think such machines would fly? It would take all the canvas in the Greatland and a mountain of coal to generate enough lift. Even with the best and lightest woods, these ships would weigh more than the trader's wind and would be just as easy to get into the sky. A wiser man might have called it a day and signaled for Jessup to land, but Kenward might not get another opportunity anytime soon, especially once his mother and sister found out about this test flight. Pointing up, he urged Jessup to take them even higher. The aircraft flew with such fluid grace, Kenward could hardly believe it. Relaxed at the controls, Jessup could presumably fly like this for hours, at least once he'd gotten his strength back. Altitude didn't do much to change Kenward's thinking on the two airships, but it did give him a better bearing on their location. In the distance, he could see waves, and that alone gave him comfort. Beyond a tall ridge waited something that made him question his mother's sanity. Construction dwarfing Kenward's and Fasha's airships combined lay below. It was audacious and ludicrous. It was also now clear on which side of the family the insanity ran.
"I need to talk with my mother. Take us down."
Nodding, Jessup began looking for a suitable landing site. Kenward could feel the young man's anxiety growing. This was the part that would make them, or quite physically, break them. When the young man appeared torn, Kenward sighted a spot back across the second ridgeline, between them and his mother's cabin. There, by coincidence or design, waited a long strip of cleared ground that appeared smooth from above. Kenward tapped on Jessup's shoulder and pointed. Having no better options, or perhaps because he wanted to be able to blame Kenward, Jessup circled back and tried to line the stinger up with a narrow strip of land. Had he stopped to think about it, it would have bothered the good captain that the young man might have used his own techniques against him. At that moment, though, he was more concerned with the landing. Easy, easy! Carrying too much speed, Jessup struggled against buffeting crosswinds. This operation would have been tricky enough in still air, but the skies above so many mountain peaks and ridgelines were as turbulent as the varied landscape below. When they reached the treetops, Kenward braced himself, feeling as if they would be dashed amid the branches at any moment. It was everything Jessup could do to avoid this fate. The young man showed his worth, though, and guided them toward the center of the clearing. Still whizzing through the air at incredible speed, Jessup slowed them abruptly. The stinger dropped from the skies, and Jessup tried to abort the landing, his reaction just a little too late. The aircraft's tail struck grassy soil. Trying to pull them back into the air, Jessup did manage to right the aircraft, just in time to crash into Nora's cabin. Once certain no one had been killed, Kenward grinned. This could only go well. Chapter 10. Pride is best placed in one's work. Martic Tillerman, architect. Jordic of Kern returned to the heights to find the situation worse than when he'd left. Ferals maintained a perimeter around the hollow mountains. Facing them alone was futile. Tanaketh cried out to his brethren before the Ferals saw them coming. The mighty bellow sent a ripple through the darkness, and moments later, great behemoths burst through the Ferals in every direction. The move was not without consequences, and Jordic trembled under the weight of those who died to save his life. They may not yet know it, but the cargo Jerregard carried was far more valuable, not to mention lethal. Grain dust in confined spaces could become explosive, but it was the rest of his cargo that concerned him. Though securely stored and kept isolated, the materials of war could just as easily incinerate them as the enemy. 3 Verdant crowded in close, seeing how heavily loaded Tanaketh was, and escorting him in. Others dropped lower, raining stone and boiling water on the armies below. The Ferals' numbers thinned, as many swooped lower in defense. Jerregard came in dangerously low. Within the upper range of enemy weapons, they were vulnerable. As if they knew the nature of his cargo, the forces of darkness launched fiery projectiles that splattered when they struck, spreading the flames. Only with the help of verdant dragons flying alongside did they reach a safe altitude. Those within the heights watched and prepared for a crash landing. All 3 dragons entered the hollow mountain together, just barely squeezing close enough to fit. Left with nowhere to hide, many dropped to stone for safety. "Brace yourselves!" Jordic yelled to his passengers just before Tanaketh struck stone. The impact knocked the wind from him, and their inertia carried them forward, skidding and smoking across the wind channel. "Put the fires out, quickly!" As soon as they were stopped, people rushed in and did as he commanded. Soon only smoke and steam remained. After helping his passengers disembark, Jordic climbed down. Taking back to the skies one at a time, their escort rejoined the fray. Provided the room they needed, dragon grooms attended Tanaketh and unloaded his potentially deadly cargo. Jordic spoke with the load supervisor before seeking the council. Most of the Verdants had now returned to their wind channels, and the guard congregated. Jordic walked to join them. "Well met, brothers," he said. "We wouldn't have made it without you." "Onan?" one asked. "Alive," Jordic said. This brought a mixture of reactions, as he had expected. Onan had sponsored the mission. In their minds, he should either be here or be dead. Sweating and still smelling of battle, the guard converged on the council chamber. None were happy. Sensi and the others were present. Only the Lord Chancellor remained absent, and Jordic suspected it was on purpose, as it usually was. Those among the guard bristled at the all-too-common insult. Many tolerated it in times of peace, but when they were at war, the guard expected alacrity. Intentional delays for the sake of nothing more than pompous arrogance was an outrage. When the Lord Chancellor did finally enter the council chamber, he was met by steely, smoldering gazes. which he completely ignored.
Onin of the Old Guard sponsored this mission and is charged with reporting.
Jordik stood tall, his head high. Others rolled their eyes.
Onin?
The Lord Chancellor asked, as if not already fully aware of the man's absence.
He's not here,
Jordik finally said.
Is he dead, then?
No, sir. Saying the words made Jordik feel sick.
Wounded?
No.
Incapacitated?
No.
Then he is a traitor,
the Lord Chancellor said, almost gleeful. The delegation from the Midlands had watched in silence, but one of the older men bristled.
Onin of Sparrowport is a good man. You're lucky to have him.
It was a dangerous statement. Had the Lord Chancellor chosen to challenge the man, things might have gotten worse, but he ignored the Midlander instead.
We will deal with that matter of treason momentarily. Must I remind you that we are at war?
Jordik clenched his teeth in hopes of restraining his tongue.
Since Onin of the Old Guard has failed to perform his sworn duty, it falls to you, Jordik of Kern, to report.
Not looking at the Lord Chancellor, Jordik spoke to the Council as a whole.
The danger we face is greater than any we've ever known.
The Lord Chancellor rolled his eyes.
Why do those with no one to corroborate their stories tell the tallest tales?
An angry murmur ran through the guard, but no one spoke up. Those who'd come from the Midlands continued to look uneasy, but not as much as Jordik of Kern. Sweat ran into his eye, but he let it burn rather than show weakness.
The reality of my words will be inescapable soon enough. Already, the one the Greatlanders call the Herald of Istra has fallen to the Noonspire.
These statements created a great commotion in what was a normally solemn chamber.
And the tales grow taller,
the Lord Chancellor said.
If this ancient myth truly exists, then why has no one ever seen it?
I have. The Lord Chancellor laughed.
Why has no one else?
Because we've acted like cowards, Jordik of Kern said, knowing his life was at stake. The Lord Chancellor almost smiled, but maintained his act of being furious.
Because we've become overly cautious and weaker because of it. When was the last time any of you flew low over the very heart of the Jaga?
No one made a sound.
Of course they haven't. That would be foolish,
the Lord Chancellor said. And now we know why it would be foolish, Jordik said.
Though it may have been buried beneath the Black Swamp for who knows how long, the Noonspire does exist, and Istra's return appears to have brought it back to life. Onin and I saw it, surrounded by the biggest hole in the ground you've ever seen, and crawling with ferals.
Perhaps the mention of Onin was ill-advised, but Jordik bore no guilt. He'd done what was right, and was not sorry for his actions.
So you're saying there's a giant Noonstone crystal in a hole at the center of the swamp? A hole that's not full of water, you say?
The Lord Chancellor smiled.
Truly, Jordik, you stretch your credibility thin. You've spent too much time with Onin. The Noonspire was in a giant hole in the ground, yes. Now it is not. Now it towers above the swamp by what magic I do not know. I suspect whoever is in control there has been quietly building their strength. Once discovered, there was no more reason to hide, and they fully exposed themselves. With the Noonspire soaking in comet light, they'll be even more powerful. There's no time left. We must attack with all our strength.
Again, the chamber erupted in arguments and exclamations. Emil, captain of the guard, cleared his throat and stood.
You say the Noonspire was beneath the ground on your way to the Mids, and above when you returned?
The Lord Chancellor cast him an annoyed glance, but did not chastise him for speaking out of turn.
Yes, sir. Was the Noonspire already under attack when you first saw it?
No, sir, Jordik said. He would not lie.
We passed the Noonspire, and it was mostly dormant, though it pulsed with life and was surrounded by ferals.
Emil frowned. The Lord Chancellor's smile widened.
We encountered an airship that was heading straight for the Noonspire, Jordik continued.
Knowing only in the truth might he exonerate himself and Onin, but more important, convey the danger to his countrymen.
We warned them, and then I urged Onin to continue on to the Midlands. He knew the Greatlanders, and he was worried about them. I'm certain he worried more about them than doing his duty, the Lord Chancellor said. He wanted to do both, sir. I was there with him, and I also did not want to see those people die. Onin asked that we turn back and do what we could to save them. I eventually agreed. Traitors! The Lord Chancellor shouted, now standing and shaking his fist at Jordik. Emil ignored this. Tell us the rest. We could not save them, sir. The airship crashed into the Noonspire, and only Onin's bravery saved 2 of the Greatlanders. The Herald of Istra fought and saved others, but she, too, was lost. It looked as if the crystal itself consumed her. Outrage, disbelief, and harumphs interrupted him. He raised his voice to be heard above them. Afterwards, the Greatlanders wanted Onin to take them somewhere, but he refused, saying he had to do his duty first. Again, the Lord Chancellor made a rude noise, but quieted under Emil's level gaze. Jordik continued. Kyrian, the last of the Regent Dragons, came to us, ridden only by the Herald's companion. Kyrian communicated with Jerigard and Tanaketh directly. It was the dragons who decided where Onin and I went. No longer was any sense of order maintained. Sensi and the Lord Chancellor backed slowly toward a concealed exit. They did not flee, but they stood ready. Jordik had known this would not go well, but he hadn't been prepared for this. Jerigard took me to the Midlands, where I negotiated a trade for valuable goods and skills. With me are 5 of the Midlands' finest weaponsmiths, and we brought most of the materials needed to defend the Heights and the Midlands. We need them to help us make the weapons, and they need us to defend their homeland. I did my duty, and Onin did his. We must accept and acknowledge the fact that the dragons have agendas of their own, including Verdant's. We are not always in control. Lies! Someone shouted, and a scuffle broke out. Jordik wondered if he'd gone too far, but he knew what was right and would defend it to his grave. Only when dragon riders fresh from the fight entered the chamber did order return. The Lord Chancellor grew bold once again. We can believe nothing this man says. It is my judgment Jordik of Kern and Onin of the Old God are traitors. What madness is this? Yelled one. His leathers and furs still smoked from battle, and the smell alone reminded of stark realities. When no one spoke, he made his report. Scouting patrol just returned and reported some kind of giant plinth rising from the Jaga. It's the Noonspire! One of the Midlanders shouted before clamping his hands over his mouth. Sensi and the Lord Chancellor moved to escape the chamber. Onin of Sparrowport is no traitor, shouted a gnarled man missing 2 fingers and a thumb on his right hand. We came here to help you, and to help our homeland, but you betray your own. We accompanied Jordik of Kern. We saw what he described, and yet you do not even think to ask us, as if we could not be trusted to verify his words. You disgust me. I agree, Emil said, and the room went silent. I challenge the Lord Chancellor's judgment. Men blocked the Lord Chancellor's escape, knowing full well where the exits were. On trembling knees, Jordik of Kern waited, his life hanging in the balance. Never before had the captain exercised his right of challenge, mostly because it required a unanimous vote among the council and the guard. Such a thing he'd never witnessed. It took only a moment for the guard to form a unified front, standing in support of their captain, Jordik, and Onin. 2 council members rose almost immediately to join them, but most remained where they sat. The Lord Chancellor looked smug. Sensi, at least, had the good sense to be afraid. Sweat poured from his pale flesh. Emil stared down at 2 of the councillors who remained seated, saying nothing, his expression never changing. After only a moment, they joined him. 3 council members remained, but when Emil turned on them, they no longer hesitated. Only Sensi and the Lord Chancellor remained in opposition. Only then did Jordik join the others in staring Sensi down. The big man quivered and shook, and after issuing a terrible wail, he ran to Jordik's side. The Lord Chancellor's judgment has been challenged, and unanimously rejected. Jordik of Kern will receive a commendation for flying what may be the most dangerous flight of this war. Onin of the Old Guard is now an honorary member of the New Guard, and due all the rights as such. Upon his return, he will be treated with respect.
Fools!
The Lord Chancellor shouted, before being allowed to finally flee the room.
Kenward, you fool! Are you trying to kill someone?
Nora Trell screamed at her grinning son. Stepping from the stinger and taking a bow, Kenward promptly slipped on a loose shingle.
Could someone lean the ladder against this wall, please?
Shaking his head, and despite Nora's glare, Farsi brought the ladder and held the bottom. Jessup said nothing and tried to turn invisible. So far, it wasn't working. Fasha didn't take her eyes off him. The boy was in serious trouble. It almost made Kenward giggle. Seeing the look on his mother's face made the problem worse. The good captain did his best to appear cowed, but his mother and sister were having none of it. Workers dodged in and out, and the women barked orders before turning back to glare at him.
Now look at what you've done,
Nora said.
It's not so bad,
Kenward said.
The stinger barely took a scratch. Nothing a good bit of polish won't fix, I imagine.
Nora put a hand on her hip and raised an eyebrow.
And what about my roof? I am sorry about that. A slight miscalculation, I'm sure. The winds are tricky around here, you know. I'm aware of this fact,
Nora said, her face reddening.
One of the reasons I like this place was that you'd have to be a fool to try to fly into it, which I think was proven true today. I like having a mountain between my house and experimental aircraft. Or two,
Kenward said. Nora silenced him with a glare. He chose a different tack.
I'll have some of the people working on the Kraken's ghost come up and remove the stinger. I'm sure one of them will know how to fix a roof. Looks like tricky business to me. Fool boy. What?
Kenward asked, trying to appear innocent.
I'm paying those people, and you waste their time. Not a waste, Mother. In the air, I gain perspective. Not to mention an otherwise successful test flight of the Stinger, if you overlook the landing. Plus, I got to see other things.
With the last part, he raised his eyebrows at his mother. Fasha stopped glaring at Kenward and turned in disbelief.
What are you hiding, old woman?
Jessup laughed uncontrollably, but then bit his lip and tried to make himself invisible. He failed. A moment later, there came a rushing sound outside. Bits of the roof fell in as a massive downdraft struck. Kenward looked up in shock to see the Stinger lift off. It couldn't be. Running to the door, he opened it to see the Stinger resting on the grass nearby, undamaged. 6 people saluted, all in uniforms both familiar, yet new. Kenward was speechless. Fasha stared, open-mouthed. Now both knew why their mother had been unconcerned about finding enough thrustmasters and flightmasters to get the massive ships off the ground.
I knew you were up to something big,
Fasha said, with an accusing glare at Nora.
You didn't think I was going to let you have all the fun, did you?
4 men and 2 women entered the cabin with military precision and formality. Kenward giggled, and Nora glared at him.
Ever since Katrin Volker flew the slippery eel, I knew this day would come. Once I'd seen it done, it became obvious. My own eyes allowed me to believe my wildest dreams might really come true. How many times have I paced the decks, waiting for wind to push me along? How many times have I wished to fly like a bird and leave cold waves behind? I love the sea, truly I do, but this is business. Speed is speed,
Kenward said, and this time Nora smiled at his words.
And size is size.
These words made Nora purse her lips. Fasha's eyes smoldered. Kenward stayed silent, but it wasn't easy.
These fine people, Vic, Raja, Devon, Wenley, and Gret, are our new shipmasters. 2 will be assigned to each ship.
Kenward seemed to be taking in the term shipmaster, but Fasha did the math.
There's a 3rd ship?
Nora didn't answer. Instead, she just looked at Kenward, closed her eyes, and inclined her head. He needed no more permission. Leaping up from his chair, he said,
It's huge, sis. You got to see this thing. It's way bigger and crazier than what we're building. We're rational and staid compared to that madwoman.
More than a few of those gathered looked uncomfortable.
I've never seen anything like it. What are you going to name that thing? The Flying Island? The Trader's Skies.
For all his joking, that name struck Kenward's heart. This was the opportunity of several lifetimes, and his mother was going big. With that statement, she had explained everything. Kenward was about to ask what the heck a shipmaster did when Nora got up and signaled for everyone to go outside. Kenward walked out beside Fasha, who muttered in disbelief. Ahead walked the one he thought was named Vic or Vix or something like that.
I think the old bag might have finally lost it, sis.
Fasha rolled her eyes. Vic, or whatever his name was, stiffened and walked faster. Kenward reminded himself not to select old Vic when the time came. Too stuffy.
Show them,
Nora said, and she nodded at Vic. The man stepped forward, straightened his arms, and flexed his muscles. Kenward wasn't impressed until the rush of air burst from his hands, lifting him from the ground and spraying everyone else with leaves and other debris. Kenward wondered if he'd judged too soon. Then Nora pointed at Gret, the smallest person in the group by a noticeable margin. Then she pointed at the towering ancient trees across from the cabin, away from just about everything else.
Show him.
Bending her knees and establishing a firm stance, Gret leveled her fist at the trees. She and Vic both held something in their hands, but Kenward couldn't make out what they were. When the woman applied her will, Kenward took 2 steps back. Without so much as flinching, she cast a column of rotating air across the distance with such violence. Trees ripped from the ground were sent spinning into anything still standing. Within seconds, the land was cleared. Now Kenward understood how they had cleared the valleys in such a short time, and how so many trees had been brought down and stacked in staging areas.
How are you not crushed by such force?
Kenward asked.
Or thrown back?
He had seen the challenges flight masters and thrust masters faced. This brought entirely new possibilities.
The ancients knew things we still don't understand, Nora said. These devices are among them. Clearly the vortex orbs allow tremendous thrust, but also counteract it. Somehow the user is not subject to those forces unless desired. May I?
Fasha asked Gret, holding out her open palm. Looking to Nora first, Gret received a nod in answer. With a sheepish look, she handed the glassy orb to Fasha. She'd seen such things before, but never quite like this one. Part of the spherical object was perfectly clear. Within, a glittering maelstrom swirled, impossibly deep and complex. The back was covered in metallic green and orange, creating an intricate pattern. Form, function, and design created breathtaking art.
For all the money I've spent building these ships, Nora said, these cost me twice that. Not to mention years of research. We need more, but it is a start.
You got me, Mum, Kenward said. I'm impressed.
You haven't seen anything yet, fool boy.
Nora wore an impish grin.
The next part is just for you.
Rarely had she ever commanded Kenward's attention more completely.
Show him, Raja.
The man stepped forward with no expression on his face. He was good, Kenward thought. From his pockets, Raja produced 4 rocks, a couple of pieces of string, and a tiny thrust tube with hooks around the outside, and a black crystal mounted at its center. Kenward recognized Noonstone. He'd seen the largest piece in the world, and this was surely the same material. With those thoughts came pain, and he tried to push it away. What Raja did next partially succeeded. First, he tied the thrust tube to the rocks and placed it at the center.
Start the reaction,
Nora said. Placing his hand over the crystal, a tiny blue spark and a pop were followed by rushing air. A pleasant breeze resulted.
Now provide no more energy.
Kenward gaped. Floating above the table, the miniature thrust tube continued to pump air, presumably with no input from the shipmaster. Such a thing could allow the ungifted to fly continuously on their own, Kenward realized with a jolt.
Now we just need a whole lot of noonstone,
Fasha said. Nora grinned.
Funny you should mention that.
Mother, Kenward said.
You are an evil genius. It's about time you all figure that out. Now, somebody fix my roof.
Chapter 11. A passionate life inspires. Unknown Bard.
I'd wager you never thought this would be your day,
Nat Dersinger said to the man in kite livery, who leaped in surprise.
Left here practically alone to guard empty chambers. It must have seemed the most boring assignment possible.
Reaching for his sword, the young man turned to see Nat, backlit by the comets beyond the open balcony.
Now before you do anything foolish, ask yourself this. Do you really want to cross a man capable of sneaking into the most secure part of Wolfhold?
Feeling bad for the young man, Nat could hardly believe he was there. No previous experience had prepared him for this. Mael's thoughts tickled his mind.
I don't want to kill you. This should be evident based on the fact that I could easily have killed you already.
Watching the young man's every move, Nat sensed his belief. Victory must have shown on his face. The young man looked as if he might try to make a run for it, presumably to seek help, but then thought better of it after Nat spoke.
Lord Kite will not even miss what I am here to retrieve. It was left here long before the Kite family occupied this structure. I will, in fact, be giving you and your lord a magnificent gift at a small price.
The young man didn't look at all convinced, but did not flee.
What's your name?
Jenneth, he said, his eyes downcast.
I'll make you a deal, Jenneth. If you trust me and do as I say, I will leave you alive and more popular than you've ever been before.
The young man's expression told Nat he just needed to set the hook.
Imagine telling Lord Kite about how you found the ancient stash of art and artifacts that had been hidden within Wolfhold for ages.
Emotions played across Jenneth's face.
Hero.
Nat felt the nudge, recognizing it for what it really was. Always before he had called it intuition, then visions. Now he understood the true source and marveled at Mael's skillful manipulation. A single thought at the right moment was all it took to change the course of human history, or at the very least, Nat's life, and now Jenneth's.
I'll do it, Jenneth said. But do not think to cross me. One does not get to guard the Lord's chambers, empty or not, without reason.
Nat did his best to not undo what Mael had helped him accomplish. He could have pointed out how much good that had done Jenneth, but he knew better. Instead, he closed his eyes and inclined his head. It was enough.
You've been taught to defend this place, Nat said. You know how to trigger the cave-in mechanisms to isolate this part of the hold.
The young man appeared to have second thoughts.
I need the key.
Looking over Nat's shoulder, Jenneth blanched. Knowing what the young man saw, Nat did not blame him for his fear. The dragon mage frightened him as well. No matter what he sensed beneath a seemingly endless well of resentment, Mael was no gentle flower. Jenneth said nothing but glanced at the fireplace. Stifling a laugh, Nat walked to the ornate hearth and inspected the tools hanging alongside. Amid the tongs and pokers rested a different kind of implement. Covered in soot, it fit with the rest, save the more skillfully crafted handle. Nat grabbed the key and walked toward the inner halls, indicating Jenneth should lead the way.
How did... Never take up gambling, kid. They'll just take all your money.
Hanging his head, Jenneth nodded.
I already learned that lesson.
Again came a twinge of guilt, but he just had to take solace in the fact that the young man would see another day. Beyond that was not his responsibility.
Where are we going?
Jenneth asked, his voice trembling.
To the secondary juncture,
Nat said. Jenneth was again appalled by how much information Nat possessed. Mael had told him this would be the case. This was the final fallback position in the keep's defense. The Kite family's early discovery and use of the keystones had made them extremely easy to manipulate, and they had brought other places within the sorcerer's reach. Omahold, Drakastone, even parts of the Godfist outside Dragonhold. Now Nat recognized the brilliance, amazed at what Mael had accomplished with so little access to Istra's light.
I saved the last bit of energy from when Istra last departed this world. Such a sad parting. I longed to use that power every day for 3,000 years. I had to be patient.
Such resolve would have been unimaginable to Nat before Mael, but having been touched by this ancient mind and shown a glimpse, he was in awe. Jenneth led the way reluctantly. He did not deviate from what Nat knew was the shortest path to the juncture. At least he was no fool. After 2 turns, Jenneth stopped. His eyes went to the ceiling, and he looked back as if he might be sick. Nat joined him and looked up to see a beautiful mural of a wolf pack caring for pups. As much as he hated to do it, Nat hoisted the key.
"Do you have to?"
Jenneth asked before Nat made another move.
"Are you sure? You know this is the location of the cave-in release, correct?"
Thoroughly defeated, Jenneth nodded.
"Then they would not place anything truly priceless here, knowing it would be destroyed."
Appearing unconvinced and worried, Jenneth wrung his hands and paced. Nat could not waste time. More guards would be stationed within the hold, though fewer than usual given Jarman's current absence. Ramming the pointed key through a wolf pup, plaster and other bits falling away, Nat found what he was looking for. Jenneth went pale. Using the key to clear away the decorative covering, Nat revealed a small orifice, just large enough to admit the key. He had to move the handle to different angles to get more intricate parts of the design within. With a final twist, the key caught on something. Pushing Jenneth back toward Lord Kite's chambers, Nat gave a good yank. At first the painting cracked and chipped, the cave-in not as instantaneous as one might expect. Already Nat was aware no shower of rock would follow, but Jenneth knew no such thing. With a few more yanks, a much larger opening appeared. Starting just above where the ceiling had been, a series of indentations were carved into the stone, a ladder leading into darkness. Pulling a herald globe from his robes, Nat once again brought shock and marvel to Jenneth's eyes. Everyone knew what herald globes were and what they looked like, but few had ever actually held one.
"Don't drop it,"
Nat cautioned.
"Now up you go."
Bending his knees and knitting his fingers, Nat prepared to give the young man a boost. It was a good thing Jenneth had not done anything stupid, or it would have been a difficult climb. Accepting the herald globe with fear and awe, Jenneth pulled a cloth from his uniform and wrapped the globe as if it were the most fragile object in the world, before putting it in an inside pocket. He checked 3 times before he was satisfied the globe was secure, and he put a hand on Nat's shoulder. For the first time, the young man's fear was gone, excitement and the thrill of discovery in its place. With a grunt, Nat lifted with all his strength.
"A little higher,"
Jenneth said.
"Stretch,"
Nat said through clenched teeth. Far too old for feats of strength, a cry escaped his lips as Jenneth did as he was told, which put more pressure on Nat's aging joints. Soon it was over, and Nat struggled to stand straight. He was not weak, but no longer was he young and spry.
"By the gods! You spoke truly. Look at it all. You will bring me 3 specific items that belong to my companion. The rest you may keep or turn over to Lord Kite. I make no judgments or suggestions. Get me the items I require, and I will be gone."
Dragons. All Sevalon the thief wanted was freedom from dragons. Yet no matter what he did, they found him. Whether painted on signs or engraved in furniture, they were inescapable. No matter how far he fled, they chased him down and pinned him beneath hungry gazes. His dreams were thick with them. but a single serpent dominated them all. This dragon was different. It wanted something, and would not leave him alone. Asking Jarman Kite to take him back to the Godfist had been among the most difficult things Sevalon had ever done, and it was, in almost every way, against his will. The only part of him that agreed with going back was the part that wanted to remain sane. Every day the dreams had worsened, the urge to throw himself into black water almost too much to resist. Compulsion to get back to the Godfist had overwhelmed all else, including self-preservation. He'd begun to fear sleep. Some people walked while dreaming, and he was afraid he'd wake up cold, wet, and drowning. Leaving Jarman Kite's ship, the Wolf's Head, was in many ways sweet parting. In other ways, it was terrifying. Back in Harborton, he was no more welcome than he'd been the last time. Somehow, he'd have to get into the master house, but he had no information, no plans for the construction, no maps, nothing. All he could do was watch the entrances and make notes. Matters of defense often followed schedules and patterns. These fostered vigilance, but were also tools the thief could exploit. Pictures in his mind surfaced, but he forced them back down. If the dragons needed his expertise, they could very well stop tinkering with his thoughts. Feeling a strong sense of aloneness afterward, he wanted very badly not to admit he missed the presence once it was gone. No matter how much he valued his freedom, having pertinent information pop into your consciousness provided reassurance. In matters of life and death, Sevalon tried not to be picky. What the dragons wanted with an ugly stone, Sevalon did not know. He'd heard of the Sky Stone and how the gods had sent it so the Jean might defeat the Herald, but it hadn't actually worked out that way. He tried not to put much stock in the words of prophets and minstrels, especially since people still clung to legends already proven false. Moving from shadow to shadow, Sevalon searched for a place from which he could monitor the Master House. No one was going to bring the Sky Stone out to him, which meant going in. He'd have to access the most sacred inner chambers and carry a heavy, ugly, and presumably valuable stone away from those who cherished it. This was not a job he'd ever had taken, but choice was no longer his. "Need skilled hands," a man said. Peeking around the corner, Sevalon spotted a tall guard lingering near the blacksmith shop. "What for?" "The masters want the same kind of comforts within the master house as are available within Dragonhold." "Look what it got them," the smith said. The guard shrugged and moved on. Rubbing his hands together, Sevalon moved away, knowing it would be best to let at least a little time pass before approaching the blacksmith. Sometimes a thief had to be subtle, a master thief even more so. Chapter 12. Be the inspiration for a young person that you needed at their age, and you can travel in time. Master Jarvis, Teacher. Pulling the spider stone from his sturdy inside pocket, Strom knew outrunning the ferals was unlikely. Clear skies left nowhere to hide. Voltarius and Garanda had expended large amounts of energy getting the horses and riders back to Sinjin and the others. Now they faced jagged peaks, seaside cliffs, and the Argas Desert. Voltarius chose the open sea beyond the cliffs. Garanda flew below and behind. Ferals appeared from the peaks around Katrin's oasis, and Strom growled at the thought of them fouling the place. More dragons, previously clinging to the cliffs, had been lying in wait. With the extra weight, the regal dragons gained altitude more slowly and were less nimble in their movements. The feral dragons took full advantage and did their best to surround the regals. They were succeeding. If only the Drac had less weight to bear, Strom thought, and he reached for the straps holding him in. He wouldn't survive the fall, but his sacrifice might give Sinjin a chance to grow old. It was not an easy choice, or one made lightly, but air pressure changes pulsating with mighty wing flaps told him it might already be too late. With the spider stone in hand, he tried to find the feral dragon he knew was so close. Through some trick the predators possessed, the huge creature hid from the smith until claws raked the air near his face. and that was when Strom unleashed his fury on the dragon above. Like a fiery snake, lightning pulsed and writhed. A thunderclap split the air, and the dragon above crumpled, quite suddenly bearing down on them, forcing them closer to rock-strewn waters. Geronda whined as Voltarius struggled to get away from the dead feral. Dropping below the cliffs they just so recently cleared, they plunged into the shadows. Here the land also shaped the air, and Voltarius employed the turbulence to his advantage. Using a rolling updraft formed by the prevailing wind as it encountered the cliffs and mountains, Voltarius rolled out from under the feral dragon and spread his wings. The sudden change in direction took Strom's breath, and St. John screamed. Strom did his best to support his injured friend. A cloud of ferals harried Geronda, and the smith despaired. Osborne had no way to defend himself. They were helpless. Voltarius worked to gain altitude, but it was clear it would not be enough. Trying to predict the dragon's movements, Strom took aim at the ferals, but would just as likely hit Geronda.
"Give me a straight shot,"
Strom shouted, not knowing if the dragon would listen or understand. He never found out. Rolling thunder tipped with screams and high-pitched thumps made it sound as if some leviathan had risen from the deep and joined the battle. To Strom's utter amazement, it appeared this new monster was on their side. Beams of fire and blue light raced into gathered ferals, scattering them. Geronda dipped lower, trying to get closer to Voltarius. Her flight wobbled, but she appeared mostly whole, those riding her injured, but not dead. Seeing the true nature of their salvation, Strom hollered with joy. The draken had arrived, and they flew as never before. Like Voltarius and Geronda, they each carried an extra passenger, but the dragon clan rode facing backward, something Strom would never have considered. It was not the seating arrangement that was so remarkable, rather the speed at which they flew. As if propelled forward by the dragon clan, the draken split the air with speed no feral could match. They carried weapons like nothing Strom had ever known. Katrin and others had wielded the Staff of Life, but never had he seen gleaming metal staves glow with intricate fury. Arakon stood out amid the rest, his staff emitting structured light, forming geometric patterns and symbols. Around his arm, shields of blue light connected to rods and gears of pure plasma, man and staff together forming a larger machine. Strom watched in utter amazement as Arakon pulled his arm back, engaging the mechanism, before releasing a blade of energy that sliced the air and anything it touched. "Aldrakon!" came their battle cry, sounding strange as they whizzed past. Aerial chaos took on a more orderly form as the ferals began their retreat. Arakon, Michaela, and the others soared after the fleeing dragons, while Voltarius and Geronda made for the coastal cliffs. Not wasting any time after the valiant beasts touched the rocky sands, Strom unstrapped himself and checked on St. John. The fighting had loosened his bandages and reopened the wound. The young man was far from defeated and worked to secure his own dressing. Strom handed him a water skin.
"By the gods!"
Osborne exclaimed, looking out over the water. In the distance, the draken fought. Ferals made a stand above black-sailed ships approaching the coastline. Red lightning leaped from the assembled ships, dark art once again threatening. Draken faced danger from above and below. It was a lot to ask of anyone. The resultant light show caused the thin clouds, now gathering above the ships and growing darker, to glow from within.
"Be watchful,"
Kendra said.
"They might not have all flown away."
She was right. Still, the horrific spectacle drew the eye. Somehow, a second passenger and some sort of magical weapons had turned regal dragons into a lethal force. Never had Strom seen anything fight with such tenacity, accuracy, and deadly impact. But even with that, numbers were not on their side. It was to the protection of their fleet the ferals had run. Seeing the draken make one last attack on the ferals while doing their best to avoid those on the ships below, Strom could not believe the raw power of their combined might. Peeling away, the draken took casualties in their retreat, but still fared far better than the other side. The thought made Strom sick. Those were his friends and countrymen, and he vowed not to let their deaths go unavenged. Part of him wanted to take the fight to the ships and unleash the Spider Stone upon them, but protecting St. John and Kendra was more important. He had decided to trust Kyrian after their long flight back from the Black Spire, and he had to continue to believe, or all this might prove to be for naught. The surviving Draken returned with amazing speed, though they slowed upon approach. Regal dragons gathered along the same cliffs from which Nat Derzinger had once pushed Katrin. Breathless, Brother Vaughn managed to say,
"We found a cache of ancient artifacts."
Strom could see in the man's face he didn't tell them everything, but he didn't press the issue.
"How badly are you hurt?"
Brother Vaughn asked St. John.
"I've lost some blood. We've got the bleeding stopped again. Given time, I'll heal."
The monk pulled a wooden box from the leather satchel he carried and mixed 3 powders together on a dried leaf.
"Here, when the pain is high, take a pinch with water."
St. John took the leaf, looked at it for a moment, then poured the contents into his mouth. Brother Vaughn produced a water flask. The young man grimaced and drank more water than advisable, but to his credit did not spit it out. He handed the leaf back to the monk, who waved it off.
"Chew on it,"
he said. Again he did as he was told, and popped the leaf into his mouth. He made another face, but continued chewing. That was when Strom knew it really hurt.
"I have my mother's sword,"
St. John said, the leaf tucked in his left cheek.
"But I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. With no additional information, I can only assume I'm to take it back to the crystal. If my mother objects, she is clearly capable of telling us to leave."
No one could argue his point. St. John watched the horizon, ever vigilant in spite of his pain, and Strom was embarrassed when the wounded man proved more observant than he.
"Fires!"
Multiple smoke columns rose from behind not-so-distant mountains.
"That looks like Harborton and the Lower Pinnock. They've not even recovered,"
Kendra said, shaking her head in dismay. St. John limped toward Voltarius.
"You must go to your mother,"
Arachon said, stepping between Aldraken and Aldrak.
"This is my homeland,"
St. John said.
"And ours as well."
As if to bolster his words, formations of Argast riders appeared, heading toward the Pinnock Valley. It was an awe-inspiring sight.
"We will protect our homeland. You must go."
With a sad nod, St. John extended his hand to Arachon.
"Take good care of them. You must take weapons and thrust spheres,"
Arachon said. St. John considered protesting, but Arachon gave him a look that told him just how foolish it would be. Strom looked at the delicate glass sphere someone handed to him. Brother Vaughn approached Strom.
"Just point that away from everyone, and think about a strong wind."
Strom somewhat reluctantly did as he was told, and the roar was immediate. He sighed. Osborne extended his trembling hand. Strom gave him an unreadable look as he handed the orb to his friend. Closing his eyes and squinting, Osborne held the thrust sphere out toward the desert and concentrated. Nothing happened. His face was a mixture of disappointment and relief.
"Try the staff,"
Brother Vaughn said. Strom almost punched him. When the monk handed him the work of metal art, the smith was enamored. Such craftsmanship he'd never seen, and just a quick glance taught him things. This was a treasure beyond measure. Grasping it lightly, he pointed it toward the sands as Brother Vaughn instructed, and applied his will, but was surprised and a little disappointed when it didn't work.
"Not every staff works for every person,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"We're still figuring this stuff out. For now, though, looks like it's a light bow for you."
Strom accepted the weapon with no small amount of trepidation. If what they said was true, and he had no reason not to believe them, this weapon was from the last Istran phase. Most things he'd encountered from the last age had tried to kill him. Pulling the trigger seemed dangerous folly. Still, he lived in dangerous times. With a deep breath, he turned the weapon toward the sands and fired. The high-pitched thump sounded even different from that vantage point, and Strom could see the utility of such a weapon. With that said, wielding it terrified him, knowing he might accidentally incinerate his friends.
"Most importantly,"
Brother Vaughn said,
"don't shoot the dragon."
Voltarius trumpeted his agreement.
"Without the ability to provide thrusts, I'll be of little use,"
Osborne said. The comment was aimed at Brother Vaughn, who'd already proven his use of the thrust sphere. Strom hated to see his friend left behind, but perhaps it was for the best. Maybe one would survive. A thrust sphere had been recovered from a fallen friend, and Strom accepted it with reluctance. He strapped the light bow over his shoulder, and St. John had his at the ready. It felt strange facing backward, but Brother Vaughn climbed up behind Kendra, and looked much the same as he did. Testing the straps one more time, he hoped he was truly secure.
"Let's get in the air before you use those things. And remember, don't shoot the dragons." "Got it,"
Strom said. More fires sent smoke into the air over the upper Pinnock Valley. From between the columns came a flight of dragons, each bearing a rider. Strom cursed. Draken took flight. In tight formation, the pharaohs flew low over the desert, creating a dust plume. Red lightning painted the clouds. The pharaohs moved faster than they could achieve on their own. Great, Strom thought. What had seemed a huge advantage might just level the field.
"Go!"
Arakan shouted. It should have been Aldraken given the orders, but all that would matter little if none survived. Arakan was right, and St. John obeyed. He was Aldraken, but he was no fool. Valterius pointed them out to sea, and Strom tested the thrust sphere with more intent than before. Holding out his hand, he concentrated and applied his focus to moving the air behind him. At first it felt as if nothing happened, but he could see the turbulent wash he'd created from mists roiling above the water. Trying again, he concentrated on thrust, applied to him and ultimately Valterius. The result was immediate, and Strom thought they might spin out of control. Valterius trimmed his wings and kept them upright in the turbulent air, his roar lost to the wind. The speed was too much, but Strom lacked control. With deep breaths, he lowered his heart rate, slowed his breathing, and eased off the thrust. When they reached a speed less likely to tear them all to pieces, Valterius turned and gave him an unyielding stare.
"Sorry,"
Strom said. St. John grunted.
"Might need to go easy on that."
Looking back, Strom saw just how far behind Geronda had fallen. Pharaohs gained on her in spite of Brother Vaughn's effort. If not for Arakan, the rest of the Draken and the Dragon clan, they would have been overwhelmed. The Draken were now battle-tested, and it began to show. Arcane power flooded from those aboard feral dragons, but much of their energy went into speed. Strom watched them come, seeing the energy they radiated. Rather than using thrust as the Dragon clan did, these sorcerers pulled at the air, tearing it apart, somehow forcing a bubble of relatively still air through the cavitation. The effect propelled them forward with a strange tearing sound, those aboard looking as if they felt nothing but a soft breeze, dark robes barely stirring. Projectiles of electric blue light raced toward the dragons as the Draken coordinated their efforts, careful not to fire into their own ranks. Following Arakan, they let him select the targets, and they attacked each before moving on to the next. The ruthless tactic maximized the weapon's effects. Had they been spread out, striking various targets without eliminating them, they would still face most of the ferals. Using this technique allowed them to reduce the enemy's numbers more quickly, but the dark-robed figures aboard the ferals were no fools, nor were the dragons they rode. Soon they shifted their efforts from speed to defense.
"Go!"
Arakan yelled again. Geronda picked up speed, and when she caught up with Valterius, Brother Vaughn looked exhausted. Hoping he would hold up, Strom waved in encouragement. The monk gestured weakly. Sitting as he was, Strom could do little but look back at the still-raging battle and feel guilty for leaving those he cared about. Osborne should be by his side at a time like this. He wished his old friend well. The only advantage Ashfall provided was that camouflage was inherent and inescapable. Everything blended together, stained by pumice. Sebulon the thief carried a rock through the wilderness. This was the last thing he would do in service to dragons, he told himself. He had trained to facilitate the flow of valuable objects between wealthy families and organizations. This was generally best done in cities. Surviving alone on the Godfist tested the limits of his survival skills. While he knew how to create fires that emitted very little smoke, he would need something to cook. Turning over rocks, looking for bait, and putting them back as they were, he left as little evidence of his passing as possible. His senses heightened. Every noise was suspect. Fishing would put him out in the open, which meant night fishing. Unless thick clouds blew in, there would be plenty of comet light, more than he actually needed or wanted. He would be exposed. Dragons and other enemies aside, the Godfist was already a dangerous place. Plenty of hungry predators were about, and snakes provided yet another threat. Shivering, he tried to think about something else, something nice. Somewhere waiting for him was a city where no one knew his name, a place where the things lurking in the darkness were other people. He could handle people. With every step north, the land grew wilder. Less evidence of humans coincided with more signs of other activity. Dragon bones became more prevalent along with gouges in the land. Warnings such as these would normally have sent him back in the direction he'd come, but he stayed his course, knowing he'd never be rid of dragons if he did not complete this task. The creatures were terrifying to fight, but perhaps even more frightening because of their ability to manipulate people's thoughts without their ever knowing. Looking back on his life, there were times when the urges of supposed instincts had been overwhelming. He would be a pawn, no more. After this, he had a very simple plan. Stay alive and avoid dragons. Perhaps living underground was not such a terrible idea after all. Memories of his time within Dragonhold and aboard the slippery eel brought with them regret. No matter how he tried to push them away, Sevalon felt them acutely. He was getting old and losing his edge. Though now almost certain he'd been manipulated by dragons, likely more than one, he took responsibility for his actions. Unsure how this would change his life, he moved deeper into forested foothills. A sound like thunder came from nearby. Sevalon froze. There was not a cloud in the sky. Deep, guttural woofs and grunts sounded, disturbing the relative stillness. Covered in sooty ash, Sevalon did his best to be invisible. By the size of the nose that came into view a moment later, he also hoped the pumice masked his smell. Snuffling a woofing, the giant crawled along the forest floor, grunting and whining as it went. The thief watched in fascinated horror. Fingers as large as he was gently swept much of the ash fall aside, allowing the beast to sniff out toadstools. Whining and grunting with each one found, the giant was in every way unlike what Sevalon had expected. Its masters had fled the Godfist, and this creature at least appeared to have returned to its natural state. This was only a small consolation, since that state was huge and ravenous. At times the thief's luck seemed to wander off, and the giant found a particularly bountiful toadstool patch nearby. Excited by its find, it squealed with delight and shook the trees. A fallen branch struck Sevalon, but he remained quiet and still. Long moments passed while the giant ate, its knees coming dangerously close to where the thief hid. Not long after, though, the creature yawned and rolled onto its side. By the time the sun dipped below the ridgeline, the beast snored and twitched in its sleep. Crying out and thrashing as if having a nightmare, the giant was perhaps as dangerous asleep as awake. Nonetheless, Sevalon knew this might be his only chance to escape. No matter how docile the giant may seem, he didn't want to find out what would happen if it realized he was there. Moving toward a nearby clearing, Sevalon cursed branches and leaves that made stealth slow and arduous. Still the giant snored, shaking the foliage. During a brief pause between snores, the thief slipped, his boot landing on a dead branch that snapped on impact. Movement made Sevalon freeze, the trees around him stirring. The last of the regent dragons reared and towered above, gazing down on him. Eyes closed, Sevalon did the only thing he could think of, and held the sky stone over his head, hoping the creature didn't take his arms off with it. Instead, the stone was lifted away without tooth or claw touching him as he'd feared. Wind buffeted and shook the forest. When Sevalon opened his eyes, he saw Kyrion's silhouette against the backdrop of comets, both beautiful and terrifying. At his feet, the thief found a pack filled with tools and provisions that would have been an enormous help in getting him there. At least he would have them for the way out. The dragon's voice in his mind reminded him of what he needed to do.
Go. Run.
It was then Sevalon realized he no longer heard the giant snore. Turning back, He found the creature watching him with far too much interest. Though its visage was more inquisitive than vengeful, Sevalon had no desire to satisfy its curiosity. Slinging the pack over his shoulder, he ran. Miss Maris tried not to despair, but it was difficult. She'd rebuilt her life and those around her before. She could do it again. Helplessness drove her to distraction. The events shaping her world were far beyond her control. Much of what she had done might not even have been of her own volition. Male's influence tainted everything they had accomplished, much of which he'd already managed to destroy. While she and the others hadn't built Dragonhold, it was in many ways her home, and she took pride in the work done to restore the keep. So suddenly that had been taken away, and with so much damage, and what remained was covered in ankle-deep soot. If Durin were there, she'd have told him to start shoveling. That thought didn't help. So many of those she cared about were gone. Even if some had driven her to distraction, she missed them. Most were busy salvaging what supplies they could when the shouts came. Nearly screaming in frustration, Miss Maris couldn't imagine what else could go wrong.
"We're under attack!"
Those words seemed impossible to her. What was there to take? A filthy hold with a giant hole in it, and a few tenacious people? It made no sense.
"Started seeing fires to the south,"
Bradley said, out of breath and holding his shirt over his face to keep out the black dust hanging in the air.
"But more come from the north."
It still made no sense, but that changed the realities of the situation very little. They could not surrender. That would be suicide. The best she could think of was to hole up in the kitchens and defend the halls as best they could. The cave-in mechanisms had all been triggered in previous battles, and none had been recreated. It was obvious now they should have put those defenses back into place, but there had been so little time, and so many things needing doing. It was a wonder they had kept everyone fed. No matter the excuses, the result was the same. Chase approached, cursing as he came.
"My feelings exactly,"
Miss Maris said.
"We need to fall back and just let them have the place,"
Chase said.
"We don't even know what, if anything, survived Male's escape."
Nodding, Chase considered their situation. It was one of the reasons she trusted him. The man had the good sense to think, instead of just telling her why she was wrong. Distant screams and explosions rang within the hold, followed by shouting.
"We'll do as you say,"
Miss Maris said, knowing they had no more time to consider.
"Fighting in the valley!"
someone shouted from the great hall. In the background, ululating calls were punctuated by the words, "Aldraken!" Blue light filled the outer hall, and Miss Maris could not help but run with Chase and the others to see what was happening. None foolish enough to charge into an ongoing battle, they armed themselves as best they could. Knowing the Draken had come to fight for them, though, gave them ample reason to help in any way possible. A tear came to her eye as she ran, and she wiped it away. They had not been abandoned. Despair lost a bit more of its grip. Regal dragons whizzed past the main entrance in a blur, rolling thunder behind them. Flickering blue light illuminated the littered hall in a way that chilled Miss Maris's blood. Then it was time to go. At the lip of the broken stair leading into Dragonhold came an enormous hand, then another. With a terrible roar, the giant pulled itself upward.
"To the kitchens!"
Chase commanded.
"Evacuate to the kitchens!"
More figures emerged from below, a towering giant guarding them. Miss Maris stumbled when strange, high-pitched sounds echoed within the hold. Blue-white light was brighter now, and the giant's roar changed to a scream. Regal dragons entered the hold with deadly speed. Any mistake would surely be fatal, but any slower, and they would have been easy targets. Each dragon carried 2 riders armed with weapons like nothing she'd ever seen. The rush of wind came with the Draken, and they sent the dust swirling around the great hall. No one had ignored Chase's orders, and most jammed the hall leading to the kitchens when Miss Maris reached it. She turned once again to see the Draken landing around her, all facing her. She wasn't certain she understood until the rush of air grew. Seated backward, each passenger held some sort of glowing object in his or her hands, and the wind rushed from them like an unnatural hurricane. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been difficult for anyone in the main hall to withstand for long, but the thick layer of pulverized rock made for a powerful scouring agent. Had they been in the Pinnock Valley, they would have seen a roiling black cloud billow from the mountainside and blot out the light. Chapter 13. Gullibility Invites Harm. Alette Kilgore, the Black Queen. Providing thrust did not come without effort. One could do so for only so long. Both Strom and Brother Vaughn had done what they could, but even the dragons tired from flying at such high speeds. For every advantage, a price was paid. St. John loosened straps. Hopping down to the sandy atoll proved difficult. Whether from the wound itself or as a result of his favoring the injury, his stiff back ached. Though uninhabited, this nearly complete ring of rock and sand provided an excellent place to rest. A few trees grew along the thicker sections of the island, and food was plentiful. Fresh water was not. They would need to conserve until opportunity to replenish their supplies presented itself. "I just don't understand," Kendra said, breaking the silence. It had been difficult to talk while flying. "What are you supposed to do now?"
"All I can do is hope Kyrian knows what he's doing."
Strom grunted.
"Seems we little choice in the matter."
"I just don't see how sacrificing yourself will help your mother."
St. John nodded silently. He didn't know either.
"We don't even know why she sacrificed herself in the first place."
"I'm sure she had reasons,"
Strom said.
"Pelivore said he thought she had planned it all along and just didn't want him to know until it was too late. He knows my mother better than just about anyone else in the world, and he said it was just the kind of thing she would do. I tend to agree."
Strom nodded.
"We know she's alive, or at least she was yesterday," St. John continued. "She knows I've retrieved the sword, and she didn't tell me not to come. It's all I have to go on." "I just think we'd all like a little more than that," Brother Vaughn said.
St. John shrugged.
"We come in at night,"
Strom said after a long silence.
"There should be plenty of light to see by close up, but not enough for them to see us coming from afar. I can use the figurine to blind them." "And the rest of us?" Brother Vaughn added. "Good point," Strom admitted. "When I yell, 'Darkness,' cover your eyes."
It seemed an awfully thin plan to St. John, but he was thankful to the smith. He'd thought he might have to drag them there against a mountain of protest. At least Strom understood the necessity. He suspected Kendra and Brother Vaughn did as well, but that didn't mean they had to like it.
"When we reach land," Strom continued, "I suggest we stop using the thrust spheres. We can come in quieter that way, and we'll be fresher when speed is needed."
Valterius grunted. St. John reminded himself none of this was easy on the dragons either. Without them, they'd surely be lost. Valterius sighed, as if reading his thoughts.
"She showed me how to get in,"
St. John finally added.
"From the top."
"You're not really planning to jump in there too, are you?"
Kendra asked, having a way of making the question a threat.
"I don't know what else to do. We could just fly over and drop the sword, but something tells me that's not going to work. We could take on every feral dragon, giant, demon, and soldier and see how we make out, but I suspect it won't end well. Or I can follow my mother, bring her what she needs, and hope to survive."
Even Kendra remained silent after those words, no doubt feeling the sting of his sarcasm.
"Sorry."
"If you die, I'm going to kill you,"
Kendra said, and St. John couldn't help but laugh. After hugging his wife a little harder than advisable, he winced from the pain. It was worth it. When they took off again, the air was uneasily still, the need for stealth greater than speed. St. John and the others had grown accustomed to propelled flight. Now flying at normal speeds felt strange and dreadfully slow. Perhaps taking offense from this very notion, Valterius put them into a dive. Dragons were plenty fast on their own. Sometimes St. John envied his mother's ability to communicate directly with Kyrian, but he'd come to have his own bond with Valterius. They may not speak in each other's minds, but they shared a deep, somehow inherent understanding of body language, posture, muscle movements, and other outward expressions of the inner self. And even with all those things, St. John had absolutely no idea what his dragon thought about their destination. Gironda, too, had been subdued and just a little too predictable. St. John had come to believe they behaved themselves only when humans did what they wanted. His life's path had largely been dictated by dragons, and he had to rethink just where he fit into the equation. Knowing what he did of Mael's influence on world events, he couldn't help but feel violated. In his desire to escape from Dragonhold, Mael had subverted the lives of St. John, his family, and everyone else on the planet. It seemed too much to believe, but evidence mounted. Once aware of the ancient sorcerer's machinations, proof and instances to support it sprang to mind until it was obvious. He was not alone in feeling like a fool. Strom had been right about the light. Istra sent 3 large comets scudding across the sky, bits breaking off and streaking across the horizon. "Are you sure about this?" Kendra asked, her voice sounding too loud in the stillness. St. John wasn't certain at all, but he would not let his mother down. She had helped him get the sword, and he would take it to her one way or another.
"I think Valterius, Strom, and I should go on alone from here, but what I think about that doesn't matter."
"You're darned right it doesn't,"
Kendra said. Nodding in acceptance, St. John let the silence hang again. His gut churned. He'd expected Kyrian to meet them. His mother's boiling dragon sent them on this quest, and had not yet seen fit to tell him why or what he was supposed to do. Kyrian made a good target for his anger. The dragon had endangered everything St. John loved with mysteries and riddles. He suspected Kyrian had reasons for what he did, but at that moment, it didn't matter. He was frightened. His wife wanted answers, and he didn't have any. He wanted her to live a long and happy life, but it was not his to decide. He wanted to live that life with her, but might not get the chance. For his mother, he would throw himself into the depths, and for her love of him, his wife would follow. The pain was deep and physical. Strom, Brother Vaughn, and the dragons were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was unlikely to end well. The thrust might give them some chance, but St. John lacked optimism. Gathering the Draken and joining forces with their allies would take time, and he somehow knew it would be too late. Cursing dragons that played with his thoughts, he watched the horizon. Bits of light streamed across the skies far faster than anything else. Comets farther away moved more slowly. It created a sky filled with dancing light beams, some streaking from horizon to horizon in a single breath. Not even a wisp of cloud obscured the view. Reflecting the light, the landscape looked more like a glittering jewel than a black swamp. Birds flew beneath them in the preternatural light, painted orange and purple, beacons of life and hope. It was a strange but welcome omen. Still distant, the noon spire created a similar display. In the daylight, it had looked like a smoky black crystal engulfed within the land itself. Now it towered above the Jaga, gleaming in comet light. The glossy surface reflected the skies, shifting like a rainbow of fire. Oranges, reds, and yellows made it appear as if it were engulfed in a massive conflagration. Even from a distance, the power was unmistakable. He'd been warned Agrajan and Murden would soon have the power to free themselves, but seeing the noon spire somehow risen from the depths, he had to wonder if they weren't already powerful enough. Mael had escaped his prison, or at least St. John presumed. The height of power was coming, and the future of all the people on Godsland were at stake. The Cathuran maps indicated thousands of comets would crowd the skies during the Istran noon. Large comets would sometimes come very close. At these times, it was said Istra sent great bursts of energy. St. John just hoped they didn't burn up in her bounty. Already the air was thick with energy. What it would be like in 50 years was unimaginable. Riding what warm air he could find, Valterius took them higher. Despite ample light, the landscape lacked contrast. Rather than rich color and texture, it was shades of blackness, making individual shapes difficult to distinguish. Higher they went, and St. John began to notice a pattern below. The closer they got to the spire, the darker the land grew. It was as if the center of the swamp had dried up and did not reflect the light in the way the moisture-laden vegetation did. Or, St. John realized, something waited there, covering up the swamp, ready to ambush anyone foolish enough to come close. The truth came far too late. Like any other illusion, it burst when recognized. The land crawled with life, large and small. At least some of it looked small from above. Masterfully carved stone blocks that hadn't been there before now radiated from the Noon Spire's base. Much of the surface was glossy and slick, but some areas revealed lighter-colored stone with irregular texture, like an enormous sculpture. Reaching toward the clouds, the Noon Spire dominated the landscape. Thinner and colder, the air became more difficult to breathe as Voltarius took them higher, putting space between them and the prison. Near the megalithic crystal's tip, a facet reflected orange light tinged with greens and blues, setting it off from the world around it. Inside, St. John saw a raging battle. His mother's spirit tugged at him, pulling him closer. Then it was as if something else grabbed a hold of him. Downward they spiraled, Kendra's shouts unintelligible. No words survived the cacophony. Dragged lower against his will, a primal insult to any flying creature, Voltarius bellowed in rage. From the ground came a great barrage of projectiles, many leaving a trail of fire behind and casting even brighter light on the horrific scene. What must have been thousands of feral dragons leaped into the sky at once, many with hooded riders on their backs. St. John's blood went cold. Voltarius avoided attacks as best he could, but their flight path was no longer fully under his control. Stronger the attraction grew until it became apparent they were being pulled to the ground, and not into the tip of the crystal as St. John had thought. Howling madness waited to consume them.
Just get us pointed at the sky,
he shouted to Voltarius. The dragon did not immediately respond.
Give us all the thrust you've got, Strom.
It was soon apparent Kendra had given a similar command, because she and Brother Vaughn flashed past. Kendra got 3 shots off with a light bow before she and Garanda were lost from view. St. John cursed, wishing his wife were someplace safe. Then the thrust pushed him back into his seat, the leather saddle creaking under the strain and the straps tightening around his body. He sucked in shallow breaths, unable to bear the pain of breathing deeper. The distance it put between them and the spire was worth it. Though he was moving away from his intended destination, St. John was pleased. When they dropped past the peak of the spire, he knew in his heart something was wrong, that he needed to go into the top, just as his mother had. It was almost as if she said the words to him, and he took comfort from being close to her, even if they might as well be in 2 different worlds. It didn't matter. She needed him, and he was there. She, too, was there for him. He was both in need and needed at the same time. This was the true nature of his life. Weakness revealed strength. The feeling of connection with his mother was cut off then, the fires within glowing anew. A great battle raged, and he hoped she fared well. Ferals crowded the skies above, and projectiles ranging from arrows to entire tree trunks filled the air below. The gap was closing, no matter their speed, and Voltarius was once again forced lower.
"We've got a problem,"
Strom shouted.
"Give me the bow."
St. John turned to see a feral dragon in their wake, and gaining on them, 3 hooded, dark-robed figures on its back. Before he could hand the bow back to Strom, a spiral web of red lightning struck with ferocious intent. Voltarius reeled, and St. John lost his grip on the precious weapon. In his effort to save the bow, Strom diverted all his attention. Though he did manage to grab it, it left him in an awkward position, and all thrust had ceased. This the feral had not expected. The gigantic dragon sailed forward, carried by momentum and the propulsion hooded riders continued to produce. The delay cost them. Ducking its head, the feral narrowly avoided being struck in the eye by Voltarius, but those atop his back were not so fortunate. 2 were knocked free, sent spinning into the air. The third clung to the feral's tail. The impact sent a shock of pain along St. John's side. He was relieved to see no dragon behind them, but when he turned to look ahead, he nearly fainted from fright. Before them reared a massive feral dragon, claws extended and bearing a rider of equal proportion. This alone would have been a startling sight, but hooded figures held in the giant's grotesquely oversized claws terrified St. John. One launched a column of spiraling air that tore at his dragon's wings. The other sent red and orange fire, searing St. John's very soul. Strom recovered and applied the thrust, putting some distance between them and the feral-mounted giant. Howling in anger, the giant shifted his grip to the hooded form's lower body, twirled the figure 3 times overhead, then threw the dark sorcerer with all his might. The hooded figure flew with single-minded intent, not crying out or flailing in the air, but instead preparing a single lethal attack. Focused solely on St. John, the figure held clawed fingers out before it, and a ball of darkness rimmed with fire formed. With a single shot, while still providing thrust, Strom sent a knife of fire into the dark hood. St. John tried to determine what kind of creature the dark sorcerer was, but it fell away soundlessly, revealing no more. Pounding on his dragon in frustration, the giant forced more speed from his mount. The feral cried out and thrust forward, ready to take out its pain on them. This time the giant threw the remaining hooded figure like a spear. Claws outstretched and forming a sharp point, St. John thought it might simply impale them, but instead a blinding white pulse, no larger than a firefly, raced toward them. It pierced Valterius's wing membrane, and St. John experienced physical pain at his mount's cry. Favoring his right wing, Valterius sent them into a spiral. The hooded figure flew past, and St. John did not see where he went, though he did see another flash of light strike Valterius in the tail.
"He's been hit!"
St. John yelled through gritted teeth. Strom made no response, the continued thrust the only evidence he still lived. More feral dragons took off from around the Noonspire, almost all bearing giants. Unerringly they flew toward Valterius. They had been marked. It also occurred to him they might sense the sword or recognize him. That thought alone made him quail. Soon after, he was busy ducking river stones and whole trees. Raked by roots still wet from the swamp, St. John reeled. Leaning hard to one side, the straps all that held him in, St. John saw the dragon-riding giant snatch a ballista from the ground. The soldier who had been loading the weapon hung on for his life. When the giant held the ballista high, the mudman reached up, grabbed the trigger string, and yanked. A mighty thump announced the sharpened tree trunk now sailing over their heads. Had it not been for something slamming into the giant and exploding, the bolt would surely have landed on its mark. As Valterius continued to spiral, St. John tried to locate the source of the attack. A familiar, albeit deeper and louder thumping accompanied a scaled-up version of the bumblebee that streamed black smoke and fire out of the back. At the controls, grinning like a fool, was Kenward Trell. Chapter 14. The key to flying is avoiding going entirely too fast and entirely the wrong direction. Kenward Trell, inventor and airship captain. Rhythmic thumps from the Stinger's exhaust were drowned out by the strange sound Kenward's air pressure-powered repeating weapon made when it fired. His vessel might be a dangerous mixture of compressed air, flammable liquids, and powdered explosives, but on a good day, those things should remain isolated from each other. Opening the valve forced air into the stockweed shafts, which ejected explosives-filled walnut shells at high velocity. The effect was a devastating weapon that looked as if it might self-destruct at any given moment. Looks did not determine how well something flew, Kenward told himself. Sometimes it was better to appear weak. A ship that appears invincible might inspire an enemy to throw everything they have at it. Many of his walnut shells missed their intended target, and some exploded in mid-air. Kenward just hoped they all made it away from the Stinger before they detonated. Those that did strike worked exactly as intended, creating fear and chaos in dragons and giants alike. He had to remind himself to watch the skies around him, since there were so many other aircraft and dragons to avoid. Jessup Tillerman sliced between Kenward and the dragon harrying Valterius. A brief hesitation was all that prevented Kenward from shooting Jessup's growler. A feral soared close behind, and Kenward reacted, pulling his weapon release wide open. The air rang with the foreign fong-fong-fong, followed by random detonations. Some walnuts did little more than annoy those they struck, but the others made up for it. Time slowed while he passed through the madness surrounding the Noonspire. Bringing the Stinger back around, Kenward had a full view of aerial chaos. Wings, explosions, and lightning surrounded stingers and growlers. The Kraken's ghost loomed in the distance, Vasha's ship well hidden elsewhere. After pulling his straps tight, Kenward Trell opened the fuel-air mixture valve full stop. The thumps grew in frequency and amplitude, the speed giving the good captain a thrill like nothing else he'd ever known. He'd flown at speed atop a dragon, but he'd had no control. This was in every way a superior experience, save one. Tapping on the glass face of the fuel gauge, Kenward hoped it malfunctioned. He'd used most of his air firing the weapons, which meant he would have little pressure remaining should the main engine run short on naphtha. Learning from the ancients changed things so quickly, they hadn't quite perfected everything yet. Jessup and Gret flew alongside, each able to fly for long periods of time without any need for fuel or compressed air. The Growlers did have air tanks, but those capable of flying them without could refill them in flight. As much as Kenward hated relying on the gifted, they had their advantages. Feral dragons and those riding them did not take kindly to the flyby and were in pursuit. Kenward just needed to get back within what he called the Ring of Fire. Tapping the glass once again, he shrugged. It would either be enough or it wouldn't. The ferals gained, and already Gret was under fire.
"Don't wait on me," Kenward said. "I'm taking a shortcut."
Reaching down with his left hand, Kenward pulled a lever he hadn't been certain he'd ever have the guts to use. If he did nothing, the dragons would catch them. It was either fly or bail out. Given that choice, Kenward decided to fly. With a yank, he pumped the rest of his compressed air through the pitch-fired thumper engine. The result sent him hurtling through the air at uncontrollable speed, his flight path leaving a squiggly line of black and white smoke. Left behind, Jessup and Gret had plenty of speed to outrun the dragons, or at least he hoped they did. The Growlers depended on thrust from Istra's power, which was not granted in equal measure. Gret was a good bit faster than Jessup, though he had greater control over his landings. Kenward was still working on those. Soon landing became his highest priority, since the Kraken's ghost moved toward him at an unbelievable rate. Reaching down, Kenward was about to ease the compressed air valve closed when the pulse engine winked out, going dark and silent. No thump came from the compressed air backup since Kenward had used it to get his burst of speed. He came in fast and low. Pulling back on the flaps, Kenward stood the Stinger on its tail, using the wings themselves as brakes. The deck of the Kraken's ghost came up fast, but provided plenty of room for error, which turned out to be a good thing. Not reacting quickly enough, Kenward let the Stinger's tail strike the deck before he leveled out, which sent the nose crashing downward. Thankful they had taken the time and materials to spring-load the skids, Kenward still bit his tongue during the rough landing. Jessup, Gret, and the rest of their flight, or at least those who'd returned, must have made it within the Ring of Fire, because the Kraken's ghost showed her teeth. With scaled-up versions of what the Stinger and Growlers carried, the ghost fired melon-sized shot with a terrific report. The sound alone was a weapon that struck fear in approaching ferals. Ballistae fire sent flaming bolts through the air, marking the ghost's airspace. Farsi ran to Kenward's side.
"Are you hurt?" "No, but it's pretty ugly out there. Fuel me up, load me heavy, and pack the air tanks full. I almost didn't make it back."
Farsi looked at him as if he were daft. Then his old friend shook his head.
"And load the bay with some of the big shot this time." "You've bent up the landing gear,"
Farsi said.
"Hit it with the hammer a couple times if that's what you have to do, but get me back in the air."
Frowning, Farsi did as Kenward asked, but clearly didn't like it. Watching Kenward and the others go, St. John hoped they had the sense to stay away. No matter how much she appreciated their help, the darkness was too powerful here. Voltarius was out of the fight. Wounded, the valiant beast carried on as best he could. Strom kept the thrust low to prevent the air from thrashing the regal dragon too much. The sky above them thick with ferals, it was as if Kenward and the others hadn't been there at all. Like a keel moving through water, the darkness simply rushed back in. Garanda took the fight to the ferals against all probability. St. John's wife carried one of the larger light bows, and Brother Vaughn wielded a glowing orb. How the monks snatched dragons from the sky and dashed them on the armies below was a mystery, until smoke and debris made the spiraling vortex obvious.
"Look!"
St. John shouted, pointing. He didn't know if Strom heard until dragons descending on them folded like moths in a hurricane. The ancients' orbs were truly mysterious, complex, and dangerous objects. For now they worked in their favor, but such tools might later haunt them. The herald globes were perfect examples of useful implements turned powerful weapons. A deep growling filled the air a moment later, and 3 more aircraft like the one Jessup had been flying soared past. St. John watched as Gwen opened fire on nearby ferals, continuing to force them lower. Rings of mist rolled through the air after each projectile left the stockweed shafts, only to be ripped apart by the wind. Some walnuts had little apparent effect, while others exploded with concussive force. Throwing his arm against shards of walnut shell knifing through the air, St. John watched the aircraft roar past, staying in tight formation. Ferals reached for them, not quickly enough. Garanda soared in close, given breathing room by Gwen and the others.
"We've got to get him out of here,"
Kendra said.
"Might be too late,"
St. John said. His wife glared at him.
"Maybe with help."
If aircraft kept ferals off their tail, they might have a chance. No matter how fast, nimble, and well-armed, it was unlikely. Garanda used her wing to lend Valterius support. He whined. Gwen and her companions made pass after pass, turning back when their fuel, air, or munitions were exhausted. As soon as they departed, Kenward returned, his aircraft still belching fire. Flying in low, he yanked on a lever beside his seat. Nothing happened. Kenward shook the aircraft back and forth. Still nothing. Executing a tight turn revealed explosives-filled melons sucked together and jamming the bomb bay. Still Valterius spiraled downward, as if in a trance, only at a slower rate because of Garanda's aid. Twice, St. John lost sight of Kenward, but then saw the flying machine far too close to the ground and taking heavy fire from below. Approaching an armed fortification, Kenward pulled up sharply, arrows sticking out of his aircraft. The force dislodged the 2 explosive melons, whose irregular size made them perhaps less than perfect for the task. When they struck the ballista, though, they worked just fine. The blast sent a wave of destruction across the plain, leaving a circle of devastated landscape. If not for cover fire from the other 2 aircraft, Kenward Trell would never have made it away from the fight, yet he flew on. St. John wished him well, and tried to figure out what to do next. So far he'd had little choice in the matter, and even less understanding of what was expected of him. Gripping the sword, he clenched his teeth. Perhaps landing in the area Kenward bombed would buy them a few brief moments, but it seemed suicide.
"I need to get back to the top of the Noon Spire," he said. "Valterius is wounded. I need Garanda to take me."
It was a painful admission, and Valterius whined, looking back at St. John.
"We can't land,"
Kendra said.
"They'll overrun us in an instant, and Kenward might drop the next bombs on us."
St. John would have laughed under other circumstances.
"We need to wing walk."
Kendra gave him a look that said she thought he was insane, but offered no alternative.
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
she asked, her voice betraying fear. He couldn't blame her. The thought was more terrifying than anything he'd ever done. But to land was to die. His mother's influence on his mind was subtle, but he recognized it.
"You can do it."
Without responding, St. John unstrapped and pushed up onto his knees.
"Take him out of here,"
he said to Strom.
"Use all the speed he can handle."
Kendra had moved onto the wing.
"Are you crazy?"
came Gwen's voice, clearly incredulous, as she flashed past, firing on ferals in her path all the while. St. John knew the answer, but stepped out onto Valterius's injured wing, careful to stay clear of the hole burned in the membrane. Garanda's wing supported the weight from below, but he wasted no time. Passing Kendra was the most difficult part, and it occurred to St. John that this would have been far safer had he let her cross first, but there simply was no time. He just hoped it didn't get them killed. Lightning split the skies, leaving hazy ghosts in his vision. Claws raked the air nearby. Last-second bursts of thrust kept them alive, which caused the dragons to shift underfoot. When he made it to Garanda's saddle, the sword over his shoulder, St. John reached for the straps. The ferals had been waiting. Kenward was gone. Gwen and those in the other aircraft were distant. 3 feral dragons collided with Garanda in a coordinated attack, nearly knocking St. John from the saddle. Holding on took most of his concentration. Kendra soared in front, pulling on a single strap before Voltarius was overwhelmed. What St. John saw next made him question his own eyes. Gleaming like a comet embodied, Kyrian bore down on them. In his mother's dragon oar saddle, Pelivor rode in a suit of intricate metallic armor. In one hand he held a metal staff, in the other a thrust sphere. Lightning seared the air. Giant claws ripped St. John from the sky and bore him away. It took him a moment to realize Kyrian had grabbed him. Pelivor applied thrust, his lightning assaulting nearby ferals. The giants made one last push to keep St. John away from the Noonspire. Sacrificing themselves and their dragons, they flew in close and launched whatever they had. Kyrian and Pelivor defended as well as they could, but ferals and giants attacked from all directions. St. John screamed when a whole tree trunk struck him, knocking his breath away and possibly breaking ribs. He would have grabbed his side if not for a hooded figure being thrown at him. Reaching out with clawed hands, the assailant grabbed onto St. John, making the pain worse. In their struggle, the figure's hood fell open, revealing a form more dragon than human, and St. John felt sick. A perverse combination of two creatures, forced on nature, shrieked at him. An instant later it fell away, its eyes going distant. Kendra stared up at him before turning her lightbow on the ferals surrounding her and Voltarius. Despair washed over St. John in massive waves, threatening to crush his spirit. They were lost. Images of the accomplishments humankind had achieved since Ishtra's return flashed through his mind. All the things his mother had done, and even he and the Dragon Clan. It was all for naught. How could he possibly win, where the most powerful people in the world had failed? It was folly. His tearful tirade was interrupted as a barrage of information flooded his mind. Now he understood Strom's reaction to thoughts invading without warning or request.
You could not know.
Kyrian's voice in St. John's mind was overwhelming and absolute. It allowed no other thought, even as they moved closer to the top of the Noonspire, even with Pelivor waging a battle like nothing seen in 100 lifetimes.
If you had known, they would have stolen the knowledge and used it against us all.
Stunned, St. John tried to make sense of new realization and understanding. Vision showed him the choices Kyrian had made. Tears welled and flowed freely as he saw his father, Prios, stealing an egg from the Regent Queen. When a single egg glowed brighter, Prios selected it. It had started then for Kyrian, but everything he'd done since was toward this purpose, this singular moment in time when all would be decided. There had been no other way.
When I saved the Sky Stone from being destroyed, and in doing so saved Master Edling from your mother's wrath, I did so for a reason.
With that thought came images. Kyrian plucked St. John's grandfather from before the headsman's axe, and later rescued his mother just before she would have killed Master Edling. Then there came a gift from above. A melon-sized rock descended, its surface pocked and pitted, yet worn smooth. How Pelivor managed to lower it and still fight was beyond his knowing, but St. John latched onto it. There was no question as to what the stone was, but he would have to sheath his sword to carry it securely. More images rushed in. High above the inland sea, Kyrian and Katrin soared toward the Westland coast, taking down Seath and Thrakis the Builder. He'd seen this event from much farther away, from a balcony within Ravenhold. Now he saw what he had always suspected. The dragons twined around each other, locked in a mating dance. They had plummeted like stones, his mother still strapped to Kyrian's back. The pain returned full force, even knowing his mother had survived. For years, he'd believed that to be the moment of his mother's passing. The pain was no less real.
I did not tell Strom why such a sword was needed, nor did I tell your mother. I did not tell you why you must retrieve the sword, even if at great cost. You could not have known. Now you must know everything. You must understand and do what is required, no matter what.
Visions of the Regent Queen's death, and the loss of all the rest of Chirion's kind made St. John understand. No greater purpose existed. Only then did he see Chirion's brilliance, somehow knowing what he would do and become before his birth. Such a burden unimaginable, St. John's own responsibilities pressed down on him. Determining humanity's fate had been difficult for his mother, and now he understood why.
You have the knowledge, the character, and the spirit to do what must be done. Fail not.
Those were the last words before Chirion released his grip. Tumbling toward the top of the noon spire, St. John Volker wondered what he'd gotten himself into. Chapter 15. The human mind is weak and easily tricked. Male, sorcerer. Falling toward the noon spire, St. John could not imagine a more perilous perch. The height and wind would make most people quail, but the battle in the air surrounding the spire made it downright terrifying. He could not let fear rule, and clenched his jaws, ready to do what had been asked of him. Those within saw him coming, despite a pitched battle taking place within the spire itself. Agrijan and Murden knew he approached, and they probed his thoughts. The reaction was almost immediate. Tinged with fear and apprehension, a crown of lightning erupted from the noon spire, reaching out with deadly intent, only to arc and bend toward the sky stone St. John clutched with one hand. In his other he held the sword, ready to do what was needed. Streaks of fire leaped forth, and feral claws swiped at him. The sky stone absorbed the fire as if it had never been, but the claws got far too close. Only the efforts of Chirion and Pelivor, along with Kenward and Gwen, kept St. John unharmed. Fires erupted atop the spire, searing air belching upward. Covering his face against the heat, St. John was suspended by the forceful updraft, ancient sorcerers probing his thoughts. They knew what he planned. They knew all Chirion's secrets. No hope remained. Nothing would stop the greatest powers ever to walk Godsland. Helpless, St. John floated and endured the mental assault. Doubt undermined his confidence, making him question Chirion's intentions and reconsider his commitment. No more time remained, though, as claws forced St. John downward. Flames reached higher. St. John screamed, but knew what he had to do. Lightning and fire poured into the sky stone, which grew hotter and hotter. His sword ready, he aimed downward and thrust. The flames wavered as he approached, and everything changed. Those within had been trying to repel him, but seemed to have given up, and suddenly began drawing him closer, trying desperately to pull him within the smoky black crystal. Images flooded his mind then, visions of his mother and father and the life they had shared. Scenes of his younger self playing pranks with Durin would have brought a smile to his face, were he not in such a perilous position. St. John held on tightly, but the sky stone was torn from his grip. It plummeted to the charred, smoking swamp below. St. John wrapped both hands around the sword hilt, driving it into the mighty facet waiting to devour him. This was how his mother had entered the crystal structure, and this was how Agrijan and Murden meant to pull him in as well. Flames still licked the top of the spire, but the portal opened to receive him, pushing the fire away. Moving unerringly toward that spot, St. John was drawn with terrific force. Nothing he could do would change his trajectory. Fire leaped out to his now unprotected hands, grasping the sword hilt, but St. John would not release, could not relent. The consequences would not allow it. Screaming, he held on with a vice-like grip. A single breath later, his sword struck the noon spire a mighty blow. Right behind it, he encountered hard, slick crystal. The flames exacted a price before winking out. The air went silent except the sword. Vibrating at a specific frequency, it sang a powerful note. Resonating, the crystal trembled, unable to resist. Getting to his feet, St. John Volker straddled the peak. Like a gearsmith's clock, he repeatedly struck the spire at a precise and measured pace. The fight for the skies continued, looking surreal. Seeing the Draken engaged gave St. John heart. No longer could the din be heard, and the light took on a different hue. Within the crystal, battle raged. Shades vied for control. Kyrian had known the sword's solitary note would temporarily alter the Noon Spire's structure. He'd known each strike would stun those within, and they would likely need all the time between blows to regain their composure. Still, Sinjin did not know what would happen next. His strikes might render Agrajahn and Murden helpless for brief moments in time, but it would do the same to all those within. Not knowing any other way to help his mother, Sinjin committed himself to doing as Kyrian asked. Over and over he rang the crystal like a giant bell until his arms felt as if they might fall off. Nonetheless, bright flashes within gave evidence the fight continued. Within the Noon Spire, the light was distorted and weak. Still it fed Katrin's soul and sustained her despite being tainted with the hatred of eons. Others might have struggled to wield Istra's powers within the crystal, which was among the reasons it had been used as a prison, but Katrin absorbed all the energy around her. Unless trapped under stone or that foul-smelling blanket of Jarman kites, it was unavoidable. Even with greater access to power, Katrin could achieve little. With the exception of projecting herself through the fractured keystone, reaching anything outside the crystal had proven impossible. The designers would likely have left the keystone out, given the choice, but it was the entire reason the Noon Spire had been located there in the first place. Its existence had also made the disguise more effective, since who would build a prison for sorcerers upon a sacred place of power? In spite of all that, this very prison had functioned for thousands of years. Perhaps the ancients planned on finding some other solution, but never had. Katrin couldn't help but think they left the problem for her generation to deal with. Those who made this place were long since dead, along with their great-great-great-grandchildren. Now power had returned to the world, and was ever growing. A prison this would be no more. If not for Katrin and the others, the tipping point would already have been reached, unleashing Agrajahn and Murden on the world in their new bodies. The battle taking place outside was distorted and strange. Though close in proximity, it was a world away. Bright flashes brought no thunder, and the silence belied the true nature of what transpired. Trinda Hollis stood nearby, wringing her hands, her white dress stained and fouled. Alette Kilbore crouched, a cornered animal ready to lash out, her allegiance highly questionable. She'd no doubt been under these sorcerers' influence for years, and trust would be difficult to grant. It did not escape Katrin that she herself might have been under Male's influence for an even greater time, but that made trusting Alette no easier. All had been played for fools and pawns, dangerous pawns, and prickly. Being trapped within a place inhabited by angry, vengeful spirits dampened the soul. Hopelessness and oppression coated everything, and left even those whose inner fires burned brightly in a deep malaise. Insanity would come for them all sooner than later, and it might be best to just let the sorcerers win. Then they could all escape and bask in untainted comet light once again. Outside they could breathe deeply the smell of renewed life. Outside they would be powerful once again, ready to face any foe. It was a lie, and Katrin knew it. She could only hope the others possessed the fortitude to resist coercion. Doing so was becoming increasingly difficult. Those with living bodies remained huddled together for whatever strength it afforded them. Sarjak of the Scorpion clan alone was not touched by Istra's powers. Part of his robes were missing, and his spear was a good bit shorter than when he'd leaped through the damaged keystone, but he had some magic of his own. Katrin didn't know by what luck he survived. The damage to his garment and spear spoke of other, more gruesome possibilities. She doubted the man could do anything to protect against their hosts, but having a trained fighter at her side somehow gave her strength. Memories of Benjen, Chase, Pelivor, and others filling a similar place in her life almost brought a smile. Agrajahn and Murden lost their physical forms so long ago, even they had trouble remembering how they once looked. Seldom did they fully manifest, always blurry and out of focus. It would not take long for the others to join them in formlessness. All the old sorcerers had to do was wait. Katrin's physical body would be absorbed into the crystal, gradually leached away, just as theirs had so long ago. The sorcerers did not want to wait. They wanted out. At first, Katrin had thought Alette and Trinda had been taken for just that purpose. She'd been wrong. The two women were bait. Katrin was the vessel Agrajah and Murden desired, her body already acclimated to massive power, her barriers obliterated. Even in the previous age, that had been a rare thing. Either would be invincible given her form. That fact was perhaps Katrin's salvation. They could not both have her. Evening skewed the outside light. It did not bring about darkness, but instead accentuated the comet light no longer drowned out by Vestra's rays. The light shifted in hue and angle, but did not diminish. However, it did make those within the crystal look like the specters they would soon become. The world reeked of power, and Katrin knew this prison, no matter how massive and effective it had been for eons, was about to fail. When it did, those within would either escape or perish. Having bided their time, the sorcerers came without warning, neither willing to allow the other an edge. The ferocious assault knocked Katrin from her feet, her head smacking against the rune-engraved stones encircling the fractured keystone. Buckled and cracked, sharp stone bit into flesh. The warm sensation of blood brought instincts to the fore. Agrajah and Murden assaulted her psyche with unmitigated ferocity, each trying to wipe out any trace of identity in a single massive blow. The simultaneous attacks were more than any person should ever endure, but they worked against each other, lessening the efficacy. Had the two cooperated, Katrin would have been lost. It was a realization she wished she could take back, since the shades read her thoughts. After the briefest lull, they combined their respective energies into a single overwhelming attack. Feeling herself slip away, Katrin reached out to those around her, desperately seeking help. What assistance Alette and Trinda provided was weak and unfocused. It did little to stem the tide wrought by Agrajah and Murden. Grasping onto memories, Katrin clung to that which meant the most to her. Sinjin. As if that single thought summoned what she needed most, Katrin looked up. Her son dangled from Kyrian's claws. Seeing them bolstered her strength in a way nothing else could. It also distracted the sorcerers, who repelled Sinjin and lashed out with malicious intent. Their attacks found no purchase. How her son defended himself so completely remained a mystery, until she recognized the pocked stone he carried. Master Edling had used that very artifact against her and Prios. It had nearly been her downfall. Now, though, it provided protection to the one she cherished most. He'd come for her, and seeing the pocked stone ripped away and sent tumbling into the swamp below, inspired reckless action. Screaming, she rushed Agrajah and Murden. Sarjak of the Scorpion clan ran at her side, issuing an ululating battle cry. He should have stayed behind. No training or physical skill could prepare one for fighting wraiths. Noble and gallant, the Argas tribesman crouched low and arched the remainder of his spear to resemble a scorpion's tail. Rushing forward and getting ahead of Katrin, Sarjak fell. There was no flash, no lightning or thunder. Agrajah's shade simply pointed a finger at the nimble fighter and drew the life from him. "No!" Katrin cried out, seeing yet another soul sacrificed for her. Weight enough rested on her shoulders, and this threatened to crush her, but Sinjin gave her strength. Knowing she would attack, Agrajah and Murden reversed whatever tactics they had been using, and now tried to draw Sinjin into the Noonspire. That she could not allow. With all her might, she did as she'd done long ago, before breaking down the barrier between her and Istra's light. Rather than simply channel the flood of power washing over her, Katrin gathered energy from around, squeezing it from the crystal and focusing it. A being of light, she attacked the darkness. She was a fool, a babe in the presence of masters. For lifetimes these sorcerers had lain in wait, and it was too late when the traps were sprung. Like tentacles of fire, ropes of energy lashed out at Katrin's spirit, grabbing onto her and embedding themselves deep within her psyche. Rather than recoiling, as her instincts demanded, she charged forward, intent on triggering every defensive mechanism the sorcerers had managed to create. It was unclear how much power the two saved throughout the ages, but they had somehow remade the prison's interior to suit their purposes. Through sheer determination and strength of will, Katrin Volker charged forward, intent on scattering one of the shadows to the winds. That same finger that took Sarjak's life pointed at her chest. In that very instant, her son landed atop the Noonspire. The world trembled. Losing her step, she stumbled forward, no longer under control. No one could manipulate her then. She was fully committed, and nothing stood between her and Agrajan, his fingers still extended. The ringing, though, interrupted the power flowing within the crystal. Each time Sinjin struck, it was as if Istra's powers ceased to exist. Though jarring, she was alive in spite of the fingers still aimed at her heart. Colliding with Agrajan was a mistake. Though she did achieve her goal of scattering his spirit, he seeped into her, the traps holding her fast. Sucking a deep breath, she expelled him with all the self-determination and identity she could muster. He'd goaded her, and she'd fallen for it. Now he had an edge over Murden, though being a woman was an advantage she pressed. The ringing of Sinjin's sword interrupted the energy, preventing any of them from gathering more than a pittance of power. Having it ripped away with every other heartbeat made it feel as if she were being torn apart. The shades struggled as well. Lacking physical forms, their very existence was tied to the energy stored within the Noonspire. 2 against 1, it was but a matter of time. Flashing lights from the outside world made the crystal prison's walls dance as Katrin fought. It was all she could do. Never had she known such gratitude as she felt for Trinda and Alette. They could have let her be destroyed. Both had vowed to see her dead at one point or another. But instead they came to her aid, using scraps of power coerced from the air. It wasn't much, but it shifted the balance. Even with the assistance, Katrin reeled from the attacks. Already astral travels with Alette and Pelivor had damaged her identity and sense of self. The knowledge of multiple lives bottled up in her memory made her question her sanity. And then there was Mael. Mael. The name thundered like coming doom. Laughter rang in the Noonspire, and Katrin looked up to see the dragon mage with Nat Derzinger on his back. It could be no other. Secured by a dragon ore saddle and carrying a glowing metal staff, he rode in a coat of shining mail. His long hair flew free, his eyes as wild as a bobcat's. Alette and Trinda continued their slow advance, the shades not launching any counterattacks. Only when Trinda met Katrin's eyes and gave her a sad, knowing smile did she understand. With an extended arm, Murden's shade leveled a single finger at Trinda Hollis, releasing energy stored up over time. The child queen and daughter to Baker Hollis dropped to cold stone, her burdens and responsibilities forever removed. Katrin silently wished her spirit a swift journey. Sinjin Volker watched in horror as Trinda Hollis fell. Even from his unusual vantage point, he knew what he saw. His resolve faltered. She'd been an irritant and an enigma, but in some ways, she'd been his friend. His sword strokes lost their cadence, and he struggled in his mourning to achieve his former rhythm. In spite of the defenses in the air above him from Draken and aircraft alike, Pharaohs crept closer and closer to where Sinjin stood, exposed. An especially large male got close enough to latch onto the giant crystal, his legs finding meager purchase on the glossy surfaces. As the feral dragon reared its head, Sinjin readied himself for death with a glance down at his mother. By some strange trick of the light, or from the power she held within, Katrin looked otherworldly, illuminated from behind. Lighting reflected off the feral dragon's scales as it readied to strike, but its visage shifted from victorious apex predator to that of hunted prey. It was then Mael came into view, on his back a rider glittering with power, wild hair flying in every direction, Nat Derzinger. An instant later, Kyrian and Pelivor flashed by. Jessup Tillerman circled overhead in his aircraft, not leaving the fight as others had. Still, Sinjin swung his mother's sword, ringing its one repeating note. Hands numb and shoulders aching, he was afraid he would falter. Part of him expected Mael to attack, but Kyrian and the Golden Dragon circled lower and lower before landing amid charred ruins at the spire's base. Pelivor dismounted and stood, facing east. Nat Derzinger climbed down and faced west, his back to Pelivor. The two dragons, each unique, regarded one another. What transpired between them, no one else could know. Again, St. John nearly faltered from the desire to see what transpired below. With a grunt of effort, he resumed his rhythmic strikes. Tension filled the air. Facing each other, the dragons looked as if they might tear each other apart. After long moments, the two seemed to reach some sort of agreement. Together they turned toward the noon spire. Newcomers, like wisps of smoke, materialized into slender forms emerging from the dark swamps. Barely recognizable as such, dryads marched on the noon spire. Unnoticed, they had gathered around the last of the regent dragons, and the man-become dragon. Dingy and mud-stained, the dryads surrounded the spire and raised their hands in a silent gesture. Perhaps they alone understood. They parted long enough to let the dragons pass. Climbing opposite sides of the spire, Kyrian and Male ascended, wrapping themselves around the giant crystal until they became intertwined. St. John stood to deliver his next blow, struggling more with every strike, and not knowing how much longer he could go on. In a semi-conscious stupor, he concentrated on the next swing. Eyes closed, Kyrian and Pelivore looked as if they were both in a trance. With little more than a look, Male sent feral dragons to the winds. None dared defy him as he stood guard over St. John and Kyrian. Even in his trance-like state, St. John had to wonder why. His eyes made contact with Nat Derzinger. The man had been friends with his mother, but still looked like a madman. In his eyes, though, St. John found peace and understanding. It was impossible to say why anyone would align themselves with Male, but it was clear Nat believed he was in the right. Weariness overcame him then. The last thing he heard was the dragon mage humming that sounded like a lullaby. Chapter 16. Judge not by the loudest among them, but by those who remain calm. Katrin Volker, Herald of Istra. The coming dawn brought with it a unification of the heavens. Vestra cast his warmth across the land, bathing it in color and texture, making even the black swamp appear vibrant. Most comets faded in the sun god's light, only to reappear with the coming night, but not all. Large comets close to Godsland radiated sufficient light to remain visible for most of the day. For those who'd been born under Vestra's light alone, it was a difficult thing to get used to. For those born under Istra's light, this was all they knew. The idea of pinpricks of light at fixed locations in the skies was entirely foreign to them, and would be for more than 100 years to come. With the moon passing close to Godsland, it dominated one side of the horizon, so even the dead god was represented. It was an omen, an ending and a beginning. St. John Volker did not know how long he'd managed to keep striking the noon spire with his mother's sword, but his shoulders and arms ached in remembrance. He didn't remember stopping. To sleep in such a place was unthinkable. Wind gusts and smooth facets could easily have sent him to his death, not even taking feral dragons into consideration. With the sudden recollection of a haunting melody, St. John realized Male was gone. Forcing visions of the dragon mage from his mind, he pushed himself to his feet, straddling the peak, his boots slipping on the smooth surface. Everything within many miles was visible from this vantage point through clear skies. Above, Jessup Tillerman still circled, apparently watching over him. "He's up!" A cheer arose from those gathered below. The dragon's wing rested in nearby shallows, nowhere near enough water to actually float her, but better than landing on rocks, St. John supposed. Vestra rose higher, revealing more details and shifting the hues toward what most would consider true natural light. The ferals were gone. Regal dragons patrolled the skies along with verdance. The marshes surrounding the noon spire crawled with life, like ringlets of water radiating out from a cast stone. Demons, mudmen, and even a few giants fled. Part of St. John wanted to attack them now, to eradicate them before they reorganized and threatened peace once again. Something new filled the air, though. As if a dark veil had been removed, the world around him grew brighter and more colorful. The surrounding swamp was still twisted and covered in foul ooze, but the change was there. He could feel it. In years past, he'd written such feelings off as superstition or unrealistic dreams of power. Now, he knew better. He, too, had changed. He'd lived in his parents' shadows most of his life. Even as Aldraken, he'd never fully left their overpowering influence behind. He loved them and would never forget the lessons they'd taught him and the love they'd showed him, but they no longer defined him. Subtle changes resulted in a monumental shift. When he looked down, though, he recognized the biggest change around him. Shining like polished gemstone, Kyrian twined around the mighty spire, his eyes lidded, his visage peaceful. The noon spire itself had changed. No longer dark and smoky, the largest noonstone crystal ever found had been transformed into dragon ore, the rarest and most potent material on all Godsland, as only regent dragons could achieve. It seemed impossible, and yet he stood atop it, basking in its warm glow. While St. John wondered how he would get down from such a perilous height, the pressure around him changed. Voltarius landed beside him. The valiant beast held his head low, as if expecting reprimand, but St. John just wrapped his arms around the dragon and shed joyful tears. His companion and friend was alive, and could still fly. Extending his uninjured wing to St. John, Voltarius helped his exhausted rider gain the saddle. With hands that refused to cooperate, it took time to work straps and buckles, several of which he didn't fish through the keeper, which normally held the ends of the straps in place. It was the kind of laziness he chastised in others. Expecting a brief flight, he allowed himself this weakness. Showing his concern, Voltarius spread his wings and took flight far smoother than any time they left Windhold. As he turned on a wingtip to soar lower in a graceful spiral, Voltarius gave St. John an even better view. Enormous airships hovered along the coastlines, which alone was difficult to believe. The air around them held a myriad of flying machines, along with the Draken. Dryads now radiated away from the spire. Though they remained gaunt, wispy figures, their gait and bearing conveyed a very different message. They had arrived looking defeated, but dispersed with renewed life. It was a feeling mirrored in his own spirit. He'd begun to fear hope, thinking it too much to ask, and worried embracing optimism would allow harsh realities to crush his spirit. Now he knew it had been among the few things keeping him alive. Without hope, he would have given up 1,000 times. It was impossible to imagine what the world would look like had he done so. He'd seen nothing within the spire, no sign of his mother, Alette, or the others. The memory of Trinda Hollis falling haunted him, tarnishing his salvation with bitter regret. He should have been so much kinder to the girl. She'd been a victim of manipulation as much as, or more so than anyone, and St. John had mistreated her. She'd tried to explain it to him, but he'd been unable to hear her words. Only now that she was gone did he come to see Trinda Hollis's true nature. He mourned her death while trying to keep from speculating on his mother's fate. That knowledge would have to wait. Voltarius did not rush their descent, giving St. John time to sort his thoughts, or to at least make the attempt. Feelings washed over him, from joy to anger to remorse. All were real. All were valid, and he embraced each one, allowing himself to feel the full force of those emotions, and know from whence they came. It was something his mother had taught him, something Benjen Hawk had taught her, and, if his memory served, something Mother Gwendolen had taught him. He was grateful. Moments later, Voltarius landed in a small clearing surrounded by St. John's friends and loved ones. Seeing them brought fresh tears to his eyes. Not waiting for Aldrak to set foot on land, Kendra rushed forward and embraced him before he got the first strap loose. Climbing up the rest of the way, she helped, clearly aware of his physical state.
I don't know how you managed to persevere. Most would have fallen long before you quit.
I don't remember.
Nodding, Kendra pursed her lips.
You were brave and strong, she said,
unable to keep her voice from cracking.
I was afraid I was going to lose you, but you proved yourself more powerful than anyone would have given you credit for.
I'm just glad I didn't fall off.
Chuckling, Kendra helped him get his sore leg over the saddle. He grunted with effort, but no one laughed at that. He was lucky, though. His wounds would heal. Sore muscles would mend. Even his wife walked with a limp, favoring her right side. Others had not been so lucky. The knowledge weighed heavily. It had not been the kind of night to leave one without scars. From below, the noon spire appeared even taller than it had from above. Facing east, St. John watched Vestra illuminate the megalithic dragon ore crystal from within, setting it ablaze. At that moment, a seam appeared at the crystal's base. Previously invisible doors swung open without a sound, as if moved by the hand of an unseen god. Dwarfed by the massive portal, two figures leaned on one another. In spite of sore legs, St. John moved toward his mother with all the speed his body could gather, stumbling and nearly falling as he went. The two figures waited for him. Others followed in silence. Kenward Trell matched his pace. Kyrian uncoiled with the most graceful movements and lowered himself to the ground. Not stopping, St. John reached out to his mother until her glowing spirit raised a single hand, bidding him to hold.
"We are not yet done,"
Katrin said, her words loud enough for people miles away to hear. "Come." The command was not meant for St. John or anyone outside the spire. That was clear without additional instruction. The Herald of Istra communicated with more than simple words and inflection. Every syllable conveyed feeling. This higher form of communication used words more like vessels than the content themselves. It made his tongue feel clumsy and inadequate, no matter how eloquently he might speak. Gradually, imperceptibly at first, two forms began to materialize before Katrin and Alette. No longer did they manifest as dark, twisted shades, but instead resembled what their physical forms must have been so very long ago. Though the crystalline prison had long since absorbed them, somehow memory survived. Agrajahn and Murden stood in the light for the first time in many centuries, the world outside visible to them once again without the noon spire to shade it. The wonder was visible on their ever more distinct facial features, their bodies gone, but not entirely forgotten.
"You are free,"
Katrin said. The words echoed and resonated within the prison. Seeing confusion on the sorcerers' faces, St. John swallowed hard. What was she doing? It occurred to him then that Agrajahn and Murden both needed physical forms to leave the prison, and only two remained within.
"No!"
he shouted, but his mother held up a hand to silence him. Even her gestures conveyed greater meaning.
"Alette Kilbore and I will leave this place, whole, or at least as whole as when we entered. But Agrajahn and Murden, you have been punished enough. No soul should be imprisoned for eternity, no matter their crimes, and certainly not for being who and what they are. My powers are no more my fault than those your brethren feared in you."
Her voice washed over St. John, bringing absolution, humanity audible in her words, conveying regret and remorse. She had not asked to be the most powerful person on the planet, and perhaps she no longer was, but she knew the burden such power imposed. She understood what it was like to be feared and hated, because she possessed abilities others did not.
"I accept you for who and what you are," Katrin said. "You must accept me for who and what I am. My form is my own, and will remain so. My spirit is my own, and will remain so. I am connected to all of you, but you may not inhabit this mortal shell. This is for me alone."
Understanding washed over Agrajahn and Murden, though their faces still showed disbelief. St. John could only imagine how they must feel. They had been imprisoned for thousands of years, and had been free for a mere fraction of that time prior to their imprisonment. It must be strange and exhilarating as well as frightening.
"For a brief time, the way will be clear," Katrin said. "I grant you leave of this place." "But where?"
Murden's voice whispered yet boomed.
"How?"
Behind the two sorcerers, light bloomed and swelled as Vestra showed his full glory above the horizon. From that light stepped a diminutive form in a pristine white dress. Smiling like St. John had never seen her do before, with light and warmth finally reaching her eyes, came Trinda Hollis. She walked with deliberate slowness, beaming with newfound bliss. Standing between Agrajahn and Murden, the girl known as the Child Queen reached up and took their hands. With an almost shy smile, she said,
"Come on, sillies. It's this way."
No more words were required. St. John stared into the blinding light until they were gone, and even then he had trouble pulling his gaze away. Towering ghosts clouded his vision long after he turned back to his mother and Alette. 6 long steps it took them to reach the natural light, and they transformed as they crossed the threshold, as if they had not truly been physical beings while trapped within the Noonspire. Lines gathered around his mother's eyes. What might be an unwanted sign of aging, to some, showed his mother's humanity and were beyond value. His legs feeling leaden, St. John stepped forward. Pelivore passed him, the smell from the blanket he carried preceding him. Kenward Trell also walked past, but not without patting him on the shoulder, on his way by. Even that light touch brought pain. It was going to be a long recovery. "No," Katrin said when Pelivore attempted to wrap her in the blanket. "For what time I have left, I will stand in the light. I can hide from it no longer." Those words knotted St. John's gut. He'd wanted to believe this was the end of his troubles and hers, but perhaps a peaceful, trouble-free existence was too much to ask. His mother and many of his friends had survived, and from that he took solace. For the moment, it was enough. There would be time to worry over the future, and likely a number of people were already doing that worrying for him. No sense in spoiling the moment. The sentiment was reinforced when Kenward Trell approached Alette Kilgore. The woman had said nothing. She'd been imprisoned within the Noonspire for longer than Katrin, and St. John worried over the damage done. Kenward's posture showed he had similar concerns. He opened his arms and stood with palms out. The woman, who'd been known as the Black Queen, stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Saying nothing, she walked into Kenward's arms and wrapped him in a tight embrace, looking as if she might never let go. It was a good day, St. John Volker thought. A good day indeed.
"Oh dear,"
came Nora Trell's voice from behind him.
"What's that fool boy gotten himself into this time?"
Seeing a form re-emerge from the light startled St. John, even as he laughed, but Murden's spirit held a finger to her lips. Unable to breathe, he waited.
"Before we go,"
Murden said loud enough for all to hear,
"there is one last thing I can do to repay you. The 7th magic was once beautiful, so it should be again."
Reaching out, she stroked the crystalline walls. While it had no outward effect at first, it soon became clear there would be widespread consequences. Like the workings of a woodsmith's toy, the interlocking blocks supporting the Noonspire and those forming the smooth stone ring around it began to shift and move. Some lifted upward and rotated. Others dropped down, leaving cavernous openings. Those who stood surrounding the spire remained rooted in place, the stones on which they stood the only ones not moving. Murden once again melted into the light, which dimmed behind her as the sun reached its zenith. Whatever doorway or portal they had passed through was now gone, and St. John suspected it would not return for thousands of years. Outside the spire, the transformation continued. What had been smooth and flat was no more. An entire city, as if pre-made, arose from the heart of the Jaga, hidden for millennia. Here was the fabled city written of long ago, not lost, but transformed. Seeing the city in its original state was awe-inspiring, even if its true nature was now known. Perhaps this place could evolve into something greater than a prison, St. John thought. Another hand on his shoulder made him wince. Benjamin Hawk gave him a knowing smile.
"There'll be a lot of work to get done."
Good old Benjamin, always reliable and ready to remind him of his duties. St. John grinned back.
"I'm sure we'll find someone to do it."
Laughing, Benjamin squeezed St. John's shoulder a little too hard. It was all he could do to remain standing. When his mother came to him, her eyes were filled with knowing sadness. His resolve failed, and his lip quivered.
"It is to you, my son, I owe the greatest apology,"
Katrin said, her voice calm and smooth, despite the pain in her eyes.
"I was stolen from you, over and over again, and there are years I can never give you back. It matters not what authority or responsibilities I had. It only matters that I was not there when you needed me most. I can promise no better in the future, my St. John. For that I am most truly and humbly sorry." "You don't have to be sorry," St. John said, through barely contained emotion. "You just have to be my mom."
Chapter 17. The spirit's true might is not known until duly tested. Ein Geist, Sleepless One. The return to Dragonhold was like a dream. So much had changed in St. John Volker's life since he called this place home, and indeed even the face of the Godfist had changed. From above, the gaping chasm created during Mael's escape stood as a colossal reminder of dangers they yet faced. It was otherwise easy to forget. The sun shone brightly once again, and peace had come to most of the world. It would not always be so. Best to enjoy good times while they lasted. Beside him, Kendra whistled.
"I never believed Trinder when she said the fifth magic might break the Godfist, but it looks like she wasn't far from the mark." "She said a lot of things I didn't believe," St. John agreed, Voltarius taking him closer to Kendra and Garanda so he did not have to shout to be heard. "You can't blame yourself," Kendra said, not for the first time. "I know, but I must learn from my mistakes and, at the very least, not make them again." "You will be a good leader, my son." The words came from above as Kyrian descended from the clouds. No matter how much he'd been through, St. John still had trouble believing it. "It's true, no matter what you believe. This was a lesson I learned, and a mistake I'll not make again." Riding behind her, resplendent in his fine blue silks, Pelivore nodded in agreement. Part of St. John lamented his father's absence. It was he who should ride with his mother, but the thought was fleeting. Prios was gone, and nothing could change that. Pelivore and his mother deserved happiness, no matter how St. John wished the past to change. "How far out is the fleet?" he asked, knowing his mother and Kyrian flew in escort. "Close. We flew ahead to make sure there were no surprises." It was a wise move. Though Agrajan and Murden no longer presented a threat, there were no guarantees regarding the rest of the world. This was an age of power, and change was inevitable. No matter how much St. John wanted to let down his guard and live a carefree life, he knew better. Moments later, he spotted the dragon's wing moving at high speed off the Godfist's west coast. Benjen and Gwen were visible, even from afar, and St. John smiled. The ship's masthead, carved in Kyrian's likeness, now boasted much larger wings that extended over starboard and port sides. At middeck stood a device resembling a giant ballista, only in place of a bolt, it was loaded with an aircraft. St. John shook his head. The girl was as bad as her uncle. The three dragons circled above the Chinapa and Pinnock valleys, looking down on a scarred land only beginning to heal. When the dragon's wing drew close, an old sailor's tune became audible. "Give me a fair wind and gentle seas, and no one will be happier than me. Give me waves capped in white. I'll find me an inn and bid you good night." St. John added his own verse to the tune. "Give me a dragon who obeys my commands. I'll have no need of inns or lands. Give me a dragon with a will of his own. Perhaps I'd best just stay at home." His words brought laughter, and the healing continued. There had been times it felt as if brevity would never again exist, but somehow they had overcome. It was among the most magical parts of his life. Some he'd thought lost had been returned to him, which made it a little easier to bear the thought of those who had not. Soon the main body of the trade fleet materialized on the horizon. No more would Kenward Trell be forced to carry a pittance of freight between continents. Now he and his family dominated the air aboard the Vengeful Shark, the Kraken's Ghost, and the Trader's Skies. Regal dragons patrolled the area, accompanied by aircraft of ever-evolving design. So much had changed, yet so much stayed the same. Seeing the fleet, Benjen eased the dragon's wing back out to deeper waters and lowered her into the sea. Within moments, Gwen was strapped in to the stinger perched atop the giant ballista. St. John could almost hear Benjen grumbling and admonishing his daughter to be careful. He did hear her command, "Release." Like an arrow shot from the mightiest bow, Gwen and her aircraft launched into the air.
Had it not been for the thrust she applied, they would have plunged directly back into dark water, but she knew her business. Growing in volume and pitch, the sound that had given the original howler its name filled the air and echoed through the valleys below. Fingering the thrust sphere in his pocket, St. John considered his friend's unspoken challenge, but one glance at his wife made him think better of it. There would be time for that to come. No one knew what they would find within Dragonhold, save devastation, which was obvious from above. They'd had no word of survivors, and so far had seen no signs of life from below. St. John's guts twisted, knowing so many people he cared about had been left here to fend for themselves. It wasn't something he or any of them were proud of, but it was another thing he'd been told he could not blame himself for. Sadly, he'd been told that about a great many things of late, but still he felt responsible. So many seek influence and power, but no one ever mentioned the cost: innocence and peace of mind. After passing them at high speed, Gwen raced through the Pinnock Valley, apparently trying to get a better understanding of what they faced. St. John turned to Kendra, and she nodded. The two soon cut the air in Gwen's wake, seeing what she saw, and finally having some sense everything would be as it should. Here and there people worked in the Pinnock Valley, planting crops and cleaning up the debris after so much destruction. Shy and fearful at first, the people looked up in surprise, never having seen the likes of Gwen and her stinger before. When the dragons came behind, however, a cheer rose up from the valley below, and when at last Kyrian showed himself, with Katrin and Pelivor on his back, great jubilance erupted from those who must have thought themselves lost and abandoned. A single pass showed Gwen what she needed, and she sailed upward, across the peaks and back over the Argas Desert. Even there cheers rose from tribesmen racing toward Dragonhold, their horses' manes flowing in dark, glossy waves.
"Send someone to the top of the peak,"
St. John yelled as he and Kendra made another pass through the valley. More people heard his command and moved back toward Dragonhold. Even seeing a dozen survivors eased anxiety and allowed him once again to hope. When he saw Miss Maris and Martik Tillerman standing within Dragonhold's main entrance and waving to them, St. John could not keep the tears from his eyes. So much guilt and worry washed away then, and when he looked over to his wife, she dabbed at her eyes. It took time for people to make their way through the hold, and only a few were privy to Dragonhold's inner workings. But before too long, Miss Maris and Martik stood atop the tallest spire within the Pinnock Mountains. Valterius soared in close and landed gracefully beside them.
"You're a sight to see,"
Miss Maris said, her voice cracking with emotion.
"We thought you all lost, and figured we weren't far behind you,"
Martik said.
"Dragonhold is an indefensible mess."
Having seen the gaping crater near what St. John thought was the center of the mountain fortress, he understood where Martik was coming from, but it was the dark gray grit coating everything that made it obvious.
"Whatever that dragon did,"
Miss Maris said, looking as if she might spit,
"he ground half the keep to dust and spread it thick throughout the entire hold. It might be a complete loss,"
Martik said, earning a glare from Miss Maris.
"Nonsense. It might take a few years to clean it up and mend what we can, but it'll still be livable. You young people just have no patience or the stomach for hard work."
It was clear Martik had heard this before, and already knew there was no sense arguing.
"What on all of Godsland is that?"
he asked instead, pointing out over the Argas Desert. Grinning, St. John said,
"The Trell family has been hard at work." "May the gods help us all,"
Miss Maris said.
"My nephew is fool enough for all of us, but this is beyond even his audacity. This has my sister written all over it."
St. John would have laughed, but something else lay beneath the humor. Admiration? Respect?
"That can't be real,"
Martik whispered, watching the mighty airships approach, smaller craft and dragons of varied sizes surrounding them.
"Onin,"
Miss Maris whispered, allowing the true nature of her heart to be seen. It was a rare occasion for one who prided herself on keeping her own counsel, and it only made St. John think more highly of her. She'd been a difficult taskmaster in his youth, and he'd sometimes wanted to avoid her, but she'd always been fair and mostly kind. Duran might have argued otherwise, but even he had come to see the value of lessons she'd taught them. Faced with feeding an entire hold, Miss Maris had never shied from duties she'd essentially volunteered for. She'd been in no way responsible for Dragonhold or its occupants, but it was simply her nature to take charge of a situation and make sure what needed doing got done. Now, though, she faced an even more daunting task. Garanda landed beside Voltarius a moment later, and Miss Maris rushed to embrace St. John's wife before he could even release her straps and climb down.
"It's so good to see you. I can't tell you how happy I am that your husband and mother-in-law did not manage to get you killed."
This brought a grin to St. John's face, and Kyrian flew in close. The circular pedestal upon which they stood wasn't large enough to hold them all at once, and the larger regent dragon was forced to cling to the mountainside, just as Seath had done once. No feral dragons had been seen since Agrajan and Murden departed this world, but no one forgot.
"It is good to see you as well, Katrin, Pelivor, and Kyrian,"
Miss Maris shouted, blowing them kisses. No words were said as the traitor's skies approached. The airship dwarfed any ship ever built on Godsland, even the Trader's Wind, which had made the Trell family their fortunes. The Trader's skies represented a bright future, if one cared to see it, and it left those gathered with a collective sense of awe. Thrustmasters and flightmasters stood at attention near the giant thrust tubes resting upon articulating mounts that allowed a wide range of mobility. The massive airship moved with quiet grace, unlike the stingers and growlers patrolling the skies around them. Jerregard left the formation and soared closer, allowing Onin the opportunity to speak without shouting.
"Nora's going to bring the ship in and dock,"
he said with a nod to Miss Maris.
"It might be best if you all give her some room to maneuver."
Without another word, Jerregard tilted to one side and soared away. Reaching out, St. John offered Martik his hand to pull the man up behind him on the saddle. The man who'd accomplished so much already in his life paled and did not extend his grip. Kendra made the same offer to Miss Maris, who giggled and moved without hesitation. Perhaps shamed by his fear and her bravery, Martik took St. John's hand. Kyrian pushed himself away from the peak and soared lower, still circling the spire. After helping Martik strap himself in, St. John prepared to make his intentions known to Voltarius. The dragon turned his head, looked Martik in the eye, and came as close to grinning as his visage would allow.
"Maybe I should—"
Martik managed to say before Voltarius leaped from the heights, trimmed his wings, and dropped toward the valley floor. His screams could be heard for miles. Edging ever closer, the traitor's skies backed up her growing reputation. With graceful ease, she hovered close enough to the flat-topped spire to extend a loading ramp. The air beneath the ship sent loose rock and scree into the wind, but otherwise did no harm. Using a polished wooden cane with a kraken's likeness wrapped around it, Nora Trell walked down the ramp.
"You all didn't have to run and hide," she said. "You'd think I didn't know how to dock my own ship."
After Kendra returned Miss Maris to the platform, she crossed the distance and embraced her sister.
"Then perhaps you should not have sent Onin of the Old Guard to shoo us away."
"Men,"
was all Nora said, and the two sisters shared a hearty laugh along with more than a few knowing looks.
"You know I'm grateful for all you've brought,"
Miss Maris said softly, the humor gone from her voice.
"But I don't know what to do with it. The hold is a disaster. If we take stores in, they'll only end up fouled with this forsaken dust."
She reached down and grabbed a handful of the coarse grit, still covering much of the circular stone platform.
"St. John warned us,"
Nora said,
"and I think we may be able to help. First, though, we've got to preserve what supplies remain within."
It took 3 days to seal off the kitchens and smithies, along with the entrance to the God's Eye, and a few other places where Dragonhold survivors had already made progress clearing away the dust and debris. Even after those people had spent weeks cleaning, it would have taken them years at the pace they moved. Miss Maris had been right about St. John and his generation lacking the patience for such work, though he didn't necessarily see this as a bad thing. Impatience was sometimes the force that drove innovation, and this case was no different.
"We've sealed the halls,"
Martik reported to those gathered in the main hall.
"I'm not certain there's much else we can do in the short term."
St. John questioned his mother's plan, but ankle-deep rock dust convinced him things couldn't get much worse. The hold itself was eerily quiet, having been evacuated of all but those critical to this operation and those with dragons. Katrin, Pelivor, Gwen, and the gathered thrustmasters and flightmasters mentally prepared themselves for something the likes of which no one had ever before attempted. Even the dust clouds their steps sent into the air made breathing difficult, and things were about to get much worse. Once freshly planted crops were covered with cloth and the valleys evacuated, Katrin made her orders clear, and those remaining moved to their assigned positions. They would start with the Great Hall and apply whatever lessons they learned to the rest of the hold, assuming they survived this unprecedented attempt. Voltarius ferried people to Upperton, well away from the anticipated dust cloud, and Kendra gave a final wave before departing. St. John remained beside his mother, determined and unafraid. Whatever happened would happen, and fear would change it not one bit. Martik Tillerman was the last to leave the hold, having triple-checked the barriers they built to protect what meager supplies remained. After watching Voltarius take Martik away, St. John turned to his mother.
"It's been too long since we've done something together,"
she said, and he smiled. This was not the average mother-son effort. Both pulled wet scarves over their noses and mouths.
"Be ready. On my command. Now!"
The air pressure within Dragonhold changed as a dozen thrust spheres were activated. A twisting wind howled toward the main entrance. Carrying coarse sand and grit, it wore away at the rock itself. Clouds of black dust roiled and billowed, blotting out the light and leaving them in near darkness. But still they continued, knowing they were not to stop before the herald's command. It was a testament to the bravery of those who served that day when the air within the hold began to clear, showing the stone columns gleaming in the meager sunlight. Though the skies high above were clear, thick gray dust clogged the air in the Pinnock Valley. Aiming his thrust to one side, scouring away the filth from every crevice in the main hall, St. John saw ancient carvings in the walls now revealed from beneath millennia of lichen and calcified mold. Overzealous effort sent tiny stones flying across the floors, damaging parts of the ancient artwork, and St. John did his best to clean the hold without destroying it.
"Concentrate on the main entrance,"
Katrin shouted over the roar of artificial wind, and the air within the great hall cleared even further as the group cooperated, forming a mighty vortex of air that sucked the remaining dust from the great hall. When the air was clear, the herald held her fist in the air.
"Cease!"
It took only a moment for those gathered to obey, and St. John smiled at his mother.
"That wasn't so bad."
She grinned in return.
"For the people of Dragonhold, it was the very least we could do."
With that sentiment, St. John wholeheartedly agreed. The keep had been theirs for years before it fell to Trinda Hollis upon his mother's departure, and perhaps it had truly belonged to Mael all along, but now he too was gone, or at least St. John presumed. The mysteries of Dragonhold were far from solved, and no one could guess what they might yet discover. For the next week, Katrin and those temporarily under her command did everything within their abilities to restore the hold to its former glory. Deep within, where the fifth magic had detonated, there was little to do but remove the remaining dust. Stone floors that had perhaps never before seen the open sky now bathed in sunlight. After sealing many damaged halls, their exploration a task for some later date, Martik declared the keep once again defensible, if barely.
"There's a great deal more work to be done," he said. "Perhaps more than any of us might achieve in a lifetime. But no matter what some may say," he looked crossways at Miss Maris, "my generation knows the value of what will remain when we're gone and of the tasks not to be achieved in our lifetimes. That which is not begun now will only be delayed, and I very much wish to leave this place better than when I first arrived here, better than when the Herald herself discovered it."
St. John half expected his mother to voice her disagreement, knowing it was her father and Benjen who had truly rediscovered the place, and the ancients who had made it what it was. In days past, his mother would have made certain everyone knew to whom the true credit belonged, but she had changed. All of them had changed. The validity of what one believed was sometimes secondary to what those beliefs drove one to achieve. Sometimes it was better to leave those to believe what they will, so long as it serves the rest. Truth was a rare thing, and did not always lead to salvation. When Miss Maris and the others returned to the great hall, their expressions spoke volumes.
"You mean to tell me we spent weeks shoveling that forsaken dust, and all we had to do was wait for you to all arrive?"
The gods have a twisted sense of humor. Few had the courage to laugh in the face of her anger, but Onin of the Old Guard proved himself either brave or foolish. St. John suspected both. Ruddy from barely suppressing chortles, Onin found himself confronted by a red-faced and puffing Miss Maris. What would have cowed most men sent the old warrior into a hysterical fit, threatening to consume him.
Men,
was all Miss Maris said before walking away in a huff.
You're going to pay for that later,
Martek said in a low voice. Onin barked a laugh.
That I will, my boy. That I will. But I like a woman with fire, and sometimes you just have to fan the flames.
It took time to gather all those who chose to continue residing within Dragonhold. Their numbers had dwindled from war and from peace. Many the invasions had forced underground sought new lives outside the hold. Those who remained were committed, out of love for either the hold itself or others who remained. Still, St. John was grateful for those hardy folk, ready to take on the task of several lifetimes.
You've done well,
Katrin said when everyone had gathered.
You've served me well. You've served the people of the Godfist well, and you should be proud of yourselves. We knew you would return to us,
someone said from the back of the crowd, and St. John wished he knew who had spoken. In the end, it did not matter, since the same sentiment was echoed by many of those gathered. It was then he sensed his mother's will faltering.
I'd stay with you if I could,
but I cannot. Her voice trembled. Dismay rolled through the hall. St. John had heard the talk. Many believed her the rightful ruler of this place. These people had endured Trinda Hollis's rule on the hope Katrin would come back. Some of those had blamed Katrin for failing to adequately protect them long ago. Emotion thickened the air, making St. John queasy.
I've done what I can do here, and now I must move on. Great things remain to be done. You all are the heart of this hold. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I am forever in your debt, and I leave this place to you. It's yours.
The silence that followed was like a living thing devouring them all. Morif finally spoke.
It is the greatest gift I've ever known.
All eyes turned to him.
I don't deserve this honor, but I pledge myself to all those here. I will do everything within my power and until my very last breath to see Dragonhold restored and inhabited by the people of the Godfist.
Millie stepped forward and echoed his vow. One by one, people joined them. Bradley, Sims, and others made their solemn vows before the herald, though she'd asked for none. When all who wished to do so had offered themselves to this task, silence reclaimed the hall.
It is truly the greatest gift,
Bradley said.
But who will lead us? Who will guide us so that we share common purpose and goals?
I do not know, Katrin admitted, except that it cannot be me. I'm sorry.
A vote,
Morif said at last. Others within the hall murmured in agreement. Not all of those gathered could read or write, and a silent ballot was abandoned.
I say it should be Martek,
someone shouted from within the crowd. Again, St. John did not know who it was who had spoken, but he agreed. The choice is yours, Katrin said, unwilling to cast her own vote.
Martek,
came another cry, and Bradley stepped forward to add his agreement. No other names were offered, and soon the name Martek was repeated everywhere. The man who'd come to them as a conscripted soldier in the Jean army stood stunned and speechless.
Why me?
He asked in a voice barely above a whisper.
Surely I cannot. Ah, but you must, Martek Tillerman,
Katrin said.
As my last act within this hold, I declare you steward. In accordance with the vote just passed, this place is granted to you and your line for all the days to come. Consider well your actions from here on out, my friend, for many will count on you.
She leaned toward him and whispered in his ear,
You can do this, Martek. You were born for this.
Chapter 18. Those with a hero's soul are often unaware until need arises. Morif, soldier. Nothing moved within the black spike, and a foul smell clung to the air. Kyrian snorted in distaste. Patting him on the neck, Katrin dismounted. Pelivor followed. He had refused to do anything else. This pain was personal, and he knew that. He knew far too many things, as did she. Accepting it, she walked slowly, as if rushing would change what she would find. Wilted, twisted, and blackened, a saltbark tree reached out of blasted and scorched soil. Now covered in soot, the walls had lost their sheen.
Larissarella Tarnfall?
Dying leaves shifted at the sound of that name, some dropping to the ruined ground below. When at last a hand appeared on the tree trunk, sliding around the tree from behind, it moved with painful care and slowness, trembling all the while. The dryad looked every bit as bad as the rest of the place, and Katrin sobbed.
"I'm so sorry."
The wounded dryad responded with nothing more than a trembling wave. Katrin understood. She'd been given the dryad's gift long ago. She knew their secrets and weaknesses. Mael did as well, and Katrin's fury raged. Dryads, even those of saltbark trees, whose leaves bring tremendous healing to all the world's creatures, could not heal themselves. An undamaged tree would eventually heal the dryad's form, given sufficient time, but a dying tree and a wounded dryad meant a long and unenviable end. Walking forward, Katrin knew what she had to do. Just as Brother Vaughn had taught her years before, she embraced the tree and pressed her forehead against the bark. A price would be paid for taking on the tree's pain, but she didn't hesitate. This she could do. The tree did not yield, and bark painfully pressed into her face. The tree did not want to hurt her. The sense of it was overwhelming. They both knew what would come. Katrin had brought this tree here, planted it herself. What had once been a striped seed that fit in her palm was now a beautiful saltbark tree, so full of vigor and life. These thoughts she projected with gentle might. At a gradual but consistent rate, her head moved forward into the dying tree. When she'd been given the dryad's gift, she hadn't understood. Only later, when another dryad woke the gift within her, had Katrin begun to understand. Planting the seed the dryad in the shallows had given her, she'd gained better understanding. Over time, her relationship with the remarkable tree blossomed, just as the tree so swiftly grew in that magical place. With growing empathy came greater anguish, and she could not contain her screams. Through fire and pain, Katrin felt cleansed, her sacrifice enough to counter damage done. When misery reached its height, at a point she could no longer withstand, a familiar calm came over her. Kyrian wrapped himself around her, perhaps in physical form outside the tree, but also within. She'd never considered the possibility of dragons communicating directly with trees, but now it seemed so obvious. Pelivor lent them his energy like so many times in the past. Together they bore the brunt of Larissarella Tarnfall's pain. Images of what had taken place between the dryad and Mael flashed over Katrin's consciousness. The end came. Pain relented, ebbing as they reached a vision of Katrin, Kyrian, and Pelivor come to save them, tree and dryad alike. Scars there would be, but that which had been broken was mended. The connection ended without warning. Perhaps that was why she felt so dizzy afterward, or maybe it was the other way around. Falling to the ground, her hands came up covered in blackened moss. From behind the tree the dryad moved more steadily, though still with a pronounced tremble. "Rest." The word came as barely a whisper, as if from parched lips long unused. Katrin did as she said, her hand resting on Kyrian, who slept. The tree's appearance hadn't improved, nor had the dryads, and Katrin despaired. She'd wanted so badly to heal them. Perhaps they were just too far gone. Perhaps Mael had made certain she would fail. The last thought struck a sour note. He'd saved her. How could she loathe one she owed her life, to whom they all owed their lives? It was irreconcilable. Larissarella Tarnfall reached out her hand, though always remaining in contact with the tree. "Look," she said. Turning tear-filled eyes up, Katrin saw the dryad lift away a dead leaf, its crystals falling away and crumbling to dust. It was painful to watch, but the revelations touched deeply. A single emerald green leaf coated in gleaming crystals protruded from where the dead leaf had fallen. From old life came new. "Thank you," the dryad said. Katrin cried. Watching the trade fleet approach Windhold was difficult to believe, and Durin had to wonder if his eyes were working properly. Having the trader's wind come to the Firstland would have been cause for celebration. Such a sizable ship could carry enough goods to modernize the Firstland and feed the people for a year. Smaller trade vessels and swift defensive ships accompanied her, bringing goods and skilled workers. Airships hovering above dwarfed them. Surrounded by scouting ships, including the Dragon's Wing and a growing myriad of aircraft, the trade fleet was unlike anything else in the world. The Kraken's ghost, though smaller than the trader's skies, stood out from the rest, perhaps because of its unpredictable movements, but more so because it so closely resembled its namesake. Where the vengeful shark was sleek and smooth, the Kraken was ready to envelop anything that came too close within barbed tentacles and devour it. Lightning pulsed over the engines, and the cacophonous roar grew as they approached. Jessup Tillerman was the first to reach land, and he soared past the wind channel where Durin stood, waving on his way by. Others gathered around to watch the spectacle, and in some cases, awaiting someone in particular. Casting a sideways glance at Onin of the Old Guard, he noted a twinkle in the soldier's eyes he'd never seen before. It was a good day. Sinjin and most of the Draken had flown out to welcome the fleet, and they added to the aerial chaos. Shouts of greeting and warning mingled in the air, as those airborne did their best not to collide with each other. Brother Vaughn walked up alongside him.
"Never thought I'd see the day. Hard to believe, isn't it?"
Durin asked. Nodding, the monk said,
"For most of my life, I dreamed of soaring the skies. Now I can do just that, and it terrifies me."
Durin laughed.
"Thank the gods for those with less sense than us. I'd just as soon watch from here." "A sound plan, if you ask me," Brother Vaughn said. "There'll be plenty of work to be done on firm ground." The truth of his words struck Durin. Cut off from so many things he'd taken for granted, they had struggled. The Godfist was a difficult place to live, requiring the people to be clever and hardy, but they had nails and leather and anvils and books, none of which existed here. The Firstland was the kind of place where everything was improvised and nothing done as his grandfather would have seen fit. It had bothered Durin all along. He'd been raised to meet a certain standard with his work, even if he'd failed to appreciate it in his younger years. Here, that level of competence was simply impossible. Anything they achieved was a lot of hard work combined with a healthy dose of luck. When the trader's skies blocked out the horizon, everything changed. Extending from her deck was a loading ramp wide enough for a verdant dragon. Steam rising in gouts and a roaring howl accompanied the lowering of the bridge, but was silenced once the mighty structure rested on stone. Durin didn't know if such a ship ever visited Windhold in the past, but he doubted anything had ever matched this. From within the holds, walking up long ramps with a gentle slope, came pack animals loaded with goods. Watching the animals go by was like being in a dream. Tools, metal goods, rope, and canvas passed. So many things that had been impossible to create on the Firstland were now carried past him as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Truly, everything had changed. When Miss Maris appeared, a cloud cat running alongside her, attacking invisible things along the way, Durin smiled. Again he cast a glance at Onin, who'd flown in a month before with a long list of preparations to be made. Never would he mention the tears running down the man's face. "This thing itches,"
Onin said, fussing with the frilly shirt the girls had picked out. Sinjin stifled a laugh.
"The last thing I saw dressed up like this was a turkey," Kenward added. "It was delicious."
Shaking his head, Sinjin could no longer hide his mirth.
"What are you grinning at?"
Onin asked. Shrugging, Sinjin remained silent, knowing what side he was on. His entire reason for being there was making sure neither groom ran off under pain of his wife's wrath, and that of Miss Maris and Alette Kilbour. No, he would say nothing. They knew.
"I've married people on my ship a number of times,"
Kenward said.
It's a half-a-day affair at the very most. A few words, a little food, and the rest takes care of itself.
At that, even Onan laughed. Planning for this affair had been going on for weeks. St. John suspected half of what the trade fleet brought had been solely for this wedding.
"Stand still,"
Nora said a moment later. St. John hadn't even seen her approach, or he might have remembered having something else to do at that moment.
"I've got 2 weddings to plan, and you 2 look like a couple of sheep headed to slaughter. Sloppy sheep at that. Stand still."
By the time Nora was done fidgeting with his beard, Onan's patience was at its end. St. John had to side with him on this point, since he'd never seen either man look sharper. Onan had combed his beard for what felt like hours, and had redone all his braids, using his finest beads and circlets. Polished boots wore a reflective sheen, his leathers showing no signs of wear or holes. Kenward's clothes were a slightly different style, but were in no worse condition. His shirt was similar to Onan's, but his pants and boots were lighter in color, and with a textured surface as opposed to Onan's gloss.
"I've a swift ship in dry dock,"
Kenward said when Nora walked away.
"And I've a dragon waiting with his tiara on,"
Onan added.
"Neither of you are going anywhere,"
St. John said. Both men turned on him, making it clear he was as likely to stop an avalanche.
"Without leaving me with at least a couple black eyes. A fat lip wouldn't hurt."
Barking a laugh, Onan slapped him on the shoulder.
"It would either be us or them, my boy. Either way, your luck's run out."
"I'm not sure they'll know when to stop,"
St. John said, leaning to one side to staunch the pain.
"If you all don't hush, you're going to ruin everything,"
Kendra said, St. John's ear in her vice-like grip.
"Be quiet and do as you're told."
"And now you know what awaits you both,"
St. John muttered after she walked away. The look she sent him made it clear he'd spoken too loudly.
"They're ready,"
Millie said from within Catherine's veil. Walking behind the 2 grooms, St. John caught a glimpse of his mother. In a dress of light blue sparkling with finely cut gemstones, and Pelivore by her side, Catherine's presence was like a warm, comforting embrace.
"The time has come, my friends,"
she said with a wild smile. Musicians played softly in the background, and Alette Kilgore walked from behind a folding curtain of pale blue silk. St. John almost whistled involuntarily at the sight of her in her dress of cream and white, with highlights of blue, her jet-black hair bound with a golden clasp. Kenward drew a sharp breath, and someone in the crowd giggled. Alette smiled then, looking more beautiful than ever before. A moment later, Miss Maris stepped from behind a similar curtain on the opposite side of the clearing. The slippery eel, somehow made even more beautiful over time, completed the backdrop. The wood retained its luster, except where moss and lichen had encased it. The detailed workmanship appeared to grow out of the mountain, rather than being inexorably consumed. Even that was rendered mundane by the sight of Miss Maris. St. John had known her his entire life, and never had he seen her look so beautiful. Though given to plain, sturdy work garments, the woman who had kept them fed for much of their lives was resplendent in a dress similar to what Alette wore, but essentially in reverse. What was cream on Alette's dress was pale blue on Miss Maris's, and vice versa. It was her expression that made the biggest difference in St. John's mind. Never had he seen her so relaxed and happy. That alone brought peace to his heart. Many had speculated Katrin and Pelivore would also marry this day, but St. John's mother had confessed to having other plans. That was all she'd told him, so he had little more to go on than anyone else. Kendra caught his eye and wiped away a tear. His wife was not one to admit such emotion, thinking it a sign of weakness, and she averted her eyes before he could smirk at her. The sun moved behind Katrin as it set, streaming between 2 peaks and illuminating her from behind.
Who would take these women as their wives?
Only then did Onan and Kenward look their parts. Gone were the complaints and jokes, and in their place pride and expectation. Stepping forward and into view of those gathered, both brought comments of their own. St. John had to agree. The men did clean up nicely. Presiding over the wedding suited his mother perhaps better than any other role, and St. John was proud. Kendra looked at him just as he wiped a tear and smirked before turning away.
"You may seal the vows with a kiss,"
Katrin said at last. Kenward and Onan raced to claim the prize first. Both Alette and Miss Maris beamed as their new husbands wrapped them in their arms, kissing them soundly. If it had been a competition, it would have been a draw, and all those assembled cheered. Jessup Tillerman flew above them then, releasing flower petals to rain down on them. It was a nice touch, St. John had to admit, knowing it had been his wife's idea. With the music playing louder, the dancing began. Nearby foods of all varieties waited on wide, glossy fronds.
"Never thought I'd see the day,"
Benjamin said after moving to St. John's side, which happened to be right near where the brisket and smoked vegetables had been laid out.
"Which day is that?"
St. John asked.
"The day Kenward is dressed better than his sister, or the day Onan smiled at someone other than his dragon?"
"Both,"
Benjamin said, not looking up from his food.
"Look at them,"
Fasha said as she and Kendra approached.
"They haven't even danced with their wives yet, and already they're making a mess of themselves."
St. John held up clean, empty hands in his own defense, but it did not matter. Kendra smacked him on the rear and dragged him into the clearing where the newlyweds still danced. Never would he have guessed Onan would be the best dancer among them, with Miss Maris quite neatly keeping up with him. Kenward and Alette didn't care. They moved much more slowly, turning in lazy circles, their eyes locked in a longing gaze. St. John did his best not to step on Kendra's toes. As the sun set, leaving them under the comet and moonlight, the celebration began in earnest. Songs were sung, tales told, and the finest ale shared among friends. It was as good a time as St. John could remember, and he vowed never to forget how this day felt. Hard times would come, but these moments would sustain them when darkness encroached. For a time, he simply allowed himself to be happy and enjoy being in the presence of those he loved. With bellies full and a cool breeze blowing, most gathered on blankets laid about the vale and watched the skies. The last thing St. John remembered before falling asleep was his mother's voice lifted in song. He recalled no words, and the melody fled like a scent on the wind, but the feeling crept into his soul, where it would forever remain. His mother had promised him nothing, and said she had plans of her own. He fell asleep, knowing it was enough. Chapter 19. Sometimes things are as they should be. Cherish it. Katrin Volker, Herald of Istra. Morning arrived with the promise of new life. Sleep slow to clear from his mind, St. John looked around without fully understanding at first. Others had gone to their ships and homes for the night, but he and Kendra and a few others had stayed until no more of the magical day remained. Had he known the cost, St. John would have stayed awake all night, taking every moment with his mother. She was gone. It was first among a number of realizations to bring clarity. Beside him, Kendra stirred and stretched with a yawn. Silent, St. John allowed her to reach conclusions in her own time. "What?" she asked over a barely stifled yawn. At first, St. John maintained his silence, not wanting to say the words. Eventually, though, he had to face reality, had to face the new day with all the strength his parents had fostered in him.
"They're gone,"
he said.
"She told me she could promise no more, and now I understand what she meant." "But why?"
Kendra asked, a catch in her voice.
"I don't know for certain. I suspect it's because there is simply too much power in the world now. I can't blame her for not wanting to spend the rest of her days wrapped in a foul-smelling blanket or trapped in a prison of rock. At least she's not alone."
Standing, Kendra helped St. John to his feet, and they both walked toward the newest occupants of Katrin's Vale. No longer flesh and blood, 3 granite stones now stood, one far larger than the others. The 2 smaller stones leaned against one another, as if in an eternal embrace. The 3rd monolithic stone encircled the 2 smaller ones in what could only be described as its tail. When St. John squinted just right, he could almost see his mother, Pelivore, and Kyrian huddled together and taking strength from one another. There Katrin had first encountered regent dragons and heard Kyrian's wails. The dragons told his mother this place belonged to her, and they had asked her to save him. Perhaps ask wasn't the right word, but they had left her a choice, and she had taken on the task, not because the dragons demanded it, but because she could not abide any creature being in such agony. The dragons had only reinforced her own desire to save Kyrian from the fate Archmaster Belegra had planned. It had been that same day his mother and father met for the first time, at least on the physical plane. So much history, so much pain, and yet salvation had come in the end. It was fitting, too, the slippery eel would not waste away alone, after having saved them all at the cost of her own seaworthiness. No matter how fitting or well-reasoned, St. John wept. He'd already dealt with losing his mother in the past, yet he found the pain cut just as deeply. Memories of his father threatened to crush what little resolve remained, but Kendra's soft touch pulled him back from the edge of despair. His mother had as much as told him this was coming. Part of him was angry she hadn't said more, but it wouldn't have made things better. He would have tried to convince her to stay, tried to find some way to fix that which was broken, and failure may have made it hurt even worse. Life had taught him many things, not the least of which was that each person should choose his or her own destiny. It was not always so, but knowing his mother had chosen her own fate helped. Though she was not in the form he was used to, he could at least visit her here. Their presence palpable, St. John laid his hand on what looked like rough-hewn granite, to find the surface smoother and warmer than expected. Peacefulness washed over him, and he was thankful she was not completely lost, as she had seemed the first time. Though others had been in the vale when St. John awoke, no one remained. Perhaps upon waking, the others had reached the same realization as he, and they had chosen to give him this time with his mother, Pelivore, and Kyrian, a final chance to say goodbye. For this, he was grateful. Only Kendra was there to see him finally release all the emotions stored up within him, pushed down until such a time as he could deal with them. Peace had come to Godsland, at least for a time, and St. John allowed himself to grieve those they'd lost. So many had sacrificed themselves to make this day possible, not knowing if they would truly succeed. To those people, St. John felt the greatest gratitude and enormous debt. They had given their lives, and he had an obligation to make the very best of it. Others would rely on him moving forward. His leadership would be required to make things as his mother and the others had always dreamed they could be. Taking Kendra's hand, St. John kissed her softly and thanked her for being there with him. She did not speak, her gentle caress saying more than words ever could. It was a new day, a new life, and the future would wait for no one. So much still needed doing, and he cast a final glance at the standing stones. Vowing to make them proud, he took Kendra's hand and led her away. Perhaps a trick of the wind, St. John thought he heard the words, "I love you, my son," carried on the breeze. He smiled. "I noticed something, you know," Kendra said. "Your mother has that dreadful blanket." St. John specifically hadn't mentioned it and maintained his silence. "If the thief lives, and let me think him dead all this time, I'm going to kill him." Jarman Kite returned to Wolfhold, knowing difficult times were ahead, but it felt good to be home.
"The Lady Lissa is on her way from Ravenhold,"
the first of many messengers relayed. Others brought tidings and requests for help from every direction. Before he'd even gained his ancestral home, a line of people had formed, awaiting his attention.
"We have a problem,"
said Grethen, captain of the Wolfhold Guard. Jarman gave him a withering look.
"And a surprise, and another problem. I just want to go to my apartments and refresh myself after a long journey," Jarman said. "You all managed to live without me for this long. Pretend I'm still at sea. That is, after you bring me food and a hot bath."
Grethen laughed. "Well, sir, we'll walk right past the first problem, then. Can't miss it."
"Great. Just great."
Jarman had known Grethen for a very long time. He would say no more about the matter. Walking through familiar halls, the ground so very still beneath his feet alien. Those bonded with the sea are more connected to the world through the water's movements, whereas the land was rigid and unforgiving. Still, a warm bath and a proper-sized tub and a full belly awaited, at least once this problem was resolved. Shock stopped him immediately upon turning a corner. Never would he have expected to see Jenneth in restraints and standing beneath the ruination of one of his favorite murals, which he also knew has a trigger point for the cave-in mechanism.
What happened here?
Wait until you hear this story, Grethen said.
Has Jenneth killed anyone?
Jarman asked.
No, sir.
Then remove his restraints.
Yes, sir.
Grethen did as Jarman asked, as he always did, even if he almost as often had something to say about it. Jenneth rubbed his wrists and bowed deeply to Jarman.
Lord Kite, forgive me. I'm confused. Forgive you for what, exactly? There was a man, sir, and a dragon,
Jenneth stammered.
They came silently from the balcony. I was at my post, sir, but I did not see or hear them come. Suddenly the man was just there. He said he would let me live if I let him take something left here long ago.
The young man's face went so red, he looked as if he might pass out.
He also said he would reveal gifts for you. I'm sorry, sir. I did not fight him. Had it been just the man, I would have taken him down. But the dragon... Describe this man to me, and why isn't there a big pile of rock blocking this hall? That's it?
Jarman asked, pointing to a small pile of plaster and debris, pieces still showing wolf pups at play.
He was tall, and his hair stuck out in all directions. And the look of a madman in the corners of his eyes? Yes, sir. Do you know this man? Perhaps,
Jarman said, then pointed at the debris.
What of this?
We left it just the way we found it, Grethen said.
That was nice of you. Jenneth? He was right, sir. This was a false cave-in release. Above is a hidden cache of ancient artifacts.
It took a moment for Jarman to absorb the information. At first, he was taken aback by the fact that any of the cave-in releases could be false, along with his sense of security. Second was the notion that Wolfhold still held secrets. Grethen brought a ladder and lamp from nearby. Jarman said nothing, climbing the ladder in silence.
We left everything just as we found it. Not so sure about Jenneth, though. Some items have quite obviously been removed.
Jarman ascended into darkness, and Grethen followed and handed up the lamp. Seeing treasures that had hidden above his head for all his life, all Jarman Kite could do was whistle.
What do you want us to do about this?
Grethen asked.
Clean up this mess and place a guard. And send birds to Nora Trell. Tell her I have what she's looking for. Consider it done, sir. What about him? Jenneth and I are going to talk this over. I'll handle this from here.
Grethen might have wanted to say more, but he kept his mouth shut for once.
What did the man want?
Jarman asked.
A suit of armor, a metal staff, and a ball of glass with a design in it. Is that it? Yes, sir. And did you take anything for yourself? No, sir.
Jenneth met Jarman's eyes.
Help Grethen clean this up, and then return to duty. I'm going to take a bath and eat fruit and figure out how to repay Nat Dersinger for making me wreak havoc on Wolfhold. You don't mean... Of course we're going to have to release them all now, Jarman ranted. How else will we know which are actually protecting us and which are hiding the gods know what? When do you want us to do that? Jenneth asked, going pale. We'll have to begin immediately, of course. Lady Lissa will be here in a matter of days, sir.
Massaging his forehead, Jarman said,
I guess you'd better get started then, hadn't you? Yes, sir. Anything else, sir? If I'm not sitting in hot water, eating cherries soon, you get to tell Lady Lissa why we destroyed all the paintings, and the carpets, and the moldings she loves so much.
Jenneth took off at a run. Atop the Needle Spire, Nat Dersinger waited. As far as he could see, the forests crawled with activity. This was a new kind of settlement, a new way of living with nature instead of against it. Nina and the Gunada worked tirelessly with the Druids and the Cathurans to show newcomers the way and to make certain the laws of preservation were obeyed. The Falcon Isles accepted all those who came, no matter how strange or unusual they may be. As long as those people obeyed the laws and honored the land and their neighbors, they would be left unmolested. This was how Nat had always wanted it, And finally, he had the resources and the power to effect the change he desired. Some had resisted, even Nina, but they'd come to see his way of thinking. Few things in this world were as difficult as convincing others of new ideas. So many clung to the old ways because they were safe and comforting, and Nat knew the value of old knowledge, but sometimes they had no choice but to face the new. Istra's return made it unavoidable, pushing even naysayers into supporting him. No one questioned the source of Nat's wealth, as long as he was willing to share. It was a convenient arrangement.
"You've done well."
Going immediately to his knees, Nat said,
"Yes, Lord."
"Soon I will regain my strength, and your services will no longer be required. Not yet, though. Get up. Look at me."
Returning to his feet, Nat Dersinger shaded his eyes. Mail shone as bright as a comet, his scales like hammered gold. On his neck, a package was secured, and Nat could only stare.
"Take it."
Mail's impatience urged him forward, and Nat reached out to the rope securing the package, ignoring the towering height over which he stretched. The dragon shifted. Nat feared he would tumble to the treetops far below, but kept his grip. The dragon stared at him now, projecting his authority. Nat loosened the ropes, clutched the package in one arm, and thrust himself back into the chamber atop the needle spire. Enormous eyes watched with a sort of glee as Nat opened the bundle. Seeing his reaction, the dragon laughed.
"You are too kind, Lord,"
Nat said, believing the words he spoke.
"Perhaps, when it suits me."
"You underestimate your own generosity, Lord. You saved her."
"Indeed, I did. It was the expedient thing to do. Had Agrajan or Murden seized Katrin Volker's form, they would have been formidable enemies. Now they are gone, along with that wretched child. It doesn't matter how you win, as long as you get what you want."
Flying away from the needle spire, Mail fully spread his wings, basking in the light. Seeing Nat Dersinger's efforts had brought him cheer. Had he still a human face, he would have smiled.
"Debts have been paid. Vengeance is mine. So long as man and dragon do as I require, there is no need for conflict. Give them peace, and soon they will forget."
Kenward Trell walked the sturdy, well-joined and finished wood decks of the Trader's Skies, hovering above one of the highest peaks on the Firstland. Below, a broken keystone was surrounded by green algamite crystals. Regal dragons flitted like birds in and out of recesses in the land, most bearing riders. Others patrolled the skies. Shipmaster Gret orchestrated Flightmaster and Thrustmaster, contributing to their stable flight. To a great extent, towering balloons supported the ship. Rising from a central peak along a deckhouse large enough to support an army, and from each of the ship's corners, windsocks almost looked like cloud formations. Significantly larger than the Ghost or the Shark, the Trader's Skies provided far more runway space than needed.
"Are you ready to lose some coin?"
Fasha asked. Kenward just grinned. With Gwen and Jessup on his crew, he was confident of victory. He wasn't certain which one had suggested it first, but neither could resist a race. With the Shark and the Ghost offshore in opposite directions, the three ships formed the race course.
"You did somehow end up with my Flightmaster,"
Fasha pointed out.
"I did you a favor, and you know it. That boy's thrust all the way. You'll see." "Are you two fighting already?"
Nora asked from not far away.
"Just get your rear ends over here, and let's do this."
Neither could argue, and they raced there. Kenward nearly knocked Nora down when he lost his balance, but he hurled himself to one side to make sure she was safe.
"Fool boy."
Rubbing his shoulder, Kenward joined his mother and sister. Signal fires on the Kraken's ghost and the vengeful shark had been lit, and everyone not engaged in essential duties gathered to watch. 2 growlers waited almost on the edge of the nearest runway. Gwen, Jessup, Gret, and Vic were at the ready. The rivalry already obvious, the pairs ignored each other. 1 flight master and 1 thrust master per aircraft. A single thrust sphere was allowed for each team.
"Keep it clean and fair,"
Fasha said.
"as long as my crew wins. Cheat if you can, but win either way,"
Kenward said, echoing his sister's sentiment.
"I taught my children well."
Gleaming in the light, the polished hardwood growlers were sleek works of art, appearing to be in flight, even while firmly strapped to the deck. Vic walked with a limp and added a small pillow to his seat before climbing in. Torches were brought out, and there would be no more waiting once the smokers were lit. Gwen and Jessup both held up their hands, indicating they were ready. Vic fidgeted before joining Gret in doing the same.
"Light them up!"
Fasha shouted with a grin. Gwen and Jessup's smoker ignited immediately and filled the air with red smoke. It took an instant longer for Gret and Vic's white smoke to ignite.
"On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Gret's growler roared to life, perhaps an instant early, and gained an advantage. Both aircraft launched immediately, leaving the deck well before reaching the edge. Squeezing in close to Gwen, Gret managed to gain the lead. White smoke engulfed Gwen and Jessup, and both aircraft dropped from sight. Running toward the edge of the ship, Kenward wondered if this had been a bad idea. Choking, Gwen did what she could to avoid Gret's smoke stream and not fall from the sky. It was a delicate balance. Dipping down into the valley to separate themselves, she gained clear air, but put them in far greater danger. Seconds later, she burst back out from behind a looming ridgeline to fall in behind Gret again, now even farther behind.
"More!"
Gwen shouted, barely audible over the roar. Rolling thunder growing louder was the only indication Jessup heard her. Every bit of extra speed came from guts and determination, and Jessup did her proud. Closing the gap, Gwen swung to one side, ready to make a pass. The vengeful shark was not that far offshore, and she wanted to position herself on the outside of the turn, hoping to hold their speed. Still, Gret maneuvered to engulf them in smoke, which was suddenly filled with something. White feathers pelted Gwen and choked them both. When she caught a glimpse of Vic, he grinned, aiming thrust at them, and letting air suck the feathers from his pillow. When an egg struck her, Gwen was no longer amused. There was no need to shout a battle cry or yell to Jessup. He was already giving his best, and she wasn't certain how long it would last. Cheers erupted from the shark as they approached. Gret mirrored Gwen's plan, leaving her little choice but to cut the corner tighter and faster. Banking hard, she strained the growler to its limits. While she was perfectly capable of flying the aircraft alone, having Jessup and a thrust sphere aboard made entirely new things possible. Even facing backward, Jessup reasoned out the situation and executed a move that made Gwen's guts jump toward her chin. Rather than aiming thrust straight back to propel them, Jessup held the orb high, forcing the aircraft's tail to rip through the air and cutting almost too tight a turn, given their original flight path. Jessup had turned them around, but they maintained very little speed, and the vengeful shark was straight ahead. If she crashed into the only thing in the skies for a mile, she'd never hear the end of it. Jessup wasted no time and exerted thrust laterally once again. Gwen applied all her strength to the thrust tubes beneath the growler's wings. As they skimmed past the shark, people ran in all directions. Gwen smiled. Never before had such a maneuver been conceivable. When once again synchronized with Gret and Vic, the 2 growlers flew side by side. Using Jessup's technique, they should be able to get ahead in the next turn. Then all they had to do was land, get unstrapped, and have both team members standing on deck. It all seemed simple enough, but execution was everything. Each having an assigned landing strip meant there should be less trouble with interference, but experience dictated caution. Ahead, a decision waited. Windhold rose up before them. Avoiding it would require flying around or over several more mountains, the valley beyond cut straight through.
"Don't flinch! Give me all you got!"
Waiting until the chance was nearly past, Gwen made a sharp course correction. "Turn!" she shouted. Jessup whipped them through the air. Windhold was far from abandoned, and people cleared the wind channels on seeing their abrupt turn. Howling loudly enough to be heard above the growler and Jessup's thrust, they soared through Windhold at incredible speed. It took only an instant before they emerged into the narrow valley beyond. Almost immediately, the choice seemed unwise. Gwen had told Jessup not to flinch, and he hadn't. Now she couldn't get the words out to tell him to let up. Feverishly working the controls, she watched as trees reached out to claim them. In a moment of epiphany, Gwen abandoned the thrust tubes and exerted her will downward. Sensing the change, Jessup angled his thrust upward. Looking straight up at the skies, Gwen returned to the thrust tubes, and Jessup blasted the peaks until they soared higher. Gret and Vic flew offshore, roiling mists behind them. Now, with a relatively clear path, Gwen concentrated on speed, disappointed to learn their dangerous risk had actually cost them time.
"We're going to turn even tighter," she yelled. "I'll plan ahead so we aren't dodging the ship this time."
Jessup barked a laugh in response. Approaching the Kraken's ghost, Gret cut a tight line, looking as if they, too, would attempt to shorten the turn. Gwen cursed. It didn't take long for them to copy the move. Experience had already taught her things, and she began controlling the thrust tubes individually. The results were dramatic, and flying sideways cost them speed. No time remained for experimentation.
"Get ready!"
Jessup snarled with effort. Maintaining peak output was exponentially more difficult than normal flight. Vic showed no signs of slowing, and the distance between them grew. Speed carried Gret and Vic forward faster than the tight turn radius would allow, and the aircraft wobbled as they executed the turn. Overshooting, they soared out over the waves. It was then Gwen realized they were throwing away the ghost turn to get a better angle of approach on the traitor's skies. Growling, Gwen wished she thought of it. Already committed, she yelled, "Now!" Jessup had learned as well. Flexing and creaking, the growler approached its limits as they rapidly slowed, turned, and reversed direction in a very tight arc. No dragon could do that. Gret and Vic soared wide, lining themselves up for a quick approach and landing. Approaching the traitor's wind from the side, Gwen and Jessup would have to execute a sharp turn. Under normal circumstances, she would have swung out wide, but there was no time. Already Gret was lined up and inward bound.
"Hold on!" "I've been holding on. Don't do anything
Not waiting for him to finish, Gwen made up her mind. No one had said which direction she had to come in, just that she had to land.
"If you trust me, unbuckle yourself. We can win this." "I trust you," he said.
The following scream did not fully support the statement. Shouts from aboard the traitor's skies made it clear they didn't think she was going to make it. Many pointed and shouted. Too late, Gwen looked over to check on Gret and Vic's progress. They were on a collision course. Gwen and Jessup would cross over Gret and Vic's assigned landing strip before reaching their own designated strip, just on the other side of the deckhouse. With all her might, she reversed the airflow on one side, yanking the growler sideways and slowing it, which allowed Gret and Vic to whisk past. Having lost altitude along with speed, Gwen didn't have time to warn Jessup before they clipped the deckhouse. Only through brute force did she keep them from nosediving into the deck. People ran from the thrust wash. With a single bounce and quick turn, the growler came to rest, mostly on the assigned runway. Climbing out, Gwen grabbed Jessup by the collar. He looked as if he might be sick. Dragging him out, she helped him down and propped him up. For a moment, she stood there, breathing hard and laughing between the tears, not knowing who had won. It didn't matter. The experience was amazing and worth every risk. The fact that Jessup chuckled and cried along with her made her feel a little better.
"Are you insane?"
Nora asked when she reached them.
"Did we win?"
"That answers that question,"
Kenward said.
"That's my niece."
"I don't know which of you will be the death of me first. It's not a competition, you know. But there are some really great prizes,"
Gwen said, surprising everyone. Even Kenward's eyes went wide. Nora laughed the hardest.
"Pay up, sis,"
Kenward said.
"You're calling that a landing? I call that a crash site."
"Pay up."
Walking along New Harborton streets, St. John Volker smiled. In a few short years, East Firstland had been transformed from a vast wilderness into a thriving metropolis, while the West remained untamed, filled with creatures of all descriptions. East Firstland recaptured the glory of ages past, and perhaps even exceeded it. St. John wasn't sure. Much of the knowledge and technology they used came from ancient texts found in the past 20 years, but even that knowledge had been built on and improved. Crews worked to lay new wooden piping along the cobbled streets. Side by side in the trenches they dug were tightly sealed ducts for fresh water and air. Sewer lines had been built in the previous year, solving one of the largest problems they had faced, considering such rapid population growth. The Firstland had become known as a land of limitless opportunity, where freedom was treasured as much as gold. The trade fleet making New Harborton its home port had a great deal to do with their success. St. John was grateful. The Trells were more to him than just friends. They were family. Fresh water would soon flow to all the businesses and homes that crowded the newly cobbled streets, along with ancient roads uncovered by work crews. Compressed air technology fueled innovation and growth. Kenward Trell had been at the forefront of this research, expanding on ancient knowledge, and he rarely let anyone forget it. St. John didn't mind. His friend deserved all the credit. After all, he risked his own life when testing each new development. Word came from Martic Tillerman along with each return of the trade fleet, and sometimes via dragon or bird. Knowledge now flowed around the world, and each innovation benefited them all. People waved and saluted as he passed, something St. John would never grow accustomed to. He'd once known every face and name of the people who lived here, but those days were gone. New people arrived every day, craftsmen, scholars, and others seeking a better life. Here, those willing to work for their share were afforded land and opportunity. Some earned their keep with their backs, others through art and culture. No matter what they brought, the result was the same. The Firstland had grown to have a life of its own, far from St. John Volker's control. Forming the Council of 13 had been perhaps his greatest accomplishment. The truth was that he'd done it to relieve himself of responsibility for so many lives. Better the people governed themselves. Decisions reached together were more popular than a single ruler's mandate, their own goals and dreams providing far greater motivation. Though it had removed some pressure, St. John was still Aldraken. Voltarius waited not far away, watching over the other dragons within the lower stables. He and the other dragon riders could stay high above, within the Keystone Caverns, but such divisions served no one. The Draken were no better than anyone else on Godsland, something St. John did his best to remind those who might forget. They had a responsibility to protect these people from whatever threats they faced. The world might have become more peaceful, but danger still lurked. True peace required vigilance. The craftsman's quarter, filled with water-powered hammer mills, smithies, and shops, assailed his ears with the sound of industry. Hissing air drove pumps and bellows, and even provided the force needed to deliver fresh water from the reservoirs, through the aqueducts, and into the homes and shops of all those who lived and worked there. The Council of 13 had deemed these things every citizen's right, and budgets set aside were more than adequate to pay the workers needed to build the required infrastructure. Many came to the Firstland because they heard about a place where more coin was available than workers to earn it. At some point the scales would tip, St. John knew, but for now he smiled. His mother would have liked this very much. When he reached the vendors' district and the open-air market, St. John was reminded of the Godfist. Things they had missed so dearly were now available to all. Hard-won progress was worthwhile in the end. The trade fleet meant they no longer had to make everything they needed, yet progress allowed them to do just that. Self-sufficiency had been among his mother's greatest goals, and St. John took pride in making her visions reality. Anonymity was not something he'd ever possessed, yet the greetings called out wherever he went made him a bit uncomfortable. He carried no coin because no one would accept it from him. He asked for nothing, because the mere sight of him brought merchants and vendors into the streets, each wanting no more than to please him. Trying to remember their names was among his greatest challenges, but some were familiar nonetheless.
"Took you long enough,"
Onan of the Old Guard said, his wry smile betraying his words.
"You know how much she likes to serve cold food."
I know,
St. John said with a grin.
"And it won't be you she blisters with her words."
Onan continued. all the while holding open the door of the last inn. Having rebuilt the watering hole multiple times, Miss Maris said it was time for a new tradition. Nonetheless, this place held all the comforts of the previous inns, and perhaps a few more. 4 mighty hearths graced the common rooms that extended from a central bar and the kitchens. A joyful noise greeted them. Having beaten him there, Kendra waved and pulled out the stool next to her. Doing so revealed the extra girth she carried, along with the glow radiating from her, like light from a comet, and perhaps just as magical. Sipping her tea, his wife beamed, and for St. John Volker, that was enough.
"To Al Draken!"
someone in the crowded common room shouted, and the rest echoed the cheer. Flushing, St. John Volker raised the mug Miss Maris slid to him in silent salute. He might never get used to such treatment, but his wife's gentle touch assured him everything was as it should be.
"To the future,"
he said loudly enough to be heard over the din.
"To the future!"
Like humans, dragons are creatures of habit, and patterns formed over thousands of years were hardest to break. Though free, Mael had not slept properly in years. Coming back to the prison that had held him for so long seemed the greatest foolishness, but prison it was no more. It was a strange confliction that drove him. Like a prisoner who falls in love with his captor, he longed for his home. It would be a simple enough thing to drive everyone else from Dragonhold, but that would make the rest of his plans more difficult to achieve. Better to leave them alone and let them build it all for him. Far better, indeed. Even seeing him would raise their suspicions and consciousness of him too much. He needed to fade from the collective memory like so much dust. Only then would he truly be free to encourage development along a specific path. Long years without proper sleep left him feeling worn thin and snappish. When rain finally came, providing darkness and cover, Mael slipped into the Pinnock River. A glistening serpent, he moved through the water with terrific speed, even against the current. While he could have gone all the way to his former home before surfacing, the dragon mage hesitated when dim amber light shone on the water, stored up during daylight and diffused through massive crystals above. Even before breaking the surface, change was evident. The scale of time had changed for him, and it seemed as if the humans rushed headlong into everything, not stopping to consider the more distant future. A series of water wheels lined the shore, driving shafts protruding from wooden structures. Wood deteriorated, and to Mael's eye, it already looked weak. Copper tanks stood taller than the mills, looking no more permanent.
"Mark the line,"
a voice said from nearby. Mael remained mostly submerged, only breaking the surface enough to see and hear.
25 paces and mark it. Walk it twice."
A young woman staked the white string line and walked back to where the older man stood. Then she paced off the distance, marked it, and verified it. The two repeated this process until a rectangle had been delineated. At least the impatient creatures had the sense to keep things straight and plumb. Whatever humanity remained in the mage had long since been overwhelmed by his time in dragon form. While he knew he'd once been one of them, he took no pride in that heritage, realizing he'd chosen a far superior species. He was not jealous of natural-born dragons, for few had access to real power, and none had the benefit of truly understanding humans. It was this connection that allowed him to control them so easily. There was perhaps one dragon in existence with power to challenge Mael, but he was a pitiful creature. Far better to be the first of your kind than the last.
"Why do we need another mill, Papa? It was prettier here without them." "Perhaps. The hold must support itself. If we're to reopen the mines, then we need a hammer mill to break down ore-bearing rock. Perhaps the Argas can just dig up salt in blocks, and on the first land they pull gemstones from pockets in the ground. But here we have to do things the hard way. Sacrifices must sometimes be made."
Can't we use the other mill?
"The grist mill doesn't work the same way, and is used for food. The air mill provides compressed air for half the hold. The hammer mill will break down non-food items."
"If you say so," the girl said, kicking at the grass. When her gaze turned toward Mael, he froze, suddenly uncomfortable and afraid a little girl might see him. Cursing himself and his pounding heart, the dragon mage nonetheless remained perfectly still. Human frailty simultaneously played to his advantage and disadvantage. Bored, the girl expected to see nothing, and that's what she saw.
We need to mark out a roadway.
Sighing, the girl turned back to her work. No matter what he told himself, seeing the young woman stirred something within him, something long since lost. Her scent triggered deeply repressed memories. With them came shame and rage. Male suppressed the feelings, dipped beneath the water, and glided silently from the cavern. When light poured through the water next, change was once again evident. This, however, was his own doing. The destruction of the fifth magic left part of the river exposed to open air, and passing through what was now a park and marketplace. Though it appeared all had gone to their beds, parting clouds allowed enough light to illuminate vendor carts shuttered for the night. An alluring smell emanated from one, and for an instant he considered taking the cart with him, but that would surely spoil all his efforts at stealth. When at last amber-hued light covered the water, Male felt himself relax for the first time in years. It wasn't that he was afraid when outside, since there was no one in the world as powerful as he, yet he did not feel comfortable or at home in any of the places he dwelt since leaving. No matter how perfect the locations might have seemed, each lacked something. Now he was home. Such a bizarre feeling. His heart rate slowed, and eyelids drooped before he'd even fully pulled himself from the water. It was as if he'd been off on a grand adventure and finally made it back to safety and warmth. Too many fish crowded the waters. With 2 bites, Male reduced their number. For so long he'd maintained the balance in this place, caring for the fish and deer and other creatures, most of which he'd rescued from the rushing water. All were there for a reason, and were part of the ecosystem. In an environment this small, any shift in the balance could be catastrophic. With any piece of the puzzle missing, the rest would slowly fall apart. It offended the dragon's sensibilities. Snapping up 3 deer in a single strike, Male took them with him to the nameless god who'd kept him company across the ages. Seeing the massive visage spewing water into the cavern soothed Male like nothing else. Change had come to his cavern as well. Humans had cleaned up much of the damage, but his presence could not be erased. Still, they had done their best to cover it up. What remained must be a stark reminder of dangers they yet faced. They knew he existed, and that he had escaped. They must wonder what had become of him, which made the dragon chuckle. He understood why they might avoid this place, given the insecurity it would foster. Better to clean it up, seal it off, and ignore it. Male was just fine with that. Curling into his familiar place in the stone god's lap, he savored the meal. Everything tasted different outside. Knowing what he now knew, it might be difficult to leave. With the crook of his jaw resting in a familiar groove, Male closed his eyes and slept better than he had in years. Epilogue. Never trust old people. They have all the power. Kira Longbow, Adventurer. Commemorating what would have been Katrin Volker's 90th birthday, this Herald's Day was to be the largest pilgrimage in history. Such an opportunity would not come again for another decade. Never before had the trade fleet left the Godsland carrying more people than goods. With so many gone to the Firstland, the Pinnock Valley felt desolate and abandoned, no longer resembling the wilderness it had once been, or more recently a thriving town. Lowerton streets, narrow, twisted, and usually packed, were eerily vacant, save a few souls carrying gifts and steaming trays to neighbors. The place's construction was congested and appeared haphazard at first glance, though some said it was beautiful. Kira Longbow disagreed. What might have once been a natural treasure was now cobbled, paved, and overbuilt. Compressed air lines and transport tubes crowded already narrow roadways. Cylindrical packages whisked through the communications tubes at incredible speed, issuing a high-pitched squeal as they went. It grated on worn nerves. What galled most was still wanting things only civilization could provide. In the wild, she could find or hunt for everything needed to survive, but never could she make some of the things she craved. No one could. Only because of the trade fleet did all the ingredients from across the world come together in one place. Only then and given skillful hands and the right tools, could a delicate Midlands pasty dusted with saffron and smothered in whipped truffle butter become possible? The thought made her mouth water. Walking cobbled streets in spike-heeled boots was not a task for those with weak ankles. Kira almost managed to walk with confidence. A voice in the back of her mind told her she would be successful, and she believed. Such a quest required belief, and her faith in herself was unwavering.
"Never thought I'd see the day,"
Bent said from a darkened alley. Unflinching, Kira turned and glared at him.
"What are you doing out here?"
"I had to see how you were dressed."
She raised her eyebrows and gave him a steely look.
"The corset is a nice touch."
"Just go do what you're supposed to do,"
Kira said, now self-conscious. Most days, she would come to Lowerton in leathers and muddy boots, and most would leave her be. On this night, though, she needed to look like everyone else.
"Even with so many people gone, there are still a lot of first-lighters in Dragonhold."
This was not news. Large portions of the population traveled to the Firstland on pilgrimage. Those with good sense stayed behind, but they were far fewer. Celebrations outside the hold were small and mostly family affairs. Within Dragonhold was a completely different matter. For one night, the hold was open to all, only the most dangerous places cordoned off and guarded. Fortunately for Kira, not all those on guard this night were happy about it. First lighters were those born before Istra graced the skies. In these people her power ran most deeply, sustaining them, keeping them vital and vibrant. For those like Kira, power was like smoke on the wind. While she might know it's there, and even sense it, she could never pull the smoke from the air and hold it in her hand. Still, among her generation, talents manifested, and some had more than their fair share.
"I'll take my chances."
"The hair beats all,"
Bent said.
"Are you a rainbow?"
Again Kira flushed. Every part of her outfit served a purpose, and her hair was no exception. She used lemon to bleach it until it was almost white, left the roots undyed, and applied purple along its length, red at the tips, and capped them in black. Using slick gel, she'd formed her long hair into dual spirals that jutted straight backward, as if she stood in a strong wind.
"Don't touch it," she said, "and stop gawking."
"I'll be ready and waiting,"
he said, drifting back into the shadows.
"Be prepared for the ride of your life. No saying I didn't warn you."
Kira stuck her tongue out and walked on. His whistle at her back made her blush one last time. The winding roadway leading to Dragonhold was among Martik Tillerman's most significant achievements. Some said he remained within the hold. Others reported he'd made a final pilgrimage to see his old friends. Kira hoped it was the latter. The fewer authority figures within, the better. Passing the statue of Katrin, Kira reached up and rubbed her herald's charm for luck. Bent claimed to be a non-believer, but she'd seen his Kyrian pendant enough times to know better. Some would say what she did was against the herald's principles, but Kira knew better. Katrin would want her to find that which was hidden, especially when the very tool she needed was not even in use and collecting dust. Sweeping turns and switchbacks made for a long walk, but were traversable by horse-drawn wagons and pup cars alike. Fortunately, neither could be seen anywhere. Guards in ceremonial garb and holding metal staves flanked the grand entranceway that was adorned with buntings and fine draperies. From within the hold came a muted din that chilled Kira's blood. People, and a lot of them, all within a confined space. At that moment her courage nearly fled, the feeling of constriction shortening her breaths. But this day would not come again, and her chance would be gone. All her work, and Bent's, and others, would have been for naught. Taking a deep breath, she walked between the guards and returned polite nods. The custom of wearing thick makeup, or a ceramic mask to honor the herald, also worked to Kira's advantage. Though she was not entirely well known, she had drawn the attention of the guard perhaps a few too many times. None who knew her would expect her to look as she did. The skirt she wore barely covered her knees, leaving a tantalizing bit of leg visible above her bootlaces. Though her hair drew a few glances, others within the hold were similarly dressed. Kira had watched the entertainers practice for weeks, and her dress was near enough to their costumes to be mistaken for one of them, yet different enough to avoid suspicion. She hoped. The growling of her stomach announced her coming as she approached a table laden with pastries, and the man ahead of her, his face painted white, smiled.
"Swallow a dragon?"
"Two," Kira said.
"After you, then."
Others turned to see what the fuss was about. Having so much attention focused on her was unnerving. "Thank you," was all Kira said. Eventually people turned back to the business of selecting the perfect pastry. Kira already knew what she wanted, though she chided herself that her grand plan just had to include pastries. Bent would never let her hear the end of it, which was why she was never going to tell him. Still warm, the morsel was everything she had dreamed of while scrounging for food in the wilderness. Though she knew she shouldn't, she grabbed another, hoping no one was looking. Then, after a moment, she grabbed a third.
"Perhaps you swallowed 3 dragons,"
the man said, clearly thinking himself clever.
"The night is young,"
Kira said, in spite of the need for anonymity. The man hadn't been expecting such a response and choked on a pastry of his own. While he recovered, Kira moved to where a pair of young men in Dragonhold livery dispensed hot cider. Accepting a steaming wooden cup from one of them, she had everything she needed.
"May I offer you some company?"
The man who'd been choking asked, hurrying to catch up with her. Kira stepped faster, moving awkwardly in spiked heels.
"I'm meeting friends."
"I'll gladly escort you to them,"
he said, his eyes wandering up and down.
"I see you have both hands full. Please, allow me to hold your cup so you may enjoy your pastry."
At least he was wise enough not to mention that it was her third.
"Of course,"
she said, knowing refusal would only make her look even more suspicious.
"But I have only a brief moment."
Taking her by the arm, he guided her to a nearby column, away from the crowd. Only when he had her alone did he take the cup from her hand.
"Please, eat your pastry."
"This one is for a friend,"
she said. Had he moved his hand to her back, surely he would have felt the slender copper canisters concealed there.
"Well, that explains it. Your secret is safe with me, little lady."
Trying to decide what to do next, Kira fingered a folded paper in her sleeve.
"Is that Lord Martic?"
The man could not resist looking, and Kira poured the white powder from the folded paper into the cider and onto the pastry.
"I don't see him. Where did you say he was?"
"I can't see him now either. I'm sorry. I must have been mistaken."
The man continued to look for the master of Dragonhold, presumably ready to impose himself upon the man. Kira took the cup from his hand and said,
"I must be going. Thank you for your kindness."
Perhaps it was her ruse, or maybe he'd finally lost interest in her, but he let her go. Thankful she hadn't had to make him drink or force-feed him the pastry, she moved on. Keeping her eyes down, she did her best to slip away and not draw anyone else's attention. Her outfit made it even more difficult. Many of the ladies wore their best gowns on this day, and a few might wear a corset underneath to enhance their figures, but none would go quite as far as Kira. Bent said she took unnecessary risks, but who would expect someone in a corset and high-heeled boots would make a run for it? When she neared the area cordoned off as a stage, she did her best to appear as one of the guests and not an entertainer. Here gathered too many of those her hair and dress emulated. Keeping people between her and the performers, and hoping no one noticed, she turned toward the god's eye. It was her first time in years, and an old sense of anxiety crept up on her. Childhood fears wet her brow. No one guarded the side halls, and when she turned, she knew she approached areas where she had no business. It would be difficult to pretend she'd gotten there by accident, but that was exactly what she did. Torchlight illuminated a junction ahead, and a single guard stood, bored and resentful. Kira knew him. He'd been complaining ever since the assignment to work this night came down. Everyone still in town knew Guardsman Errol was unhappy.
"You can't come this way,"
he said.
"You'll have to go back."
"I'm sorry,"
Kira said, doing her best to sound innocent and vapid.
"I think I had a little too much cider, and now I'm lost. I was looking for a place to eat my pastry, but now I don't feel so good."
Looking torn, Errol finally said,
"You can rest here a moment. Here, sit."
He took the cup and eased her to the cold stone floor. When she handed him the pastry, he looked as if he were being tested.
"I'm not hungry any more.
You can have it.
Are you sure?
He asked, but the pastry was already halfway to his lips before she nodded. The cider had cooled to a reasonable drinking temperature, and Kira nodded again when he asked with his eyes. Within a few moments, he joined her on the floor, certain to sleep for at least 2 days. It was almost too easy, but she credited all her planning and hard work. Now it was all paying off. Her time was limited, though. She had no way to know if anyone would come to check on Errol or when. It was among the flaws in her plan that Bent had been so eager to point out. Grabbing the torch from the sconce, she moved into the chamber she knew waited. If this information was wrong, it would be on Bent. It had been one of his girlfriends who had revealed the location of the Amberlight statuette. Few had seen the famous wonder, but everyone knew the stories. It was not for its historical value, but for practical reasons Kira needed the statuette, and she would gladly find a way to return it when she was done. She was convinced the Herald would want her to use the tool, rather than let it be used as a mere reading light. It seemed a crime. When a yellowish glow became visible ahead and to her left, Kira's heart beat faster. There it was. Everything the story said it was. A skillfully carved female form that glows from within, for no one knew exactly how long, before needing to be exposed once again to Ishtra's light. Bent had said that was why it was here. A Cathuran studying Amberlight wanted to find out how long it would continue to shine in the darkness. As her hand wrapped around it, the monk's experiment was over. After wrapping it in cloth and concealing it in her pocket, she moved swiftly away, feeling bad about ruining the Cathuran's research. Her knees trembled, and never before had she felt so alive. When she turned back onto the main thoroughfare, she felt exposed, as if anyone who saw her would immediately know what she'd done. When a pair of guards entered the hall, walking toward her, she was certain her nerves would give her away. Perhaps it was the festivities or the heavy makeup she wore, but they paid her no mind. She was nearly to the great hall when she heard one cry out, "Stop that woman!" Time seemed to slow as she kicked the stone walls with the heels of her boots, knocking away the thick soles and spiked heels. Softened leather soles and uppers that conformed to her feet were revealed. The bottoms had been rubbed with pitch, then pressed in gravel, which provided excellent grip. At a fast walk, she moved through the crowds and back toward the main entrance. When the guard burst into the main hall, she ran. The pounding in her ears blocked out all other sound, though the shock on people's faces and in their reactions was clear. The man she'd encountered earlier blocked her path, a knowing grin painting his face. Without an instant's hesitation, Kira leveled her arm at him and snapped her closed fist upward. The movement activated a hidden release in her sleeve. Super-compressed gas in the copper cylinders escaped through jointed metal tubes that provided a long, straight, cylindrical flight path for the projectiles waiting to be sucked into the barrel by the forceful expulsion. The sound was unlike anything else, making a thump-thump-thump sound. Tiny, thick-walled glass vials filled with greenish liquid flew toward the overbearing man. The first struck him in the chest, and his eyes flew wide. The second hit him in the neck, the liquid within forcefully injected into his system. He took one step and dropped. Knowing he would have a week-long headache when he awoke did not dampen Kira's humor. The guards flanking the exit did. Crossing their staves in a practiced maneuver, the men sufficiently blocked her path. Raising her arms and cocking both fists, she sent glass vials spraying in their direction. One man managed to deflect her attacks with his shield, but the second was struck in a narrow strip of exposed flesh on his leg. Going to one knee, he looked as if he might stand. Kira leveled her arms at both men again, knowing she might already have used all her ammunition. 2 more vials flew from her left arm, causing the first guard to flinch. The second collapsed to the floor, leaving her an opening. Running as fast as she could, Kira's hearing suddenly returned. Shouts behind her drove her forward. The remaining guards stood ready to sweep her legs from beneath her. Instead, she applied her skills and training. Leaping into the air, she tucked and made herself very small. Spinning just over the swinging staff, she extended into a pike position before letting bent knees absorb the landing. Without missing a step, she ran across the roadway, ignoring the long series of switchbacks. The direct route, though obstructed by statuary, ornamental trees, and other artistic landscaping elements, presented a steep slope. Most would have been sent tumbling by the unsure footing, which was entirely intentional on the designer's parts, but Kira had trained for this exact route. Every turn had been memorized, every sidestep and jump practiced. Whistles blew long notes, bringing what guards remaining in Lowerton to full alert. She had hoped for a little more time. Bent had better be ready. No matter how much conditioning and training she'd endured to prepare for this night, Kira breathed hard and sweat ran into her eyes, making it difficult to see, even in the preternatural comet light. Rock and moss had looked solid from the roadway on her many trips up and down, studying the landscape. Now, though, the land twisted and shifted under her feet. The first 2 bad steps she recovered from, but already off balance, she turned her ankle in the loose soil. Carrying so much speed, the fall could easily have been deadly, but she had trained for this as well, knowing it was a possibility. Even as she tumbled, she heard the sound of pop cars thumping to life. Those coming from above did not worry her as much, since they would need to snake down the mountainside. The ones below, however, posed a real threat. Surely someone would have stayed at the airing station, and that meant a fully operational defense turret between her and Bent. Not good. Rather than fighting the fall, Kira did her best to use it to her advantage. The result left a taste of blood in her mouth, but also brought her closer to the bottom with great speed. When at last she did regain her stride, a pair of retrofitted wagons blocked the lower roadway. Most pop cars were little more than horse-drawn wagons redesigned to run on compressed air. Spoke wheels and rigid axles limited their speed, which Bent said was their primary weakness. She could only hope her old friend was right. Given his building and engineering skills, she'd always chosen to believe in him. Now that her freedom and perhaps her life were at stake, she wondered if that had been wise. She'd never even seen this invention of his, and prayed it was as good as he claimed. So much of what they had done required stealth. Certain risks were unavoidable, but that did little to settle her raging nerves. What the pop cars lacked in speed, they made up for in firepower. Kira's plan was falling apart before her eyes, as multiple air cannons pointed in her direction. Oversized air tanks at the vehicle's rears and self-feeding ammunition in vats could provide continuous fire. Accuracy was no longer needed, which sickened Kira as a trained hunter. A single well-placed shot was far better than a dozen poorly aimed. But in this instance, she knew they would do the job nicely. Passing the statue of Katrin at a stumbling run, she gained flat ground and subsequently her stride. Pumping her arms and kicking as hard and fast as she could, there was no escaping the guard. They, too, had trained, and she'd underestimated them. When the repeated thumping sound started, and was joined by more, she readied herself for the pain or possibly worse. The corncob rounds they were usually loaded with would sting, but rock or metal load could be lethal. A wooden round exploded on cobblestones just before another struck her in the calf. At least her countrymen showed some kindness and aimed low. The result knocked her from her feet, and she hit the stones hard, lying very still except for breathing rapidly. It was over. She had miscalculated and would pay the price for having gambled and lost. Screeching and a low rumble issued from a side street. The intersection where Kira pushed herself to one knee was dark, until gas-fired lights focused on her. Like the sound of several pop cars somehow meshed together into a single vehicle, Bent's air car sang a beautiful song. A symphony of science, mechanics, and audacity raced toward her. Twice more she was struck in the legs with wooden rounds, and she went back down before Bent reached her. Putting the air car between her and the guards tested the vehicle's metal immediately. Bent hadn't said what it was made of, but woodshot bounced off the bodywork, leaving only small dents.
Get in!
Kira tried, but Bent pulled her in before she could coerce her body to move. A moment later, she strapped in and held on. Thrown back in her seat as Bent opened the accelerator full stop, Kira couldn't believe the force with which the car moved forward. Like a leaping deer, it sped along the streets. The pop cars followed, their turrets still functional, though the accuracy became deplorable as the cars bounced over the cobblestones. Looking at the leather bags flanking her seat, Kira realized the wheels were not directly connected to the frame. Instead, reinforced airbags absorbed the vibrations, giving them a much more controllable ride. Bent used that to his advantage. Her friend claimed to be the best driver on the Godfist, but she'd always had her doubts. On this night, he proved himself as he never could before.
"There's an air gun back there,"
he shouted as they sped along a short stretch of straight road.
"Aim for their lights. Use the mirrors. You'll figure it out."
Even in the rush of wind, her hair stayed slicked back and out of her eyes. Finding the control handle, Kira looked into the mirror before her, now realizing it would allow her to aim and fire the weapon without turning around. Having to do everything in reverse was the only disadvantage. Handling the weapon as she would a crossbow, she fired and missed, taking out a flower pot in a shop window. That bit Kira truly felt badly about, but the time for personal preference had passed. Squeezing the controls, she let the wood shot fly. Neither she nor Bent wanted to hurt anyone, but they also knew the risks. This had all better be worth it. In a single sweep, the flurry of fire-blasted-out lights on the two closest pop cars. Each one exploded with the sound of shattering glass. It sickened her a bit that spraying felt as good as true marksmanship. Losing their lights didn't present much of an issue on well-lit streets, but they approached the countryside. Once over Martik's bridge, tall trees would obscure even bright comet light. No clouds graced the sky, which worked to their disadvantage, but the guards apparently agreed with her assessment. At an intersection, the two lead pop cars split, turning left and right. Three more with working lights continued pursuit, now firing more frequently as buildings became fewer and wider spaced. Ahead, the bridge waited. There was no one posted there this night. At least, there wasn't supposed to be anyone posted there. A solitary figure blocked the entrance to the massive, rope-suspended bridge. Though the bridge was weight-limited, their little pop car was barely enough to make it move. Had the guards in pursuit been closer, it might have made for a much more interesting crossing. The bridge guard got off 3 shots before leaping to safety. Kira heard a pop and breaking glass, the light ahead no longer as bright as it had been. 3 times more shots struck the car, but they quickly moved out of range. Sewn leather tires filled with air absorbed much of the shock and provided traction. The smell of pitch grew stronger as the tires heated. The land beyond the bridge dropped away, and anyone with good sense took the exit nice and slowly. Bent hit the lip wide open. As they soared through the air, Kira realized each tire had its own air tank, whereas most pop cars had a single tank to drive the rear wheels. Landing along the slope kept impact from being fatal, but it did knock the wind out of Kira. This part of the escape route would be the most dangerous. Smooth dirt tracks allowed pop cars to move with far greater speed, and Bent showed what his car could do, given the chance to pick up momentum. While she'd seen 2-speed impeller transmissions before, Kira had never seen one on each wheel. It made sense given the individual air tanks, but required far greater technical sophistication and controls. She was still trying to puzzle out the advantages of such a system when Bent yanked hard on a lever beside him, sending the car into a hard left turn. The tires on the left side no longer turning as fast as those on the right. Using the accelerator along with differential drive, he sent the car skidding through the turns, the rear end sliding out to the side, making it feel as if they would crash into the thick foliage lining the roadway. After a series of sweeping turns, the lights behind them were no longer visible. Bent had been counting on it. Throwing the car completely sideways, he skidded off the main trail toward a cluster of farmsteads. Bent hadn't accounted for the dark marks his turn left behind. It was unlikely the guards would miss them, but time was short. Extending from a nearby hayloft was a ramp. Bent aimed for it and drove up into the loft and through a narrow channel between stacks of hay, and he didn't stop until midway through the loft. From beside the door, Chaffee and Galen pulled the ramp in and closed the doors. Bent had mentioned needing to air up before the last leg of their journey, but Kira doubted they could fill the tanks fast enough. Again, Bent surprised her, revealing quick-release couplings on each tank. Rather than fill them, he swapped them out for pre-filled tanks waiting amid hay bales. Not only did they swap the tanks in less time than it would have taken to fill a single one, but they also swapped out the tires for new ones of similar design, but with metal spikes along with tar and gravel for traction. Before Kira would have thought possible, Bent opened the accelerator. Clumps of hay flew, assaulting Chaffee and Galen. Traction was limited even with the spikes, and Kira couldn't see what was beyond the barn's back door. Inside, though, was a small ramp. Given the height of the ramp they'd used to come in, it seemed ludicrous and their speed too slow. Bent never flinched. When they struck the ramp, it was all Kira could do to keep from screaming. What hadn't been obvious was that the barn had been built into the side of a hill, part of it exposed, and part of it carved into the mountainside. After only a short drop, the ground sloped downward and provided a smooth landing. A cart path led into the woods, getting rougher and muddier as they went. Ben's choice in tires now seemed wise. Only a little farther, and they could escape into the wilderness, back into the places where she was powerful and skilled. Towns had a way of making her feel weak. The aches in her calf and ribs didn't help. When lanterns appeared in the forest ahead, Kira cursed.
Plan B,
Bent said, turning his head so as not to shout. The guards ahead were on horseback, far faster on a woodland trail than any ordinary pop car. The sound of the car announced their approach, and stealth was no longer possible.
Hang on.
Already the trees whisked by, and Kira's hands ached from holding on so tightly, but she did her best to prepare herself for something worse. Horses jammed the trail ahead. Bent pulled a handle that caused an ear-splitting whistle to cut the air. Even the well-trained horses were unprepared for it, and cleared out of his way, where the sound was most intense. After racing past, he closed the whistle and yanked on another lever. Nothing seemed to happen. After a moment, though, a rumbling roar grew and became a continuous series of booms. With the sound came increased speed. Bent worked the controls with frenzied movements, the car gaining momentum. Using the compressed air drive, he did his best to control the constant thrust provided by what could only be a pitch-fired pulse jet. Soon Kira's seat became almost too hot to sit on, and she knew it was true. They were rocketing through the woods, spitting fire like runaway bits of an airship. Though it was clear Bent had no control over the volume of thrust once the pulse jet was lit, he must have had foresight enough to limit the supply of fuel.
I've one more tank of pitch,
he said when the jet blew out.
but I don't want to use it.
I don't want you to use it either,
Kira said. Ahead, a stone bridge crossed one of many creeks. It formed a short, steep arc, forcing them to slow.
I should have enough air to get us to Harborton. If I have to light the jet engine again, we're likely going in the water. Be ready.
Kira had no chance to reply before he sent them hurtling across the countryside, only one headlamp to show the way. The closer they drew to Harborton, the better maintained the cart trail. Carrying speed, they passed an airing station, its turret unmanned. At least one thing had gone their way. As the car chattered down the main cobbled thoroughfare, Bent looked to his mirrors, checking for pursuit. Seeing none, Kira was ready when Bent locked up the rear wheels and sent them skidding and smoking to a halt, sparks flying from spiked tires. Squarely facing a cellar door, they waited only an instant before Chaffee's little brother Ham opened it.
Hurry,
he said, fear in his eyes. Easing on the air, Bent drove down the ramp laid over the steps. Ham waved and made a run for it, leaving the cellar door open. A bucket of cold water waited, and Kira wasted no time in climbing from the car, no matter how much her body complained. Putting weight on her leg was the worst, but she endured. Dunking her head in the water, she worked to remove the water-based dyes. She would have to use soap to scrub away the remaining color, but there was no time. Wrapping herself in a plain brown cloak, she limped toward the open door, looking back to Bent with worry.
Go,
he said.
I'll slip out the back and make a swim for it. This had better all be worth it. If you've put us through all this for nothing, well...
He just shrugged and slipped into the darkness. Pain made the climb difficult, and she struggled to close the door. Hearing horses coming, she left it slightly ajar. Immediately crossing the street, she endured the pain, walking with a forced gait, not letting her limp show. Her hair still wet, she pulled it back just before horses turned the corner. Amber light shone from within her cloak, and she quickly concealed it. With her head down, the guard passed her by. Stepping faster, she turned toward the waterline. From a doorway across the street, a man in a fine-quality black suit watched. The fit spoke of tailoring, something most in these parts could scarcely afford. Kira pretended not to see, but could not resist a glance as she passed. His eyes met hers, and she quickly looked away, but not before noticing the glint of golden cufflinks. Walking faster, she hoped this would all be worth it. Still feeling the man's gaze on her back, she hastened toward the next intersection. Had she looked back, she would have seen him smile. Instead, she followed that little voice in the back of her mind, the one that told her everything would be fine. All she had to do was believe. This has been the Godsland series, books 1 through 9, written by Brian Rathbone, read by Chris Snellgrove. Copyright 2014, White Wolf Press. Audio copyright 2016, Darkfire Productions. All rights